Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm Tony Goldwyn. As an actor and a director, I attend a lot of screenings. But there's one that's different. It's important, and it could save your life. A lung cancer screening. You know, I lost my mom to lung cancer when she was just 68 years old. That's Jennifer. Screenings help diagnose lung cancer early when it's most treatable, even curable. A quick, low-dose CT scan is all it takes. Go-To for lung cancer is your go-to. Visit goto.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' uneven season continued last night as they dropped the series finale to the Padres 4-3. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 4 runs and 8 hits in just 4 innings, and the D-backs offense went 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, making Arizona fall to 46-48 with just 3 games left before the All-Star break. Those final 3 games start tonight with a matchup versus the LA Angels. First pitch at 6:38 p.m. And you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue to fill out their staff with a couple of reported hires yesterday. Shams Charania reports Magic assistant Jesse Mermis will be a top assistant on Jordan Ott's bench, while our very own John Gambadoro says Michigan State alum and former Matt Ishbia college teammate Mateen Cleaves will join the Suns in player development. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sepulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday, Valley sports fans. We have made it to the end of a long week. We are going out in style. I have got Tim Ring riding shotgun today, a couple of Chicago homies.
Let's talk about the Cub.
The Cub. So Vinny wraps up his vacation today. Vinny was at the Diamondbacks game last night. I did not see him during the broadcast. Did you?
I did not see him either, unfortunately.
Vinny told me he hooked up with a friend early in the day and was drinking from 11 to 5 at a oceanfont bar.
Oh, that's
so I'm sure that game was.
Maybe you never made it to the game.
And let's have Vinny on to recap the game.
Right. Now, I'm heading off to Seattle tomorrow morning with my family on vacation, and one of the things I have had enough of is going to places in July that are not Arizona, expecting them to be cool, but because of global warming or whatever it is, you go to a place that's almost as hot as the place you left. It's over 90 degrees in Seattle.
Well, luckily they're not prepared for that. So
It's still 27 degrees cooler than here.
Well,
that is true.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
though.
and I'm not staying in Seattle. I'm going to get out into the San Juan Islands. It'll be better there. But
on the water's always nicer,
but
for
a couple
sure.
days in Seattle at 90 degrees, it's going to be awful.
I know a lot of people, the East Coast have been having heat waves. I know in Europe, it's been hotter than ever. Yeah, it's been a very hot summer everywhere.
I had a friend who went to Boston last summer, thought he was going to have a nice, cool, East Coast kind of. It was 98. It's brutal, man.
Global warming.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing is if
Let's get into it.
I said it. Global warming.
it's global climate change, really, but that involves global warming.
Yeah, that's a fair distinction.
Well, if the good news is we could take trips to like the South Pole. It's only a little bit warm there now.
All right, so I don't know. See, I've also got a long commute in on the morning, so I get to sample a lot of satellite radio. There are about 6 or 7 Sirius sports channels, not one of them had a moment of compelling sports radio this morning. That is how bad and dull the landscape is. We will not be that show today.
I was listening to ESPN radio on the way in, and of course they're talking NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a brutal conversation. There were a couple of hosts on there, and they had a guest, and the guest says, who's going to have a better season, the Steelers or the Jets? And they both say, Jets. And he goes, really? He goes, you think the Steelers are going to, or the Jets are going to have a better record than the Steelers? And they're like, no, the Steelers are going to have a better record than the, I mean, it was.
Okay, that's funny. So you had that experience. I had an experience of a couple of NBA guys reading DeAndre Ayton stats and talking about how this is just the center the Lakers need.
It's a perfect con game, though. Like, anybody can look at DeAndre Ayton's stats and think exactly that. You have to watch him and live with him. Not literally live with him, but you know what I mean?
To fully understand how aggravating how defeating that basketball player is.
How many more teams can he fool, though, with that? Is this the biggest spotlight he's going to face and the last time he's going to get this chance? We'll see.
I think he should change his name to Leangelo or Leandro so he can be L.A. Ayton.
That's not bad.
He will get exposed in L.A., though. You bring up a good point.
No, he will. There's no doubt about that.
The spotlight a little different on the Lakers than the Blazers.
Apparently, DA was asked, has Luka or LeBron talked to you? He goes, no, man. Luka sent me a text, though. So LeBron completely ghosted him.
I'm sure he's in Mallorca on a boat somewhere or something.
Well, you can look at it two ways. LeBron might not be on the Lakers next year, or LeBron has no desire to text DeAndre Ayton.
I think LeBron knows all about DeAndre Ayton. All right, we're going to have some fun today. Start the show. Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, another one of those frustrating nights from the Arizona Diamondbacks, a game where Eduardo Rodriguez couldn't even get out in the fifth inning. His performance, mediocre to yucky. Lots of runners left on scoring position. Runners
1 for 10.
1 for 10. Another lost opportunity and another split.
The season in a nutshell.
I was going to say, you took the words out of my mouth. Story of the 2025 D-backs. One step up, one step back. The inability, Bick and Jarrett, to either close a series with a sweep or close a series with a series win. It is defining this team now as we hit the All-Star break.
And it's really, really maddening to me that this team can't see these opportunities and kind of put them in a headlock. They're so bad at winning off series or completing sweeps or just elevating. They just simply refuse to do it. I don't think I have ever had this kind of experience up and down with the baseball team in my life. There are days when I come in and I see nothing but good signs and positive moments and potential turning points. And then there are games like last night. I'm watching Eduardo Rodriguez throw these 88-mile-an-hour pitches over home plate and say, what happened to this guy?
Well, get ready. He's going to be your opening day starter next year, potentially.
Let me tell you something. It was 0-0 after 2, and I already knew the D-backs were in trouble, even though they also later took a 2-0 lead. Padres were barreling up balls in the first inning on Rodriguez. And then I want to get into this later, too. Ketel Marte not scoring from first on a 2-out double in the gap. And Torrey had to address it after the game on why he thought that didn't happen. But that was that kind of frustrating night in San Diego.
I'm really glad you brought that up because I have got him slotted as a topic today. There is this living on the edge with Ketel Marte. I don't know where this whole thing is going. The level of fragility in his body, the level of tightly wound muscles where groin this.
Yeah.
It's how sustainable is that?
It's always something.
It's always something. Bradley Beal-esque, if you will. All right, big day in men's tennis today. In fact, it's already underway. American Taylor Fritz taking on Carlos Alcaraz, followed by Jannik Sinner and Novak Djokovic. Those are the semifinals at Wimbledon. They're going on today. Home Run Derby set. There will be no Ketel Marte, which I think is a good move. You don't want him up there hacking from his heels,
my arm!
Oh, it's broken. Your home run derby field, Ronald Acuna Jr., Cal, what do they call him, the big dumper?
The big dumper. They do. That's it.
What is the meaning of that nickname, Jared?
I think he has a big posterior.
Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, James Wood, Byron Buxton, O'Neal Cruz, Junior Caminero, Brett Rooker, and Jazz Chisholm Jr. That's your home run derby. Yeah, how about it?
This is trending towards slam dunk contest territory soon. I mean, Cal Raleigh is the story of baseball this year, so that's a good one. But no Aaron Judge, no Shohei Ohtani.
There's no star power there.
No Pete
whatsoever.
Alonso.
No, there is no star power there whatsoever. Also in baseball, I don't know if you saw this, Yankees were no-hit through 7 innings, rallied from 5 runs down to beat the Mariners.
Yeah, I saw that.
Good win.
Saw it. Didn't see it, heard about it.
Good win for the Yankees. And the Cub! Pete Crow Armstrong, the 3rd player in Major League Baseball history to have 25 homers and 25 steals before the break.
Only the Dodgers have more win than the Cub.
The Cub.
And the Dodgers have lost 6 in a row. They were off last night.
I thought we had the new young electric player in baseball in Corbin Carroll Jr. Is it instead Pete Crow Armstrong?
Could be PCA.
Could be.
He's beloved. He's beloved.
All right, also, we are going to get into Cooper Flag in the Summer League. That went down last night. An abnormally large platform for Summer League basketball. We're going to discuss on the other side. Tim Ring in for Vinny. I am Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs Ketel Marte.
Marte swings, sends a high, deep drive down the left field line towards the corner. That is gone!
Will be starting for the National League at the MLB All-Star Game next week.
My 3rd time in my career. What you guys doing for me, the support, it was incredible. And you're all my family, and I just want to thank you guys. Thank you.
The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks and All-Star Ketel Marte is Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for New Life Dental Implant Center, and it's a big deal if you've got bad teeth, loose or missing teeth, ill-fitting dentures, if you've got dental issues, if you just hate your smile. Life isn't all that fun if you're dealing with those issues. This is why you need to know about New Life Dental Implant Center. They are changing the game because they're offering amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. The amazing quality comes from the fact that every new smile digitally designed so you heal faster with minimal bone removal. It also means there is no guesswork, there is no human error. That new smile is going to be perfect. The great convenience, everything done in one location from lab work to surgery to follow-ups, and they vibe on being the most affordable option you are going to find in the industry. They want their implants available to everybody. People of limited means, limited insurance. They have flexible financing that makes it possible for everyone. So at New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Wolf. You've been hearing me talk about Tim Hovig's Santan Ford for years now, and for good reason. The people are awesome, and they don't leave. It's more than a great place to work. Santan Ford is where you can build a career, and they're hiring right now, looking for a few good salespeople. Maybe you. Experience or no experience, the requirement is to be a good person. If you're interested in joining the Santan Ford sales team, just give them a call and ask for a sales manager. That's why I say I am Santan Ford.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Where's the ducket? Where's the straight?
Doesn't it seem like basketball season just ended? Didn't the NBA Finals just go down? Am I missing something?
They have the shortest offseason, and this is just offseason stuff, but they have the shortest offseason in sports. They end in late June, and the preseason starts when? In September?
Well, how about the fact the draft was like 3 days after the finals ended?
Right. That's right.
That's what happens when you have 3 months playoffs.
That's That's exactly what it is. Yeah. The NBA schedule is absurd to me, and then you get the fact that we went from the NBA Finals to the draft to free agency, and now they're playing basketball again in the Summer League. Last night, the game between the Mavericks and the Lakers Summer League teams got an abnormally large platform, drew abnormally large numbers, mostly because it was Cooper Flagg's debut, and LeBron's son, Bronny, was on the other side.
And the Lakers are always a draw in Vegas.
I get it. Yeah, exactly.
I remember when Lonzo Ball made his debut, you couldn't get in the building.
How about that? All those yo-yo Lakers fans, they all head to Vegas. They actually draw crazy crowds now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you, by the way, have you been to Summer League in Vegas, either as a fan or for work?
I made one appearance there. I think it was about 10, 15 years ago.
Okay, it is. I would encourage any basketball fan to carve out some time in July at some point to go to Vegas. There's 2 gyms going there at UNLV. You can toggle back and forth. Games going on all day. But you have access to people in the media, maybe not so much as fans, and it's a great time. I remember a couple of years ago, I was hanging out, and I ended up in a 15-minute basketball conversation with Jerry West.
Wow.
I mean, it was just it's
great.
It's a really cool experience. It really is.
Yeah. Yeah, no, listen, I remember once during a summer league, I was sitting in the stands watching, and I sat down next to Doug Collins, the great Doug Collins, Olympic hero, former basketball coach. Gave me the best interview I've ever had in my life. It was like 30 minutes of content gold. And it just, you're right. You wouldn't have that without the intimacy of being able to walk up to somebody in an environment like that where you don't have to go through PR people. You don't have to, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's no constraints on the guys.
Yep, they're just hanging out in golf shirts and they're just kind of standing around.
Yeah.
Everybody's just kind of chatting up everybody. I had a good conversation with Mark Jackson on that same trip. So yeah, I would, for fans, I mean, let's not blow it up. Fans don't have the access to get down there to have those conversations, but still it's an intimate setting, a lot of basketball, and you get to see and kind of rub shoulders a little.Maybe you'll run into guys at the casino, and then you can chat up with Mark Jackson at the casino.
Right, there you go.
Trust me, they're there too.
Yeah, yes, they are. Cooper Flagg, I'm curious what you thought of his debut. Clearly, this guy is going to be a really good player in the NBA. Will he be a Larry Bird-like superstar? I kind of like his chances. He had a real erratic night last night. He made 5 of 21 shots. After the game, he said it was about the worst game he has ever played, and you can understand. I mean, he's coming in stamped as a can't-miss star.
There's 18,000 people there to see him and Bronny James.
Right.
But that's okay. He's used to that at Duke. But yeah, maybe pressing a little bit. He got 21 shots up.
He did.
He just made only 5, and he was 0 for 5 from beyond the arc. But bigger picture, Bick, I kind of agree. I think this guy might be the next big superstar in the lineage of those who came before that were in that realm. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying he's going to be Magic, Bird, Jordan, Kobe, LeBron. He might not be as good as those guys, but I think he's going to be the next big star in this league. I think he's that good. A lot of guys can score, Jarrett. He impacts winning, though, in a way that the great ones did as well.
So if you had to buy stock in the face of the league, the future of the NBA for the next 10 years, would you pick him or Wemby?
Ooh, I would actually. I might take Cooper Flagg, and I'm going to tell you why. I heard a basketball expert make this point that Victor Wembanyama has got physical gifts that might make him the next Wilt Chamberlain in terms of being able to dominate statistically against fellow professionals. You know, the guy with 7'5", all that stuff. But Cooper Flagg is a winning basketball player, and you brought it up, and it was on display last night in the midst of a very rocky summer league game. He comes up with a couple of winning plays at the very end, a block shot at the rim from behind, and then he makes a nice dish to Ryan Nembhard, who makes a 3. Just little winning plays that seem very natural to him.
That is reminiscent, excuse me, I'm going to go old school now, of the way that Magic and Bird played. Obviously, Jordan and Bryant were electric scorers, and LeBron was a freak of nature and did everything like that as well. But Cooper Flagg, with his ability to see the floor, to pass the basketball, block shots, rebound, knock down threes, forget last night, he can definitely do it. This is a kid that is a senior in high school, gave Team USA all it could handle in those warm-up exhibition pickup games that they were playing. I think he's the real deal. I think he's going to be the next big thing in the NBA. I would take him over Wemby in that regard. Not that Wembanyama is not going to be fantastic and a force as well.
Curious to see what he's going to mean to the Dallas Mavericks in the short term, and if that draft pick is going to allow Nico Harrison and that organization to kind of skate away from that real suspicious Luka trade.
Well,
it might.
It might, because obviously, winning cures all, right? I mean, if the Mavericks go out there, and we'll see how they do until Kyrie Irving gets back. But, yeah, if Cooper Flagg is the player we think he's going to be, that is certainly going to numb the pain of the Luka trade. And maybe that's what the NBA had in mind when they rigged the lottery, to make sure the Mavericks got the number 1 pick.
Well, there could be some truth in that. Who knows? All right, for the Phoenix Suns, I'm curious what you think. Kobe Bryant, you got a chance to interview him yesterday. Rasheer Fleming. These guys are all going to be there in Summer League. What do you think they're going to show?
Well, they have their debut tonight. They tip off at 6 o'clock. What's interesting about this Summer League, particularly for the Suns, is there's 4 guys, not even counting Kobe Bryant, who's on a 2-way. Maybe he'll see some time in the regular season. I assume he will at some point. But you have 4 guys, 2 guys for sure, 3 guys for sure that'll be in the rotation. We'll see about Fleming. And I think for Summer League, that's one of the things you're looking for. Obviously, you want to see if Ryan Dunn and Oso, those guys, they should be putting up big numbers. As long as they get the minutes and the opportunities on the court in Vegas, they should put up numbers, right?
Yeah.
If they're at where they should be at heading into year 2, they should put up numbers at Summer League. Malawatch is a guy you want to watch.
Yes.
Right? I don't know how you feel about this. I've always thought this about Summer League. If you put up big numbers, it's okay to say, well, it's just Summer League, let's see. But that's a really good sign if you do. But I firmly believe that if you struggle to produce at Summer League, it's pretty good precursor that you're not going to put up numbers and produce at the NBA. So if Malawatch goes out there in Summer League and over these 5 games, averages 3.7 points and a couple of rebounds, that's not a great sign to me.
And I think that's especially true as to the second-year players who are popping in there as well. When you look at Ryan Dunn, you would hope Ryan Dunn would be one of those guys who could roll into a Summer League game and dominate. Just like you could roll into a G League game and dominate. You would hope that after a year, if you're really going to be a player in the NBA, and you've had a rookie year of promise, which Ryan Dunn did, you would hope he could go back to the Summer League this year and really flex. that's the sign of a player who is about to turn a corner or already has.
Right, and it's not just about his total numbers. It's about, he may only play 18 minutes, right? But what does he do when he's on the court in those 18 minutes? Does he dominate? Does he produce big-time numbers? Does he impact the game in a winning manner, much like we were talking about with Cooper Flag? That's what you want to see out of those guys. And for Malawach and Fleming, I just want to see, if they're a cut above. Because, let's be honest, Summer League competition is a cut below. So they need to be a cut above to have any kind of positive impact right away as a rookie.
Yeah, because you're playing against rookies, largely against rookies who think they have an idea of what they're getting into, but they don't quite know, and they're being thrown out in these basketball games, and they're going a million miles an hour. They want to impress people. They're not necessarily moving the basketball at all times. It can be a real weird patchwork of agendas, if you will. So that's why if you're a guy who has already got some experience, some real experience, you should roll in there and be able to exploit that and dominate that. I'm looking for that from Ryan Dunn, maybe from Oso Ighodaro. And so that's kind of where I'm at. And like you, I also want to see Malawach, who's gotten rave reviews so far for being very communicative on the defensive end in practice. So here's a kid as a rookie who does not mind directing traffic, which you like to see, especially if he's going to be a defensive anchor for you.
Yeah, I'll buy that, and everybody raves about the personality and the work ethic and how in tune he is with his coaches and what he needs to do. And I say to that, that's all fine and well. You got to be able to play. You got to be able to play. I mean, it's great that he's communicative and all that stuff, and he's in the right spots defensively.
It's true.
But I mean, they can't have a guy out there who can't play as an 18-year-old when the real deal begins.
I guess I'm just looking for silver linings, Tim. All right, on the other side, D-Backs Daily will give you the rundown on what went down last night in San Diego. Tim ring in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 11 days from today.
Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches.
Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. And I say that from experience. QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago playing tennis. They are currently giving me treatments for my shot right elbow, for my years and years of baseball injuries. I fully believe in what QC Kinetics can do for you. And right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative treatments, which means they'll direct your body to heal itself, targeting and restoring that damaged joint tissue. And when you go on your first visit, they will give you a free laser treatment on that area that's been bothering you. It'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, increase your range of motion. Go get long-term relief for that pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, and do it without surgery. And at QC Kinetics, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Just make sure you book your consultation this month. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free laser treatment by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' uneven season continued last night as they dropped the series finale to the Padres 4-3. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 4 runs and 8 hits in just 4 innings. The D-backs offense went 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and Arizona falls to 46-48 with just 3 games left before the All-Star break. Those final 3 games start tonight with a matchup versus the LA Angels. First pitch at 6:38 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue to fill out their staff with a couple of reported hires yesterday. Shams Charania reports Magic assistant Jesse Mermis will be a top assistant on Jordan Knott's bench, while our very own John Gambadoro says Michigan State alum and former Matt Ishbia college teammate Mateen Cleaves will join the Suns in player development. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Oh, this is D-Backs Daily. Could the Diamondbacks get a series win? Could they get 3 out of 4? Could they get some momentum by beating the Padres yesterday? No, they couldn't. Unfortunately not. Things started off okay. The scoring started in the 3rd inning when Jose Herrera and Corbin Carroll both got sacrifice flies. Weird to get both 2 sacrifice flies in 1 inning, but it shows that there are trouble with runners in scoring position in the game. Unfortunately, in the bottom of the 3rd inning, Fernando Tatis came up the plate against Eduardo Rodriguez.
3-2. There's a swing, high, deep drive, center field. Thomas moving back to the track, to the wall. And Tatis picks up home run number 16. Padres on the board. It's now 2-1.
Padres added another run, and then in the 5th inning with the
Where
score.
are your glasses?
Yeah, I know. I forgot.
Come on now. Where are you? I see you back there squinting.
Squints. Hey,
We are.
Where are they, Jared?
I have 2 pair, too.
I know you do. Where are they?
I have 1 pair that I leave at work, but I brought them with me to Mexico on vacation a couple weeks ago, and I forgot to take them out of my suitcase. I have another pair that I keep in my car if I have to drive at night, and they're in my car still. You can see it. You can wave to them if you want from out the window here.
The work glasses should never leave work. You should know better.
I agree, but they're more...
Tape them to the wall, Ferret.
Yeah. Well, Manny Machado, however, doesn't need to wear glasses because he came up in the bottom of the fifth inning and did this to Eduardo Rodriguez.
We are tied at 2, but not for long. To left field, and the Padres take the lead on Machado's 16th of the season.
That put them up 3-2. Xander Bogaerts later in the inning.
The 0-1, and Bogart swings, pulls it fair inside the left field line. That's going to roll all the way down into the corner. Sheets hustling towards third. He's going to be waved around. The throw to the plate is not in time, and the Padres have a 4-2 lead.
Eduardo Rodriguez, 8 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks in just 4 innings. After a string of really strong starts by D-backs starting pitchers, he could not continue the trend. He exited. The game stayed 4-2 into the 7th inning. Could the D-backs make a rally? Gerardo Perdomo, the Frog, tried to.
The 0-2. Grounded towards first. That's a fair ball. It's under the glove of Arise, and it rolls down the line into the corner. Carroll will score. Perdomo gets to second on the RBI double. And what a break for the Diamondbacks as they are now just trailing by a run.
Unfortunately, as I mentioned, 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. They could not drive Perdomo in. The score stayed at 4-3 until the 9th inning. The D-backs could not rally.
The pitch to him. Swung on, grounded to first, and fielded cleanly by Cronenworth. He takes it to the bag himself. That's the ball game. That's the series. The D-backs could not finish the job here, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-3.
And the D-backs lose, split the series 2-2 in another meh, frustrating game.
Yeah, completely agree with you, Jarrett. When you take a look at this team, a couple nights ago, they lost 1-0 to the Padres in a game in which they had 2 home runs taken away from them. And you go, oh, man, so close. And you look at last night, all these runners on base, 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, little mini rallies attempting to get started. Nothing can get converted. You get a surprisingly solid performance from your bullpen last night. Still can't win the game. And I said this earlier, this baseball team has provided ups and downs, highs and lows, maybe unlike anything I've ever seen. When you fold in the expectations and the injuries and everything that has gone along with this season, this has been a roller coaster of emotions following this baseball team.
You know, in a vacuum, going on the road to San Diego and splitting with that team is not terrible, but the problem is it's been a pattern with the D-backs, no matter if they're playing a good team, a mediocre team, or even a poor team like the Colorado Rockies, the inability in the series finale to either sweep a series or win a series, they just seem to not be able to close the deal, and they had opportunities to do that last night. Look, winning baseball games, a lot of times quality starting pitching and timely hitting is the key. They didn't get either last night. Jarrett mentioned it a couple of times, 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. But, you know, you look at that play after the 2 sacrifice flies, Ketel Marte's on first base. Perdomo hits a double in the gap. Marte should be on second by the time that ball hits the ground. How he did not score on that play is beyond me. They actually ended up loading the bases that inning because they intentionally walked Naylor, and Gino Suarez popped out. But again, Torrey was asked about why Marte didn't score on that 2-out double by Perdomo in the gap, and he kind of blamed Marte's groin. And I got to tell you, I saw Marte tearing into second base at a different part of the game with his own double, and the groin looked fine. And I mean, are you covering for the third base coach? Are you covering for the player? But in a perfect world, that a player with Marte's speed has got to score every time on that
you're
double.
You're so right about that. And I'm getting, this is part of what is wearing me out of investing myself on a daily basis watching every one of these baseball games is sometimes this baseball team is, do you remember in the first Rocky when Rocky Balboa takes Adrian ice skating? And she can barely ice skate.
Yes,
right.
Of course.
That Adrian on ice skates kind of feels like Ketel Marte to me. You're on these eggshells, hoping he doesn't fall and break himself. And like you, this whole routine of complimenting Sean Larkin, the third base coach, for having the good sense to hold up Ketel Marte because he's dealing with some things, and if we had sent him there, something might have gone pop. And he might be gone for months. It's
But why is he stretching his single into a double at a different point of the game?
I don't know.
And I bring up the double because I actually had that thought. I'm like, oh, the groin looks good as he tears into second base, and then that play happened, and I'm like, why? First of all, how does he not score easily on that play? And then also with 2 outs, why are you not sending him?
Right.
I mean, in real time, Sean Larkin's thinking about the groin at that point.
Of course not.
I mean, there's been so many criticisms of third base coach this
we've
year.
Had a lot of guys thrown out at home plate.
That maybe Torrey's just sort of
covering for him.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just throw one of your coaching staff under the bus. So who knows? But it's not the first time there's been questionable moves at third base.
And I want everybody to be clear. There were 2 outs. So in other words, baseball 101. As soon as that ball is hit, Marte is off to the races, or should be anyway.
You go.
You score easily on that play.
I didn't understand that either. I'll give you one guess and one word to describe how Torey Lovullo felt after last night's game.
This team is hungry and they're fighting. We've been dealt some massive blows with some injuries over the past 3-4 weeks, and it's part of the game. And they're taking it right in stride, and they believe they can go out there and win every single baseball game. And when we do things the way we did this particular series against a really good Padre team, I'm proud of these guys. We just got to finish it off. To win series, there's small margins. There's very small things that we got to do to close up that gap and potentially win all 4 of these games. But we'll figure out that piece of the puzzle.
The proudest manager in baseball. All right, 2 other things really quick I want to bring up. How about the Padres pitching around Josh Naylor and continuing daring Gino Suarez to beat him?
Twice.
And he couldn't last night. But what a strategy for a guy with 29 home runs at the break.
Right? In the last calendar year, I think a top 5 home run hitter in baseball. They obviously felt more comfortable pitching to Suarez than they did to Naylor in those situations. But it wasn't. Listen, Gino had his opportunities. Corbin Carroll had a guy in the 8th inning with 2 out on third. He struck out looking. And then keep in mind, Jake McCarthy robbed Tatis of a home run in the in the bottom of the 8th to keep that a 1-run game. And I thought, okay, that might be big. And then the D-backs go quietly in the 9th. Marte, Perdomo, and Naylor all feebly making out.
And then the last element of yesterday's game that I wanted to talk about, Eduardo Rodriguez. I don't know what I expected from Erod when he came to Arizona, but I can tell you I expected more than he's given this team. I'm watching last night. I had the exact same reaction you did. He gets out in the bottom of the 1st inning, and he's throwing his off-speed stuff around 87. His fastball is like 92, 93. That's a recipe for disaster. Those numbers are way too close together. And for a guy who's 6'2", 240, I didn't know he was this much of a soft tosser. I really didn't. I thought he had much more of a lively arm.
Well, no, but that was his reputation. That's what he did in previous stops, and you paid him a lot of money, and he's either been injured or he's been mediocre. He's been good at times. Actually, before his last 2 starts, he had a really great month.
Yeah.
But now the last 2 starts have not been good. And again, in case you missed it at the top of the hour at 6, I could tell in the 1st inning the Padres were barreling up balls. And I thought, when the D-backs didn't break that game open, when they had the opportunity with the bases loaded already up 2-0, I thought, okay, that might come back to bite them because the Padres are going to put runs on the board here tonight.
You are absolutely so right about that. That game began. Fernando Tatis just missed a home run. The ball seemed to die in the air. Machado gaps one for a double. Bogarts lines hard to left. Diamondbacks get out of the inning. I wrote in my notes, no score after 1, and it feels like a blowout. And it's because of that. All right, the Arizona Diamondbacks back at it against the Angels. They get to spend the rest of the weekend in Southern California. Who knows where this thing is going? Coming up on the other side, the Phoenix Suns coaching staff is coming together. We'll tell you about that next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
When we have the conversation about what they should do about Bradley Beal now, whether they should waive and stretch and pay off this bill in 5 years, or whether they should just bite the bullet and pay off in 2, I want to make sure that they're thinking about it more seriously than maybe they did when they acquired him. We are currently living the worst case scenario of them acquiring Bradley Beal. I want to make sure before they waive and stretch and have to pay this 5-year bill off that they've considered the worst case scenario of the ramifications of that, because it could happen.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with Moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, like, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Welcome back. Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring, Jared Carlin. He's busy writing jokes for the Sports Kebab. There will be an Air Bud reference. I'm quite certain of it. We're going to be talking about the Phoenix Suns throughout the course of the show today. Devin Booker aftermath. KD getting into a LeBron versus Michael Jordan debate and kind of paying for it.
He ruffled some feathers.
Oh, he sure did.
He did.
Including some of mine. Yeah. We're going to talk about that a little bit later, but the Phoenix Suns have made a couple of interesting additions as Jordan Ott's coaching staff is starting to come into focus. The latest is hiring Jesse Mermis from the Orlando Magic coaching staff. And if you haven't heard of Jesse Mermis, don't feel bad. Most of us have not. But I will tell you this. Jesse Mermis is considered, or was, the Orlando Magic's top assistant coach. And people in basketball are saying this is a real good get for Jordan Ott. I don't know how much you put into assistant coaches. But on some level, I'll tell you where I feel a little bit better, Tim. My fear was when I think peak fear, peak skepticism happened with this organization somewhere around the last Matt Ishbia press conference, maybe the hiring of Brian Gregory, maybe the poking fun at using the word alignment 19 times. The fear was, okay, they're going to hire a head coach with Michigan State ties, and then they're going to give him all as assistant coaches for him because he doesn't have that breadth of experience. He doesn't have friends lined up. And to me, it's always been the sign of a head coach who's really ready to do the job for the first time, and the ones who just got a lucky break, the ones who are really ready to do it for the first time, they already got a list in their back pocket of guys that they know they want to bring with them because they've already thought about the day I'm going to get a head coaching job. And when I get it, what am I going to say? How am I going to present myself? What am I going to show them in terms of schematics? What offense am I going to run? How am I going to play defense? And who are going to be my guys on the bench with me? I'm a little comforted that so far the guys that have been added to the staff, these have been Jordan Ott hires.
Yeah, and let me add to that. It's a great sign, in my opinion, when a head coach, whether it be NBA or NFL, hires a guy that he deems the best assistant coach on the market and not a guy that he's friends with or not a guy that he's worked with before.
Right.
And a hire like Mermis, Ott has never worked with him before. But Ott says, I want the best staff possible, not guys that I'm familiar with or guys that I know or guys that I'm friends with. I want the best staff that I can get. And Mermis, he's 44 years old. He's from Tucson, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, went to South Point and has been around in the NBA for 17 years now. Obviously no head coaching experience, but by all accounts is an offensive-minded guy. And Ott went out and got the best assistant coach he thought possible, not just a guy that he's worked with before. And I think that's a great sign for any head coach at any sport at any level, that you're not just hiring guys you're familiar with.
Yeah, because the group think mentality, that's the way to put yourself in a box that you can't get out of. There's nothing good that comes out of that. All right, so he's already hired DeMauri Carroll from his previous staff in Cleveland. He brought back Brian Randall, who was an assistant under Monty Williams here in Phoenix from 2020 to 23, retained Chason Allen from Mike Budenholzer's staff. So it's all coming together. And again, these are basketball assistant coaches, which means they all have specific roles and players to deal with and responsibilities. But in sum, it's important to create the right kind of cultural vibe. And for proof, look at what Kenny Dillingham has done at ASU. The blend and the mix of lieutenants that he has, they're all pushing in the right direction, and they're all bringing unique skill sets, and they're all bringing something real positive to the culture. That's what the right set of assistant coaches can do.
Yeah, and as far as the head coach, the Suns have done a 180 on their previous two hires. Obviously, veteran guys that had won championships. Now you're dipping into the assistant coaching ranks, and you're hiring a guy in Jordan Ott that, I don't know if he could have a bad enough record this year to lose his job. Like, that's just not going to happen.
No.
He is here to build this thing back up. So his runway is going to be longer. The expectations, let's say, are certainly lower than they were for Frank Vogel and Mike Budenholzer.
No doubt about it. And that's one really good thing for Jordan Ott, is there are no expectations attached to him. So, and it's not inconceivable that the Suns landed on the right head coach. We've seen it with the Cardinals, with Jonathan Gannon. A lot of skepticism when he was hired. I think Cardinal fans are very happy with their head coach right now. Kenny Dillingham at ASU obviously is becoming a star of college football. He was something of an unknown quantity when he got hired. So, to me, I'm not dismissing the fact that Jordan Knott might end up being a really, really good hire, but I'm also not oblivious to the fact that there's a lot of hurdles standing in front of this basketball team.
No, hey, every great NBA head coach had to get his first gig at some point. Mm-hmm. So the possibilities are there that Jordan Knott could be a fantastic coach in this league. But I'm like you. I'm gonna take a step back. Because, first of all, he's dealing with a hand right now that screams 30 to 40 wins in terms of this roster. Mm-hmm. And I'm the same guy that
You think they could get 40 wins, this roster?
I mean, let's see what the roster looks like.
That's the ceiling, Jared.
Yeah, that's the ceiling. And let's see what the roster looks like by the time this thing tips off in October. But I want to say, I'm the same guy that this time a year ago thought Mike Budenholzer was going to come in and fix this team where Frank Vogel couldn't. And, boy, was that wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, not even close.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Suns have also hired, and this is where the eye rolling came in yesterday. They hired Mateen Cleaves as player development coach / leadership, motivational, and overall player development dude. Now, Mateen Cleaves.
That's a long business card.
Sure is. Mateen Cleaves was he was the star of that Michigan State team that won a championship.
He's a great player.
He's a great player. He's just that effusive personality. This might be a really good hire if you can get past the Michigan State thing. In fact, Dwayne Wade said this about Mateen Cleaves.
So you said Draymond up for a head coaching job in Phoenix when he done?
If you want to. You want the Michigan State, you can go to Phoenix,
Let's go, baby.
Mateen.
Yeah. Let's go,
That's my dog, Mateen. Let's go. Mateen, I think, used to work for his company, too, yes. And now he's like... So they got to bring Mateen over there. I don't know if you guys know, he's a motivational speaker, and he goes around to different companies and motivates the employees.
He does. Also, too, Mateen is somebody you want in your locker room.
Hell yeah.
He's a winner. He's a winner. You want a winner, and you want somebody that can get in somebody's face and tell them like it is.
That's right.
I like somebody who got a whisper behind their back.
Yeah, no doubt. Sons, bring in Mateen.
So there you go. But again, that's what you're going to... Draymond's a Michigan State guy. Of course he's going to back Mateen Cleaves. Come on, this is the Spartan way, man.
Let's get Greg Kelser's opinion on it.
Let's do it, man, right? Can we hire Magic Johnson to come in it? No, we don't want to do that.
I mean, no. Magic Johnson, like Isaiah Thomas, not the most success running actual basketball operations.
No.
Magic was a head coach for a little bit too.
Real little bit. And how did that work out?
A real little bit. You know what's funny? Like Mateen, when Dwayne Wade says you want a guy like that in your locker room. Now Dwayne Wade doesn't have Michigan State ties, nor does he care about the Phoenix Suns. So I think from that standpoint, Mateen Cleaves, and he is a winner. We were talking about Cooper Flagg and what he potentially could be. Mm-hmm. Mateen Cleaves is one of those guys that impacts winning. Like he's on the court, you got a good chance to win the game. But again, the optics, Bick, they've been Spartified again.
And
what have we said over and over
again?
That
motivation, this isn't college. Do we really need that?
Well, in that sense, it reads as giving your old friend a job kind of deal.
Rob Fredrickson, the great Rob Fredrickson, just texted me, leave MSU alone.
Yeah, he's looking for take a spot on
I say this all the time. You can back me up on this because you probably saw Rob Fredrickson in college. Wasn't he a monster at Michigan State?
Oh, he was a monster.
A monster.
He was an absolute monster.
But just in conclusion, we've said this over and over again over the last few months. They absolutely do not care what this looks like from the outside.
No,
clearly
they've got
because they keep
zero
doing it. They don't care.
Yeah,
they're sticking to their alignment plan, and that's that.
I will say this: the only time Matt Ishbia may have cared about optics was pulling back an Isaiah Thomas potential hire. You remember Chris Haynes actually broke the story that Isaiah was going to be hired, and the backlash publicly came swift, and it came fierce.
That's right. That's exactly right. All right, coming up on the other side, we've got a special treat for all Sun Devil fans. Wide receiver Jordan Tyson scheduled to join us live. Stick around, that's next. Tim Ring in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com, or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' uneven season continued last night as they dropped the series finale to the Padres 4-3. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 4 runs and 8 hits in just 4 innings. The D-backs offense went 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and Arizona falls to 46-48 with just 3 games left before the All-Star break. Those final 3 games start tonight with a matchup versus the LA Angels, first pitch at 6:38 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do we need to see from Kaman Malawach in the Summer League? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Friday. Dan Bickley alongside Tim Ring. Last season, ASU was the talk of college football. That excitement continues this season. One of the main reasons, wide receiver Jordan Tyson, who joins us now. Jordan, good morning. How are you doing today?
Good morning. How are you?
Great to have you. So tell me, what was it like? You went to the Big 12 Media Day as a team last year, and nobody knew who you guys were. Everybody thought you guys were going to be a last-place team. What was it like going back this year as kind of the big dogs?
I actually didn't get the chance to go last year, so this year was actually my first time going. I really enjoyed it. I feel like we was the talk of the thing, so that was good, but that's what you expect being the Big 12 champs.
You know, Jordan, Kenny Dillingham, it seems like every answer he gives, he tries to drive home the point. And I'll use this saying from an old football coach: if you're bragging about what you did yesterday, it means you haven't done anything today. Kenny seems to be going out of his way to make sure that this team doesn't just rest on what it accomplished last year, because last year, while it means something, in terms of this upcoming season, doesn't mean anything. Is that the message you guys are getting internally from him as well?
For sure, it's the truth. It's hard to do it twice. It hasn't happened in ASU history, so yeah, it's going to be hard, and we're definitely trying to keep that mentality.
You are on quite a roll before you got hurt. The last 6 games you played last year, you had 50 catches, 732 yards, 6 scores, incredible numbers over that short span. What clicked for you last year at that point in time? How did it all come together for you?
I don't really know. I think I started carrying myself a different way, doing stuff differently, really acting like a pro. But also, it was my first year playing football again. Was hurt all the last year, so just getting my feet wet again and just trying to better myself throughout the season.
Yeah, Jordan, I wanted to ask you about that because you referenced, bettering yourself and becoming a better player, maybe a better person, maturing like most college kids do. How is the Jordan Tyson that played for Colorado different than the Jordan Tyson that is now playing for Arizona State and played for the Devils last year?
It's a huge difference. You can ask anybody, even he will tell you. So I was just young. I feel like I came into college 17 years old. I was just young, and I feel like I just had to, at going through college, I just had to grow up fast. So, yeah, I'm a whole different person now than I was at Colorado, to be honest with y'all.
You, like I said, you were so good on the field during the middle of last season, but what impressed me and a lot of other people incredibly was your attitude after you got hurt. You were so positive. You were still so team-minded. Take us through your mentality and what you wanted to project after you were injured.
So I actually had the knee injury that held me out. And I was down. I was bad. My mental was terrible. I didn't want to be around nobody. I didn't even want to go to workouts or while the team's practicing and go in the bubble and work out. So just really learning from that adversity and then not carrying that into this next one and really just keep going. Like, you can't stop. Like, your career is not over. It's just a collarbone. Like, just keep going, be around the team, be positive. Don't be a energy vampire. So just stuff like that. So that definitely the first one really shaped me for this one.
Yeah, 75 catches, over 1,000 yards, double digits, touchdowns for you last year in 2024. Big reason, obviously, your quarterback is pretty good, Jordan. Let me ask you about Sam Levitt. Not only the connection that you guys have, but what makes him a cut above when it comes to college football quarterbacks?
He's different. He's different from anybody in the country. I feel like he comes to work. He's probably one of the hardest workers on the team. And when he is working, he really wants to get the maximum out of it. Like, when he works out, he goes 100% every single rep, even if it's a squat or a jump or a clean or anything. He just goes all out, and his work ethic is the reason why he is what he is.
We've heard that you've not only gained some muscle from last year, but you've also gained some speed. I think Kenny said you're 1.5 miles per hour faster, which is a pretty big deal for a human being. Your thoughts on that, and with working with a guy like Hines Ward to get better? Hines, obviously, an all-time great in the NFL. Nobody thought he'd be doing this at this stage in his life, but he's a big part of the ASU program. How have those two things happened?
Definitely I'm still pretty young. I'm still 20 years old. So just power output getting through the roof. And then Hines, on the other hand, Hines gonna prepare me in every way possible, when it's that time. So I really thank Hines for everything he's done for me. And I think it's going to pay off so much in the long run.
Yeah, now Jordan, I mean, listen, you got All-American potential, obviously, when this season is all said and done, and I know that's probably a personal goal for you. Team-wise, though, you got to replace Scadaboo, and I'm sure you've talked about this quite a bit over the last couple of months. Maybe running back by committee back there for Sean Aguano and that staff. Your thoughts on not only the loss of Scadaboo, but the guys who are in place now to replace him in terms of production on the field?
Yeah, I couldn't really tell y'all who's going to be the starter. I feel like a couple people are definitely going to touch the ball for sure. But I feel like it's going to be good for us. Always have a fresh running back in there. That'll be nice because a lot of times Scat got a little tired and he'd have to tap out or he would run the ball while he's tired. So I think having a fresh running back, and we have versatile running backs. We got a guy that can catch the ball out the backfield. We got a downhill guy. We got a guy that can do it all. So yeah, I think we're versatile in the running back room. I think we'll be just fine. And we're definitely not abandoning the run for sure.
Yeah, hope not. Your brother Jalen playing for the Cavs, you come from a very athletic family. I'm curious, does that help you navigate what's in front of you? People are talking about you as a potential first-round pick, but you don't want to get ahead of yourself. You've got a season in front of you. Your thoughts on how your family, maybe your brothers, help you get through all of this?
1,000% shit. My brother's the reason why I'm in this position today. He instilled work ethic in me at a young age, so I really got off the video games and got in the gym at a young age. So, yeah, I thank my brother a lot for not only the work ethic, but just the navigating it, like y'all said, just going through the agent process, going through picking college process because he's transferred a couple times as well. So, yeah, definitely owe a lot to my brother for that. But yeah, he's definitely the reason why I'm here today. And even my dad too. My dad instilled work ethic and discipline at me at a young age. My mom was kind of like my safety net, the discipline. So that was kind of a different experience. But yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Your dad played college football as well. How's your hoop game? Can you hang with your brother on the court? and who's the best hooper on the Devil football team?
I'm the best hooper on the Devil football team.
All right.
When my brother got to the NBA, that's when I officially could not mess with him on the basketball team.
Well said. Know your place, right? All right. So finally, for me. How are you guys going to deal with expectations? Your head coach is really great at messaging and keeping you guys locked in and in the moment, but you know everyone's coming from you, and you know the fans want big things from you, and you know it's going to be very difficult to repeat as Big 12 champions. How do you get that done?
So basically last year our message was respond to failure, us being last on the poll, being projected to be the worst team in the Big 12. So this year is all about responding to success, being first, they didn't come out this year, but probably being first on the totem pole. So just responding to everything, finishing games, I think is going to be big for us this year. A lot of times we let a team come back when we're up by a lot. So that'll be important. And then just winning the close ones. It's the Big 12. It's competitive football. They got good players just like we got good players. So just playing a good brand of football, our brand of football.
I know goals are always winning the Big 12, making the playoffs, but let me ask you this. Behind closed doors, do the two words national championship ever come up in that locker room, Jordan?
For sure. I feel like that's everybody's goal in the country, but yeah, that's definitely on our mind.
Jordan, thank you so much. You're great last season. Wishing you good health and another great year ahead for the Sun Devils.
Yes, sir. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, my man. Jordan Tyson, wide receiver for Arizona State. So good last year. A lot of expectations on that young man as well. Good kid. All right, on the other side, the Devin Booker aftermath continues. We'll talk about that next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Why is Marvin Harrison Jr. so central to what the Cardinals do offensively, and how are some of the other teams that face the Cardinals viewing him?
We got numbers.
Next, yeah, we do. We have actual cold hard data. Next. Data?
Yeah.
Data?
Whatever.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom? It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles. You don't need those right now. Take care of all of that, then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades, so once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Still getting top dollar is a huge part of this equation. So if you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Wolf. You've been hearing me talk about Tim Hovik Santan Ford for years now, and for good reason. The people are awesome, and they don't leave. It's more than a great place to work. Santan Ford is where you can build a career, and they're hiring right now, looking for a few good salespeople. Maybe you. Experience or no experience, the requirement is to be a good person. If you're interested in joining the Santan Ford sales team, just give them a call and ask for a sales manager. That's why I say I am Santan Ford.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvicia is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Devin Booker is really looking at a situation that is pretty closely to one of his teammates, which is Bradley Beal when he was in the Washington Wizards, where you are a shining star around a franchise that really has no way to put any big talent around you or make any sort of run deep into the playoffs, and you cannot build through the draft. This is something that I would not want to be in, all things considered, taking away the money. But when the money's concerned, yes, you have to take it. But he has to understand that he is going to be part of a franchise that's going nowhere for most of the time he's on that contract.
That the voice of David Dennis talking about Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns and the massive 2-year, $145 million contract extension given to Devin Booker at a time when the team is trying to rebuild on the fly and stay relevant and stay in the play-in contention. A lot of people doubting that is even possible. A lot has gone down since last couple of days with Devin Booker. Couldn't wait to get your take on this. We had Kellen in, who also brought a lot of NBA expertise. You do as well. Your thoughts on what went down, Tim?
Well, first of all, I take umbrage a little bit with what Dennis was just saying there. To compare Booker to Bradley Beal, Devin Booker has been the best player on a finals team that was 2 wins away from the NBA championship. Bradley Beal's resume can't touch that. So let's understand that right there. The $75 million extension per year, essentially, that looks gaudy, right? And people all over the country are like, Devin Booker, is he worth it? Let's understand the salary cap is going up in a way that he'll account for about 34% of the salary cap, much like he does now. Bobby Mark said it the other day, $75 million in years 4 and 5 is the equivalent in terms of the cap to about $50 million today. So understand there's some nuance there when it comes to that salary. I understand why people are a bit skeptical about this deal because you're paying Devin Booker like he's an elite player. Now, Devin Booker brings a lot of intangibles to this organization. There's a lot of goodwill built up in terms of being the face of the franchise. And I understand it because the last couple of seasons, Devin Booker was not an elite player in this league. Bick, the reality was he wasn't even an all-star last year.
No.
So, but you're paying him like he is an elite player. The question is, the Suns believe that you can build an NBA championship team around Devin Booker. We're going to find out if that's true.
No doubt. All right, so here's the way I like to bottom line this, because this has been quite a polarizing issue. There are a lot of people, and I think we all as Suns fans, I think we all understand with our brains that maybe this might have been the best time to trade Devin Booker. You might look at the Western Conference and say, we're years away from getting into that game and competing with Oklahoma City and all these teams at the top. So let's use this time to rebuild, get back our draft picks, and maybe get off Devin Booker before you get him into this supermax salary strata and take a shot there. The long road back, if you will. We already know Matt Ishbia is not built that way. That doesn't mean he's right. It doesn't mean you're wrong. What it does mean is you've got a fundamental choice here with Devin Booker, and that is, as a sports town that has been with this guy for 10 years, and grown with him and seen the 70-point game in Boston, the time in the bubble, the fadeaway over Kawhi, some of the great playoff appearances and performances that he's had. As people who have seen the best of Devin Booker, would you, as a Suns fan, rather tear it down to the studs with a regime that you're not sure if they're capable of even rebuilding from the ground up? Or would you rather take a chance with a guy that you have loved for a decade, that he can get back to being who he was, maybe even be better than who he was, because the ecosystem now is all about him and not Kevin Durant and not Bradley Beal and not Chris Paul? This is going to be Devin Booker's basketball team like it's never been before.
It's kind of like, in that regard, there are no more excuses now. I mean, It'll be 8 head coaches in 11 seasons for Book, okay? Including the interim coach, Jay Triano, but still 8 coaches in 11 years. So you can't blame locker room dynamics. Maybe Kevin Durant dragged down that locker room. I don't know. Only those guys in that locker room know that. But it's on Book now, and he wants it that way. And I think he would agree with what I'm saying. It's on him now. Now, the question is, can Devin Booker get back to that lethal dog that he was for that in the Chris Paul era? The reality is he has not won a playoff series in his career without Chris Paul. Okay, so that has to change. And the expectations are in the Suns organization that it will change. We're going to waive and stretch Beal whenever that ultimately happens. It's going to give us more flexibility. And even though we don't control our draft picks, and as Bill Simmons says, they're a lottery team without picks. That's not a great place to be.
Not.
But we're still a destination market. You have an owner willing to spend. You hope Devin Booker's presence could still, light a fire under free agents, that this is a place you'd want to play. Their margin for error is small, Bick, when it comes to building a team. You can't miss.
No.
You can't miss on whatever draft pick.
No.
You can't miss on Malawatch.
Can't miss on anything.
You can't miss on anything. You got to make the right signings in terms of free agency.
That's the thing, though, is like, it's as fabulous as Devin Booker can be, even if he can get back to being even better than he was 5 years ago.
What's it going to mean?
Can Yeah. Can Ryan Dunn and Malawach and Jalen Green, can they become Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson and DeAndre Ayton and Chris Paul and stuff?
It's going to mean nothing in the first 2 years of this deal. This team is heading probably for the lottery the next couple of years, unless there's lightning in a bottle that I don't foresee coming. But I do believe, and I think this is the Suns' plans, that in years 3, 4, and 5, we will be capable and flexible enough to put a team around Devin Booker that can contend. Let's say contend to make it. How about it? Can we just lower expectations and say make the playoffs and maybe win a series or two in the playoffs? I mean, will they ever get to championship level? I guess we'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
But that should be the short-term goal eventually, just to get back to the playoffs and be capable of winning in the playoffs.
As I've said repeatedly, and not a lot of people have been vibing with me, but I really honestly believe this. I really hope that Devin Booker being in, here it comes, alignment with the new regime at this point in time, I really hope this isn't about just getting this super max extension, okay? Because that, to me, if Devin Booker comes out a year from now or 2 years from now and asks out, I will be very, very disappointed. I really hope this means he is committed to Phoenix, Arizona for his entire life because he wants to be a one franchise, one town kind of basketball player the way Kobe was. And that's what I really hope, because I would like to believe Devin Booker knows what a disaster looks like. He's been through some with Robert Sarver. If he knew this thing is a ship that's about to hit an iceberg, I wish for the good of us, he would have asked out right here and now. Trade me now, because the worst thing for us would be 2 years down the road when Devin Booker's 30 or 31, and now he's got these gigantic numbers on the back end of his contract. Then he wants out. Now it's harder to trade him because he's older, and his contract now becomes an impediment. In a way, even kind of like Bradley Beal, getting paid top of the market money while being a fringe all-star. That's the scenario I do not want. I want this to mean Devin Booker is here for life. Whether or not that's true or not, we are going to find out. There are people who have their doubts, though, Tim.
Devin Booker didn't just sign a 2-year, $145 million extension with the Phoenix Suns. Devin Booker signed a 2-year, $145 million extension with the NBA. That's what just happened, all right? Nowadays, it's all about the star player getting as much money as possible whenever you're eligible to get all of that money. Now, I'm not saying that Devin Booker's unhappy with the Phoenix Suns right now. Mm-hmm. I think he's saying, yeah, I'm going to play with the Phoenix Suns this year, and we'll evaluate or we'll reevaluate whenever the time comes that I feel like reevaluating, all right? If you believe, based on what we have seen in the NBA the last several years, that signing a 2-year extension through the year 2030 means that Devin Booker is playing all 5 of those coming seasons with the Phoenix Suns, yeah, to lunch.
I guess I'm out to lunch, Tim. That's what I'm hoping. But there's a lot of people who doubt it. In fact, to prove that point, I had an NBA source of mine and I brought this up on the air a couple of weeks ago, who told me, stop talking about Giannis leaving Milwaukee and understand that these basketball players want one thing. They want to stay where they're at, not out of allegiance, but for the super max money you can only get in one city. There is nobody who wants to get Luka.
I was just going to say, you talked about all the time that the real, true reason that Luka was upset was not because he loved Dallas so much, not because he felt betrayed. It was because of the millions.
It was the Supermax. And Giannis the other day in an interview podcast he did, he basically said, yeah, I'm probably going back to Milwaukee. And it's because of the money. That's what it's all about.
Well, Jokic didn't re-up this summer, and people were, he wants to see what the Nuggets are going to do. And it's like, no, if he re-ups next year, there's an extra $77 million. If you just wait 12 months, that's what he's doing.
And just real quickly,
I mean, come on.
To tie it to the Bradley Beal stuff, we always say, like, well, what's the difference? Oh, he makes an extra $20 million over.
It's $20 million.
Yes.
These are millions of dollars. It doesn't seem like a lot because you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. But if any of us were given $20 million or $10 million or whatever the difference in the Bradley Beal thing is, it's still millions and millions of dollars. It's hard to keep everything in context.
And it's also not factoring in something that none of us have experienced, that the more you get, the more you suddenly want.
Or as Latrell Sprewell famously said, yeah, we make a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money too.
I got kids to feed.
That's what
he said. All right, the Rush Hour reboot on the other side. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sunday morning, July 6th at 8:43 a.m. local Arizona time while on vacation in Sicily. Our own John Gambadoro posted this to over 100,000 followers. Quote, I expect a decision and resolution on Bradley Beal's situation in the next 24 to 48 hours. End quote. Since then, don't look at us. I mean, we're over here doing the I don't know emoji just like you.
I would be stunned if he's on the roster when training camp starts.
When breaking Bradley Beal news finally hits, you'll hear it on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, arizonasports.com, and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
I speak fluent Italian.
I'm Diamond Dave, and I've been doing this for over 35 years and my family for 4 generations. A lot has changed since 1990. Our marketing, our teams, even many of our sources. But one thing hasn't changed. Our commitment to offering the absolute best quality at the lowest prices possible. People ask why we don't do weekends, why we don't have 40 feet of showcases, why we work by appointment only. Simple. We're not a jewelry store. We're world-class importers, designers, and wholesalers. To give you elite quality at wholesale pricing, we have to do things differently. Think a high-end showroom or thousands of rings on display makes it better? It doesn't. It just makes it more expensive and a lot less personal. Come to Diamond Dave's and buy the smart way with insider access, wholesale prices, and zero pressure.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
You work, you save, you buy a home, and sign up for 30 years of payments. 30 years. That's 360 payments and hundreds of thousands in interest, all while your equity is locked away, your wealth trapped, your dreams delayed. There is a better way. The Life Changer loan allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage. Gone in 5 to 10 years, your freedom unlocked, your dreams restored. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Is your toilet clogged or no hot water? No worry. Spending too much on bottled water? No worry. Did your AC break down overnight or on a scorching weekend? No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is here to keep you cool, comfortable, and stress-free, especially in this Arizona heat. We handle all your AC heating, plumbing, and water treatment needs with expert care. And everything we do is backed by our no-worry guarantee. Quality craftsmanship done right the first time. We take that so seriously, we put it in our phone number, 480-NO-WORRY. Collins Comfort Masters offers industry-leading warranties with parts and compressor coverage for at least 10 years, some up to 15, and even lifetime options. As an official Lennox dealer, we'll help you beat the heat with great pricing on top-tier cooling systems. Schedule an appointment today by calling 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Systems, your no-worry solution for all things AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Diamondbacks' uneven season continued last night as they dropped the series finale to the Padres 4-3. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 4 runs and 8 hits in just 4 innings. The D-backs offense went 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and Arizona falls to 46-48 with just 3 games left before the All-Star break. Those final 3 games start tonight with a matchup versus the LA Angels. First pitch at 6:38 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue to fill out their staff with a couple of reported hires yesterday. Shams Charania reports Magic assistant Jesse Mermis will be a top assistant on Jordan Ott's bench, while our very own John Gambadoro says Michigan State alum and former Matt Ishbia college teammate Mateen Cleaves will join the Suns in player development. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
All right, 7:30 a.m. That is the time we give you the Rush Hour Reboot. If you're just waking up, if you're driving to work, this is where hopefully you get updated on all the trending news, all the hot developments. Jesse Morrison in again today. Good morning, Jesse.
Good morning. The Arizona Diamondbacks failed to win another series last night, losing 4-3 to the San Diego Padres. To split their 4-game set, the Snakes were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and Eduardo Rodriguez lasted just 4 innings, giving up 4 earned runs. Why can't the D-backs close out series?
Wow, that is a interesting question.
You got an hour?
Yeah, they're missing a killer gene. They're missing that finisher's gene. They're missing that hunger when you've got a chance to do something special. You revert and don't get it done. You can point to the runners in scoring position. I'd like to point to Eduardo Rodriguez and how hittable and yucky he looked to me last night. But the bullpen had his back. Once again, it was the offense not capitalizing on opportunities.
It's an attitude. It's a killer instinct. Yep. And again, I can't stress this enough. No shame in splitting a 4-game series with the Padres on the road. But the problem is it's been the pattern with this Diamondbacks team. Like, they've had a chance to sweep the Rockies and they couldn't do it. So this is a pattern, and because their inability to do it, Jess, that's why they're a 46-48 baseball team and not, say, 5, 6, 7 games over 500.
The Home Run Derby field was announced yesterday. Ronald Acuna, Cal Raleigh, James Wood, Byron Buxton, O'Neal Cruz, Junior Caminero, Brent Rooker, and Jazz Chisholm Jr. are the participants. Are you guys surprised Eugenio Suarez is not in the event?
Maybe a little bit. I'm just very unimpressed with the lack of underwhelmed with the lack of star power in that Home Run Derby. And it seems to me that there was a time in American sports when things like this, exhibitions, you would get the best athletes because they knew it was for the good of the game. Being the golf dork that I am, this is really seen now in pro-ams. Back in the day, you'd get star golfers who'd realize, I got to go out there and play 18 holes with these sponsors and these yo-yos because they're the ones funding all of this. Now you're lucky if a pro golfer will give you 9 holes. They'll jump off after 9. And some people think it'll get to the point where they'll refuse to do it. It's these kind of things that make all these ancillary events eventually die. Yeah, and that's what it feels like to me with the Home Run Derby.
And by the way, not to get off track on the Home Run Derby, Bick, but this goes to also what you were saying. Back in the day, professional golfers needed to mingle with those guys because they needed jobs when they were done playing.
Indeed.
So it was important for not only the good of the game, it was for the good of them.
Yeah.
Who don't need jobs after they're done playing?
Athletes.
The great golfers that are playing today, or any pro athlete.
You're exactly
and I think
right.
That's what you
Current
see.
golfers don't even need jobs when they're playing anymore. They just take the money from Saudi Arabia. But you're hoping that this is an aberration rather than a trend, because even recently, Bryce Harper, Shohei Ohtani, Pete Alonso, big stars have still been participating. You're hoping that this is not the first step to going towards the slam dunk contest.
It sounds like it is. Yeah, the days of Ken Griffey Jr. with his hat on backwards. hitting home runs in the home run derby. I mean, it was always the big stars of the game back in the day.
Could you imagine if this home run derby had Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani with Cal, the big dumper Raleigh?
If you put big dumper in the middle of Ohtani and Judge, that's a show
derby.
right there.
You need show. You need the big thumpers with the big dumpers.
Exactly.
Well, that's the thing, though, is like it's one thing to highlight the future stars of baseball, which is something they've been terrible at doing the last 2 decades, but you want the current stars with them to mingle to sort of bring the eyes to it.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite at the dunk contest because, Ronald Acuna is a huge star, Cal Raleigh, big star, Byron Buxton.
Cal Raleigh's a big star?
Yeah.
He's having a great year. He is not a big star.
He's not a big star.
Baseball's only big stars, I would say, are Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge.
I would say that
Bryce Harper's a big star.
I would say that Cal Riley's star is growing.
I agree with that, though. He's having a big dumper kind of a year.
But you know what? But the test would be, guys, go to any sports bar, go to Zips tonight at 5 o'clock, walk around and ask people if they've heard of Cal Raleigh.
Mm-hmm. I think you'd get a lot of people, oh, yeah, the big dumper.
Yeah, I doubt it.
No, I don't think so, buddy.
I think the nickname has definitely raised his star for sure. All right, the Phoenix Suns begin Summer League play tonight in Vegas against the Washington Wizards. What do you guys want to see from these Summer Suns?
Oh, yeah, good question. I want to see Kaman Malawach look good and sort of not swimming, but I really want to see the big jump from Ryan Dunn. I want to see him look like he doesn't belong there.
That's a great way to put it, right? Like he's just a cut above.
Right.
And I hate to say it. I know it's his first Summer League game. I know he's still a teenager, but I kind of want to see Malawach at times look like he's a cut above, because that's going to tell me that he is ready potentially to help the big club win right away come October. That would be great to see. Like, I want him to be a standout player. Doesn't mean you have to score 20, but just when in his minutes on the court, go out there and look like you're pretty much better than everybody else out there.
All right, the Suns reportedly hired former Michigan State star Mateen Cleaves to a player development role. What do you guys make of yet another person with Michigan State ties being hired by the Suns?
Yeah, listen, I think that if you're rolling your eyes in the audience, you have every right to do it because this has seemed very collegial and very indulgent for the team to kind of continually go to this well. I would also say, I know this from talking to some old diehard Suns fans, that they take a little offense that Matt Ishbia is trying to Spartify the Phoenix Suns when the Suns have 60 years of history by themselves. They want to be in tune with our culture, not sort of change to Matt Ishbia's Spartan culture. I'll say this, though. Matt Ishbia tried that with Mike Budenholzer, who is all about Phoenix Suns tradition and history and Suns culture. And what did that get him?
Bick, he practiced Paul Westfall's moves in the backyard. I can't believe this whole thing failed. Yeah. I mean...
So to answer your question, I generally would roll my eyes at this, but Mateen Cleaves has got a incredibly bubbly personality. Guys like that generally make teams and organizations better. I don't have an issue with this.
I will take Mateen Cleaves, I don't care where he went to school, on my team, in my organization, in my system, working with young players any day of the week and twice on Sunday. Good hire. Good hire by Matt Ishbia.
Okay.
I believe that.
I'm not arguing with you.
He's one of the best winners in the history of college basketball, and by all accounts, an excellent, excellent human being. That's the way I feel.
Didn't he have a little situation?
I think he did.
I think he had a little situation.
There's a situation there.
I think there's a situation.
There was a situation.
An off-the-court situation. So the excellent human being thing, I got to read up on that
How about
first.
in terms of basketball?
There you go. I'll sign off on that. Thank you, Jesse. Is that it? You got any more, Jesse?
No, that was it.
So we've been rebooted.
Several situations now that I'm looking at his Wikipedia.
Is that right?
4 paragraphs of situations. But in the past.
All right. Coming up on the other side, we'll get back into the Diamondbacks. Ketel Marte. Eduardo Rodriguez and our floundering up and down baseball team. That's next. Stick around. We're back right after this.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you did not have a conversation with Devin Booker about him becoming the leader of this team, especially as young as we're getting, what are you doing?
$145 million. I have to think that question comes up.
Thank you.
It's like if you're buying a car and you're handing over thousands of dollars, don't you ask, wait, the engine works, right? Like this car runs, right?
Yeah.
As many billions of dollars as Matt Ishbia has, $145 million is still substantial. If you're giving that to somebody, you're asking some questions.
And here's the best thing about this book. You just have to be yourself and hold others to the standard you hold yourself to.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR. Or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, it's Luke. How much of a game changer would it be if the Arizona Diamondbacks can finish the first half strong? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, it's fairly frustrating. I think we had the right guys in the right spot, ton of RBIs, ton of production. They just, they didn't get it done, and that's part of the game. That's what happens every once in a while. But we continue to build innings. We had a lot of opportunity, and we fought. We fought the entire time. There's a lot of positives to draw upon. But, we did all we could to win the series. It just didn't happen.
All of that is very, very true. The Diamondbacks were very, very close to sweeping the Padres, but very close doesn't mean anything when it's mid-July and you're careening towards the trade deadline. In a very, very important month, the Diamondbacks still have not won consecutive games, I think, since July 1st. That might be the date. And I really thought this series in San Diego perceptually was going to be very, very important. You take 3 out of 4 against that team, a very good lineup in a city that's really vibing around its baseball team. And maybe you can convince Mike Hazen to go and add at the trade deadline. When you come out with another split and you're still a game under 500 and you're just no closer to doing anything special, you just keep reinforcing to the general manager, this is not a team worth reinvesting in.
I'm glad you brought that up because for me, the team has played, 94 games? Mm-hmm. So on paper, in terms of games remaining in the season, clearly there's time to still make up that deficit in the wild card race anyway. But again, as presently constructed, I don't know if this team has the juice. They've showed us so far that they don't. Mm-hmm. So for Mike Hazen to go out there and perhaps mortgage some of the future to add arms for this team, maybe a bat, he needs to know that there's a real opportunity here and a real chance. And every time this team has an opportunity to prove it to their GM that they do, they again, one step up and one step back. And Hazen was on with Wolf and Luke a couple days ago, and he was really candid. He was really good. He's like, I can go out and get bats, but if we're not playing or get arms or add pieces, but if we're not playing good baseball, it doesn't matter. I need a reason. Give me a reason to go out there and pull the trigger on a couple of deals, and I'll do it. But I've got to believe in the group as currently constructed has enough because you can't overhaul the complexion of your team. Like, this is who they are. Yeah. This is their team. You can add pieces, obviously, that can help you down the stretch.
Yeah, no doubt.
But he needs to believe in this group now.
Yeah, that's it. Because when you take and again, as I've been saying all week long, to me now, given the state of the bullpen, given the fact that there are really, what reinforcements are coming? Andrew Saalfrank, it's a piece, but is it going to make a difference for you? Hayden Dirk, what a Dirk!
What a Dirk!
They fast-tracked him. He's at Reno right now. He might be the next guy that's brought up to the bullpen. The point is, if you're going to get this done, you are going to have to get it done from your starting pitchers. I'll repeat what Mike Hazen said a couple of days ago when you said he was very, very honest. He said that everybody looks at the trade deadline as the panacea to whether you're going to make a run or not. He pointed to last year, the 2024 season, when the Diamondbacks got red hot in July and August, only to squander it in the last week of the season. That turnaround came from two guys getting their seasons on track. It was Corbin Carroll, it was Gino Suarez, who had incredible back halves of the 2024 season. He said that has to be the same thing with this year's team. So you ask yourself, who on this year's team has that ability to turn around a kind of a yucky season and make a huge difference? Well, it wouldn't be any of the position players because most of them are having very good individual years. It would be Eduardo Rodriguez. It would be Zach Gallen. It would be the starting rotation in whole, which has been... Yeah, and Brandon Pfaadt's the other guy. Excuse me. And Brandon Pfaadt was fantastic his previous outing. That's why I was disappointed with Eduardo Rodriguez because the way that game started, you were absolutely... They were just barreling him up in the first inning. The pitch count got high. You knew he was not going to get deep into the game. Couldn't even get an out in the fifth inning. And you do that... Now you are exposing yourself to the worst part of your baseball team. Luckily, the bullpen kept the Padres at bay last night, but these starters are going to have to go 7 on the nightly if you're going to pull this off, and I'm not sure if Eduardo Rodriguez is capable of doing it.
No, and we saw Pfaadt go into the 8th. It's funny that you mentioned 7 because usually the standard is 6, and then you turn it over to the bullpen. But the way the bullpen's been kind of ravaged by injuries and a lot inconsistent, you're hoping your starting pitchers maybe now can go 7. And I thought it was almost a revelation that Torrey, against his instincts, let Pfaadt not only go 7 but let him go 8 as well. They've got Ryan Nelson, Zach Gallen, and Merrill Kelly. Okay, on the mound in these 3 games against Anaheim. The Angels in Anaheim, I should say. You want to say, like, look, to have a really good road trip and go 5-2, now you need to sweep that series. They do have the guys on the mound to do that, but history tells us, recent history, that this team certainly won't sweep them.
Yeah.
Now, will they win one game in the series or will they win two? And they'll be kind of hanging around a little bit below the 500 mark at the All-Star break. And again, are they showing Mike Hazen that they're ready to contend?
Yeah.
But are they showing them that they're not? That's the problem of staying around 500 always. Like when they headed into these final 7-game stretch, I was like, it'd be so great if they went 6-1 or 7-0 and had all this momentum and showed we are ready to win. Let's go by. Or even if you wanted to say like, all right, just go 1-6 here. It's over. We could sell. We can prepare.
We know.
At least we know. I was like, they're going to go 4-3.
I know. Bernsey and I said the same thing early in the week. Mark my words, they will go 3-4 or 4-3 on this road trip, and they're
2-2 after
they are shaping up to do exactly that.
Yeah, and then there's this. Then there's the fact that the Diamondbacks have 3 All-Stars, 3 position player All-Stars, 1 starter, 2 reserves, and not only do you not want the All-Star game to be the highlight of the season, baseball season in Arizona, you don't want to roll into the All-Star game with 3 All-Stars and a losing record. They don't add up. And it speaks to an underachieving team. So there's that. And they're 1 game under 500. You go and you sweep the Angels. At least you're above 500. And perceptually, at least you can go, okay, yeah, it makes sense that they've got 3 All-Stars.
And you could say, like, well, that's because it's all the pitcher's fault. Well, I mean, they lost a game earlier this week, 1-0. They lost a game yesterday where they went 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. So it's the whole team is inconsistent, even with 3 offensive All-Stars.
Yeah, and Bick, I've got the stats to actually back up what you just said. Before this year, there have been 7 seasons when the D-backs have had 3 or more All-Stars. 6 of those seasons, they made the postseason.
Wow, that's the stat of the day, Jarrett.
Stat of the day.
Stat of the day.
Yeah, that's. But maybe that means something good. Maybe that means that it has to even out now in the second half.
All right, if you subscribe to the Bickley and Murata Show podcast, subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Bickley and Murata Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's yrefi.com. We're halfway through the show. The Bickley Blast is next. Fire! We're back right after this.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. I'm Tyler Drake. Dan Bickley writes, Devin Booker is embarking on the biggest challenge of his basketball career. The Cardinals are near the top of the class in ESPN's offseason grades. And Cardinals Budda Baker named a top 10 safety in ESPN poll. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' uneven season continued last night as they dropped the series finale to the Padres 4-3. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 4 runs and 8 hits in just 4 innings. The D-backs offense went 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and Arizona falls to 46-48 with just 3 games left before the All-Star break. Those final 3 games start tonight with a matchup versus the LA Angels. First pitch is at 6:38 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns continue to fill out their staff with a couple of reported hires yesterday. Shams Charania reports Magic assistant Jesse Mermis will be a top assistant on Jordan Ott's bench, while our very own John Gambadoro says Michigan State alum and former Matt Ishbia college teammate Mateen Cleaves will join the Suns in player development. That is what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Ridicule and mockery be damned, Matt Ishbia cannot help himself. He will not stop leaning into his Michigan DNA and the Spartan culture to fill up his mortgage business and his basketball team, no matter how many people are rolling their eyes. And his latest move is the hiring of Mateen Cleaves, a former teammate of Ishbia at Michigan State, who is now in charge of motivation and player development. Now, Personally, I think it's a little hairy high school and way too collegial to think NBA players need a motivational guy, but I actually like this hire because Mateen Cleaves has great infectious personality and energy, and those kind of guys always lift the room and the mood, and to quote Jordan Tyson, they're rarely energy vampires. Here's what else I like. Jordan Knott is assembling an intriguing staff of assistants. He just poached the top guy from Orlando. He's not leaning on friends. He's not having assistant coaches handed to him from above. He's actually acting like a rookie head coach with a plan, a guy who has been planning ahead for this moment for years. Now, these are silver linings in what appears to be a long season ahead, a season when the Suns might lose 50 or more games, because at this point, folks, silver linings are all we have on Planet Orange. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I really admire that. I admire somebody that in this era of player movement and ring chasing wants to stay and build something. But I hope that they are continuing to make those smart basketball moves, that they have the patience to realize this is not going to happen overnight. They can't go back to what they did by trying to microwave a championship by acquiring various stars like they did with Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. And it does require patience. Look at how long it took the Oklahoma City Thunder to break through. Not as long as the Boston Celtics, who finally got it done, who have been knocking on the door for a while. But I know that Matt Ishbia and this ownership group has tried to take some big swings and it's failed, and they like to collect stars. So I hope that the patience that is required in order to get the Suns back to where they need to be is exhibited here.
That's the voice of Michelle Smallman talking about Matt Ishbia and patience. I'm not sure asking for him to be patient will ever be successful, but here we go. Your thoughts on Mateen Cleaves, Jordan Knott, everything that's gone down.
Well, I like what you said about Ott. We touched on it earlier in the show. I like the fact that Ott's not just leaning on assistant coaches who he's worked with before, guys that he knows, asking Matt Ishbia and Josh Bartelstein and Brian Gregory to help him with the hires. He's going out there and he's trying to assemble the best coaching staff that he can. And not only Damari Carroll, Brian Randall, who's with Monty, Chason Allen from last year's staff under Mike Budenholzer is going to stick around. But Mermis is a guy that, by all accounts, is a great offensive mind. Been in the league for 17 years as an assistant coach. He's a Tucson native. There's some Arizona ties. Not that that matters, but he's a guy that Jordan Knott kind of pinpointed and said, this is a guy I want to help me get this deal done in Phoenix. I'm a little surprised, and I think there was some talk about this early on in the process, that they were going to try to get a former head coach on the staff just to kind of have that experience and presence and guiding hand for Jordan Knott, because he is a young guy. He's 40 years of age. He's in the big chair for the first time. That may still happen, but so far it hasn't, so we'll keep an eye on that. As for Mateen Cleaves, look, I agree. This is a guy that, by all accounts, is a guy that you want in your locker room. He was a winner in college. He's got an infectious personality. At the same time, Matt Ishbia is doing a solid for his buddy. Finding a spot for him.
Yeah.
But maybe that grows. I mean, he kind of carved out a spot for Brian Gregory 2 years ago, too.
He did.
And we saw how that ended up.
Well, it's what's interesting about that. What's very interesting, and Jared Carlin pointed this out yesterday. I retold the story of how the Phoenix Suns shifted mid-fly from Ryan McDonough as GM to James Jones as GM. And it happened to happen right at the time when the Suns had the number 1 overall draft pick. Couldn't have been a worse time to have that kind of internal dysfunction. It kind of happened to James Jones because Brian Gregory's been around for a couple of days, lurking. Couple of years. And lurking might be the wrong word to use, but you know what I mean.
And it felt like ever since Matt Ishbia took over, James Jones, each year, his power has sort of diminished, whether it was because of Josh Bartelstein, Matt Ishbia himself, or Brian Gregory.
So, but that's not saying what they're doing isn't going to work. They're certainly doubling and tripling down on all of this. And you know what? Matt Ishbia warned us. He said, what's coming ahead, you will not be mistaking what we're trying to do. And what they're trying to do is build something that is very familiar to Matt Ishbia, and that is spun right from the Michigan State DNA, for what it's worth.
I got to say, for his first draft, I thought Brian Gregory navigated it
I agree.
And manipulated it very, very well. Now, did he pick the right players? That's all that's really going to matter in the end, and we don't know that yet. But the way he was able to use the Kevin Durant trade as a springboard to get better picks in this particular draft, I thought was for a rookie GM who's only been in the NBA for a couple of years, I thought he did a really, really good job. I wonder, as we sit here and talk, and I'm not sure if you and Vinny touched on this, was Brian Gregory always the GM in waiting when he came on board a couple of years ago, or did Matt Ishbia evolve in that thinking as time went on?
That's interesting.
And what had the Suns competed for a title, there probably wouldn't have been a change. But did Matt Ishbia always look at Gregory and say, this is a guy that has potential to lead our basketball operations?
That's interesting. Okay, my gut feeling on this is that Matt Ishbia was leaning on the voices of a lot of different people in the first 2.5 years, whatever it is, whether, you know who's around him. It's Josh Bartelstein, it's Rex Chapman, it's Isaiah Thomas. He's had a lot of people around him that I think he's taken input from, and I don't know where he feels let down by them, but somewhere he does feel let down. And I think he feels let down by just by the low wattage nature of these last couple of teams, guys who just don't fight, who don't, it's why the Colin Gillespie dynamic hit so hard last year, right? We were raving about this Colin Gillespie kid because he was actually unafraid to play with his hair on fire. And I think at some point in time, Matt Ishbia said, okay, you know what? I'm doing this. I'm not listening to anybody else. I'm doing this my way. And I think Brian Gregory was his vehicle to do it his way.
You bring up a good point, because that first year of Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant, the big three, if you will, if you remember, Beal missed about 30 games coming out of the gate. And by the way, I don't think the franchise ever recovered from that. But Beal missed a ton of games coming out of the gate. And Matt Ishbia, he didn't say this publicly, but I know that he really believed in his heart of hearts that once Beal got healthy and got back on the court, that they were going to be the best team in the NBA. Those were his expectations, and he believed that. He really thought he had something. And for it to fail so spectacularly was not only a bit of humble pie, which is fine, and Matt is probably the first person to admit that, but also, you're right, it was almost a kick in the face that everything I believed and those around me believed were dead wrong.
Exactly.
We're dead wrong.
Exactly.
Like, not even close. That team never even won a playoff game, let alone contend for a title. So he had to look in the mirror and say, as you mentioned eloquently, who gave me the bad advice? And how much am I to blame?
Exactly.
For my own perceptions of what it was going to take to win basketball games in the postseason.
I think Matt Ishbia knows KD is all on him, and I think he's perfectly fine. I believe him when he says he would have traded the Twins for Kevin Durant 10 times out of 10. I really believe him. But there's somebody there who told him Bradley Beal was a good idea. There's somebody there who told him other players were a good idea. And I think that somewhere along the line, he feels like he was let down. And so as a result, this is what you have. I'm also curious. There were many people in Cleveland who swore that Johnny Bryant was miles down the road as a potential head coach than Jordan Knott. At the time, a lot of people thought, myself included, you know what? The Knicks are going after Johnny Bryant. That is why they blitzed out Tom Thibodeau. Johnny Bryant didn't get a job, and yet he was considered miles down the road from Jordan Knott.
He was, in terms of age and experience. I got to tell you, I have a really good friend who's an NBA assistant coach. He texted me during this whole thing, and this is just one man's opinion.
No, I'm glad to hear this.
But Johnny Bryant is not a serious candidate.
Oh, really?
Now, he didn't mean that in terms of the Suns, because
right.
he very well might have been a serious candidate, but in terms of his competence as a potential NBA head coach.
Really?
In the opinion of one NBA assistant coach, said he's not a serious candidate. So keep that in mind when Johnny Bryant continues to get passed up for head coaching
That's
jobs.
a great point, because here's the thing about Jordan Knott, and this is why I'm going to cling to a little bit of optimism here. Jordan Knott presented a style of play to Brian Gregory, and Brian Gregory said that was the voila moment. This guy told me in no uncertain terms what we are going to look like. And that, to me, is the key to unlocking Devin Booker, is creating spacing and pace. So So you're not getting these shot clock deficit situation possessions where the ball ends up in Devin Booker's hands. There's 11 seconds left on the shot clock, and now the defense is swarming him because the whole offense is stagnant and standing around.
Right, and Jordan Ott clearly sold Devin Booker on that vision as well, because I'm pretty sure Book signed off on this hire. Again, though, we're going to see point Book, and this is a whole other conversation, but I don't like it. I'm not sure Booker loves it. But again, the roster construction leads one to believe that unless something changes right now, he's going to have to play the point. And we've seen this, and a lot of this was on Durant. I mean, trying to initiate the offense. How many times did a basketball get stolen, tipped away, or end up in the third row? But Booker's a little loose with the basketball as well. Like I just think he's not the best version of himself when he's not playing the two. So they're going to have to navigate that, at least in year one, it looks like.
No doubt. All right, coming up on the other side, KD got into it on social media yesterday. Surprise, surprise. And this time we waded into the Michael Jordan, LeBron James debate. This stuff is priceless. You'll hear about it next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 11 days from today. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance. Great smoke and hot special going on, Waltz. From now through July 13th, they have lined up some of their biggest local savings of the year, and they're available exclusively to you when you buy online and pick up in-store. From televisions to audio components to appliances and more, these deals go way beyond what Prime can offer, what the big box stores can offer. Highly recommend you check that out at Waltz.com. Once again, you buy online, you pick up in store. They call it BOPIS, B-O-P-I-S. Great deals available at Waltz right now. Keep in mind, Waltz is going to give you great expertise. They've been around since 1957. They've got an extremely knowledgeable staff that can help you get into the electronics you need. They've got all the major name brands you're looking for. Big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. They can give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, and they can get your installations done professionally without any hassle whatsoever. That's a big deal to guys like me who can't get a remote control to work properly. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. While you're there, make sure you drop my name. You're going to get 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free. You can always shop online at Waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona's housing inventory is on the rise, up 12% year over year. And that's great news for you. More homes on the market mean more choices, better negotiating power, and less competition. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or looking to upgrade, the market is shifting in your favor. If you've been waiting for the right moment, it's now. Don't miss out on the opportunity to find your perfect home. Give Lund Mortgage a call today for your free pre-approval, and let's make your homeownership dreams a reality. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Phoenix Suns have locked in their face of the franchise, so can Devin Booker return to his highest level of play now that he's the focal point yet again? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
All right, Kevin Durant's time in Phoenix is over. We all know that. The results are not what we expected. There are people who thank and appreciate what KD brought. There are people who were underwhelmed by the KD experience. I think it's a little bit of everything. KD recently joined LeBron James and Steve Nash on the Mind the Game podcast. And KD, whether he was sucking up to LeBron or just determined to take a shot at Michael Jordan, he certainly accomplished both. Here is what Kevin Durant said on that podcast. He said, "Some say I want to go play baseball, and some want to play 22 straight." And LeBron had a real good laugh at that. Of course he did, right? So his inference is that LeBron James is greater than Michael Jordan because he had a longer career uninterrupted by baseball, by retirements. What was he trying to say?
Well, here some more context to this now. Mm-hmm. So Durant was talking about the over the course of your career, the trials and tribulations of being an NBA player at the top of his game and continuing to try to compete for championships. And what Durant's point was, every year, it's not about the money so much. It's not about your team, how good they are. It's about being the best player you can be. And Durant's phrase was, you make a contract with yourself. You have to make, before you do anything else with your team, your teammates, your city, you have to make that contract with yourself that you are determined to still be the best player you can be, because it takes a lot of work. I don't doubt that at all. There's no doubt about it. The best of the very best at any sport still work their asses off to be the best players they can be. And Durant was talking about how hard it is to do that year after year after year, to make that contract with yourself. And in doing so, Durant said, some people stop and play baseball, or some people quit and play baseball. Some people play 22 years. And it was taken as a shot at Michael Jordan. Okay. And again, kowtowing and bootlicking of LeBron James on that podcast. And the backlash to Durant was swift and fierce, because Michael Jordan didn't just quit because he didn't feel like working anymore to go play baseball. There's context and nuance to that. His father was just murdered.
Let's even back it up a little bit, because you and I worked in Chicago, and you and I will not tolerate any Michael Jordan slander. And so there are a few things in the nuance department that people have to realize. Nobody in basketball history ever carried a load or carried the league like Michael Jordan from 1986 to 1993. In terms of being the one-man show that just electrified the NBA, that brought it every single night, full bore, both ends of the floor,
82 games.
Every single night. He was the greatest player in the world, no nights off. Then he was going up against the Pistons and the Cavaliers and teams that were beating the tar out of him. Then he finally breaks through, and they beat Magic and the Lakers, and they put that Lakers Showtime dynasty to rest. He wins a second championship. He wins a third championship here in Phoenix. I have said this story repeatedly. I was in the Bulls locker room that afternoon at America West Arena, and I saw Michael Jordan so sick of his teammates, and his teammates feeling the same way about him. That man, and then the death of his father, that man, more than anybody, needed to get away, and he did. And a lot of people he was suspended for gambling. No, he wasn't. Yes, he had a gambling problem, a fierce one, but he never bet on basketball. I will go to my grave saying that Michael Jordan, for his flaws, has way too much respect for he would never do anything to disgrace the sport of basketball.
No, the only gambling influence on this entire thing is, and this was in The Last Dance for the younger generation who watched that, is that Jordan in the 1993 playoffs on an off night in New York City, they were playing the Knicks. He went to Atlantic City. Well, let me tell you, the media beat him down. And I remember Magic Johnson saying, you guys, meaning the media, you guys are going to push him out of this game. You're going to push him out of this game. And then Michael stopped talking to the media for a while, and that was all kind of weighing on him. The career that he had up to date, you just referenced it. His father gets brutally murdered on the side of the road. His father always wanted him to play baseball. That day he retired in 93. I was there. You were there too.
I was there too.
We were at the press conference. The White Sox had a playoff game the night before at Comiskey Park, and word started to circulate that Jordan was going to retire. And in that press conference, he said, "My father saw my last basketball game." It was weighing on him. So the context and the nuance of why Michael Jordan stepped away for a year and a half is not because, as Kevin Durant so kind of flippantly and callously said on a podcast, because he didn't want to make the commitment to be a great basketball player anymore. I mean, that was deemed as such a shot. Now, believe me, Durant's paying for it. I mean, not only fans on Twitter, Kwame Brown, a former NBA player, who obviously doesn't have great cachet as an NBA player.
And who I thought hated Michael Jordan. I thought he hated Jordan for like kind of ruining his
He does.
career.
Michael Jordan destroyed him in Washington as a rookie. Yeah, he drafted him and then destroyed him.
Yeah,
it's a 4-minute rant. I encourage anybody to listen to it on social media. Kwame Brown. He just took apart Durant for saying that, and he really took apart LeBron for just kind of chuckling and whatnot, and Steve Nash too for just kind of sitting there saying nothing. And Brown's point was Nash knows the truth and said nothing.
I know
to those two guys.
But the broader point that Durant might have trying to be made that was the one thing that LeBron inarguably has over Jordan is the breadth and length of his career of being at a top level for much, much longer than Jordan was. Now, who knows if Jordan never retired the first 2 times, how long he would have been great. But no one ever has been great for as long as LeBron has.
Sure, he's got him in the longevity department.
There's no doubt about that.
Great, and I don't want this to evolve or devolve into a LeBron versus MJ conversation. I know where I stand. I saw them both play live as an adult.
Me too.
I don't.
There's no comparison.
First of all, anybody can think whatever they want. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, and there are many people that saw both play live as an adult that think LeBron is ultimately the better player. I disagree, obviously. I don't want to hear from people, though, that didn't see Michael Jordan play live.
Thank you.
Just like I don't weigh in on a Wilt Chamberlain, Shaquille O'Neal conversation because I didn't see Wilt Chamberlain play. I don't feel comfortable getting into that discussion.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. So, and then I would say the other nuance that people always hit on Michael Jordan is, he retired 3 times. We've given you the nuance of his first quote-unquote retirement. The second retirement was not even a retirement. Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner of the Bulls, had decided, I am not going to pay Phil Jackson top dollar. We have already won 6 titles. He announced before that last season that this is it. You guys are done, which is unbelievable in retrospect. You've got a dynasty in progress. Conventional sporting wisdom says you let a dynasty like that play themselves out. You do not pull the plug on a team that is twice three-peated. But that's what Jerry Reinsdorf did. Michael Jordan had vowed that he would never play for another coach other than Phil Jackson. He was painted into a corner by his owner, so he retired. He did not want to retire. That was his hand. All their hands was forced by their owner in Chicago. Charles Barkley even just came out and said that the other day, that people who blame Jerry Krause for that are idiots. It's the owner who pulled the plug on that. It was one of the most heinous things sports fans in Chicago have ever dealt with, and it largely was swept under the rug by the fact that they had won 6 titles.
Jordan could have gone to the Lakers.
Jerry Krause wanted to pull the plug too, though, Vic. But I understand what you're saying. Jerry Reinsdorf backed Krause, and not Phil Jackson and Michael Jordan.
That's right.
I mean, you look back now, preposterous decision.
Here's the other thing. So Rick Bucher on June 3rd in a podcast came out and said that many NBA players and many media secretly believe LeBron James uses PEDs, which is why he looks and plays the way he does at age 40 plus. It was quite a thing for him to say publicly, right? Because you just can't say that stuff without having some modicum of proof. But he did say that. and the story just died.
Yeah, I don't know. That's always been.
It's always been out there. It's always been.
It's always been out there.
speculated.
Same with Tiger Woods and stuff. You never know. I mean, who knows? That's never
And I don't
been
think
any
that
more
ta-
than allegations. Then
I don't think that takes away from. I mean, well, that's everybody's opinion on that. But LeBron James is obviously a phenomenal basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
He's the second best player of all time. That's still pretty good. That's still pretty good.
And just in conclusion, the Michael Jordan Wizards year, they existed. They happened. All Michael Jordan fans want to act like they never existed and they never happened. They happened.
Yeah.
And LeBron James right now is, I don't even know, maybe older than Jordan was during that time and much, much, much better.
Yeah,
Okay,
LeBron's got longevity over Jordan. Great.
But
Great.
Michael Jordan was
Congrats.
not an embarrassment in Washington. You got to make that.
No, he
clear,
was
too.
not. He was still good.
He was good, but he wasn't Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
But it wasn't Willie Mays with the Mets.
No, absolutely not. It wasn't an embarrassment.
All right, what are we doing next, Jarrett?
We have a guest.
Oh, that's right. We do
Talk
have
some Diamondbacks.
That's right. We do have a guest because once again the Diamondbacks are on Apple TV. So
I
we're
think for
going to
the
talk
fourth
to
or fifth
Wayne
time this year.
Randazzo next. Coming up, Tim Ring in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters, and artificial turf has become the rage in Arizona. You can even see it in my neighborhood in Fountain Hills, where many, many houses have ditched that front yard full of dull rocks for beautiful, sparkling green lawns. And if that sounds good to you, my friends at Turf Monsters are the company you call. And that's because Turf Monsters, the leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful, sparkling lawn without the seeding, without the mess, without the hassles, without the water bills. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. I've been to their warehouse. They look fantastic. And then once they're installed, Turf Monsters can also take care of the maintenance of that turf, making sure it's always clean, always smelling great, always looking great, always free of debris. Not the only thing Turf Monsters can do for you. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams no matter what you're looking for. And their customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and the quality of their finished products. Go check out samples of their work and then schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and Selemus, Grand Price and Possession.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top-flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' uneven season continued last night as they dropped the series finale to the Padres 4-3. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 4 runs and 8 hits in just 4 innings. The D-backs offense went 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and Arizona falls to 46-48 with just 3 games left before the All-Star break. Those final 3 games start tonight with a matchup versus the LA Angels. First pitch is at 6:38 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue to fill out their roster with a couple of reported hires yesterday. Shams Charania reports Magic assistant Jesse Mermis will be a top assistant on Jordan Ott's bench, while our very own John Gambadoro says Michigan State alum and former Matt Ishbia college teammate Mateen Cleaves will join the Suns in player development. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The final series before the All-Star break begins tonight in Southern California. What lasting impressions do the Diamondbacks need to make? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6, here on Arizona Sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring in for Vinny. Friday night baseball on Apple TV happening again tonight. Diamondbacks, Angels. The man handling the call of the game joins us next. He is Wayne Randazzo. Wayne, what's happening, my man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing great. So before we get into the baseball, Wayne, now you're from Chicago. You've worked at the Score. I'm an old Sun-Times guy. Tim Ring's a TV guy from Chicago. Where are you on the Michael Jordan, LeBron James debate?
I'm all Mike. You know, it's not even close to me.
Thank you.
I watched this guy win 6 championships. He never lost once in the finals. He was the finals MVP every time. All defensive team. I mean, he was the greatest ever. I don't even know how it could be a debate.
Thank you. See, now, a man who's speaking sense.
And that's what I said in the break. Like, I can't even believe it's even a debate.
Tim points out it's just a form of generational warfare is what it is. All right, Wayne, let's talk some baseball. Tell us about the state of the Angels. The Diamondbacks are a team desperately seeking some elevation, and they just can't seem to find it. What kind of team are they getting in the Angels this weekend?
They're a mirror image, I think. I mean, it seems like it's another team that's the Angels have played a few of them lately that can't, kind of find it. And the Angels are kind of the same way, that there's some good moments, but then they think back. They've lost some games they shouldn't. They are inconsistent and they're trying to find their way. It's a younger team than the Diamondbacks are. So, there's still kind of some growing pains in that regard, but they're not that far out of the wild card race, and neither are the Diamondbacks, for that matter. So, you look at it as an opportunity for both teams here this weekend to gain some ground while they play each other and see if one team can get a little bit hotter going into the break.
Yeah, and Wayne, the D-backs series-wide probably have their 3 best starting pitchers going in this series, beginning with Ryan Nelson tonight. In your prep work, watching the D-backs, obviously as a national guy, you have a national perspective on what's going on here in Arizona. There are a lot of games left this season, but there are not a lot of games left before the trade deadline, and the D-backs are right on the cusp of being buyers or sellers or perhaps doing absolutely nothing and letting it play out. What's your perspective on the D-backs so far through 94 games?
I mean, obviously the pitching has hurt them, and they haven't been able to get the Gallen's had a tough year, although he's been better lately. The pitching's hurt them. They haven't been able to find that consistency in the rotation or in the bullpen. Corbin Burns' injury, obviously a big one for them. So I don't know. I mean, as far as the trade deadline, they're further back in a tougher league. The Angels are in the American League, which has a lot of teams that are just mediocre. The National League has better teams, and the Diamondbacks find themselves behind pretty much all of them at this moment. So I think they would be more again to sell. I think that they have some guys that would be attractive to other teams, and I think you can kind of retool pretty quickly. If you're the Diamondbacks, you still have some good players under contract that you're not going to move. And, I think the couple of guys that you can move would garner a lot of interest right now around baseball, considering the positions that those guys play. And, I mean, Suarez at third base and Zach Allen, I think those two guys would get you a lot at this point. So I think the Diamondbacks would be wise to think about moving those two and see what they can get.
Yeah, I kind of think that's kind of the way it's all trending. I'm curious. I want to get an update on Mike Trout, because there was years when he was considered one of the brightest stars, if not the brightest star in baseball. A lot of people felt bad for him that he never really got the postseason showcase that can kind of really elevate individual players. I know he's been dealing with some injury issues. Where's Mike Trout at in his career, Wayne?
He's still pretty good. I mean, he's OPS over 800. He has 16 home runs. He's still a good player, and he's still a guy that you should worry about at the plate. He draws a lot of walks, and he gets on base a lot. He's not filling up the box score the way that he was, and he's still got some knee issues this year, so he's been DHing most of the season. He hasn't played the outfield since the end of April, so he's been pretty much exclusively a DH when he's been in there. He can still turn a game around. He can still hit the ball a long way. He's still someone you should respect in the lineup. He's just not the all-elite, all-time great player that he was at one point. And, I think he can still, if he's completely healthy, I think he can still be a big factor for the team, at this point. But I think that, Trout's best days seem to be behind him. That guy who was the clear best player in baseball, he's not that anymore, but he's still someone that, is still a good player. And I think that the Angels are happy that he's been mostly healthy this year, at least healthy enough to bat in most of the games. He missed a month with a knee injury, and otherwise he's been in there. He's actually, if he plays tonight, he'll have played his most games in July, which will be 11. The most games he's played in the month of July since 2019. So having him healthy in the second half is something they have not had much in the last 4 or 5 years, and they'd love to have him in there, throughout the rest of the year.
Wayne Randazzo calling the game tonight on Apple TV for the D-backs and the LA Angels in Anaheim as they open up a 3-game set. Wayne, let me give you a chance to put your promotional hat on. Calling these games for Apple TV, the production Apple TV. How do you guys, for those who haven't seen it, first of all, it's visually spectacular. But for those who haven't seen a game on Apple TV, how do you guys try to differentiate yourself from ESPN and some of the other national broadcasts that we've all been accustomed to watching over the past couple of decades?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I think the pictures and the way that we present the game is completely unique in a way that baseball does not have anywhere else. And I think that's certainly a calling card for Apple and the way that they show what these games can look like. But I think from our side and on the broadcast and the production crew, I mean, we have immense pride and care in what we do. And we try to give the fans out there that are watching this game an A broadcast every Friday. I think that we put a lot of effort into it. We don't stray from the teams much. I think that that's something you hear from other national broadcasts that kind of turn it into a baseball-wide talk show, and they talk about things around the league and things that don't have to do much with the game in front of them. We don't do that. We pretty much stick to the game and to the teams that we're working with, and an opportunity to tell their stories on a national level. And I think for the Diamondbacks, it's an interesting story this year, even though it might not be where the fan base would want them to be at this moment. It's still an interesting story, and we're happy to tell it tonight against the Angels, who are also a good story for 2025. A team that lost 99 games last year and has gotten a lot better, but still has some more strides to make. So I think we'll put together another quality broadcast tonight. And Dontrell Willis works in the booth with me, and he's does a great job, and he's hilarious, and it's just we have a good time.
That's fantastic. Wayne, thank you so much for your time and insight. Have a great call tonight. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thanks, brother.
All right, thank you very much.
Wayne Randazzo, play-by-play voice of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, also handling the call on Apple TV. I love how you pointed that out because the visuals of their delivery, pretty good.
It's really quite spectacular.
Yeah, pretty good.
You're viewing a baseball game in ways you haven't viewed it before.
Totally agree
And
with
I'm not
you.
telling you to go out and buy Apple TV. I'm just saying if you happen to have it already, check out the DVD.
No, but it's the positive. We talk so much negative about how everything's streaming now and all these different sports. It is one thing that they can offer is different ways to present the games.
Mm-hmm. All right, coming up on the other side, yesterday marked the death of Lee Elia. Now, you might say to yourself, who? Lee Elia delivered the most infamous post-game rant of all time. You have to hear it. We're going to play it for you next.
And we have a few other good ones,
And we
too.
got some...
And print it!
What it is, it's crash out time in professional sports. Who crashed out the hardest? We're going to tell you with some audio evidence next. Stick around. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Why is Marvin Harrison Jr. so central to what the Cardinals do offensively, and how are some of the other teams that face the Cardinals viewing him?
We got numbers.
Next, yeah, we do. We have actual cold hard data. Next. Data?
Yeah.
Data?
Whatever.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW. We know that July, especially right now, we are in the throes of scorching hot weather. Not as hot as the deals you are going to find in the month of July at Chapman BMW. I've got some details for you. Right now, you can get 2.99% financing on the 2025 BMW X1 and X3. Those are beautiful compact SUVs. You can get the brand new BMW i4 Enhanced at just $399 a month on a lease. Smoking hot deals at Chapman BMW. If you've always wanted to drive off in the ultimate driving machine, this month is a great time to do it, and it's always a great time to buy from the Chapman family. They're an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. From Ted Chapman all the way down, everything they do is first class. You'll feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations, and those two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. And finally, every listener of this radio station, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW, and this is no joke. Go take a test drive, find out what you like, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He has hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602 Roofing for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602 Roofing or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do we need to see from Kaman Malawach in the Summer League? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
One of the many things that are eternal in sports are great sound bites, great press conference meltdowns, great rants. It doesn't matter what era it is from. Great sound is great sound. Would you agree with that, Tim Ring?
I would agree.
Uh-huh.
I would agree. And for my money, there's always the gold standard post-game rant.
Right. And we've seen a few here locally. There have been a couple of times when our coaches and our managers have lost their minds. Right? We've seen it from Dennis Green. We've seen it from other head coaches as well. Nothing is more famous than the Lee Elia rant from, what year was this, 1983?
83.
Okay, so
April 29th, 1983.
Yep. April of 83.
Okay, so keep in mind now, this is after a day game in Chicago, and listen closely, there's a lot of profanity that has been bleeped out, but this tirade was so stupid and so self-immolating. Listen to a manager ridicule his own fan base, and while you listen, wonder how this is going to turn out for him. Lee Elia's classic rant.
I'll tell you one thing. I hope we get hotter than just to stuff it up them 3,000 people that show up every day. Because if they're the real Chicago fans, they can kiss my ass right downtown and print it. They're really, really behind you around here. My ass. What the am I supposed to do? Go out there and let my players get destroyed every day and be quiet about it for the nickel-dime people that show up? The mother don't even work. That's why they're out at the game. They ought to go out and get a job and find out what it's like to go out there and a living. 85% of the world's working. The other 15 come out here. A playground for the suckers. Rip them rip them suckers like the players. Got guys busting their ass and them people boo. And that's the Cubs? My ass.
Lee Elia.
There was 2 more minutes of it after that.
Lee Elia, when he delivered this rant, people who covered the press conference, their jaws quite literally were on the floor. He, again, if you caught the gist of what he said, he's complaining about the 3,000 fans who show up. 85% of the world's at work. The other 15% are out here. These bums.
That's a good line.
These bums.
They're going to boo my players. My bleeping bleep.
Right. And then the classic, and you can print it.
And print it.
Nobody says that anymore.
No.
You know what's funny, Vic, you know what's funny about the backstory here that I'm not sure a lot of people care about, but it's interesting. In a day, in an era now where there's 3 television cameras and 54 microphones on a manager post-game, one radio guy was in that press conference and rolled on it.
There's no video that exists of this.
I'll go a little deep on it. So the Cubs were playing the Dodgers. Dodgers had an outfielder named Mike Marshall, who grew up in Buffalo Grove. So after the game, the story was Mike Marshall's Wrigley Field homecoming debut. All the TV cameras were in the Dodgers clubhouse. All the radio guys were in the Dodgers, all getting Mike Marshall. One radio guy by the name of Les Grobstein, it was his claim to fame.
Grobber.
We just lost the Grobber about a year or two ago. Was with Lee Elia. There's a couple writers in there, and then Les Grobstein was the only electronic media to record that rant. If he were not in there, that would have never seen the light of day outside of the print guys. And history was made because Les Grobstein.
Because of one man and his tape recorder.
And his tape recorder.
So can I? That's an epic rant.
Yes, it is.
I don't even know how many bleeps there were. Like I said, there was 2 more minutes of it after that.
Unbelievable.
It made me think of some other epic rants throughout, recent sports history.
What'd you come up with, Jared?
Well, this is a famous one locally that maybe one of the most famous that there is.
We played them in preseason. Who the hell takes a third game in a preseason like it's bullshit? We played them in preseason. Who the hell takes a third game in a preseason like it's bullshit? Bullshit. We played them in the third game. Everybody played 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. That's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Tremendous. Lots of
tremendous. And
sound bites.
Yeah, at the end of that, Mark Dalton was like, okay, thank you, Coach. It was fantastic.
Okay, that'll do it. No more questions?
Yeah, so that's definitely top 5.
How about this one?
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
Jim Mora, of course.
Jim Mora, yeah.
There was this one. This is a short one, just a part of it.
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
Mike Gundy.
Mike Gundy. Uh-huh.
Another great swearing manager, Tommy Lasorda.
What's my opinion of Kingler's performance? What the you think is my opinion of it? I think it was put that in. I don't opinion of his performance. He beat us with 3 home runs. What the can you mean? What is my opinion of his performance?
and this is a personal favorite. I forgot the guy's name. I didn't write it down. But the Coastal Carolina performance. Do you remember head coach? Coastal Carolina football.
Is that the Dogs?
Ah.
Yeah. 12 cats live across the road. Our door's open. I turn and look. There's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, "What are you doing in here, little kitty cat?" By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, "What's going on?" I said, "There's a cat in the house." "Cat in the house?" I said, "Yeah, there's a cat in the house." So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog. We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
Dogs.
Tremendous.
Dogs.
We need more dogs.
Yeah, listen, that's all Hall of Fame stuff, right?
It's one of these sort of traditions in sports that you still look at fondly, even though it's ridiculous because I don't like when they go after the media, but when they just lose their mind like something like that, it's funny.
It's absolutely hysterical. Yeah. Good stuff. Death of Lee Ely at 93. Seminal day in Cubs history. 85% of the people are working. The other 15% are out here.
They should go get a job. See what it's like to work for a living.
Exactly. All right. Have you subscribed to the Bickley and Murata Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Bickley and Murata Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Do not let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. 9 o'clock hour, social studies next. Stick around. We're back right after this.
Sunday morning, July 6th at 8:43 a.m. local Arizona time while on vacation in Sicily. Our own John Gambadoro posted this to over 100,000 followers. Quote, "I expect a decision and resolution on Bradley Beal's situation in the next 24 to 48 hours." End quote. Since then, Don't look at us. I mean, we're over here doing the I don't know emoji just like you.
I would be stunned if he's on the roster when training camp starts.
When breaking Bradley Beal news finally hits, you'll hear it on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com, and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
I speak fluent Italian.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, I played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady, and a cool thing happened. He got a text from one of his clients. She said she was doing her happy dance. She had paid off her mortgage in 41 months on a Life Changer Loan that is less than 4 years, but that is what people are getting from Life Changer Loan. Highly recommend if you're about to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. If you're a good fit, they're going to save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program where you do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first, and as a result, you end up paying off your home in a matter of years, not decades. And as a result of that, you now have decades to build personal wealth while everybody else is stuck and chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which allows you to pay off all your debt because you always have access to your equity. This is how you don't change a dime of your spending habits. Lots of great things that come with a Life Changer Loan. If you are a good fit, you've got to have the right financials, a really good credit score. Shane will be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I'm telling you, you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, it's Wolf. You've been hearing me talk about Tim Hovik Santan Ford for years now, and for good reason. The people are awesome, and they don't leave. It's more than a great place to work. Santan Ford is where you can build a career, and they're hiring right now, looking for a few good salespeople. Maybe you. Experience or no experience, the requirement is to be a good person. If you're interested in joining the Santan Ford sales team, just give them a call and ask for a sales manager. That's why I say I am Santan Ford.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know the Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or online at cbrothers.com.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' uneven season continued last night as they dropped the series finale to the Padres 4-3. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 4 runs and 8 hits in just 4 innings. The D-backs offense went 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and Arizona falls to 46 and 48 with just 3 games left before the All-Star break. That final, the first of the final 3 games start tonight with a matchup versus the LA Angels. First pitch is at 6:38 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue to fill out their staff with a couple of reported hires yesterday. Shams Charania reports Magic assistant Jesse Mermis will be a top assistant on Jordan Ott's bench, while our very own John Gambadoro says Michigan State alum and former Matt Ishbia college teammate Mateen Cleaves will join the Suns in player development. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, you know what domination looks like, Jared? It would be the Bickley and Murata Morning Show on social media. We're everywhere.
Everywhere that you want to be, and some places that you wouldn't even dare go. We are on Twitter/X.
I don't even know what that means.
Wouldn't even dare go.
But just roll with it, Jared.
We're on Twitter/X, Bickley_Murata. We're on Blue Sky, Bickley and Murata. Both those places I post questions and polls that you can answer throughout the show and interact with us. We're also on Facebook, and we're on Instagram, Bickley and Murata. You can see videos from the show. And speaking of video, you can watch us live all show long. In fact, you could even see interviews with live people on video, like when we had Jordan Tyson on earlier in the show. If you go to YouTube and search Arizona Sports 98.7, you can watch us live all show long. And we'll start off with this question. I want you guys to fill in the blank, okay? Suns fans, fill in the blank. If Devin Booker plays his entire career with the Suns, it will be because of blank.
Loyalty.
The competitiveness of the team.
Ooh.
And that's sort of what, there was 3 possible answers that I thought would go there. Loyalty, a lot of people said. Money, a lot of people said. And then I was wondering how many people thought it would take a competitive team to keep him in town.
I think they have to show him something. I'm with Vic. I would hate for him to ask out after a couple of years. But if they can't start trending towards a team that could maybe compete for a title in his time here,
yeah,
I could see him being like, okay, I gave it one hell of a run. Maybe I want to.
Yeah, you know how I feel, and we're going to get back into Devin Booker next segment. Devin Booker knows what a bad rebuild looks like. He knows what bad ownership looks like. If he's got those vibes now, I wish he would have come to the team now and said, listen, for the good of all of us, it'd be best for you to trade me right now.
This could still happen next year.
But again,
because then he would have got his money.
Okay.
And he, there'll be only year 1 into a rebuild, but we'll see. A lot of people said loyalty. A lot of people said money. And Tony sort of summarized it because he made the decision that Larry Fitzgerald and Shane Doan did. And you're hopefully that ends with more championships than those guys had. You talked about sort of your wavering opinions all season long on Ketel Marte and how in one breath he's the all-star starter. He's having a great offensive year, but how he could be frustrating. But I asked D-backs fans which player has been the most frustrating this season and why?
That's a very, very good question. To me, it's got to be Eduardo Rodriguez, and maybe this is my fault. Maybe I just didn't know enough about him or see him enough to understand the kind of pitcher he was. I just thought his arm was more electric. I thought he had more velocity. I thought he had the ability to blow fastballs by guys. He seems to be a junk ball pitcher, and maybe that's not fair, but his max velocity seems to peak out about 93, and back in the 90s, that would have been very good. In today's game, I'm not sure. I just thought the Diamondbacks were getting a lot more pitcher for $20 million a year.
There's no question about that. I also want to, when you talk about frustration, I think the triumvirate of Rodriguez, Gallen, and Fott, the ERAs are not where anybody, three of the worst ERAs for starting pitchers in Major League Baseball. And also, Corbin Carroll, who does get the occasional big hit, the inconsistencies with Carroll, I think, has hurt this team at times because I've always said, I'm on record, when Corbin Carroll is hitting the baseball, the D-backs are an elite team. When he is a multi-hit game, they usually win the baseball. Like, he's almost the X factor for this team. And as great as their offense has been, and you don't blame the offense, but I think more consistency out of Corbin Carroll could have gone a long way into getting that record a little better than 46 and 40.
Tom agrees with you, and he says Corbin Carroll because he hasn't been coming through in the clutches much this season, and we need him hitting around 285 or 300, not around 240 or 250. Tony says Zach Gallen, I genuinely thought being relegated to number 2 would have seen him come into the season with more fire under him. There's votes for Kevin Ginkel, who has been very disappointing, votes for Eduardo Rodriguez, and a vote for Gabby Marino, and one for Ketel Marte as well. The poll question that I put up here that the great Tim Ring alluded to earlier, who is, very simple, however you want to define it, who is better and why? Michael Jordan or LeBron James? Nearly 600 votes already. So who is better, Michael Jordan and why? I want you to just tell me, without saying because I watched him play, just very briefly, because I know you're both going to vote Michael Jordan. Just tell me why. Tell me as if I never watched Michael Jordan, why Michael Jordan is better than LeBron James.
You take first crack.
Okay, well, first of all, the offensive skill set in the bag was second to none. The competitive nature, the drive, and also, and this is something that you had just, when we go back to seeing him play live, this is something you can't match on YouTube if you just go back and watch Jordan highlights. You kind of know what's going to happen already. Watching Jordan live in the moment, not knowing if he was going to deliver, not knowing what the outcome was going to be, that man always delivered. Always delivered in the most pressure-packed situations with defenses designed to stop him. Physicality ran rampant back in that era of the NBA. Michael Jordan always came through, and that's why not only was he 6-0 in the finals, never even went to a Game 7 in the finals. When he made his run, ask Pat Riley about it. You can't ask Chuck Daly about it because Chuck is no longer with us. The man always came through. He always delivered.
And I agree with all of that. His competitive nature was maniacal, more so than any athlete I've ever seen, and it's not even close. Kobe probably is the next in line as far as that goes. But also, he just had great respect for the game. He would have never load managed. He would have never done any of this self-indulgent stuff. He would have never done any of that player empowerment stuff. He really had great respect for the game. He had great respect for the media. He had great respect for his elders. He told the truth. He didn't pretend to read books, that kind of stuff.
He didn't pretend to read books. Also, and keep this in mind, I talked a lot about the offensive side. Also the best defensive player in the NBA during his career as well. I mean, bar none, the complete and total package.
Those are good arguments. I will say LeBron is a great complete player as well, is a great unstoppable offensive player as well. The The biggest argument that I don't like is the 6-0 in the finals thing, because LeBron's made a lot more finals than Jordan did. So is it better? Is it worse to lose in the finals than it is to lose before the finals, like Jordan did?
That's fair.
That's true, but LeBron also had to go down to Miami and create a super team to get to 4 finals, 4 of those. Then he had to orchestrate Anthony Davis to LA to get to another finals.
Jordan was lucky to play with a top 50 player during his prime, and then another Hall of Famer with Dennis Rodman later in his prime. I will say that the audience overwhelmingly agrees with you guys right now with almost 600 votes in. Michael Jordan at 88.6% of the vote, 11.4% for LeBron James. And one final poll question that I want to give an update on is Mock My World Super Things. Very close polling right now with 327 votes in and still an hour to go, so you can still vote. Super Things for a potential 3rd week in a row. Dan Bickley,
I'm at a heater, bro,
is leading 30.3% with supermodels, superheroes, super freak, and champagne supernova.
Yeah.
But I'm right there behind you, 26.4% for my team, 21.8% for Luke and Cullen's team. So we're all above 20%. Keep voting on that, Bickley_Murata. And follow us across all social medias and watch us on YouTube Live.
All right. Have you subscribed to the Bickley and Murata Show podcast? Subscribe right now. I mean, right now.
What are you waiting for?
Right now. On your iPhone or your Android, you'll never miss any of the show. It's the Bickley and Murata Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up on the other side, the Devin Booker aftermath still going on. We'll discuss the Suns extension next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch to him, swung on, grounded to first, and fielded cleanly by Cronenworth. He takes it to the back himself. That's the ball game. That's the series. The D-backs could not finish the job here, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-3.
A 2-2 split in San Diego. Now the D-backs face the Angels in Anaheim. Coverage of Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, when you have heating, cooling, plumbing, or electrical needs, I am going to give you 3 reasons why you call Parker & Sons. Reason number 1, they are reputable and highly decorated. I am talking about an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, voted the #1 service company by consumers in Ranking, Arizona for 16 years in a row. Reason number 2, they are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. I've told you about my plumbing emergency that happened in the middle of the night. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. A live person answered the phone. By 8 a.m. that same day, they were at my house. That's how Parker & Sons rolls. Finally, they're trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, and insured. All are trust certified, which means they've had background checks and they are drug tested. And you don't let anybody into your home. That's your sacred space. You need to be comfortable with the techs that come in your front door and the techs that work on your home. That is never a concern with Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you live in the desert, you gotta have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years in the basin in 2025. We were out of the pool the other day. The family was there, the fun was there, and the comfort was there because of All Pro Shade Concepts. Our roll-down patio shades block out the sun, reduces glare on our television, and provides privacy. It's 1:15. Stop melting outside and get your All Pro Shade Concepts estimate today. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Arizona sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring, show flying by today. Jarrett, a lot of great energy on the show. Devin Booker and his contract extension. If it says anything, it says in the short term that Devin Booker approves of what is going on, that Devin Booker must like the new head coach, that he must like the new direction. Brian Windhorst had this to say about that extension.
The Suns decided to do this deal months ago. When they entered the offseason, they knew they wanted to make sure their franchise player was locked up, especially as they were preparing to trade Kevin Durant. Booker decided he was going to take it at that time, and I know this because he's been involved with the major decision-making in the franchise in the offseason. He was part of the interview process with Jordan Ott, who won a long, multi-candidate search to get that head coaching job. When they traded Kevin Durant, they consulted with Booker before taking the deal that they did with the Rockets. Booker has been in lockstep with the franchise. Now, if you want to say to me, should Devin Booker, in his prime, be locking himself up for the next 5 years with a franchise that is hamstrung by some flawed trades it's made over the last couple of years, particularly Durant and Bradley Beal? That's a different concept. But I would say to you, as I would say to anybody, if somebody offers you $145 million, the answer is probably yes.
Yeah,
well, there is a point with that.
There's a money component here. Yeah. I mean, but I'm not gonna ding Devin Booker for that. Oh, he's just taking the money. Yeah. That's a fantastic contract that was on the table, and you'd probably be an idiot to not take it. Now the Suns have to do their part and build a competent team around Devin Booker so it all pays off on the basketball court.
There are people who look at this, and there are analytics people, stat nerds, as I called them in a column today, who will make a very coherent argument that Devin Booker is no longer a top 15 player, maybe a top 20 player. So why would you be giving a raise to a guy who might be in regression, who might be past his prime? Now, I know age-wise you can't make that argument now, but the fact of the matter is that contract figure, his last 2 years when he's going to be 31 and 32 or whatever it is, there's the risk of those things not being compatible. There's going to be the risk of top-of-the-market money for a player who is not top-of-the-market kind of talent. Now, we don't know that that's Devin Booker's fate, and this is the one thing that I'm really hoping happens. We know that Devin Booker hasn't been the same guy the last couple of years. I believe that's for a couple of different reasons. I think the Kevin Durant presence, I think that has something to do with it. That led Devin Booker to say things and act in ways I never thought that he would. But I also believe that the offense that the Suns ran last year and maybe even the last couple of years because of KD and because of positional overlap really kind of left him vulnerable. And the fact that he's had to handle a lot of the point guard duties and the fact that there have been a real stagnant offense kind of really has allowed teams to blitz book once he gets the ball, to swarm him, make him give it up. If Jordan Knott can create a free-flowing offense with real pace, like you see with Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers, then maybe you unlock that different Devin Booker. Your thoughts on that?
Well, he's going to have to, because as of right now, Devin Booker's back playing the point. And I think we all agree that Devin Booker's best position is the 2. And as long as Jalen Green's in the starting lineup, Green's got to play the 2, because at least Booker can play the 1. Jalen Green has shown nothing in his career that he's capable of doing that. So again, the positional overload and duplicate nature of the 2-guard spot continues to be an issue. I think in the best case scenario, Devin Booker can become a point guard who still effectively can score and impact winning, much like a Jamal Murray does or a Steph Curry does. Even though those guys are point guards, they certainly have ample opportunities to get their points. Booker will is too, but Booker will as well. But those guys don't seem to struggle with the other aspects of playing the point as Booker does at times when you talk about getting blitzed and perhaps turning the basketball over and getting double-teamed and taking him out of his rhythm. That's the kind of stuff that Jordan Ott and Devin Booker have to combat and have to do a better job of succeeding once the games begin in October.
Yeah. And I think here's the other thing, too, and I wonder how you're going or what you think about this. Because you know Devin Booker, you do a great job filling in on the Suns broadcast. When Devin Booker, throughout the early stage of his career, what was the word he always heard? Overrated. Stat gatherer, not a winning player. And we, as watching Devin Booker, we all knew that was garbage, right? But that was the outside opinion. Now the term overpaid is going to be floating around Devin Booker. How do you think that's going to affect him? Because, you know, Devin Booker doesn't make it obvious that he's in tune with social media and what's being said in the way that KD does, but Devin Booker's aware.
He is aware, and again, to some of this, it's on Devin Booker now too. And again, I think he'd be the first person to admit this as well. Like, okay, you're going to pay me like an elite player. I need to deliver like an elite player, and I have to become more of a leader. Maybe he took a step back in that regard with the presence of Kevin Durant, and we got comments like chilling in the locker room after getting beat by 100 points by the Clippers late in the season. So hopefully Devin Booker now kind of reemerges as a leader like he was when Chris Paul was here. And Chris Paul was the undeniable leader, but Devin Booker was as well.
The best player, yeah.
He was the best player on those teams. I mentioned it earlier, Devin Booker's never won a playoff series without Chris Paul on his team. So there's something to prove there as well. Now, okay, like, listen, the last 2 years haven't worked. Kevin Durant's gone now. Bradley Beal's going to be gone. There's going to be a new team around you. May not happen in terms of making the playoffs for a couple of years, but this is a 5-year deal. And I think the organization and Matt Ishbia are pointing to year 3, 4, and 5 as the years we can start contending for the playoffs, and not only that, perhaps advancing in the playoffs.
I would say this in closing about this topic is that I understand very well the people who make the argument that this is the time to trade Devin Booker, peak value, get all your picks back from the Rockets, and build from the ground up at a time when the Western Conference might be historically deep in terms of quality teams. But wouldn't you, as a sports fan, rather give this and Devin Booker one more chance to let him prove that he's going to be our next Larry Fitzgerald? I said this yesterday. Ironically, it's unbelievable. Larry Fitzgerald and Devin Booker have the exact same winning percentage, 48%.
Yeah, it's under 500.
Under 500.
Yeah.
So you hope that's going to change. But we also know with Larry Fitzgerald, there's something very special about having a guy that never, ever leaves. We had it with Fitz. We had it with Shane Doan. Dallas had it with Dirk Nowitzki. San Antonio had it with Tim Duncan. It doesn't happen that often, but when it does happen, it's generally a very soulful, spiritual, rewarding thing for a basketball team. Here's what Tim Bontemps had to say about that.
I give Devin Booker credit for wanting to stay in Phoenix and wanting to try to make this work. It would be very easy in the situation the Suns are in to say, I would like to go play somewhere else because this is a complete disaster. And to this point, he has not, which I do give him credit for. If you want to spend your whole career playing for the Suns, I find that a very admirable thing. However, if he does want to have a chance to really win, he is starting to get to the point where he's going to have to make that decision pretty soon.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, and again, that's where it falls on Brian Gregory now to make sure that doesn't happen. And it's already begun. Like, they have to hit on Malawach.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if he could be an all-star, he could be a bust. We don't know. If he's a bust, those are the kind of decisions that will impact Devin Booker's potential future here in terms of him wanting to continue to stay here.
Yeah. All right, it's that time of the week. If you ever sat around and said, man, I just can't get enough of Jared Carlin telling jokes, boy, do we got a segment for you. Are you done with the sports kebab? You written all your jokes?
No, but I'm writing the last one now.
The sports kebab
So hopefully
with
the printer
Jared
works.
Carlin next. Don't miss it, folks. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you did not have a conversation with Devin Booker about him becoming the leader of this team, especially as young as we're getting, what are you doing?
$145 million. I have to think that question comes up.
Thank you.
It's like if you're buying a car and you're handing over thousands of dollars, don't you ask, wait, the engine works, right? Like this car runs, right?
Yeah.
As many billions of dollars as Matt Ishbia has, $145 million is still substantial. If you're giving that to somebody, you're asking some questions.
And here's the best thing about this book. You just have to be yourself and hold others to the standard you hold yourself to.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You've seen his face on billboards, on Valley buses, on television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It is a fun name and a fun brand, but know this. When you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, it's go time, Sweet James plays to win, and they are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They're the heavy-hitting firm you need when dealing with those insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience makes a big difference. It gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies because they know they can't play games or nickel and dime Sweet James, not when they win 98% of their cases and not when they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona. Remember this is essential. Having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. So if you're hurt in an accident, turn to the firm that's been named Best Attorneys in America. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork. Much like baseball,
I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at State Farm Stadium. Friday, July 18th with Miranda Lambert. And Saturday, July 19th with Brooks and Dunn. Plus, Ella Langley on both nights. Morgan Wallen. I'ma need some whiskey glasses. On sale now at livenation.com.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' uneven season continued last night as they dropped the series finale to the Padres 4-3. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 4 runs and 8 hits in just 4 innings. The D-backs offense went 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and Arizona falls to 46-48 with just 3 games left before the All-Star break. Those final 3 games start tonight with a matchup versus the LA Angels. First pitch is at 6:38 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Suns continue to fill out their staff with a couple of reported hires yesterday. Shams Charania reports Magic assistant Jesse Mermis will be a top assistant on Jordan Ott's bench, while our very own John Gambadoro says Michigan State alum and former Matt Ishbia college teammate Mateen Cleaves will join the Suns in player development. That is what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, the front page of ArizonaSports.com has the Sanderson Ford poll question. Straightforward. Should the Diamondbacks be buyers or sellers at the trade deadline? Buyers, sellers, or for some reason, still undecided is an option on this poll.
Is it?
It's almost like, why even ask the question if you're still...
Well, yeah, listen.
That's probably where we are.
I would say, yeah, that's where we are. I would say still undecided. They're going to go right down to the wire with this thing, Jarrett.
I think they're going to do nothing.
I don't think they're going to do nothing.
Yeah, I think they're trending towards selling.
You think they're going to trade Zach Gallen? Like, because that would be the big
Zach
piece.
Gallen and Geno Suarez.
I could see.
I'm gonna bet you a free coffee that those 2 guys are still on the roster on August 1st.
You don't like beer anymore? All right, it's on.
I could see them trading.
We got a wager.
All right. All right, that's it. Well, the pollsters say they're going to be sellers. 53% say sellers. 28% are undecided. Only 19% have buyers. But you can vote right now and all day long on ArizonaSports.com.
I had a weird thing happen a couple weeks ago. I looked out on my front porch and I spotted a coyote. And it was kind of my fault because I'd ordered a package from Acme. You have to be a certain age to get that joke.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
Oh, this is the Sports Kebab, sports news skewered. And if you've been listening, you know that there is no Vince Marotta today, which is always a little different. And he doesn't like, being out for shows. But I can't blame him for missing time. Because let's face it, guys, Stephanie Hockridge only has so many conjugal visit hours. So he's got to get him in while he can get him in, so to speak. But innocent until proven guilty, though. That's what I always say. But with no Vince, we do get the great Tim ring in, which means it's Tim and Dan, and I love both of you guys. But I have to admit, it's kind of like broadcasting with those two old heckling Muppets if they were in the balcony of the United Center.
Okay.
But I do. I love broadcasting with two grizzled Chicago guys, though. If for no other reason than we finally are answering the age-old question, what does a lifetime of old-style beer and Jardinera do to your voice? I love your guys' voices, though. It's similar but different, but you have that kind of gravel, you know? It's why I was so disappointed when I heard the new Chicago Pope talk and he didn't say, Jesus is outstanding.
He didn't smoke as many Marlboro Lights, Jared.
Maybe that was the problem. Now, it is ironic, though, that the new Chicago Pope is a White Sox fan. Since over the last few years, most White Sox fans have watched the team and said, there is no God.
Yeah. How about it?
But speaking of frustrating baseball, this Diamondback season has been so up and down. Everything this season is 50-50. They look good 50% of the time. They look bad 50% of the time. They blow 50% of their saves. Hell, they even only have 50% of the Corbins left on their team right now. And so many injuries every single week. It seems like another pitcher to the IL. Corbin, Burns, Justin Martinez, AJ Puck, Shelby Miller, all hurt. The D-backs have had to say farewell to more arms than Hemingway.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I actually appreciate that.
Yeah, I knew I had a
literary reference.
So hopefully they turn it around because it is summertime and there just isn't a lot else going on. I mean, there's Wimbledon. I'm sorry.
Wimbledon.
I mean, that's it, though. Because I just can't get that excited about this current crop of top male players. I'm just not familiar with them. I mean, I thought Ben Shelton and Taylor Fritz were the names of two country singers Sammy was seeing this weekend at his Redneck Festival. And how about number one player, Yannick Sinner? Not interested. I mean, if I want to watch a young sinner that's hard to beat, I'll watch Michael B. Jordan in that vampire movie.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I feels like tennis just doesn't get the mainstream attention anymore. I mean, the only news I saw anywhere lately was just the headline on CNN that I misread as the president wants to reopen Alcaraz. Meanwhile, Novak Djokovic is still one of the top players. What's it been, like 15 years now into his career? And this is following decades of Federer, decades of Nadal. It feels like the really tippy-top tennis players are harder to get rid of than Bradley Beal. What the H is going on with Bradley? We came in on Monday saying, be prepared for that breaking news signal. It's Friday, and it's still, he seems like a great guy. I think he gets a bad rap, but all the reporting is that his time with the Suns are done, and yet there's been no trade news, no buyout news, no release news. What's going on? Is there any chance that after all this, he could be back next year after everything that happened?
No.
I mean, because imagine that. Beal still with the Suns next season. That'd be like if that golfer who got punched in the face and thrown in the lake showed up to the next tee like nothing happened.
Yeah.
Did you see that, by the way?
Yeah, the
bang,
the
bang, bang,
and
bam.
Yeah, with the audio, with
Tremendous.
the punches. Bam, bam.
Tremendous. But the Beal news does remind me of this. Oh, it is Jarrett Karnak, the magnificent. Okay. Wave and stretch.
Wave and stretch.
Wave and stretch.
Wave and
yes.
stretch. What did Bradley Beal do on the sidelines while injured during most of his time with the Suns?
He waved and stretched.
Yeah. Okay, next one. Oh, ripped right from the headlines, this one here. Big, beautiful Bill.
Big, beautiful Bill.
Big, beautiful Bill. What does Jordan Hudson call Belichick?
Oh, man.
All right, last one here. The nape of your neck. Oh, I'm sorry. The nape on your neck, the lobes on your ears, and Kevin Durant on social media.
The nape on your neck, the lobe on your ears, and Kevin Durant on social media.
Name three things that are extremely sensitive. But yes, the Kevin Durant era officially ended this week when his trade to the Rockets went through as part of a 7-team deal, the largest in NBA history. Now, to be fair, when I first saw that KD was moved in a 7-team trade, I thought, wow, good for Durant. He finally accomplished his goal of ultimate title chasing by getting traded to 7 different teams at once. And speaking of former Suns, in conclusion here, DeAndre Ayton signed with the LA Lakers. Now, this might be a good fit. This might work out. But as you both know, there's always problems when it comes to DA. And after what happened with him in Portland, I want to give Ayton a heads up, okay? DA, when you read that there is ice on the streets of Los Angeles, it's not what you think.
Well done.
You can go to work. You can go to work.
That's a quality last joke there, Jared.
Thank you.
Jared
Shout out to
Carlin
people on social
and
media.
The Sports Kebab. What is your Twitter handle again?
Jarrett GC, JARRETTGC on Twitter and Blue Sky.
And you're still insisting Jarrett doesn't rhyme with ferret.
What do you think, Tim?
I gotta say, thumbs up. It
Oh,
does.
come on. It's 2 different vowels, Jarrett and ferret.
Could Eminem make it rhyme? I believe so.
Well, that shouldn't be the standard that we hold all ourselves.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it
That's
is.
the standard of the English language. There you go. Sports Kebab. Thank you.
All right, immerse yourself in the worlds of PlayStation like never before at PlayStation, the concert. This revolutionary live experience takes you on a journey through the most celebrated scores in gaming history. Head to our contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win PlayStation Live in Concert tickets January 31st at Arizona Financial Theater. All right, coming back, we'll wrap up the show, wrap up the week, a little off the grid next. Stick around. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 11 days from today. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. One of the coolest things I have noticed about Advanced Window Products is their company vibe. I'm serious about this. Their motto is to approach customers like friendships. They are family owned and locally operated, and that is exactly how they roll. It's a family affair. You never feel like you're dealing with a big company or a big corporation, and not surprisingly, they are the highest rated window company in the state of Arizona with the most affordable, high quality custom windows you are going to find in the state, and that is because there is no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they build your windows specifically for our scorching hot climate, then they install them, then they guarantee them for life, and then if anything ever happens, if a rock or a golf ball breaks one of your windows, they come out and replace it. No questions asked, no hassle, no stress, no red tape. That is how they roll. So if you need new windows, highly recommend you do what I did. Call Advanced Window Products. Take advantage of their great summertime special. They are giving you a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. The phone number, 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
And we're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Today's Song of the Day, there's a reason behind this, folks. The Bee Gees, which stood for the Brothers Gibb. Did you know that, Jarrett?
Yes.
Of course you did. Night Fever. Today's Song of the Day. We'll tell you why right after this.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, tomorrow is a very important anniversary. Well, I don't know if important, but it's a very notable anniversary. But I'm going to give you a little backstory first. It's a story of what happens when the culture has had enough of a trend. When a certain trend in pop culture has gone on long enough that nobody wants any more of it. So, let me preface what we're about to talk about by saying this. At the end of 1978, the Billboard Hot 100, number 1, Shadow Dancing by Andy Gibb, not one of the Bee Gees, a younger brother. The number 2 song, Night Fever by the Bee Gees. The number 4 song, Staying Alive by the Bee Gees. The number 6 song, How Deep Is Your Love by the Bee Gees. The number 8 song, Love Is Thicker Than Water by Andy Gibb. You get the picture so far?
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
And what was the number 1 movie in the country?
Saturday Night Live.
Saturday
Night Live. During this period of time, songs written by the Gibb brothers, Barry, Robin, Maurice, and the Bee Gees, held the number 1 position on the U.S. charts for 27 out of 37 weeks. Think about that.
What a time to be alive.
Oh, boy. So we got into the point in time where America was so sick of falsetto singing and disco dancing and bell bottom. The culture had had enough, and it led for a disc jockey in Chicago, Steve Dahl, to come up with an interesting idea. He declared war on disco with a disco demolition night at Comiskey Park in Chicago on July 12, 1979. That is 46 years ago from tomorrow. Not only did this turn out to shake up the entire music industry, because they got together, blew up a bunch of disco records, and it made it very, very clear to the music industry, we need to pivot into something, mainly hair metal rock and roll, but it also changed the idea of what you're going to do at sporting events.
Well, the idea was Steve Dahl was going to come out in between games of a doubleheader. It was a night doubleheader between the White Sox and the Tigers, and Steve Dahl was going to come out and, speaking of Acme and Roadrunners, he was going to, have one of those old-fashioned, props where he pushes the lever down. And
he had an Army helmet on.
Yes, like maybe 10,000 disco records, where there was records back in the day, if you're old enough to remember that. We're going to explode, and everybody's going to cheer, and that was going to be the end of the publicity stunt. That's not what happened.
No.
It was, first of all, Comiskey Park, to this day, maybe still attracts a different element, and you factor in a lot of angry people, a lot of rock and roll people, a lot of alcohol, probably a lot of drugs.
Yeah.
And it ended up being bedlam as fans stormed the field, and within maybe 15 minutes, Comiskey Park was on fire, literally.
Organizers expected 20,000 fans to show up. They got 50,000. Admission was only 98 cents because this DJ worked at 97.9, right?
The Loop.
And during the game one, as they waited for this to happen, fans are throwing liquor, firecrackers onto the field. By the time they blew up the crate of records, the place went nuts. People stormed the field, ruined the field. They had to cancel the second game of the doubleheader, and the White Sox had to forfeit the game.
Yeah, they didn't postpone it. The White Sox just had to forfeit it.
Yeah.
They took the L. I mean, for those young enough and aren't aware of this, you can find it on social media. You can find it online. I mean, the baseball field was on fire. The stands were on fire. I mean, this Comiskey Park and the Chicago police were ill-prepared to meet the moment.
Yeah.
Because who would have thought it would have turned? I mean, it was, the only word I can keep going back to, bedlam.
It's what it was.
Absolute bedlam in between games of a doubleheader. I'm sure Major League Baseball, Bick, was like, okay.
Well, what it did is it changed forever what baseball was going to do in between doubleheaders and how they were going to govern promotions like that.
It also makes you sort of acknowledge that nowadays there's not even a genre of music popular enough for people to rebel against.
It's a good point.
There's nothing that defines this era anymore.
I mean, unless you hate Taylor Swift, but yeah, that's. And that's
just generic pop music, though. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like punk music was like the pushback against disco, and then, like you said, it transitioned into hair metal.
That's exactly right.
There's nothing big enough to get pushback now.
Yeah,
it hasn't been for quite some time.
And then grunge
music was the pushback against hair metal. Yeah.
Every 10 years, something comes up and has to slap culture in the face because you want something new. All right, Wimbledon, the rise of the American player. Not so much on the men's side. Taylor Fritz couldn't handle Carlos Alcaraz. Carlos Alcaraz is through, and it looks like Jannik Sinner's going to have his way with Novak Djokovic, setting up another major showdown in the men's final Sunday at Wimbledon. It's not Wimbledon.
You just said it.
Simpleton. That rhymes, Jarrett.
Okay, well.
Have a good vacation, Bick.
Great job filling in today, Tim. Always great having you as my wingman. Good job to you, too, Jarrett. You did a good job this week.
Thank you. You too, Dan.
Well, thank you, Jarrett.
And you could hear the highlights of the week coming up, so stay tuned.
You don't want to miss that. So who do we have to thank on the way out today?
Wayne Randazzo.
Wayne Randazzo
and, of course,
Jordan Tyson. Arizona State wide receiver. Good week of shows. Vinny will be back next weekend. I will be gone. Stick around. Wolf and Luke coming up next. Don't miss a minute of that. They'll have all the sports news and entertainment you want. We leave you with this. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game in Atlanta, they're going back to players wearing their own uniforms.
It's much better that they wear their own uniforms.
Without a
When
doubt.
they were wearing other people's uniforms, I really got confused.
Brace for a moment.
All right.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Wait. Digest it. Maybe rest is a good thing. Oh, no!
Asinine? That is what people say about me. They say, face a 3, but asinine.
Jed?
Come back, Jed!
Heard it here first. Bradley Beal will be traded for Air Bud. What Kenny is saying, if I could summarize, is that Cam Scadaboo will be replaced by Air Bud. I just hope if they do trade Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen, that it's not for Air Bud.
What a Dirk! Brandon Fought. Brandon Fought.
Fought.
It's me, Mario. Hello.
my God.
Dan, there are 10,000 girls at ASU.
Flavio.
Fire. Sammy.
Sharon, what's going on?
New era. They're gonna fight. They're gonna claw. They're gonna scratch.
What's the deal? La cucarachas everywhere. Oh, it's me again. It's me again. Oh, baby, yeah, it's me again. Rebooted. Confuzzled. I am a dog. Woof, woof. That's the old anti-Garfield.
I've got the lexicon.
Yeah, you do.
I'm hip.
You chungus. Keep your eyes on Mush Bottom. Shout out O.J. Simpson, wherever you are.
Yeah, props to... Click on the mic, Kel. Goodness gracious.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
The party must go on, and my brothers at Brooklyn Betting are celebrating with a flash sale just for you. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking 30% off everything in-store and online now through July 11th. So here's the deal. Go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the flash sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off for that one is at 6. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Friday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's going on? Oh, boy.
What's up? What's up, Luke? How we doing, buddy?
I know I'm in for it today.
What are you talking about?
Well, you're already wearing the skull cap.
Okay, the skull cap.
Which I noticed that you have sponsored now.
Yes. Well, you know what? Go to Santan Ford, and that's not payola, Basinonians.
You burst into the studio this morning as I was walking behind you.
Yeah.
You were blasting at least Nirvana before I walked. I should have filmed it. I said I was going to film it yesterday. I didn't. Today would have been a good day. Great song, by the way, too.
Thank you.
We'll play it as a rejoin.
You know you're right, of course.
Yeah, but you were playing another one after that.
Yes, I did.
How about the D-backs game? Let's just start there. You want to start there?
Okay.
No, actually.
Hey, they split a series.
They did. We're going to talk to Jody Jackson about 45 minutes.
Oh, Jody.
We're going to talk to Josh Colmenter about an hour or so.
Coley.
And we're going to talk to Xavier Alford, ASU safety, at 1:30.
Xavier, I'm looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward.
I love talking to the boys.
To talking some ASU defense, because I think that's going to be. Everybody talks about Sam Leavitt, Jordan Tyson, and where they're going to go in the draft, but I think this ASU defense is going to put some guys in the NFL.
Especially
in the next
young
2 years.
guys, man. Young guys that are making their way right now. Young men that are making their way. I love talking to that, especially when it comes to the blood sport.
Yep. You do like the blood sport.
I do.
As I've gathered. We are going to start, though, with baseball. And, Wolf, as you said, they split a series.
Yeah, they split a series. Once again, Ron Wolfley reporting. The Diamondbacks.
My
now,
sources.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, of course. The Diamondbacks now 5-10 in games they could have won a series by winning the rubber game of that series. And, man, that's a 250 winning percentage based on earnings, and that's really, really bad. Let's put it that way. It just continues. The beat goes on. Was it a contested game? Heck yeah. There's no doubt about it. They battled. Yes, they were in the game. No doubt about it. They just can't seem to pull it together and win games. They just can't seem to win them when they need to.
No, and they were talking about this on the broadcast last night, and it gets altered a little bit by last night's result, but it was like if you go back 10 games, they're 5-5. If you go back 20 games, they're 10-10. I'm looking at it now with last night's result in there. If you go back 6 games, they're 3-3. If you go back 30 games, they're 15-15. It's, to me, the reason I've had such a hard time wrapping my head around the concept that they're a 500 team, or actually right now they're 2 games below 500, but they're basically a 500 team, is because I think of 500 teams as just being like league average. And while their record is, I don't think of this team as league average. There are nights where it's like this team would be tough to beat in the playoffs. And there are other nights, and I'm not saying last night is one of those nights, but there are other nights where you're like, man, they've got a lot of issues to iron out. Last night, I just think they lost a decent baseball game to a decent team. But again, much like the second game of this series, these games remind me more of games that you gave up against Colorado and the White Sox, or getting swept by the Marlins, where it's like, if you just take 2 of 3 from Miami instead of getting swept, losing last night isn't as big of a deal. Last night's loss, acceptable, but it highlights earlier losses this season that weren't.
Yeah, I'm having a very difficult time looking at the Arizona Diamondbacks of 2025 base earnings and saying they're a 500 team. And I'm having a really, really hard time with that. And the big reason why is in 2024, nobody scored more runs in the game of baseball than the Arizona Diamondbacks. Nobody. So we know they're capable of doing that. And guess what? This year, what are they, top 5 in home runs?
They are number 4 in home runs, yeah.
Top 5 in runs? Yes. Top 5 in runs batted in? Yes. It's all right there once again. This is one of the most explosive offensive teams in the baseball universe. And yet they're 500. Just that in and of itself makes them special to me. They're not 500 when you're top 5 in home runs, RBIs, and runs scored. You're not just a 500 team, right?
Right.
Where's Jabal? But you get my point. They don't feel like a 500 team because of what they're capable of doing at the dish.
If anybody just watched them on any given night and didn't know their record, you would either think this team's great or this team has too many injury and bullpen issues. But you would never think, just league average. This is the most eventful 500 season I can remember any team putting together. And again, I get it. They're 2 games below 500 right now, but basically this season they have been a 500 team. They've got 3 games left before the All-Star break. Really got to win the series over the Angels. I mean, it was tough to watch that game last night, Wolf, and not think about what you've been saying in the stat you just gave, that they're now 5-10 this season with a chance to win a series. Because if you win that game last night, you've really closed the gap on San Diego. You'd be 2.5 games back. Instead, you lose it, and it's almost like the series never happened. You just split with them, So more than anything, it's a missed opportunity, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It was how they looked yesterday through 6 innings that kind of bothered me just a little bit. Based on innings, they had 5 hits and had scored 2 runs, and it looked like they were just waiting for somebody to hit a home run. Just, again, maybe that I honestly think that is probably my preconceived notion based on innings, if I'm being 100% honest here, that it felt that way to me.
I was waiting for somebody to hit a home run.
Okay, there you go. And it felt that way, and maybe it was because I was feeling that thing. But it just seemed like, 5 hits and 2 runs and just waiting for somebody to hit that home run. They were 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position at that point in the game. It just seemed like they were waiting for that. And it used to be, this is the team of chaos. Yeah. This was the team that was going to create chaos. I would love to see them develop ways to manufacture runs, not just hit home runs, but also manufacture runs when you need to be able to manufacture
That's
a
good point, because that has really kind of gone away since the year they went to the World Series. And that year they went to the World Series isn't 10 years ago. It was not even 2 calendar years ago. And there was a moment, Blaze Alexander was pinch running, and he stole second and got to third. They couldn't bring him in.
Oh, yeah.
But that moment was that was reminiscent of 2023, when it felt like every time the Diamondbacks had a runner on first, that guy would end up on third, because they would dance around, they would steal second, the other team's catcher would lose his mind and just chuck the ball out into center field, and he'd get to third. We saw that for a second, but then they couldn't bring him around to score.
I know, that was it right there. And not only that, also the 7th base audience. The Predator did something that brought me off the couch. That's right, the Predator. Corbin Carroll, he singled to right to start the 7th inning. And I was like, a single base hit.
Yeah.
It's Corbin Carroll. Here we go. And guess what happened? Guess what happened? He stole second. Oh, and now he was like, yes, this is what I'm talking about right now. Create the chaos. Here we go. Down 4-2. He stole second. I was just jacked. And then all of a sudden, Ketel Marte popped up.
Yeah.
And I was saying, okay, it's all right. It's Ketel. He's
Fine,
okay. He's one of the best players in the world. And then Jerry doubled. And once again, Jerry seems to be impervious. Yes. Jerry seems to be impervious to the moment. I think this guy might be the one guy that actually doesn't change anything about him. Pressure, you know my take on this. You either get better or you get worse. Rarely do you ever stay the same. I think Jerry might be that guy who stays the same.
He has gotten to the point, and this isn't just because of last night or the last month or whatever. Probably actually started in the 2023 postseason when they first called him up. When he first became a major leaguer, it was like, yeah, this guy can field. Hopefully he can hit well enough to stay on the field. At least that was the perception of him. But he has gotten over the last year and a half. He's gotten to be one of those guys where you're like, okay, we need to run. Who's up next inning? And you see Perdomo, and you're like, good. Because at the very least, he's going to wear the pitcher out.
Yes.
More often than not, he comes through with a hit. He did again last night.
He did last night. Doubled him in. Brought Corbin and made it a 4-3 game with Jerry on second. Hey, Eugenio coming up to the dish.
Yeah.
This
One
is
out,
it.
first and second.
This is it. Here we go. Base hit at Eugenio, and he flied out to center. And then Lourdes Gurriel Jr. grounded out to third to end the inning, and that was it. And, man, that was bad. The worst part of this game for me, base earnings 1-10 with runners in scoring position. And this has been a common theme with the Arizona Diamondbacks, has it not?
It has. And that kind of feeds into the conversation yesterday of, like, are they too reliant on the home run? I'm not going to say yes because they hit a ton of home runs.
They do.
But last night was one of those games where it's like, but when they don't hit a home run, they have a hard time getting guys in. Like, just a single would have done it there. You don't need a 3-run home run. Just a single from Gino or Lourdes Gurriel Jr., two of your better hitters. I mean, Gino's one of your best hitters.
Wouldn't it be awesome if you could do both?
Single and a home run?
Create the chaos and still hit bombs.
Yeah. We've seen them do each half of it. Just bring it together. We've seen them create chaos, and we've seen them hit bombs, and it's largely the same personnel doing it. All right, we come back over to basketball. Summer League starts tonight for the Suns, and there's a lot of guys on this roster that are going to be on the NBA roster. So what are you watching for when they take on the Wizards tonight? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs Ketel Marte.
Just a laser-beamed home run by Ketel Marte.
Will be starting for the National League at the MLB All-Star Game next week.
Now the 2-1, that is smoked to second. Diving catch Ketel.
The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks and All-Star Ketel Marte is Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com, and they want everybody to have that smile, the smile we all want. You want to be able to smile really nice for those family pictures, maybe bite into a steak. Well, you know what? Aria Dental Implant Center can help you do just that. Led by Dr. Joe with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the all-on-4 basic earnings. I can tell you it definitely is a game changer. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective for you, brothers. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery, man. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying for it. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hi everyone, I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey, that's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Dan Bigley writes, Devin Booker is embarking on the biggest challenge of his basketball career. The Cardinals are near the top of the class in ESPN's offseason grades. And Cardinals Budda Baker named a top 10 safety in ESPN poll. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
All right, Wolf, I feel like we're going back in time here a little bit, where all of a sudden Summer League basketball takes on a little bit of a bigger meaning here in the Valley than it has the last couple years. But that's the reality we live in, and the Suns' Summer League schedule begins tonight with a game against the Wizards. And I don't think it's really manufactured interest, at least for me, because so many guys that are on the Summer League roster are going to be on the Suns roster this season, presumably. I mean, you at least know Ryan Dunn and Oso Iguodaro, Kaman Malwatch, Rasheer Fleming. At least those 4 guys who you can see play in the Summer League are a big part of what the Suns are trying to do this upcoming season.
You know, for me, Basinonians, this is really exciting. I'm excited by the challenge of the rebuild that is in front of us. I understand everyone wants to win, and I get that. I understand we were so close to actually winning a championship, so close. Winning the first 2 games in the NBA Finals and losing the next 4. So close.
I remember people saying lose 1 in Milwaukee so you can win it at home.
It's just stunning when you think about it. And I know that nobody gets excited about a rebuild. I do, though. And the reason why I do is because of the young guys that are involved in this rebuild. This one specifically. I'm really, really excited to see Kamal Malawach and what he might do. Kamal Malawach, Rasheer Fleming as well, Ryan Dunn, these young guys. The Suns are going to lean on Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro. They're going to lean on these young guys to actually come up and develop quickly. It starts with the Summer League, and that's why this has got my attention. I'm excited when you've got these young guys. I remember what it was like to be young and actually coming in and trying to establish yourself. I belong here. I belong here. And the energy that would come with that, because you knew what you were trying to do was to be the best in the world at something. And sometimes that would drive you to do stupid things on the court or maybe on the field or on the ice. It would drive you to do stupid things because you were so young and you didn't know what you didn't know. But man, the ability to develop and do it quickly. How fast can these young guys develop for the Phoenix Suns?
Yeah, and there were years, obviously, when the Suns weren't great, and we would all be looking at Summer League because, hey, this guy might be on the team this year, or, this guy's going to be on the team this year, and then this other guy maybe will, be somebody we see a few times. This year's roster, you just rattled off a couple of them. Kamal Malawach is a Phoenix Sun. You just used a top 10 pick on him. Rasheer Fleming, I think we're all excited about what he can potentially do. Ryan Dunn already is a Sun. Oso Ighodaro already is. Maybe Kobe Brea is playing too. I mean, he's definitely playing in the Summer League. Maybe he's playing on the Suns this year as well. So you, in a kind of a unique situation, are getting to watch almost a preview of the Suns. It's like watching a trailer for a movie. Now, I don't know how good the movie's going to be, but I'll at least watch the trailer, right? Here's Rasheer Fleming yesterday talking about what he wants to show in his first Summer League game.
Really just showing my ability to compete. Like I was saying before, like if anything goes wrong, I can always just know that I played hard and gave it my all on both ends of the floor. So that's just making sure I show effort.
I think just his general philosophy towards basketball has the potential to make him a fan favorite in a couple years. Like if he makes it, if he is a consistent contributor for the Phoenix Suns, the way he approaches the game.
Why do you say that?
All of his quotes. And if you watched him play in college too, I mean, he played that way. He played the way he talks about playing, where, yeah, even if I mess up, you're going to get max effort from me on both sides of the court. Like that is the way he's wired. And those sort of players play well in this city, as long as they're on the team. I mean, if he's like the 10th guy on the bench and we see him for 2 minutes a game every other week, then, but if 2 years from now he is in the rotation, or even this year he's in the rotation and playing like that, that's a lot easier to get behind than what we saw from parts of this team last year.
So the young guys right now, that the Phoenix Suns have brought in here, who do you think is going to be in the rotation? If you
away?
Yes. I mean, we're going to say, come on, Malawach.
Yeah.
Correct. He's going to be in the rotation.
I mean, Dunn, for sure, obviously, if you're counting guys that were already. Okay.
Yes. I'm talking about the new guys, the 3 young guys they drafted and brought in. I mean, Kaman Malawach, I think, is going to be in the rotation, bar none. I'm giving Rasheer Fleming a bona fide shot.
He's definitely got a shot.
A bona fide shot of actually being in that rotation, too.
That's what's interesting about this to me is if he goes out there and plays really well in these Summer League games, then he probably is at least going to start the year in the rotation, right? Or on the fringe of the rotation. I mean, you got to see what they do, obviously, with Bradley Beal. And then what that means for Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen. You got to see how, like, when the season starts, they do still have vets on this team that would play out of the gate. But I think ultimately, best case scenario is that Rasheer Fleming looks good in the Summer League. You find a way to get him minutes pretty close to right out of the gate this season, and then he learns on the job this year.
Yeah, and that's the exciting part of it to me. Once again, I know there's a lot of people out there that aren't going to be excited about the results. We're all looking at a team, and I saw, this was crazy, I saw there was a entity that was out there 30 and a half games over and under for the Phoenix Suns. 30 and a half games.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I said 37 the other day.
Yeah.
37 is it? Can we get 35? Can a brother get 35 over and under right there? I don't know based on earnings, but it's going to be tough to win games. And yet at the same time, I'm wildly excited to see these young guys and just how quickly can they possibly learn? You 18-year-old kid? How fast can you actually adapt to the NBA game and use all of that raw athleticism and goodness, that skill, that length, that goodness? How quickly can you adapt? I don't know, Basinonians, but guess what? We're going to find out.
30.5 is a pretty good number by Vegas.
That's
if you
kind
really
of humbling too, though, when you think about it.
I mean, but it is a good number because we can sit here and laugh like, 30.5. Come on, look, they got Devin Booker. But if you actually we're in Vegas and had to put money on it, that's a tough number, right? It's the thing. Look, there's so many unknowns,
When the
right?
money,
yeah. When you're looking at your $5,
I don't know what you're talking about, Luke. Okay,
you don't because you wouldn't even know how to do it.
I don't understand how to do it. Why do people take something with they have it in their hand and they'd say, "Hey, let's try to make double."
Wolf would be like, "So do I have to put $30.5 on this because it's 30.5?"
Right. If it's in your hand, why would you want to double it?
You have or
have it
or lose it. What's up, Rick?
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't know, Wolf, if you ever watched the old game show Cash Cab, but there was at the end of the show, there was a double or nothing. There was a question. You could either keep your money or try to double it. Which one would you go with? If you say
keep
you made
your money.
Okay,
Yes,
so you would.
thank
So if
you.
you made 900, you wouldn't try to make 1,800.
Yeah, no, I would not.
They would weed you out.
Thank you.
Because on those shows, the producers are trying to be, hey, you want double, right? 900, what are you going to do with 900? But 1,800, that's huge.
Every man has his price. No, I don't. My mom would say I'm a simple man, Basinonians.
Like the song?
Yes, indeed.
30.5 is a good number because of the crazy amount of unknowns. Like, okay, well, which ones of these guys are going to play and be ready to play? That's two different questions, right? Like, Kaman Malawach is going to play. Is he going to be ready for the NBA this year? Is Jordan Ott ready for the NBA? How much better is Devin Booker now than he was the last time he was on a team like this, where he was clearly the guy, and the drop-off talent-wise between him and the next guy was so precipitous? How about that? You said the word precipitous early in the show.
So accurately.
Was it right, too?
Yes.
Man, okay.
Precipitous drop.
Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YRF. Let's try this again. YREFY.com. Don't spell it like I do. Spell it the right way. YREFY.com. When we come back, how important is a strong start to the season for the Cardinals? We always talk about the finish, but specifically in 2025, how important is a strong start to the season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call, because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this: if that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 6. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
D-backs at the Angels. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, let's talk some football. Wolf, you ready for football?
You know I'm ready for football.
You are especially ready for football this week.
Jacked up, man. I really, really am.
I don't think anybody thinks it's an act, but anybody that does, if you think Wolf being fired up for football is an act, you should see him off the air. Okay. There's this kind of just, I guess, idea out there floating around on the internet and social media that, and it's because Vegas has the odds out for all the games, the Cardinals in their first 6 games this season, like because of how big the NFL is, Vegas has lines out for every game this season already. Yeah. So they have the lines out for all the Cardinals games. I think they did this for the Bills a couple weeks ago. Somebody looked at it, and like the Bills are favored in every game this season. Like if you just go by Vegas lines, the Bills are supposed to go undefeated. The Cardinals in their first 6 games are favored in 5 of them. I think the one they're not favored in is the San Francisco game in week 3.
At San Francisco, correct?
Yeah, yes. But it does sort of highlight how potentially important the start of this season is, because we always talk about how important the end of the season is for any team, but especially for the Cardinals because of how seasons that have started with promise recently have not ended well. But it really does like kind of put the spotlight on this first month and a half of this season.
Yeah. You know what's amazing about it? You look at the first 7 games and then the bye.
Mm-hmm.
Never forget about that. The bye is week 8 for the Arizona Cardinals this year, a little bit earlier than what we've seen in the past. And that's not ridiculous. That's not really, it's not like it's week 5. It isn't. But, you know, it's still a little bit early. I think you could take the first 7 games. You could take that block and you could look at it. And we all know what has happened after the bye. After the bye for the Arizona Cardinals in a couple of seasons, especially last season, what happened? I still can't get over the fact 6-4 and then 2-5. 6-4. You were number 1 in the NFC West, and then suddenly 2-5 and done.
Yeah, 6-4 when you were on a 4-game winning streak, and you had gone through, at least on paper, the tougher part of your schedule.
Yes, and that's so disappointing. But to your point, on the first 6 games here specifically, you could easily build a case that the Arizona Cardinals could be 5-1.
Yeah, you could also build the case that you probably need to be 4-2, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's football. There's always going to be look, New Orleans, Carolina, San Francisco, Seattle, Tennessee, Indianapolis. Odds makers would say they should, in quotes, be 5-1.
Winnable games.
Yes. Even the San Francisco game is winnable, but there's also losable games because it's the NFL. So I'm willing to say, okay, let's say you kind of run along the way you're supposed to, but you're probably going to lose one of those games. Hey, somehow lost to the Colts or something.
It happens in the game of football.
Just not Seattle again, please. But I think realistically, you probably need to go 4-2 because the way the schedule sets up, Wolf, and you mentioned the bye week in week 8, it's not too low or too early in the season. Like you said, the teams that get like the bye week in week 5, they're always like, okay, now what do we do?
Man.
But recent years have set up better for the Cardinals. A later bye week, the second half schedule on paper wasn't as tough as it is this year. It really puts pressure on the first month and a half.
Yeah, and Basin Onions, the NFL is a year-to-year proposition. It really is. Who knows? Who knows how the Rams are going to be? Who knows who's going to go down? We might sit here and think, boy, the Rams defense is going to be lights out. Maybe they're not. It's a year-to-year proposition. You've got to go prove it. It's one of the things I really enjoy about today's NFL. It really is. You could get an idea as to who's going to be good or who isn't, of course, going into a season. But more than anything else, it's all about proving it, and I love that. And the Arizona Cardinals are no different. You know, they've got to prove it. Yeah, you look at their schedule, the first 7 games, this is the easy chunk of their schedule. It is. It's the easiest part of their schedule, if you ask me. Yeah. The first 6 games in particular. Green Bay, I'm not really going to put them in there. San Francisco is dangerous, there's no doubt. They have good players, but we all know they won 6 games last year.
Your first 6 games, take San Francisco and set it aside for a second. The other 5, every team you're playing, you're facing either a rookie quarterback or a huge unknown at quarterback. Now, think about it. New Orleans, probably Tyler Shuck, maybe.
Yeah.
Week 2, Carolina, okay, Bryce Young, you know it's going to be him, but he's a huge unknown. Seattle in week 4, probably Sam Darnold, probably. Week 5 is Tennessee, so that's a rookie quarterback. Week 6 is the Colts. I mean, they're acting like they're not even sure it's Anthony Richardson. So that alone, just when you face teams with quarterback uncertainty, that's usually a pretty good recipe to find success. That is a universal truth. Now, like to your point, anything can change over the course of the season. you play Houston late in the year. Maybe Stroud's having a bad year. Maybe Stroud's not playing that week or whatever. You never know. The Rams in Week 18, maybe they're already out of it or already in it. But the first couple weeks, you are playing teams that don't really know who their quarterback is.
Yes, and, again, it's just looking at the schedule and saying, okay, what did teams do last year, and what did the Arizona Cardinals do last year, and what could they possibly do this year? How much better are they going to be on the defensive side of the ball? I can promise you this right now, the first 4 weeks of the season, we're going to find that out quickly. How much better is this defense? We're going to find it out. Not because they're playing superior talent, but because they're playing some teams that have to prove it. Mm-hmm. Even Sam Darnold up there in Seattle, I'm sorry. Sam Darnold thing, I see dead people. I see ghosts.
I see a lot of defensive linemen in the backfield.
I'm just saying, it still is a situation where he's got a lot to prove. He's the guy now.
So does that.
Seeing ghosts.
Seeing ghosts.
That's not good. And you heard what he said? They're going to keep bringing it. I would too.
I see dead people.
He's going to need to win the Super Bowl before he can live that line down.
Yes. Getting off to a start, if all things are considered equal, Basinonians, if you look at their schedule after the bye and how much tougher it truly gets, they're going to have to make some hay. If everything is as it appears, they're going to have to make some hay in the first 7 weeks of this season. If, in fact, they're going to be that playoff team. Now, everything can change. It can. Everything can change. Players can develop quicker than other players, and suddenly they develop to a point where they're game changers. But I think we're going to know, this is just a guess, I think we're going to know an awful lot about 2 things in the first 7 weeks of the season. What is this defense capable of, number one? And number 2, is the Marvin Harrison, Kyler Murray chemistry better? Is it real? And when are we going to see it if we haven't?
Yeah. Yeah, you are right fundamentally with there are so many unknowns and everything, not everything, but a lot changes week to week in the NFL.
It does.
It's hard, though, here, July 11th, to look at a path where, the Cardinals, the first 7 games before the bye week, they started 2-5, but then they went on a run and got in. That's the one scenario that doesn't seem plausible. You could go 5-2 and still not get in because the second half is brutal. You could maybe go 4-3, but then you get better in the second half and you do win games in November and December and get in. You might start 7-0 and then, kind of stumble down the stretch and still get. All of these these scenarios seem plausible to me, except the start really weak and then just go on a huge run in the second half to get in. I think you have to make a statement in the first month and a half.
And here's the only thing I'll say quickly, because I know we're up against it right now, but do you think players are going to be talking about that first 7 weeks of the season and that bye? And then, of course, the second half of the season and how important that's going to be? Oh, yeah. They're going to be talking about this. We got to get off to a quick start. Make hay while the sun is shining.
Especially if you're on the defense. You must be looking at that schedule being like, let's go. Let's play the Saints tomorrow. All right, we come back in the Diamondbacks. Get back to winning series. They've got one more against the Angels before the All-Star break. It starts tonight. We're going to talk to D-backs broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Go, Dave.
Sunday morning, July 6th at 8:43 a.m. local Arizona time while on vacation in Sicily. Our own John Gambadoro posted this to over 100,000 followers. Quote, I expect a decision and resolution on Bradley Beal's situation in the next 24 to 48 hours. End quote. Since then, don't look at us. We're over here doing the I don't know emoji just like you.
I would be stunned if he's on the roster when training camp starts.
When breaking Bradley Beal news finally hits, you'll hear it on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
I speak fluent Italian.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS. That's right, brothers and sisters. Maybe you got some back issues, man. Maybe Maybe you got some back issues and maybe you need to go to Desert Institute for Spine Care. I got a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. The spine surgeons at DISC, they've helped me in the past. I give them my highest recommendation for you. If you are battling any type of back or spine issues, you need to go to DISC. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train surgeons in the United States and worldwide, train people all over the world on minimally invasive spine surgery. Enjoy life again. 602-944-2900 for DISC.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
This one is long gone to left field.
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, one more series before the All-Star break. It starts tonight in L.A., technically Orange County, against the Angels. The first meeting this season between the D-backs and the Angels. Jody Jackson is there. She joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. Jody, I know it's tough to leave San Diego's weather and go to the weather right around Newport Beach. Are you able to? Are you managing this okay?
It's so tough, you know, the long bus ride and everything. This is the travel for this road trip. It doesn't get any better than this. I mean, the weather, the night games, having 4 night games, and you know, the D-backs played well. It just was a very slim margin on being able to maybe sweep these games. A very tough pill to take. I have to go back though. When I first jumped in on the link, I saw Wolf. What is going on, Wolf? What is the skull cap? What do you have? Is it chilly in there, or what's happening?
No, you know what it is, Jody? The skull cap makes me think of football when I put it on. And we're getting close, of course, to training camp, as you well know. And
yeah.
I just love the idea of maybe possibly sticking a mouth guard in as well while the skull cap is on for all the YouTubers that are out there, Jody. So
yeah, well, we know there's a lot of them. They want to see how if your hair's looking good or if you're on the skull cap. So.
It's so funny because the Warrior Queen said, Ron, it makes you look like you're 85 years old. And I said, well, you know what, hon, so be it. That's what it is.
That's the encouragement you need walking out the door.
You're looking tough. I think that's mission accomplished.
Okay, excellent, Jody. Where do you start when you think of last night's game for this team? And what is the general mood being around these guys, Jody, at this point of the season?
I mean, look, they're fighting. They're fighting with everything they have, and I think that what we've seen this last week has been the starting pitching has really ticked up, and it's been a little over a week actually. So I mean, that's good. I think the mood is still really solid. I just think that like last night, there's so many little things that happened. It's still a low-scoring game. It's not like, yes, Eduardo Rodriguez, struggled a bit. He gave up the 2 homers, leadoff homers in the 3rd and the 5th to Fernando Tatis Jr. and Manny Machado. But, look, the bullpen, they really walked that fine line. Murillo gave up a run, but then Woodford wiggled out a couple jams. I mean, it's really, when you look at a 4-3 game, you have to look at the offensive chances. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get a run home when, and Perdomo, just another great job last night, driving in his 65th run. But in the 3rd inning, and Torrey talked about this after the game, Ketel's still kind of nursing that groin. You want Ketel Marte in the lineup. You don't want to lose him. You don't want to have that groin to a point where, he can't be in the lineup. So he was stopped at 3rd. You look at later, you had some chances. They continued to work around Naylor. They walked Naylor all through the series. I asked Torrey about that last night, too. I mean, even with Pivetta, who had given up a homer to Eugenio Suarez, and they still decided to focus on him, and it worked. We all know Eugenio Suarez is capable of some great things, but in this particular series, last night going 0 for 4, with Naylor being on base 3 times via the walk, 2 were intentional. So, and then I also, every little out, you kind of scrutinize it. I asked about the double steal there, and Torrey, I think his term was barely okay with it. Grichuk got caught over there. I think Grichuk was supposed to shut that down when he knew he couldn't get there. So you really look at all the little things. You leave 10 on base. The Padres left 12 on base. So, the pitching was still the rule of the day yesterday. And I think that, I will say this about the mood is still good to answer the question, but I do want to point out with the Padres, you're looking at a real flip here, right? Their offense is just not clicking, even though they looked okay last night. They have those 4 guys on the back end, and Mike Schultz calls them the 4 horsemen. You've got Morahan, you've got Estrada, Jason Adam, and Suarez. They've all appeared more than 40 times. They've all been really good. And that is so unique in this game. And that's what they ran up against last night. Mm-hmm. And they did get some base runners against those guys. Those guys love a clean inning, right? And the Diamondbacks were not giving them that. But it reminds me a lot of it's why the Diamondbacks went to the World Series, because at that time, and they didn't have that all year, but they had Ryan Thompson, they had Joe Mantiply, they had Kevin Ginkel, Paul Sewald, Kyle Nelson, Bryce Jarvis. Everybody was doing their job on the back end. And I'm just looking big picture because last night everything was pretty well pitched, honestly, even from the Diamondback side. But I'm just going big picture on a season when you can have guys that can make, 40 appearances by the All-Star break or 45, right? And the Diamondbacks haven't had that. They've had to piece it together. And that's what we really saw last night.
Jody, you mentioned the 65 RBIs for Geraldo Perdomo. His previous career high was 47, and we still have, a little under half the season left. He's 11th in all of baseball. He's got more RBIs than guys like Matt Olson and Shohei and Kyle Tucker and Manny Machado. There was no question what he meant to this team before the season started, but you talk about a guy who gets an extension and gets paid and then gets better. Where is the offense coming from? Because that's such a huge jump. By the end of the year, he's going to probably have at least doubled his career high in RBIs.
I mean, he's just getting better and better. To think that he might have 100 RBIs is outstanding. I think he's gotten better. We all know one of the big keys is just left and right side. He's doing it from both. He always puts a good at-bat on you. We know from his time as a prospect, he was always good with plate discipline. He was working walks. He can get down 0-2, and he's still going to, a lot of times, take it back to 3-2 and either take a walk or get on base somehow, put the ball in play. He's just so good at those things, and it's really exciting because you talked about signing him in this extension. I mean, he's just going to get better. And power has been a new part of the game, but even the RBIs, it's just a little bit of everything, and it's so impressive to watch. And then to add on top of it, you guys know what he means to the clubhouse and to these guys, the leadership that he brings on the field, in the middle of a game, in the clubhouse before the game, after the game. So it's really cool to see. And like I said, the work that he's done with the hitting coaches, that's just going to continue, and it's going to get better.
Jody, watching the game, it made me think that is this team too dependent on hitting home runs? And I wanted to ask you that question. Is it possible to be a team that can create chaos and actually hit home runs and do it at the same time?
It's so funny, Wolf, because I had this conversation with Josh Naylor yesterday, and I'm probably going to run parts of that interview during the broadcast over the weekend. It was really good and really insightful. And I think the thing with this team with the home runs is they hit a lot of homers. I mean, they have slug and they have it up and down the lineup, and you're not gonna turn that away. Right. It just is part of what they do. I think it's a little, when you see the numbers that they rely on it more than any other team, I do think it's a function of the fact that they just hit a lot of them. And I think that they are capable of more. And what's funny is before that game, Josh Naylor talked to me about, he said our offense is chaotic. And chaos is not a new term. We've gone to that back to 22 and 23 when these young guys came up. I think that they can get better at that. I think that it's part of the game. We saw a little bit of it last night. I mean, I was even excited when Blaze came in and Blaze stole a base. We saw chaos getting him on third base. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get home. So I think that element is still there. And I think sometimes when they hit a lot of home runs, it's just not as prevalent. And it's something that, it's not like something you can necessarily practice, but when it happens more and more, it is a little bit more contagious. I think we're going to see it a little more this weekend. I'm telling you guys, I think that, and it's going to take every bit of this team to win these games here in Anaheim as we head toward the break. This team really needs the break. They have a lot of guys banged up. Catel's just one of them. I mean, we have guys playing with injuries that I don't think anyone even knows about, but when you look at it, you're going to need everybody. And I think that chaos side of the game, it can be those guys that maybe are role players that can drop down a bunt, that can steal bases, that can really take pitchers out of their rhythm. And we even saw that a little last night. They just weren't able to cash in. But so, Wolf, I'm a little hedging on that because I think homers are what they are. I mean, you're gonna take them every time.
Yeah.
I just think the team does score a lot of runs. I think they can get better, though. Last night, clearly being 1 for 10. So that's an area that 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. They can do it. They just need to go out and execute it.
Jody, it's always great talking to you.
Thank you,
Enjoy
Jody.
the All-Star break, all right?
Yes, I will. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the weekend.
All right, that's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, were there any risks involved with signing Devin Booker to his latest extension? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons are $5.99 when you buy 2 at Fry's Food and Drug now through July 15th.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures and that are ill-fitting or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the Valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off for that one is at 6. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. The Phoenix Suns have locked in their face of the franchise, so can Devin Booker return to his highest level of play now that he's the focal point yet again? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
Hour number 2 of the Wolf and Luke Show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios here on this Friday morning. The biggest news of the week for the Suns, so far at least, was the extension given to Devin Booker, Wolf, which is huge news. It's just one of those things where Devin Booker's already on the team. You know what I mean? So it's like it's big, and it's not like he was a free agent next year or something. So like it is big. Not as big as you turning your mic on, but
that's right. It's really important to actually turn your microphone on when you broadcast, based on audience. And I did not. Sometimes you push the button and it doesn't work. Ron Wolfley pulling the curtain back. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it doesn't light up when you push the button.
The Jody interview, I had to hit it.
This
like
was not one
times.
of those opportunities, based on audience. I just didn't push it. I was not prepared for that. I was mesmerized by what Luke was saying.
Oh, actually. I'm sure that was exactly what it was. But look, I think for the most part, people here locally, if you're a Suns fan, you're excited about it because of what Devin Booker has meant to this organization and what you believe he can mean going forward through this rebuild. I will say, nationally, it hasn't been received as well. Like, I'm looking at a story on ESPN, and they went through, and you'll love this, Wolf. They were reaction and grades for all the biggest signings this offseason. Everybody's got to grade something. But they said for extensions, they just do pass or fail as a grade. Well, the Booker extension, they graded as a fail. They graded it as a fail because that's committing a lot of money to one guy when you're trying to rebuild. They talk about, will this guy have more trade value? There's a line in here that says, one key question in evaluating any extension is whether a player will have more trade value after striking the deal. In this case, because Booker will get the maximum raise between the 2 seasons of the deal, he won't be tradable for 6 months. The question is more a hypothetical one. I suspect Booker would have more value to other teams on his current contract, unquote, as opposed to the max deal he just signed. And the Suns have no intention of trading him. But this does kind of lock you in now to one guy. If you could be locked into any one guy, you'd want it to be Booker if you're the Suns. But you are now locked in most likely for 5 years.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. A lot of the people out there, some of the critics, they also like to point to the fact over the last couple of seasons, he has not been as productive. He has not. Yeah, he's not been as productive because Kevin Durant was actually out on the floor with him as well. And I know that you can say, well, I'm talking about his shooting percentage. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He has not been the same guy to me since Kevin Durant actually showed up. So we'll see where this goes from this point forward. And again, I'm not saying that Kevin Durant impacted Devin Booker negatively, Basinonians, but you know how I feel about it. Book deferred. I believe Devin Booker deferred an awful lot to Kevin Durant. Not only on the floor, but also off the floor. A lot. And this is the one thing that cannot be going forward. It is the one thing that cannot. Devin Booker has got to be the guy.
He's got to be the guy.
Will he accept it or not? To me, he already has.
They're never going to win if he's the only guy. You know what I mean? That's why. Like, I hear what you're saying about the Chris Paul thing. I mean, you don't want Chris Paul because you want Booker to be the leader, and you feel like if Chris Paul gets here, he's going to be the leader. But I don't know who this is on, but it's on somebody. The Suns are never going to win the title if Devin Booker is light years ahead of all of his teammates talent-wise or production-wise.
Yes.
We've already seen that.
Yes, but you need somebody in particular when you've got young guys. You got a lot of young guys in that locker room. You need somebody that is going to be able to model the culture that you want to establish here. For me, Devin Booker, when I think of Book, I think he's the perfect guy to do it. He's the perfect guy to do it. He's the perfect guy to do it because he cares about both sides of the floor, both ends of the floor. He does. Now, look, I know his defensive efficiency has taken a hit over the last couple of years as well. It has. But Devin Booker does care about that side of the floor. It's not like he doesn't. It's not like he's a horrible defender. To me, he can actually be a capable defender. That's what I see Devin Booker becoming going forward. He's got to. And if he doesn't, again, the reason why they signed him to all this stuff, this huge contract they signed him to, this Supermax, is because they've already gotten the word from Devin Booker that he's going to be this guy in every way, shape, and form.
You get what I'm saying, though, right? I agree with you. He needs to become that guy.
He's got to be.
But it can't be such a delicate thing where they can't bring in another great player ever, because then they will never win anything. He could be the world's greatest leader ever. If he's leading a bunch of rookies and second-year players, they have no chance in a conference against Oklahoma City and Houston and San Antonio. So is that something where the best-case scenario is that Jalen Green, let's say, or Kaman Malawach just evolves into his running mate?
Okay. Yeah, was Jimmy Butler the only leader for Golden State? No. Did he make the difference in Golden State? Yeah, he made the difference. Yeah, he did. His leadership and how he played on both ends of the floor. He made that difference. For me, Devin Booker has got to be that guy. And to me, that's already been acknowledged. This is the reason why they signed him to a 2-year extension as well, because they've asked him, is he willing to do this? Is he willing to be that guy? Is he willing to set the model and actually go out and live the culture for everybody else that is in this locker room, or not? When you talk about alignment, Devin Booker is in that alignment.
I'll play some of the national reaction to the signing. Here's Tim Bontemps first.
I give Devin Booker credit for wanting to stay in Phoenix and wanting to try to make this work. It would be very easy in the situation the Suns are in to say, I would like to go play somewhere else because this is a complete disaster. And to this point, he has not, which I do give him credit for. If you want to spend your whole career playing for the Suns, I find that a very admirable thing. However, if he does want to have a chance to really win, he is starting to get to the point where he's going to have to make that decision pretty soon.
See, I want to push back on that really hard, but the problem, Wolf, is there's so much unknown. You know what I mean? Like I think we all applaud the loyalty, and I don't want Booker to leave. And I think that the sign of true greatness is showing that loyalty and then winning where you are. But the point he makes there at the end of, but this might not be a situation where you can win. I can't push back on that because I don't know how good of a GM Brian Gregory is. I don't know how good of a coach Jordan Ott is. I don't know how good these pieces they've brought in around Booker and what they're going to do in the next year or two are. The people that say that he's flawed for staying loyal right now, I completely disagree with. The people that say he might be in a position in 2 or 3 years where he looks around and says, we're never going to win here, I have no chance. That might be the case.
Yes.
It might not be, though, too.
Yes, it might not be the case, but to your point, it might be the case. I love the fact that Devin Booker, again, is everything that you want. The way that he competes, I love how he competes. He smolders when he competes, and yet he's got a grin, a wry grin from time to time. But he doesn't try to go out there and fake a lot of stuff. That's what I love as well. I think Devin Booker, again, when he was younger, he would overreact on a lot of things. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about it. I don't think that is him going forward. I love how he competes out on the floor, on both ends of the floor. Once again, I think he tries. On the defensive side of the ball, that's what I want to see from Devin Booker. He's got to set the standard for everybody else. And if he's not willing to do it, you're not going to sign him to the contract extension you just did. He has to set the standard offensively and defensively for this team. Otherwise, why would you do that? Why would you do that when you didn't have to?
I have more cuts I want to play from national reaction. We'll play them later on in the show, though, because we're up against it right now. But there's one in particular that we're going to have a reaction to. I'll just put it that way. When we come back, how has Zach Gallen found his form over the last couple starts, and can he keep doing it now going forward? We're going to ask former D-backs pitcher Josh Colmenter. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't think the legacy of James Jones to me is all that complicated at all. I think it's actually really simple. But James Jones, in part, constructed a basketball team that got closer to winning an NBA championship than any Phoenix Suns team ever had before. They were up 2-0 in the 2021 NBA Finals. And that team, while certainly having some of Ryan's fingerprints on it and certainly some of Robert Sarver's fingerprints on it, also had James Jones's fingerprints all over that team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love about Moving Team 6? It is a family-owned and operated business. That's right. Tim Lee is the founder. He's the owner of Moving Team 6. He started this company all the way back in 2012 with his sons, Garrett and JT. It's a family-run business right here in Phoenix. And what I love about that, this company is built on the backs of this family. Yeah, the Lee family. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And that is what Moving Team 6 is built on. Proudly support and hire veterans as well to join their winning team. And the reason why they hire veterans is because they use a military-like approach. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient. They're going to be on time, reliable. They're going to show up when they say they're going to do it, and they're going to do a great job for you. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
They not like us.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The final series before the All-Star break begins tonight in Southern California. What lasting impressions do the Diamondbacks need to make? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6, here on Arizona Sports.
3 games in Orange County against the Angels. Josh Colmenter is on the TV call of those games, and he joins us right now. Of course, former D-backs pitcher, a guy who can speak to like the Ryan Nelson situation because he was both a reliever and a starter. Guy who can speak to Zach Gallen's position because Gallen's been pitching better lately, certainly. Josh, thanks for the time, man. How's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Doing okay, Coley.
Let's just start with starting pitching right out of the gate. And let's start with Ryan Nelson, who is pitching tonight. As a starter this season, he's got a 2.79 ERA. Overall, even with the relief appearances, he's got a whip under 1, which is fantastic. What is it, Coley, about being a starter that seems to bring out the best in Ryan Nelson and sometimes just brings that out in pitchers?
I think you can game plan for 4 days, 5 days, depending on the break, and you can really figure out what you want to do and how you want to attack. And I think because he was yin-yang back and forth, it's hard to get settled. Some guys do it better than others when you're the swing man. But I think when he's in the rotation, we saw it last year when he took off in the second half of the season, was going to be in the rotation until they signed Corbin Burns. That bumped him out. But now that he's back, I feel like he's just more comfortable in that role and is really thriving.
Coley, what kind of brain makes a good reliever? I mean, is there a guy that is built to actually be a reliever?
Certainly. I think it's a couple things. One, they always say you got to have a short memory because you're going to be out there back-to-back days sometimes facing the same guy in a row. So you could give up a hit to him one night, maybe a walk-off or something. You might be facing him the exact night. So you got to be able to just flush everything quick. And I think you need just a crazy intensity. And you see some of those guys come in and it's like they're like steam coming out of their head. That's the kind of mentality you want because they're just so amped up on the mound and so in attack mode coming at you that it makes the hitter uncomfortable. And you see closers or even just some setup guys like that. Like when Ginkel's going really well, that's kind of what he is. He's like snorting pawn at the mound almost, it seems like, and he's coming at you. And that's the kind of mentality you need.
We're talking to Josh Colmentor. Josh, Zach Gallen's last couple starts have looked like vintage Zach Gallen. How, if you're the Diamondbacks, I mean, I guess you just have to assume he's going to continue to pitch that way because he's given you full seasons like that in the past. Obviously, this has not been one of those full seasons, but how do you approach a pitcher? Or maybe, I guess the better question is, why is it going this way for Zach Gallen, where he has some starts this year that don't look like him at all, but then he has other starts where he looks absolutely elite?
A lot of credit, I think, needs to go to James McCann. He came in and really did a quick study of Zach Gallen, went through film, went through tape, found out what was working, what wasn't. And I think he probably studied a lot of the tape from a couple years past when Zach would get on those runs and you'd see him go 30, 40 innings without giving up a run. And he was one of the elite pitchers. And I think he's helping instill that confidence in Zach that he can get outs with all of his pitches. He's commanding the fastball so much better. That was a problem. The walks are way down. And it was just a matter of him being in the zone more consistently to allow him to have success. And that's what he's done the last 2 starts.
I want you to fill in the blank here, Coley. Eduardo Rodriguez must do blank to be successful. What makes him successful when he goes out and takes the ball?
He has to live on the edges all the time. The home runs he gave up yesterday and the 3 he gave up in the last start, you could almost put them right on top of each other. They're in the middle of the zone. And that's usually what happens when a hitter gives up or a pitcher gives up multiple home runs. It's missing location. And he gets a ton of swing and miss when he's on the edges, above the zone or below the zone. But when he misses in the middle, particularly this season, hitters aren't missing it. It's not overwhelming velocity or overwhelming movement. And so he becomes very hittable when the pitches are there. And his case study this season is so bizarre because his swing and miss rates are up, the strikeouts are up, but also the batting average, the hard hit balls are also all up. So it's a little bit of just swing and miss or they crush the ball. There's no in between. It's just bizarre to look at.
We're talking to Josh Colmentor. Okay, I'm going to read this note that the Diamondbacks had put out before the game yesterday, talking about Brandon Pfaadt. That line of 8+ innings, 2 or fewer runs, 4 or fewer hits, 0 walks, 4 or fewer strikeouts, and 99 or fewer pitches, Wolf, has only been done twice in D-backs history before Pfaadt did it.
Wow.
And the most recent one was Josh Colmentor in 2014. So, Josh, I'll just ask you this about Pfaadt, how early he still is in his career, but also he's seen some of the biggest games you can see in that postseason in 2023. With the way his prior basically 2 months had gone before that game the other night, what does that do for a young pitcher's confidence, especially because now he can go into the All-Star break feeling good about himself?
He's gaining momentum, and he had even admitted it on air last night. He was a mid-inning interview. He went through a tough stretch in June. It was a goofy month. He had that start. He didn't record an out, and you take your lumps. He's going to be here for the long haul. They give him that extension. They believe in young starting pitching, and they believe in Brandon. And I think it's a credit to him. He developed a cutter that he brought out mid-season, which is so hard to do, to have the trust in that to go throw it in big league games. And he identified that he needs to be better against left-handed pitching. He seems to handle righties pretty well. He was trying to figure out what to do to lefties. Brought out this cutter, and I think he's learning a lot, and he's learning a lot from Zach and Merrill. Pitching behind them, he gets to watch them, particularly in the last series, go out and do what they do. He can go watch that video, and he just followed suit. And he has so many pitches he can throw in the zone. And I think it's just a confidence thing. When you start having success as a young starting pitcher and you realize, oh, I can get guys out at this level consistently, it just builds and builds. And I think that's kind of what's happening to him.
Coley, can a baseball team become too dependent on hitting home runs?
Yeah, absolutely they can. And that's something we've seen recently. Torrey always talks about building an inning. And when this offense is at its best, you'll see them score 4 or 5 different innings. And it could start with a hit and a walk. It could start with a extra base hit that they move over and get the run in. But the last couple games that they lost to San Diego, they couldn't get that done. They were looking for the big hit and couldn't just get a hit. Not just a home run or anything, but a hit. And it just seems like when this team's slugging, they do well, and then when you hold them against that, they're losing. And it's weird because this offense is so dangerous and so potent at any time, but it really seems to be reliant on that extra base or home run.
We're talking to Josh Colementor. Josh, last year, as you well know, their record was basically the same. I think they're 1 game below the pace now that they were last year at this time, and then they went on that huge run in the second half and ultimately didn't make it, but put themselves in position to make it with 89 wins. When you look at this year's team, is there 1 or 2 things you see that, like, okay, if this changes after the All-Star break, they can make another run like that?
The bullpen definitely needs to be better. Right now is the best stretch they've had of starting pitching for the entire season. And obviously the offense is at an elite level. They have all their guys back, save for Moreno. He'll be back at some point. And if the rotation continues like this, that offense is one of the best in baseball. They can carry them much like they did the second half of last year, but there's no real bullpen arms coming unless they get a trade. They'll get Graveman back, but it's a patchwork group down there that they're trying to figure out how to manage, and I'm curious to see what they do because the offense, and it looks like the starting pitching, is good enough. Last year at this time, the offense was really carrying them. They were going to get 2 starters back in August, and Erod and Merrill. So that kind of helped. But right now, there's no pitching boost in the arm coming down the pike. So they're just going to have to do it with this group of guys.
Coley, when you look at the Angels series, handicap it for us a little bit here. What do you see? What has to happen for the Diamondbacks to win this series?
The Angels are interesting. They're a lot like the Diamondbacks. They hit a lot of home runs. They have a lot of power, but they rely on that quite a bit as well. So I think the D-backs offense overall matches up better, particularly the guys that they're going to get in the rotation. You're going to get Nelson, Gallen, and Kelly, and all 3 of them coming off incredible starts. So I think the starting pitching has to hold up. They have to be able to throw 6 innings plus. It's going to be the last 3 games, so Torrey can use the bullpen, as much or as little as he wants because they're going to get that break. And so I think you have to manage each one of these games to win. You can't just save one for the next day. I think you empty the tank any chance you have to get a win in this series.
Josh, great stuff as always, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Coley.
Yeah, good seeing you guys.
All right, you too. That's Josh Colementor joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line from Southern California as Diamondbacks get ready to wrap up the first part of the season with 3 games in L.A. against the Angels starting tonight. Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, we come back. Some football, some college football. Kenny Dillingham's focus maybe isn't necessarily on recruiting as it is on a different word. Wolf will explain next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch to him. swung on, grounded to first, and fielded cleanly by Cronenworth. He takes it to the bag himself. That's the ball game. That's the series. The D-backs could not finish the job here, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-3.
A 2-2 split in San Diego. Now the D-backs face the Angels in Anaheim. Coverage of Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. You know, I've talked about Trajan Wealth for years now, but I am actually a client. And let me tell you, they made retirement planning a whole lot more simple. No pressure, no confusing jargon. Just clear, honest advice, Basinonians, from fiduciaries who put your goals first. That's right, they're all fiduciaries over at Trajan Wealth. They do better when you do better. I feel a lot more confident, more prepared, and honestly relieved. If you've ever wondered if your plan could be better, you need a second opinion from Trajan Wealth. I thought I had things in shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look, and it turns out there were some big opportunities that I was missing. Pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A-plus rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535. Or online at cbrothers.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off for that one is at 6. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
D-backs at the Angels. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, thanks to Josh Colementer for joining us last segment. Thanks to Jody Jackson for joining us as well. Xavier Alfred's going to join us, ASU safety. In the 1 o'clock hour.
So cool.
1:30. And so, since we're talking about ASU now, since I did that, Wolf, let's keep talking about ASU.
Okay, cool.
Kenny Dillingham at Big 12 Media Day, the focus for a college coach, it's always on recruiting, right? He has a different R word that he is focused on now in 2025.
Yeah, I think it's all about retention rankings now. I think at the end of the day, you can recruit whoever you want, but then they can leave in 6 months, they can leave in a year, they may not be good. The hit rate on a lot of top guys isn't very high. So, you can't say recruiting is like drafting, because it's not. Draft picks, a lot of the first and second rounders have to play as true freshmen, or have to play as rookies, right? Where less than 5%, 5 to 3% of Division I Power 5 freshmen start as a freshman, 5%. You're not talking first or second rounders anymore. So in this new era where you have 105 kids potentially on scholarship, or 85, it's all about retaining the guys in your team. It's all about treating the guys in your team great. And if you treat the guys in your team great, when you get a good player, he's going to stay there. If you constantly are looking for the next best thing to replace the guys in your team, then your own guys in your team should leave. Why wouldn't they?
It's absolutely brilliant from Kenny. That is absolutely spot on brilliant.
This is why he's succeeding, because he has taken a very complicated situation and simplified it.
And he always has, yeah. Luke. He's embraced it from the very beginning. Mm-hmm. Instead of me walking around going, I can't even believe what's happening to college football. It sucks buttermilk. He's embraced it from the very beginning and navigated it and manipulated it and has done an incredible job with how it's structured. It's just amazing to listen to that. It's not recruiting anymore. It's retention. And that's the very reason why Nick Saban walked away.
Yeah.
Because he could not handle the fact that he had to recruit a kid that was playing for him.
I get it. If you're Nick Saban, you've been doing this for so long, and, him in particular had been so successful at it, he probably on some level just didn't want to see the system change because he had mastered the old system. But even set that aside, if it was somebody who wasn't winning the national championship every other year, you'd look at it and you'd say, okay, this is not what I signed up for. Kenny, it is what he signed up for because of when he broke in. And look, is the system a joke? Yeah, it's a joke. There's no adult in the room saying, the argument was always, hey, these kids should be able to better their lives and make some money and help their family out too. That's fine. That doesn't mean you have to be a free agent every 6 months. When you're like, well, in the NFL, they would get paid. In the NFL, they also sign contracts. They're not a free agent every 6 months.
Ridiculous.
That's the issue when you're just a constant free agent. And it puts you as a coach in a situation where what are you supposed to do? Play guys that aren't ready so they don't leave because you think they're going to be ready in a year?
Yeah.
You're supposed to be constantly sucking up to your players. Kenny has embraced it in a way where he has just been genuine and honest. And he has found his avenue, and I'm sure other coaches are either going to try and do the same thing. There's probably a few that are. But he came along at, in some ways, the right time, and he has found a way where he's making this work. He is retaining his players, and they aren't spending the money that some of these other schools are.
How does that change your approach as a coach? How does that change your approach as a coaching staff? How does that change your approach as an organization, as a program? where we see GMs now being hired on a regular basis to actually manage teams. How does that, what does that look like when it's all about retention as opposed to recruiting?
Yeah.
I don't know. That is fascinating to me, though. It's a completely different approach to the college game, and it's got to be.
It could be such a negative. It's working right now for ASU because Kenny Dillingham has found a way to navigate it in a positive way. And so, we all talk about how good ASU could be because of Sam Leavitt, Jordan Tyson, and Kenny Dillingham. But how about the simple fact that a lot of teams around them are losing good players? It would be like if the Cardinals drafted Marvin Harrison Jr., but he could leave in week 8 if he wanted to. Because another team was going to pay him more money. And if he was really good, he definitely would leave at the end of the season. I mean, that's what college football, that's the landscape they've created because, again, nobody wants to step up and put any real regulations into it. So, I mean, imagine if you signed Devin Booker to this extension, but halfway through the season, he could just walk.
Yeah. Stunning.
Yeah. But if you can navigate it, so many other coaches are trying to figure out what they're supposed to do. And a lot of them are just like, well, throw more money at guys. You throw money at a guy, but if he's not playing, he's just going to leave anyway.
And see, this has always been my biggest problem with college football right now. The fact that we are teaching our young men, we are training our young men, guys that are in college, we're training them to when you have the advantage, you cut and run because you're going to get more money.
You should play for 5 different schools in your 4-year career.
Luke, when you do well, hey, forget about the program that helped you do well. When you do well, now you hold their feet to the fire because you're gone. This team over here is going to give you all this NIL money. Are you kidding me? We're teaching our young men when you have the advantage, you cut and run. Oh, by the way, when you have the disadvantage, you cut and run as well.
Yeah.
That's what we're teaching our young guys. And that's one of the biggest reasons why it gets me fired up, Luke, and you know this, because I value this so much. These young men, I value it so much when you go into a program and you're there for 3 or 4 years, the way you grow and develop as a man. It doesn't happen anymore.
I think about it on the academic side, too, like going to 3 or 4 colleges in your 4 or 5 years, whatever.
The social aspect is just gone.
Social aspect's gone, and then like, what kind of education are you getting? That's like I like that they're getting paid and everything. It's just I think that they should cut down on the amount they're allowed to transfer.
There should be something. I don't know what the rule would be, but I don't think they act like it would be the most groundbreaking thing to ever come up with. I'm pretty sure you could hammer it out in about 15 minutes, really, if you cared. Some sort of deal where if you sign with a school, you're there for 2 years. Or you got to have a real good reason that you're transferring, and you can only do it once in your career, unless there's like a medical hardship or you got to be back home close to your family or something. But this idea where you just transfer every half season, Wolf, I don't even know where Jaden Rashada is at this point because he's
Sacramento State.
Okay, all right.
Oh, way to go, Rick.
So that's
the reverse Cam Scatterby.
He's running the reverse Scatterby. That's not great. So is that his 4th college or 5th?
3rd school in college, but he was also committed to Miami and Florida before he even went to Arizona State.
And then Georgia and Sacramento State. So that's 5, right?
Yep, and now he'll be playing FCS football, believe it or not.
And I mean, there's a chance he still makes it, but that's just one of a bunch of examples. Like if you had just stuck on one team, and I'm not blaming him, the system has told him to do this, and there's a million examples like him. If you had just stuck with one team, maybe you become a starter and you have an NFL career instead of this kind of college career.
And yet, how many players has ASU lost?
As starters, I mean, they only lost guys to the NFL this year.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think did anybody actually transfer?
I think there was one maybe on the defense.
Was it LaTerrence Welch? He was already gone.
No, he wasn't even a starter either.
No. Oh, man.
I mean, Fatano, these guys left to go to the NFL.
You've got Kenny Dillingham talking about retention and not recruiting, and that's exactly what he did. Retained his players from a team that won the Big 12.
And that's going to really be the question going forward is he did it last year to this year, I think he'll be better at it than most. But last year was such a special season. All these guys, I think, looked around and they're like, I don't want to leave. I mean, can he still retain players better than 99% of college football in like 2 or 3 years? I mean, I guess a lot of that is contingent on winning too. When we come back, when are the Diamondbacks going to be able to rely on Eduardo Rodriguez? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
I think what Jonathan Gannon has done in 2 years has been absolutely remarkable given the lack of success. They have not had a winning record yet, and yet they have somehow built and sustained a culture that really seems to appeal to guys. When you look at the difference in the NFLPA report card, where the ownership and the amenities and the weight room, they're all getting Fs, and then the coach gets an A. If the Cardinals had another 8-9 season, and it's because Kyler Murray can't play well in December, I think the Cardinals move on to a second quarterback, but I think Jonathan Gannon survives.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
On July 21st, the D-backs host Jose Altuve and the Houston Astros at Chase Field for a 3-game series. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Selenos to grand price himself.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in.
Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey now, it's the All-Star break and the D-backs play. It's almost the All-Star break. Angels in L.A. Will they be wins or be defeats before they're off for a week? Tune in on Monday to find out. 6 a.m.
Boy, nothing like Jared singing, "Hey now you're an all-star" over this.
Wow.
Who is this, Rick? Celine Dion?
A day to remember.
I know. I just wanted to.
Wow.
All right.
I haven't heard that in a while, man.
That
was a wake-up call.
That'll get you going on a nice hot Friday morning. D-backs have 3 games left here before the All-Star break. Last night, Erod pitched. The previous 4 starts by starters, the previous run through the rotation, Ryan Nelson was great. Zach Gallen was great. Merrill Kelly was great. Brandon Pfaadt was great. That's 2 straight rough starts for Erod Wolf. Last night wasn't nearly as bad as the previous one, but now his ERA in the month of July is 12.96. His ERA in the month of June was 1.98. So if nothing else, yeah, he's capable at any time to go out there and give you 10 strikeouts and 6 shutout innings like he did against the White Sox, or, give you a pretty strong outing against the Blue Jays or even the Reds. But he also might just get lit up like he did by the Royals on the 4th of July.
Yeah, man. June, what was his ERA in June? 1.98?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Over 5 starts.
Over 5 starts in June, and now the wheels are off again for Eduardo Rodriguez. This has always been a difficult proposition for me, especially when it comes to pitching, because there's so much dexterity that is involved. There's so much skill that is really involved in being a major league pitcher so much of the time, and being a wedge buster, Basinonians. You know what? You had a couple of bad games. Hey, try harder, okay? Try harder.
Thank you to all wedge busters.
Thank you, wedge busters. Run faster. Do not slow down as you accelerate into a man who's 330 pounds. Hit him right in the face, too, by the way. If you're ever out on a football field, hit him right in the face. Don't stick your face in his sternum. That'll just give you a concussion. Hit him right in the face, okay? Little tip from your Uncle Ron. Since you can't do it anymore, I feel okay telling you to do that. But, pitching, you can't just try harder. You can't. You've got to be better when you're in a funk the way that Erod has been in a couple of times this season. You can't try harder. You just got to be better. That's hard for me to evaluate.
It's a totally different mentality than really any other sport. I mean, there's parts of that in other sports, but like you said, generally you can just try harder, be more physical, put your body at risk more or whatever. That doesn't work when you're a starting pitcher.
You're going to do better in basketball. You're going to do better in basketball if you just try hard.
Yeah.
It might be more on the defensive end of the floor that you're going to do better. I don't think you can really try harder to hit a 3. Just play harder! Yes, thank you, Rick. I appreciate it, but it was one of the beauties of the game of football, the blood sport. You try harder, you got rewarded. You can't say that, especially when it comes to pitching in Major League Baseball.
No, and we just had Josh Colementer on. I thought he did a pretty good job of breaking down what the issue has been for Erod and what he has to fix to get back on track here.
He has to live on the edges all the time. The home runs he gave up yesterday and the 3 he gave up in the last start, you could almost put them right on top of each other. They're in the middle of the zone, and that's usually what happens when a pitcher gives up multiple home runs. It's missing location, and he gets a ton of swing and miss when he's on the edges, above the zone or below the zone. But when he misses in the middle, particularly this season, hitters aren't missing it. It's not overwhelming velocity or overwhelming movement. And so he becomes very hittable when the pitches are there. And his case study this season is so bizarre because his swing and miss rates are up, the strikeouts are up, but also the batting average, the hard hit balls are also all up. So it's a little bit of just swing and miss or they crush the ball. There's no in between. It's just bizarre to look at.
Yeah, but I mean, look, obviously Josh Colmentor knows more than I do about pitching because he pitched in the major leagues. But what he's saying about
Luke
Erod,
Lipinski reporting.
Luke Lipinski just trashing himself. But what he just said, man, can you see it when Erod has pitched the last two starts? It is so clearly location. He doesn't throw 101. He can't get away with, man, that fastball did not go where I wanted it. But I also have the safety net of good luck catching up with a 101 mile per hour pitch. Justin Martinez, sometimes when he misses with location, guys can't catch up with the pitch anyway. But we're seeing, especially that Royals game, his now 2 starts ago for Erod, he would miss with location, and you knew the second the batter swung, it was gone. Because at that point, to a major league hitter, it's a 90 mile per hour pitch just hanging out over the plate. They're not going to miss it.
Yeah, and what's amazing about that, when you live on the edges, of course, that means you're going to throw some balls.
Isn't that an Aerosmith song?
As
Living on the Edge?
Living on the Edge, yeah, it is. That's great. That ought to be Erod's walk-up song. Seriously, whenever we talk about Erod, we ought to be Living on the Edge.
I need to hear how that song starts. Rick's on it. He's looking for it right now.
Man, that is well done by you, Luke. But you know, when you are living on the edge, you're going to throw balls, and sometimes you don't want to. The last thing you want to do is walk hitters. You don't want to do it. If you're going to get beat, let them hit it. So to me, you can overcorrect as well when you live on the edge. No pitcher wants to go out there and give up walks and a free base to a hitter. Make him earn it at least.
Yeah.
You have a chance. He's going to hit it. Okay, he's going to hit it. Might actually hit it to somebody in the field, and you're going to get an out that way. Now, I realize you can also hit it over the fence for a home run, but it's got to be a tough balancing act mentally for a guy like Erod.
And he's been so good in the past with his location. We haven't really seen it consistently with the Diamondbacks, except last month. We saw it pretty consistently for an entire month. But you go back to the pitcher he was before he got here. Remember the Dodgers tried to trade for him at the deadline that one year, and he's like, no, I'm not going out there. And he stuck there with Detroit. I mean, that year with Detroit, and that wasn't like his only good year. You go back and watch him pitch in some of those seasons, and it's like he could locate
2018,
really well.
2019.
Yeah, and there's a reason the Diamondbacks and Dodgers both wanted him. His ERA in 2023 was 3.30.
There you go.
But he had several other years where his ERA was in the threes. His ERA this season is 5.94. That's double it. Luke Lipinski counting.
2019, was that in the threes then?
2018 he was 3.82. 2019 he was 3.81.
Yeah, baby.
Boy.
Don't tell me busting wedges is bad for you.
It's almost like it made your memory better, but on the most random thing.
That is rando based on things. I kid you not. It's not in front of me. That is, wow.
It's like that guy got hit so hard, he's going to remember Eduardo Rodriguez ERA in 2019.
2018 and 2019. It was in the threes. Don't ask me how I know that.
I can tell you it's not in the threes right now. And I don't know, Wolf, can they really go on a run if he doesn't get right? You're at that point asking all 4 of your other starting pitchers to be locked in.
Yeah, I know. It's such a difficult proposition right now. Do you think it's the biggest issue with the Arizona Diamondbacks? What if you had to, right now, think about this, brothers, as we're nearing the trade deadline, as we're nearing the All-Star break first, what is the biggest issue with this team?
Closer is probably pretty high on my list because it's not like they've been in a one-run game here since Shelby Miller went down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we haven't been in a one-run game where they were leading. Like if they go out there tonight and it's 4-3 in the 9th inning, is it Gink? I assume it's Gink.
Man.
That's up there. But the Erod one is a big one because he's signed for a long time too.
Yeah, for me, again, you think of it, what is the biggest issue for this team? You know, I look at it not specifically. I'm going to take a very general approach and say they need to win series. When they have the rubber match game, they need to win that game. And they're 5-10. 5-10 in those 15 series that had an opportunity to win it, and they lost. That rubber game of the series, man, they're having a hard time winning.
Every time you throw out that stat, it just puts me in a bad mood right as we go to break, which we're going to do again. Coming up next, all of the top sports stories of the day in one place. Exactly one place. Rick's going to have them all for you next. No pressure, Rick. With Wolf and Down Your Lunch, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information right now. I want you to know when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available. And how do I know that? Well, I know that, Basinonians, because they were voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They also have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000, all these reviews, over 1,000 5-star. Think about that, man. These shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual to motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, he's got them all. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
It's that time of year when golf is king in the Valley of the Sun. Hi, it's Jim Hill from the Bunker to Bunker Golf Show.
And I'm Greg Ellis. The best place to catch up on golf from just about everywhere is right here.
So whether it's the PGA, the new TGL, or even what's going on with LIV, Bunker to Bunker is the place to be.
Join us for some fun and fill out our foursome Saturday mornings at 7 o'clock on 98.7 Arizona Sports, or hit up bunkergolf.com anytime.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's been over 2 years about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off for that one is at 6. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon. It is Friday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
All right, guys. The Arizona Diamondbacks failed to win another series last night, losing 4-3 to the San Diego Padres to split their 4-game set. The Snakes were just 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and Eduardo Rodriguez
yes,
lasted just 4 innings, giving up 4 earned runs. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at ArizonaSports.com, which asks, should the Diamondbacks be buyers or sellers this MLB trade deadline? Buyers, sellers, still undecided.
I'm not going to say still undecided because I feel like that's the easy way out. What I think they're really trying to do, Wolf, is to just be buyers, but not like in some huge way where when they do all the post-trade deadline grades, the D-backs got an A+ because they added these 7 guys. I think they just want to add like 2 relievers. But the bigger, I don't want to say controversy, but like what's the bigger like just the thought behind that is, or if they're not selling off assets and then lose them at the end of the year, that's how people are going to be critical.
I honestly think they're going to do both. I think they're going to thread the needle. As it sits right now in the Wolf Lake compound, this is what we believe. I think they're going to try to do both. And I think you could actually pull it off. We'll see if I'm right on that. But Mike Hazen's got the ability. That much I do know.
I agreed with you for the longest time when you said that, but now it's like the 4. You're not going to be able to trade Shelby Miller right now because he's hurt. The 4 guys that are kind of thrown out there a lot, Josh Naylor, Gino, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, they now need all 4 of them to be able to still go for it this year. So I don't know how they're going to do it, but I do agree with you. If somebody could, Hazen would find a way to do it.
And honestly, to thread the needle, hey, a couple of relievers, yeah, I could see that happening. Knowing your rotation, you still feel like they're good.
Mm-hmm.
Your rotation is still solid if they just get it right. You've got a team that knows how to hit home runs and score runs. Maybe the guy then, once again, the bright, shiny object. Look, everybody. Maybe you could get a couple of relievers for that.
I personally think they should buy and sell, kind of what you guys were talking about.
Thread the needle.
So I'm going to vote buyers here, which is sellers is leading at 54%, buyers 25%, still undecided, 21%. So kind of split down the middle if you combine buyers.
Shouldn't that
and
be
sellers.
one of the
buyers
possibilities
still
too?
undecided.
What, both?
Yeah.
Yeah. It should be a
Talk
possibility.
to the Webflower. They made the poll.
Webflower. I
Give
mean,
them
honestly,
a piece of your mind right now.
Yes. Should have an option for both.
All right, the Home Run Derby field was announced yesterday. It's going to be Braves star Ronald Acuna, the big dumper Cal Raleigh, James Wood of the Nationals, Byron Buxton of the Twins, O'Neal Cruz of the Pirates, Junior Caminero of the Rays, Brent Rooker of the Athletics. They have no city currently, and Jazz Chisholm Jr. Are you guys surprised Eugenio Suarez is not in the event?
He seems like he's kind of built for this event. You know, I don't have like some major issue with anybody that's in it, those names you just read off. But it does kind of, 29 home runs. You know, we're not even to the All-Star break. He has 29 home runs. That's not more than all of those guys, but that's more than a lot of those guys. And he has a home run swing.
Especially the way he stands. Getting ready to swing. I wonder if, in fact, because there's a lot of guys who don't like actually performing in the home run derby. They don't like that. And why is that? Some guys think it messes with their swing.
I don't feel like it would mess with his, but I do feel like it does mess with some guys' swings.
Yeah.
But maybe he feels
I'm just
like it
wondering
would.
if they gave him the option or not, and he was not interested. Just wondering.
I've been wondering that too, and we haven't really heard that. I feel like we would have heard it, but that
you're probably right.
That makes the most sense that they went to him, because some of these, what's Jazz Chisholm has?
I think he has like 17.
Yeah,
it's a good number though.
Good player, but it's not 29.
No. I'm just excited to watch what Cal Raleigh can do, and Acuna in Atlanta, where the game is, home player. Byron Buxton, who's from there. James Wood, who's going to be a really good star. It's a great field. I just wish that Gino was in it.
Do you think there's a buzz with the home run derby anymore? The way that there used to be.
The way that there used to be, no, but I would say still more than the NBA dunk contest. Like if you compare it to the other sports, I still think there is.
I would agree with that.
If you compare it to itself, 5-10 years ago, I don't think so.
Oh my goodness, the NBA dunk contest used to be huge based on audience.
I think that this year among baseball fans, it's pretty intriguing just because of the Cal Raleigh thing.
But that I agree, but and I say this from a hockey background where the NHL does a lot of things that appeal to people that are already hockey fans, but it doesn't appeal to other fans who might be tuning in. There's not a whole lot of sports on when the home run derby is going on. And probably everybody listening to the show knows who all these guys are. But if you are just kind of a casual baseball fan, you may not really know who O'Neal Cruz is or whatever. You might not even know who Cal Raleigh is, even though he has like 9,000 home runs this year.
Might be the AL MVP if Aaron Judge somehow falls off. The Phoenix Suns begin Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. What do you guys want to see from the Summer Suns?
There's a lot really to watch for. Malwatch, I just feel like is the guy I'm going to be watching most. Because like Ryan Dunn, maybe what he does means the most for this upcoming season, but we've seen him play, Like, I'll be keeping an eye on him, too, but Malwatch in particular, and Rasheer Fleming. Malwatch and Fleming are the first two.
I was just going to say, you know what? Fleming is fascinating to me because, once again, the Phoenix Suns targeted Rasheer Fleming. They targeted him when they moved up to the first pick in the second round. They knew exactly what they were doing and who they were going up for.
Targeted like a Texas defensive player targeting an ASU receiver?
No, stop it with that.
Okay.
Malawatch fell to them at number 10. They picked him, and that's fantastic. I love that pick. But Rasheer Fleming, they targeted him and moved up and got him. Why? Because of all of this goodness and the culture fit that he is going to be. That's why they moved up. So I'm really interested in seeing him develop because they targeted him.
The Suns reportedly hired former Michigan State star Mateen Cleaves to a player development role. What do you guys make of yet another person with Michigan State ties being hired by the Suns?
Look, I don't want this to come off as a knock on Mateen Cleaves because he may end up being great at this job. But that was kind of the name everybody went to a couple weeks ago. We're like, okay, who's next? They're going to hire Mateen Cleaves because he was sort of the face of that Michigan State team, right? So it was just naturally like, hey, what's Mateen Cleaves doing? They're just going to hire him now too, right? Well, they did, so you can't even make the joke anymore because they already hired him.
Yeah, I'm over it. I'm over the whole this is Sparta that we're not playing anymore. Michigan State. But what are we playing, Rick? There we go. There. Yes, I'm over the whole Michigan State thing because it's all prove-it time right now. It's prove-it time. We're all going to have a front row seat. You can throw stones all you want. You can laugh. You can chuck stones and rocks. You can light the torches, grab your pitchfork. Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Please.
I cut out the end
there. We're all going to have a front
there.
row seat. I know. That's a good job by you, Rick. We're all going to have a front row seat. It's prove-it time now. So I don't even care. I'm over the whole Michigan State thing.
That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, Summer League or the in-season tournament? Which one matters more to the Phoenix Suns right now? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs Ketel Marte.
Marte swings, sends a high, deep drive down the left field line towards the corner. That is gone!
Will be starting for the National League at the MLB All-Star Game next week.
My third time in my career. What you guys doing for me, the support, it was incredible. And you're all my family, and I just want to thank you guys.
The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks and All-Star Ketel Marte is Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about right there. Gather around, brothers. That's right. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting, and I'm about to drop a little knowledge on you based on it. One of the biggest impacts on your mood, your mental clarity, and your physical health is the quality of your sleep. At Brooklyn Betting, every mattress is assembled with meticulous attention to detail using patented materials and advanced technology. With 12 basin locations, let me tell you what you won't find. Pushy salespeople and sleazy sales tactics. That's right. At every Brooklyn Betting location, they have knowledgeable sleep experts ready to help you find the perfect sleep solution. And tell them Wolf sent you. And remember, shipping is always free at Brooklyn Betting. We spend a third of our lives asleep, my young crunk brothers. So why not make it the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting? Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia. Puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh. Did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine. Earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs From voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. So he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Phoenix Suns have locked in their face of the franchise, so can Devin Booker return to his highest level of play now that he's the focal point yet again? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting straight up 2 o'clock.
All right, Wolf, remember how much we laughed at the Emirates NBA Cup the last couple of years?
Yeah.
How would you feel if the Suns won it this year?
Don't even care.
Still, even because unfortunately that might be the loftiest goal we can set for this season.
Yes. Okay. I the in-season tournament thing, I think I'm over that too.
If you don't care if the Suns win it this year, then you're over it.
Yeah.
I'm over it because Red Panda got hurt at the WNBA one. I don't know if you guys saw that. Do you know who Red Panda is?
No.
Wolf? She's the halftime performer that is legendary that balances bowls like on her head while she's on a tricycle.
Okay.
Or not a tricycle. I'm sorry, a unicycle.
Yeah.
Yeah. She fell and it was a very bad wrist injury, but she should be back for the NBA season.
She's the one who actually will put a bowl on her foot and then throw
Yes.
it up on her head.
Yes.
She
fell off her unicycle.
That's her name, the Red Panda.
Yeah, she fell off the unicycle at the WNBA Commissioner's Cup Championship.
Wow.
Broke her wrist severely. Had to be wheelchaired out of there.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so I'm over I'm over any sort of in-season tournament.
So you don't like the in-season tournament because of something that happened at halftime?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's right.
If we didn't have that in-season tournament game, that would have never happened.
Wouldn't it have just been a different game?
No, because it was the championship, which is like the exhibition, which isn't totally
Which
like.
is the
I think your
additional
logic
game.
is flawed.
Yeah.
No, I think it's good logic.
It is
Yeah, I think
somewhat.
it's a little flawed.
It's
Just
like
saying.
I don't want to buy a car because that thing over there is a bad looking color or something. I don't know.
Yes.
Here's my reason for why I'm over it. They've done it 2 years in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Quick, name me who won and who they beat.
Yeah, I know. Wasn't it the Lakers 2 years ago, though?
2 years ago, yeah.
Okay, how about that? I remember
Yeah.
that.
Well, because they wanted to make sure they got the Lakers the first ever one, so that was nice.
Yeah.
They beat the Pacers.
That's right. Okay, so we're over that. The in-season tournament. Next.
So then, I mean, your other option is Summer League. Those are the two things that you really have in terms of gameplay, probably what you have to be the most invested in right now. The Summer League this year, we were talking about this earlier, Wolf. It's not great if you're really excited about your team's Summer League play, unless you're Dallas and you have like Cooper Flag or something, right? I mean, I don't think at Oklahoma City right now they're super focused on their Summer League team.
Yes.
And I say that because in the past we've been focused on the Summer League team here. And then the Suns started making the playoffs and they went to the finals and they won 64 games. Well, they don't have those expectations anymore, so now we have the Summer League again.
Yeah.
But I will say this year feels a little bit different than it did back in like 2018 or whatever. Or 2017, the bulk of guys that are going to play this season for the Suns should probably be playing tonight against the Wizards.
Yeah, I think you're right. For me, it's always fascinating because this is it. This is the proverbial toe in the water before you actually jump in. For these young guys like Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming, these young guys, even Ryan Dunn, still developing, and Oso Iguodaro still developing. Even these young guys, this is the proverbial toe in the water. Okay, let's see how this whole NBA thing is going to go. So I'm just going to go ahead and dip my toe, metaphorically speaking, into the water before I cannonball when training camp opens. This is their first indicator right here that they're going to be given the opportunity to go out and compete at the NBA level. Now, again, we all understand it's summer league, but there are NBA players that will be playing in the summer league. Isn't that right, Ryan Dunn?
Yeah, here is Ryan Dunn, actually, from earlier this week, getting ready for his second summer league. He was asked what he wants to get out of it.
Like Oso said, first is to win. We want to come out and compete and play hard. That's what we want to build this culture on. So it's a great way to start now in the summer league. And as for me, just learning the game more, seeing the game slow down. Whether it's the ball in my hands or not, just learning how to be more aggressive, learning to fail. I think that's the biggest thing for me, and learning, turning the ball over is okay. Just getting back on defense, not thinking about it too much, not having that pressure that I need to make the right play. Just make the right play and hopefully make the right play. If not, just go back and try to get it back.
All right, so he referenced Oso. Here's what Oso said.
I want to win. I think you build winning habits right now. I think we're just going to guard, fly around, have each other's back, so I'm excited. But I definitely just going after winning. That has to be number one thing on our mind at all times.
Remember when Book was talking about building winning habits? Do you remember when he was talking about that? Isn't it interesting to hear Oso actually parrot that? And Ryan Dunn speak to culture. This is going to be our culture. So it's time to actually go out and start playing like that. It's going to be really, really interesting. This is why it's important to me. The summer league matters. That's why we send Killer down there.
I thought you just wanted to go
Kellen
to Vegas.
Olson, of course. We send him down there. Hey, you know what? Or up there, I guess we should say.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah,
something happened. Why is Vegas south of us now?
Vegas, baby. It is, I think, a lower elevation, though, isn't it?
Oh, there, you got us in a technicality.
Thank you.
Do you think Kellen's walking around like an Elvis outfit right now?
No, I don't think so. What he does in Vegas stays in Vegas, I'm told.
Except he's calling into the show on Mondays.
Oh, is he? Okay,
everything
great.
that happened in Vegas.
But he'll actually be in person now.
It's the reason why, though, the Summer League is interesting to me. And watching these games will be interesting because of the young guys. Guys like Ryan Dunn and also Iguodaro. Guys like Rasheer Fleming. And, of course, Malawach.
And this is not typically.
And Kobe Bray. I shouldn't leave them out.
I want to see Bray because we don't know how much we're going to see him during the regular season. But if he goes out there and can't miss a three in the summer league, then maybe we will see him.
Might see a lot of them.
But like I think back to the Diamondbacks a couple years ago, and really, it still kind of goes on. But really, last year and the year before is where this peaked. You would have players come up, and then you'd have another young player come up, or like when Jordan Lawler came up, and they were like, "Yeah, but I know these guys because we all played together in Reno." I know these 4 or 5 guys. That's not typically something you see in the NBA. Again, it's not ideal that we're in this position, but it is the position you're in with the Suns. You may have 4 or 5 guys on this team, maybe even a 6th that, nobody's really talking about yet, that end up playing significant minutes for the Suns over the next couple years. And this is their first experience all playing together at a lower level.
Yeah, that's a good point. Play Ryan Dunn again, if you don't mind. Can I hear the cut on Ryan Dunn and what it was that he said? Because I thought he said a couple of things that were really interesting.
Like Oso said, first is to win. We want to come out and compete and play hard. That's what we want to build this culture on. So it's a great way to start now in the summer league. And as for me, just learning the game more, seeing the game slow down. Whether it's the ball in my hands or not, just learning how to be more aggressive, learning to fail. I think that's the biggest thing for me, and learning, turning the ball over is okay. Just getting back on defense, not thinking about it too much, not having that pressure that I need to make the right play. Just make the right play and hopefully make the right play. If not, just go back and try to get it back.
Learning to fail. What does that make you think of, Luke?
Honestly, it makes me think of that Zaven Collins quote when he told us that last year of when you're a rookie. I know it's a different sport, but when you're a rookie, you feel like you have to be perfect. You cannot play to your highest potential or probably do anything in life if you feel like you have to be perfect. If you're that just tense, I can't make any mistakes. You don't want to make a bunch of mistakes, but you do kind of need to fail occasionally to learn how to bounce back from it.
I think you are spot on. I think you absolutely nailed it. That's exactly what Ryan Dunn means. That is so salient to me. It's brilliant. That's something that I never even thought of. Yet when you apply it to a young guy who's trying to make his way at the highest level our species could generate, it makes perfect sense. Learning to fail.
And if he's going to do that, better to do it here in a summer league game against the Wizards, where it's still good competition, but as opposed to failing while trying to guard SGA in an NBA
and
game.
Not
He drops
lose
50
confidence when you fail.
All right, we come back to football. Yes, the Cardinals got better, but how much better did the rest of the NFC West get as well? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card Scan. 11 days from today.
Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches.
Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but
Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 6. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, this is Jared, and on Monday we'll be 1 week closer to Cardinals training camp. I remember when I used to go to camp as a kid, making s'mores around the campfires, playing games, scratching mosquito bites. Ooh, doggy, that felt good. Anyway, tune in to Bickley and Murata at 6 a.m. on Monday.
Every time we play a look ahead from Jarrett, I just get more worried.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of the look aheads this week have been from Jarrett, haven't they?
Intervention.
I feel like people have tried that.
Yeah.
But we can certainly give it a shot.
He's slightly more normal than he comes off.
Really?
Yeah, like slightly.
Okay.
Slightly more than like maybe that cut you just played.
Yeah, but like when I'm talking to him, I can have a mature conversation. It's not that
you and Jarrett in the same conversation.
Yeah,
it's a mature conversation.
Interesting.
Yeah. Wait, are you saying that I'm not mature?
I'm
Come
just
on.
saying I don't know that you could bring maturity out of. I don't know who that person is. Probably some sort of like Harvard professor that would bring maturity out of Jarrett.
Or Aaron Maloney.
Maybe he does seem to listen to her, kind of. All right, I'm looking at off-season grades in the NFL, courtesy of ESPN, Wolf.
Okay.
And I'm looking at 4 teams that got an A- or higher. This is not one of those grades. You know, some places do like post-draft grades, and the lowest grade is a B+. Everybody gets an A. That's not the case here. They have 4 teams that got an A- or higher for their entire offseason. All right?
Okay.
The Cardinals are one of them.
Yeah.
The other teams are Denver, San Francisco, and the Rams. So 3 of the 4 teams are from the NFC West.
Can you please? And you know, I saw that and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Yet at the same time, it's hard to disagree with some of the reasoning behind why you're going to give the Rams an A.
Yeah.
And the 49ers an A-. And the Cardinals an A- as well. The Broncos, who cares about the Broncos right now because they don't play in the NFC West, basic audience. For me, I thought it was also very interesting why they had the categories of biggest move, move I liked, move I disliked.
Mm-hmm.
Those 3. I thought it was interesting. For every team, the guy was like, okay, biggest move, signing of edge rusher Josh Sweat.
I was going to say, I bet you agree with all 3 of them for the Cardinals.
But I thought
too.
it was interesting. You know, we could actually do that. You could do it wherever you are, Basin audience. What do you think is the biggest move the Arizona Cardinals made in the offseason? What do you think you liked the most and what you disliked the most about the offseason and what they did?
Yeah.
I think everybody could answer these questions.
And I'm sure it's this way for every team, but we're just so close to the Cardinals situation. I could come up with at least 3 for each of these categories, you know. But I, by and large, agree with what theirs are. The biggest move is signing Josh Sweat. They, I believe, made some big moves this offseason, but I don't know how you can put one ahead of that. They went out and got the highest-rated free agent at the position they needed most. They went out and spent money. The guy wanted to come here because he likes to play for Jonathan Gannon.
Yeah.
Is there one that you think is bigger?
No, I don't think so. Josh Sweat, to me, was that important. It really was. If you watched the Arizona Cardinals last year, you know exactly what that defense needed. First and foremost, somebody that would be able to come off the edge. B.J. Ojulari, when he went down and got hurt, that was bad, obviously, for many reasons. Darius Robinson as well. Bad situation right there. So the edge was wide open, and they were in dire need of edge rushers. And to go out and get Josh Sweat, a guy that I think is still in the process of becoming all that he can be coming off the edge, a guy that I think last year took a huge step forward in terms of pressures and pass rush and sacks, and especially when he did it. 2.5 sacks in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, you want to solidify your reputation around the league. Sacking Patrick Mahomes a couple times in the Super Bowl will tend to do it. Their move that they liked. Now, I think for me, my first thought, if it can't be the Josh Sweat edition, would have been drafting Will Johnson in the second round. But their answer is one that I feel like almost kind of gets lost in the shuffle of the offseason. It was extending Trey McBride.
Yeah.
That is a move that was huge, that doesn't feel like it in the moment because, again, you didn't add a player. It's like giving Devin Booker an extension. You didn't add a player. But, man, you solidified that Trey McBride's going to be here for a while. That is a huge move.
Yes, and many, many times I would agree with that. The move I liked the most, Trey McBride, and going out and taking care of Trey McBride. That was making a statement as well. And for so many different reasons, I'm very excited about the fact the Arizona Cardinals have a tight end where you can run 11 personnel out onto the field. You can do that. One back, one tight end, 3 wide receivers, and you can be very, very balanced in run-down situation. You don't have to run 3 wide receivers out there and then say, oh, we're going to have a big blocking tight end like a Tip Ryman. Okay, it doesn't have to be Tip. You know what a big fan I am of Tip Ryman. I love the fact the Arizona Cardinals can stay 11 personnel. You can have 3 wide out there and still run the ball with James Conner because Trey McBride is that good and can hold up at the point of attack. Man, that is such a massive advantage for the Arizona Cardinals in rundown situation. We'll see how it works. We'll see how it goes. But I also love the fact you can bring Tip Ryman in and go 12 personnel. And the move guy is not going to be Tip Ryman for the most part. It's going to be Trey McBride. And I love that because you can still run the ball very, very well out of 12 personnel, yet you can still act like you're doing it out of 11 because Trey McBride is that good of a receiver.
I like the fact that we have seen teams in the NFL very recently have huge success when a lot of their offense hinges on their tight end. And George Kittle and Travis Kelce are 2 very different styles of tight end. Would you agree?
Yes.
But both of those teams have had a lot of success. I know the Niners haven't technically won the Super Bowl recently, but it feels like they're there every year. It feels like George Kittle's a huge part of it, and obviously the Chiefs. I mean, have won Super Bowls without really a bona fide number 1 wide receiver. They've just been doing it. It helps to have Mahomes. It helps to have Andy Reid, but obviously Travis Kelce was a huge part of it. I know you're going to disagree with their move they disliked, not re-signing Will Hernandez.
You're being facetious, of course. That was, if I had to pick one, that would be the one I agreed with the most.
Yeah.
I was sure they were going to sign Will Hernandez. I was absolutely, makes me think, I'm wondering, what kind of shape is Will Hernandez in? And how well is he doing? Will, if you're listening right now, go ahead and at me or something, okay? Text me. I think I actually have your number. Just go ahead and do that, Will, because I'd love to know what kind of shape are you in right now? And not just physically, but mentally as well. What kind of shape? Where are you? Are you ready to go? Because to me, I always thought that was almost a given, that they were going to sign Will Hernandez before training camp. I'm told that's not the case.
When he got hurt a few games into the season, though, didn't he? Wasn't it like early October?
Yeah, he should be ready to go. He should be ready to go.
Okay.
Again, now, look, is he going to make all of training camp? I don't know. Is he going to miss a little of the preseason? I don't know.
He played 5 games last year.
Okay.
But for the most part, you can recover off this. It's not the death sentence it used to be, the ACL.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying you can't recover, but as a team, would you be confident that a guy had totally recovered 9 months later?
I think at this point, you would be sure his recovery was on track. Everything was going as planned.
Yeah, that's true.
He should be fine by October. You would think that would be the case. And the reason that, to me at least, that he hasn't signed with somebody else is because that knee can't be 100%. Either that or he's not in the shape he needs to be.
When we come back over to baseball, 15 games left before the trade deadline for the Arizona Diamondbacks, 3 before the All-Star break. How many of those 15 do they have to win to stick around in this race? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sunday morning, July 6th at 8:43 a.m. local Arizona time while on vacation in Sicily. Our own John Gambadoro posted this to over 100,000 followers. Quote, I expect a decision and resolution on Bradley Beal's situation in the next 24 to 48 hours. End quote. Since then, don't look at us. I mean, we're over here doing the I don't know emoji just like you.
I would be stunned if he's on the roster when training camp starts.
When breaking Bradley Beal news finally hits, you'll hear it on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
I speak fluent Italian.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
D-backs at the Angels. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I feel like we've spent most of this week trying to speak Diamondbacks wins into existence, Wolf.
Yeah.
And over their last 7 games, it's loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. So I'm assuming win tonight, right?
What are you laughing at?
It's just your general attitude when you sat down.
I can't wait, man. I was out there talking to Tyler all about
you were
it.
definitely talking to somebody out there.
Yeah, I was talking to Tyler, of course, based in Orleans. He covers the Arizona Cardinals for us here at ArizonaSports.com, and part of the web flower out there all jacked up. He's talking about Isaiah Adams and, how much Isaiah Adams is going to be better this year, and he's stronger this year, and I cannot wait. I can't wait to stand next to Isaiah Adams. If there's any way I can get close to him, just go, hey, what's your weight at right now?
You do that. We'll take a picture and we'll post it. Wolf standing next to Isaiah Adams. I can't.
Hey, Isaiah, what you at right now, bro?
Think about it. Are you going to be wearing that beanie when you ask him?
Yeah, I think I'm going to pull it as low as it is right now.
You can barely even see your eyes. Think about it, Wolf. Training camp will be out there now, not next week, but the week after.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
The field will be rolling in. We'll be trying to figure out why that guy wears white pants when he rolls the field.
What are you doing?
So close.
Yes.
So close.
Yes. Okay.
15 games for the Diamondbacks before the Major League Baseball trade deadline.
And the number is 15.
The number is 15. And there were 3 series, at least for me, in this stretch from July, basically June 30th to July 31st. There were 3 series that really stood out to me. The San Francisco series, they split. The San Diego series, they split. And the St. Louis Cardinals series, which is coming out of the All-Star break. But we're at the point now where every one of these games is extremely impactful because of what it could mean on July 31st. As it stands right now, the Diamondbacks are, 5 games actually now behind San Francisco for that final wild card spot. And like Milwaukee keeps winning, thanks Dodgers, getting swept by Milwaukee. So Milwaukee and the Mets kind of have a buffer for those top 2 wild card spots. So if you're the Diamondbacks, are in a race right now with the Reds, the Cardinals, the Padres, and the Giants. It feels like one of those 5 will get that 3rd wild card spot.
Yeah.
At least right now.
Yeah, it feels that way. Again, it's really tough to predict what is going to happen here, but the one thing we do know is the Arizona Diamondbacks have got to win series. They have got to start winning series. This 500 baseball is not going to get them. It's not going to get them into the postseason. No. That much we do know.
Nope.
They have got to start winning series. And that's why last night was so frustrating. That's why it was so difficult to watch that. I think you're right in regard to the 2 series that stick out to me, that just hangs in the air. It's the San Francisco Giants 4-game set, and it's the Padres 4-game set. And you split both of those. What really bothers me was the Giants series.
Yeah, that one was worse.
Why was it worse?
Oh, you know why. They were up 2-0.
Won the first 2 games of the series.
Then you just have to split one of the last 2 to win the series.
Won the first 2 games of the series, and it's one of the reasons why the Diamondbacks are 5-10, because they didn't lose just the rubber game. They lost 2 opportunities at the rubber game against the Giants. And it's one of the reasons why they're 5-10 in those situations, because they couldn't get it done. And, man, that's got to be so frustrating if you're Torey Lovullo, if you're a Diamondbacks player inside that clubhouse. The fact that you had opportunities, again, even the Padres series. The Padres. You lost.
Now we're all doing it.
Yes, you lost 1-0, dude.
Yeah.
1-0 and 4-3.
The Padres series,
close games.
To me, I don't know. The Padres series, to me, just look like two teams that need to win, that are pretty good, that were just going back and forth.
Need to win.
The San Francisco one bothers me more, especially Game 3, because it was just like, win that. I understand Robbie Ray pitched out of his mind in the fourth game, whatever. I don't expect you to win every game, but they haven't won a series, Wolf, in 2.5 weeks. They haven't just won a series. For a while there, they were at least winning series. They just weren't finishing teams off with a sweep. They couldn't sweep Colorado. They couldn't sweep the White Sox. They couldn't sweep San Diego the first time they played them. They were up 2-0 in that series. They did sweep Seattle back June 9th through the 11th, but there was a stretch there where even if they weren't completing sweeps, they were still winning most of the series. Since that White Sox series, they got swept by the Marlins, split with the Giants, beaten by the Royals, split with the Padres. And that's not like some horrific slump, but you said it. 500 doesn't work for them.
No.
They're the team on the outside looking in now. They have to start taking advantage of opportunities. Like sweeping the Angels would be great. The Angels are not a bad team this season, though. The Angels kind of are like the measuring stick for almost like league average. You don't know a ton of players off their team unless you're specifically following them. They are, 3 games below 500. They do still have Mike Trout, but he's not quite Mike Trout like he used to be. They've got some talented, younger players, mostly hitters, but they're not anything amazing. You should, if you're going to make the playoffs, you should be able to beat the Angels.
Yeah, if you're going to make the playoffs as well, you have to win series. You can't go 5-10 in rubber games of series. You can't. You can't win at a 250 clip if, in fact, you want to actually get into the postseason. This is the thing that I've been on this, and I've checked it, base earnings. I've double-checked it and gone back, and it's also the sweep thing. They're 3-5 in games where they had the opportunity to sweep an opponent. It's that mentality. It has to be. They've had the opportunity to finish their opponents, and it has not worked for them. And that, to me, is still, this is something, when I look at them being 5-10 in games, rubber games that would win the series, Basin audience, 5-10 in those games. Man, that's kind of condemning, frankly.
Here's Jeff Passan from Amber and Ian yesterday talking about who controls the MLB trade deadline this year.
If a team like the Arizona Diamondbacks isn't shipping guys out, that changes the entire trajectory of how things go. And the Diamondbacks, frankly, may hold on close to the end just to see, hey, are we buyers or are we sellers? And if they sell, Eugenio Suarez goes, and he may anyway because they've got Jordan Lawler down at AAA who can play third base. But beyond that, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Josh Naylor, the 4 of them are probably, if they get traded, among the 10 best players who get moved at the deadline. And
I don't want them to sell, not even because of the, that means you're not winning anything this season. Like the Suns this past year.
What does that look like to you?
Them not selling?
Yes.
Them keeping, I at least want them to keep Josh Naylor and Merrill Kelly.
Okay.
But if you trade Geno, then you are waving the white flag on the season, I think, because Jordan Lawler hasn't shown he's ready yet at this level. I mean, Geno's one of the best hitters in baseball this season.
Yeah, but what's interesting, though, you still have a lot of guys. You still have a lot of guys who can drive in runs, and they're doing that. I don't know anybody who actually thought Geraldo Perdomo is going to have 60. How many? What has he got? 65?
65 RBIs.
65
that is 11th
RBIs?
in all of baseball.
God,
11th in all
honestly,
of baseball.
We don't talk enough about that.
His previous career high was 47.
Yes.
He has more RBIs. I read off some of the names earlier. More than Shohei? You ever heard of Shohei? He's got more than Shohei.
You got to be kidding,
He's
man.
got more than most players in baseball because he's 11th in all of baseball.
I'm just saying that I think you could move a Eugenio Suarez. I think you could and actually get something back of value that might help you win this year. I think you could do that. I know Eugenio's had this outrageous season so far. Yet at the same time, we've seen him go for 37.
Not this season. I agree with you. He's the only one you could move and still be going for it, or at least not waving the white flag on this
I think, though, you
year.
have to look at Eugenio and say, is this what we can expect from him if we sign him to a 4-year contract?
Yeah, I don't know that you can sign him to a 4-year deal. I understand what you're saying. But I think there's a way you have to navigate that, because I do think you could sell him and not be waving the white flag, but then you got to have a conversation with your players in the clubhouse that we're not waving the white flag.
If you move Zach Gallen, that to me is waving the white flag.
Which is funny because Gino's been better this year. But to your point, you have other hitters. But I also think if you trade either one of them, you're not making the playoffs this year.
And I also think, too, Zach Gallen's got a bigger history, a track record of doing well.
When we come back, is there a potential downside to the contract extension the Suns just gave Devin Booker? A lot of people actually feel there is. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman cake batter cookie dough blizzard treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off for that one is at 6. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Phoenix Suns have locked in their face of the franchise, so can Devin Booker return to his highest level of play now that he's the focal point yet again? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
Final hour of the show here on a Friday afternoon. Wolf and Luke, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. ASU safety Xavier Alford's going to join us at 1:30 to talk about the upcoming Sun Devil football season. Wolf, looking forward to that.
Nice.
You just heard Dave Burns right there in Look Ahead talking about the big move by the Suns this week, which was, of course, signing Devin Booker to that extension. Nothing with Bradley Beal. Although, Rick, I do have to ask you this. Jamal's not here today. Is he already in Prescott?
No, he is here. He's on Burns.
Oh, okay, good. So we can still give him the Bradley Beal bobblehead to take to Prescott.
Yes,
because that was the deal. If Beal is still on the Suns at 2 o'clock today, Jamal's taking the bobblehead to Prescott. I don't know what he's going to do.
Should he bury it somewhere, like a time capsule?
I think he should just give it to someone. Someone would probably want it. Just here, take.
Wow, yeah.
Just give it to somebody.
That's not a bad idea. I love that.
Take this Bradley
The
Beal
whole idea
bobblehead.
of giving it, as opposed to doing something bad to it.
No, I'm not going to do anything bad to it.
Yeah, of course.
Just
Give it away to somebody who would love it, especially now that the arm is fixed on it.
Mitch went and repaired the arm, thinking maybe that was the issue. So, now we have a fully functional Bradley Beal bobblehead that Jamal can give to some rando stranger in Prescott. And they're probably going to look at him and be like, what are you doing?
Yes.
I
like that idea.
I'm going to play this cut.
Let's do that, Rick. Yeah, tell Jamal that's what we're going to do, okay?
We're giving the bobblehead to somebody in Prescott, okay?
Yeah, that's right, okay.
And ideally, they will take it back to Milwaukee, and Bucks fans will be so enthused, they'll say, hey, go sign this guy.
Yes.
David Dennis Jr., this is him from yesterday, talking about the new Devin Booker contract, okay?
Devin Booker is really looking at a situation that is pretty closely to one of his teammates, which is Bradley Beal when he was in the Washington Wizards, where you are a shining star around a franchise that really has no way to put any big talent around you or make any sort of run deep into the playoffs, and you cannot build through the draft. This is something that I would not want to be in, all things considered, taking away the money. But when the money's concerned, yes, you have to take it. But he has to understand that he is going to be part of a franchise that's going nowhere for most of the time he's on that contract.
Yeah, and once again, I really respect a guy that loyalty means something to him. And I know it's very, very hard to say that when we talk about professional sports and mercenary leagues, and the fact that the biggest mercenary league on the face of the planet, the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, Major League Baseball, you are a mercenary. There is no denying that. Is there anything wrong with having a modicum of loyalty for the organization that you've grown up in? I don't think there is. And that's what Devin Booker has for the Phoenix Suns.
I don't think it really computes for a lot of people if you're not here. If you're national and you're looking around, I get it to a certain extent now, because you're looking at a guy who is a really good player, they just flashed this up on one of the screens earlier while we were talking about something else, Wolf. So I took I screen grabbed it just to have the exact numbers. But Devin Booker is now the highest paid player in the NBA in terms of average annual value on his deal when that kicks in.
Okay.
He's number 1, SGA's number 2, Jason Tatum 3, Steph Curry 4. Obviously, the other 3 guys have all won a championship, or in Steph Curry's case, several championships, right? I understand looking at it and being like, okay, he's there, and they are going to have a really hard time building a team around him. But they're not going to have a hard time building a team around him because he took this money.
Yeah.
They're going to have a hard time building a team around him because their picks are it's just very complicated. People act like they have no picks. They do have picks. They're just going to be later in the first round.
Yeah. You never know what's going to happen going forward, but I do know right now, Devin Booker, the reason why they signed him to the extension that they did, and the reason why Book signed it, was because he was okay with what the Phoenix Suns are intending to do going forward. Body, soul, and spirit. I think Devin Booker embodies everything that Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns want to do going forward. I think he's that guy. I talk about it all the time, over and over and over again. Models for culture. How you've got to have guys that will walk around and model the culture that you want here. You can talk about culture all day long. You can talk about it. If you don't have guys modeling it, you got jack. You got nothing. It's a thought is what it is. It's the reason why you have to think about who you're going to draft. You have to think about what kind of person is this guy that we're going to sign. You have to think about who am I going to bring into this locker room. You have to do all of that, Luke.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you got jack. You got nothing. Devin Booker is exactly what Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory want the Phoenix Suns to look like. Let him model your culture, body, soul, and spirit. And that's what he does. And it's the reason why they signed him to this extension. And it's the reason why Devin Booker signed the extension as well. Not just the money. He knows what he's in store for here. He does. He knows what's ahead of him. And he agreed to do it. I love that. And that's not a negative reflection on Book. That's a positive reflection.
They have to, and this is going to be the Suns' challenge. It's not Devin Booker's. If you're rebuilding a team and you want to have a young star player to build that team around, and I get it. There are other guys around the league now that are hitting benchmarks or receiving accolades and winning titles that Devin Booker hasn't done yet. I get it. You had this conversation 2 or 3 years ago, and you could put him in the same category with Jason Tatum or with SGA in some ways. Those guys are winning titles now. I understand that. But if you're going to build this team up around a player, I like the idea of building it around Devin Booker. The key is, can they put other really good to great players around him? They don't necessarily need to do it this year, but you either need to be drafting guys that are going to evolve into really good or great players, or at some point, when you've built your culture, you need to go out and find a really good to great player that fits your culture.
Yeah.
We saw the Cardinals do it this year with Josh Sweat. Different sport, I understand that. But you go out there and, okay, this guy fits what we've already built. They're going to have to do that because no matter how good Devin Booker can still get, he's not good enough to win a title, which is ultimately the goal here. Whether it's in 3, 4, 5 years, whatever, he's not good enough to do it while it's just him and then a bunch of first and second and third year guys following him around. He's going to need like legitimate help. That's the Suns' challenge, to put it around him. If they didn't have Booker, then you really have nothing. Like then the summer league team is the NBA team.
Yeah. You know, for me too, I love it because Devin Booker is body, soul, and spirit. My coach used to say it all the time, body, soul, and spirit, dude. Body, soul, and spirit. Book is the Phoenix Suns, body, soul, and spirit. Body is about the what. It's what you do. It's your body physically interacting with everything around you. I think the Phoenix Suns look at Devin Booker and love what he does and how he plays the game of basketball. Soul is the how. Body is the what. Soul is the how. It's kind of like, have you ever seen somebody play a guitar? And somebody says, man, he plays that guitar with a lot of soul. He plays that trumpet with a lot of soul. He plays that instrument with a lot of soul. Or a triangle. Because it's about the how. Spirit is about your mentality. It's about the why. It's why you do it. Body, soul, and spirit. Devin Booker is the guy that the Phoenix Suns love and want to build around. And Book said, okay. And I love that.
We come back. We'll go to football. We're going to ask a question that's going to get asked, I would imagine, a lot this season and probably for a few years going forward. How are NFL teams going to deal specifically with Travis Hunter? And the Cardinals, by the way, face Jacksonville this season, so it's very relevant to them this season as well. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I hope they, as an organization, know what they're doing when it comes to building a basketball franchise.
Well, we're going to figure that out. I mean, we're going to know, and Booker's going to figure it out, too.
And honestly, if you're going to ask me which of these thoughts do I believe in more, that Devin Booker's going to be fine and he's going to get back on track next year, or the Phoenix Suns, they know exactly what they're doing and how to build this around him, I have way more doubt about the Suns organization and their ability to build this around him than I do about Devin Booker and whether he's going to be fine or not. I just don't know.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. We, the Wu Fan Clan, we like to walk around and say, I am Santan Ford. Now take the garbage out. Listen, this isn't just any Ford dealership that we're talking about here. This is Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down. Yeah, zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT. Oh, the Mustang, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport, Basinonians. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. And Tim Hovig, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on right now. Now, some restrictions apply, Basinonians. There's a $649 dock fee, but you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, this is Jared, and on Monday we'll be 1 week closer to Cardinals training camp. I remember when I used to go to camp as a kid, making s'mores around the campfires, playing games, scratching mosquito bites. Ooh, doggy, that felt good. Anyway, tune in to Bickle and Murata at 6 a.m. on Monday.
All right, well, if we're getting closer to camp, that means we are also getting closer to the Cardinals season. And we were talking about this earlier in the show, Wolf, how important it is to start strong because the second half of the schedule is not easy. When you look at the second half of the schedule, one of the games that you see that you're like, okay, maybe that's a landing spot, maybe that's a quote, easier game, is the one on November 23rd at State Farm Stadium against Jacksonville. Jacksonville's kind of a tough team to get a read on now because they have Travis Hunter. And especially right now, maybe they'll have a better idea of what he is in the NFL by November 23rd. That's week 12. But right now, good luck trying to figure out what Travis Hunter is going to look like in the NFL.
Well, yeah, I think you're right about that. I think that's the case with every player. You got to prove it. But especially with Travis Hunter, I do wonder how much are they talking about playing him on one side of the ball as opposed to the other side of the ball? Or are they really going to run him out there and say, hey, have at it, we're going to start you both ways? Really? That's going to happen at the NFL level? I do not see that happening.
I don't see it being sustainable, but if a team were going to do it, wouldn't it be Jacksonville? I don't even mean that as like a knock, like, oh, Jacksonville doesn't know what they're doing. It's not so much that. It's just like if there were a team that's kind of desperate for a star player, or in this case, desperate to take a star player and make him into two star players, that's something that Jacksonville would do as opposed to, say, the Eagles or the Chiefs, the two teams that were in the Super Bowl. I think they would find one place to play him and then occasionally have a package for him on offense or something, or whatever on defense.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Travis Hunter because I do believe, once again, and I've said this before, but I believe I'm going to start him as a corner. He's going to be my every down corner. That's where I'm going to start him, and then I'm going to work him in on the offensive side of the ball from time to time. I'll work him in situational packages, whether that's third and obvious pass situations, whether that's red zone, whatever it might be. I'm going to work him in at my choosing on the offensive end of the field and the offensive side of the ball. It's going to be interesting to see if the Jacksonville Jaguars do the exact same thing with him. Or could that be flipped, Luke? Where do you think, if he's going to start full-time, do you think defensive side of the ball as well?
I would have thought that. That would absolutely, just because it's not that it's easy to get a game-breaking receiver, but for me it would be like, okay, if you really have like a shutdown corner, there he is.
Yes.
And then I can use him on offense still. He's just not like a constant offensive player.
And
but I don't know that Jacksonville's doing it that way.
There are some guys. I know Travis Kelce was talking about this too.
We got Travis Kelce was on Bussin' with the Boys. He talked about how teams could potentially stop Travis Hunter.
If he plays corner, they're going to run deep balls at him all day. They're going to run the wide receivers, just take off on him all day just to try and get him tired.
Yeah.
I'm like, why wouldn't you just attack him that way?
You know what? That sounds so simple. It's not a bad idea.
I don't understand what Travis is talking about.
So
you're not trying to tire Travis Hunter out. You're trying to win a game. We're gonna throw the ball down the field. That's all we're gonna, we're gonna try to tire him out. What are you doing?
But you don't even really have to throw the ball to his guy, do you? Couldn't you just, anytime you have a receiver, like I understand what you're saying, you don't want to alter your game plan that much for one guy or he's already won. But if you know the ball's not going to this guy anyway, hey, you just run down the field and take Travis Hunter with you. I just don't think he's going to play that much.
How old is Travis Hunter right now?
20.
I mean, how old?
21, 22, I
mean,
think.
This is a guy who's going to run all day for the most part.
He is 22.
He's going to run all day. Don't go into a game saying, we're going to try to tire Travis Hunter out. That's what we're going to do.
Do you think different?
I don't even understand why Travis Kelce would have said that.
Well, that's the only cut I have. Can we call
We're going to go ahead. We're going to throw it down. We're just going to keep throwing it down the field. Listen, if you want to beat him and throw it down the field because you feel like you can beat him, great. Jeepers.
Do you think different teams would use Travis Hunter differently? Okay, so let's say Jacksonville
based on their need.
Yeah. I mean, just to have a player that's that malleable where you can use him completely different depending on the team that drafts him, that in itself is crazy, isn't it?
It's one of the greatest things about this season is seeing how they actually use him. Is it possible a guy could actually start two ways in the NFL? Blow my mind. That would just...
I think they're definitely going to do it. Now, I don't know what that's going to look like by week 12 when the Cardinals are playing them.
Yeah.
I mean, but if the question is, are we going to see games where he starts on both sides? I absolutely think we're going to see it. We'll probably see it in week 1 against Carolina.
Oh, yeah. I think. Well, where he starts, it's how many reps are you really going to get?
Yeah, I mean, his snap count, if they really do this, it's going to be absurd. You're going to have
ridiculous.
Guys like, wow, this guy played 52 snaps, and Travis Hunter played 108.
And that's all I really care to see. Are they going to play him as a starter on both sides, and he's going to get starter reps? Even in one game, if that happens, I'll be blown away.
That's not sustainable, though, is it?
I don't know how.
Even over the course of I'm not even saying career. I'm saying over the course of a season, even if he's 22 years old, because he's going to be taking hits, too. It's not just a matter of running a lot. He's going to be taking hits. If he's going to play in the secondary, especially Jacksonville's secondary, he's going to have to make hits, too. I mean, it's going to be one of the most interesting non-Cardinal storylines of the season for me, because we haven't really seen anything like this. We've seen guys that can play on both sides of the ball, but they don't actually do it at the NFL level. He seems pretty intent on doing it, especially if you believe his comments before the draft. Jacksonville seems pretty intent on letting him do it. They certainly aren't acting
and rightfully so. There's a way you can do it. You start him as a corner, because that's where I think he's going to have the biggest impact, and then you situationally play him offensively. Heck yeah.
So in theory, when they play the Cardinals, Jacksonville is going to put Travis Hunter on Marvin Harrison Jr. in theory, and then he's going to go out there and line up against Garrett Williams on the other. I mean, just to. They are hoping that they basically drafted Garrett Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. rolled into one.
Yes.
To give a Cardinals example of it.
So cool.
That's they've actually made Jacksonville like a team that you're going to have to pay attention to, like when Red Zone's on or whatever. Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, what should we be expecting from the Sun Devil defense this season? We're going to ask their safety. Xavier Alford joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
And why fireworks are dangerous.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch to him, swung on, grounded to first, and fielded cleanly by Cronenworth. He takes it to the back himself. That's the ball game. That's the series. The D-backs could not finish the job here, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-3.
A 2-2 split in San Diego. Now the D-backs face the Angels in Anaheim. Coverage of Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Summer's calling, man. Are you ready to answer with a brand new pool? With temperatures already rising, the best time to start building is right now, brothers. My friends over at Presidential Pools and Spas were known for the fastest build times in Arizona, Basinonians. You can start today and be splashing, grilling, and relaxing this summer, but the clock is certainly ticking. And Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool, and you could win it, Basinonians. It's the summer pool giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will receive a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer. Enter now by visiting dbacks.com/splash. That's dbacks.com/splash and win a new pool from our partners at Presidential Pools and Spas, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket, tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
The Lund team prides ourselves on getting pre-approved before you buy. This makes you a stronger buyer with a stronger offer. The good news is the full pre-approval is free of charge. No upfront application fee. Some companies will charge an application fee to suck you in. At Lund, we have no hidden cost and no surprises. Just straight talk, and we walk you through the process and provide a clear path to your new home purchase. Give the Lund team a call today, where you're always treated like family. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery, because their better future begins with our help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 6. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
We're getting closer now, Wolf. ASU football season starts up next month, of course, and we are pleased to be joined on the Arizona Sports Line right now by ASU safety Xavier Alford, ahead of, I guess coming out of Big 12 Media Days and looking forward now to the season starting next week. Xavier, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
Going well. How about you? Thank you for having me on the show.
Absolutely.
Doing well, brother.
I guess let's start with where this team is now, bringing back so many players from last season heading into this season. Just how different for you is this moment now as you're getting closer to the year, and there are expectations nationally on you guys?
I would say, it's not really different at all. It's just kind of takes you back to when you were a little kid, playing football. Now that, the guys on the team are familiar with each other, and we've been playing with each other. Last year, we had a successful season, things of that nature. We were able to work last off season, and prove people wrong. So, we just kind of going back to what works, doing the same thing. And I think it's better now, that we actually are closer with each other and we know each other because, we're able to push each other to different limits and different levels, So that's really what we've been doing, focusing on cleaning up the little things from last year, getting bigger, stronger, faster, and then, getting ready for training camp coming up.
Xavier, is there anything wrong with actually acknowledging the fact you might be under more pressure this year and going out and proving the fact that you can deal with that pressure?
No, I don't think that it is. I think in this, college football is very hard to win. Especially with the different places that I've been, different programs, and then coming here and obviously turning the program around and the culture, things of that nature, and starting to win, at a high level. No, I don't think it's anything wrong with acknowledging it. I think I do think that each season is a different season, and each game is a different game. So especially in this league, the Big 12 is very competitive. Nobody went undefeated in the league last year, even though we won the Big 12, things of that nature. So that just goes to show that you just have to take it one game at a time, one day at a time. And that's our motto. That Coach Dillingham preaches over here. Just be the very best you could be every day. And get better every single day. Yeah. So that's what we're continuously preaching.
Talking to Xavier and Alford, Xavier, you talk about the culture that you guys are building at ASU, and you obviously, just to kind of recap your journey to this point, you had to wait a little bit. A couple of years there where you didn't get to play, and then you played last year, and you were huge for ASU. But like you said, you've played at a couple different places now. What is it about Tempe that has felt like home to you?
I would say the people. I would say the people here. I really love it here. The city is a wonderful place. I've met a lot of people out here, that I'm very close with now. I'm very thankful that God was able to lead me here to Arizona. It's never a place I thought I would be, but really just the people, the city, and obviously the coaching staff and everybody, all my teammates, things of that nature. But this place is really just a beautiful place. For me coming here, to seeing what it was, and then, having a successful season like we did last year. It just, it meant a lot, I know, to the community and things of that nature. So it's just really a blessing to be here.
Xavier, going up to Camp Tonazona has got to be a super cool thing for you. Talk a little bit about Camp T and what happens up there.
Yeah, man, it really is a unique thing. It takes me back to, when I was back, playing Little League, Pop Warner football, just being outdoors and stuff with your teammates, little kids. But, man, it really is different, and I really think Camp T is kind of one of the key moments, that was key to last year's success because, we were able to build a bond with each other on a personal level, When you're just out there in the woods, there's not really that much phone service, and all you can really do is eat, sleep, football, and you're around each other. You figure out a lot about each other real quick. So, especially, during fall camp, during, we're going to war with each other every day, trying to push each other to make each other better. It's kind of fun. It's a lot of fun things that happen. Excuse me, we do campfires, where we ask people questions, about themselves, get to know things. We play different games, things of that nature. Dodgeball is very big up there. Dodgeball is very big. It's all type of card games, dominoes, spades, things of that nature. A lot of food, talking, and a lot of football, obviously. Watching film with each other. Talk about practice, talk about goals, how we want to get better, things of that nature. So it really is a great place to be.
We're talking to Xavier and Alfred. Xavier, I remember talking to Kenny Dillingham last year about when he could tell that maybe you guys had something special, and he pointed back to Camp T. In addition to everything that you guys are doing there and just that experience, do you kind of get a sense of what your team's going to look like when the actual games start too?
Yeah, I really think there are, I don't think they're necessarily written down, or scheduled, like when key moments happen in the off season, especially this close to the year. But I think it's just something that you kind of feel, and it's just like a special moment. It might be like last year. It was the first year I was here. We kind of hiked up the mountain, and we kind of went halfway, and then some people might have went to the top. And then next year, we come back and we get to the middle of the mountain, take a picture, and we like, well, let's all go up. And then everybody's just like, yeah, let's all do it together. So, like, I feel like that was like a key bonding moment for us where, it was an obstacle for us as a team. Everybody was up for the challenge, and we accepted the challenge and we got the job done. So it's just little small things like that, just being around each other, getting to know each other. Like I said, it's not really much phone service out there. So everything you do is really with your teammates and, your coaches. And I really think it is a cool thing, especially for my last one. I'm definitely going to embrace it.
Yeah, your last one here. Xavier, are you a goal guy? Do you have a goal that you go into every season? And if so, what is that goal?
Really, everybody has individual goals, things of that nature, but realistically, in our game in college football or any team sport, the best players and get the best accolades on the best teams, So you have to invest into the people around you first. I really believe that the great ones, invest into the people around them, try to make people around them better while, pushing themselves as well, because obviously if you're going to be a leader, you're held to a standard.
That's
right. You're the one that's helping push the standard. So you're being watched. So some guys lead by example. Some guys are vocal. I think I'm a little bit of both. I think I'm able to relate, to my teammates, things of that nature. But my goal is to really be better than I was, the season before, and to continue to progress, and, do my job. And I feel like with the players that I have on our team and especially our defense that I play with, that if I do that, then all my individual goals will be accomplished.
Talking to Xavier and Alfred. Xavier, a lot of times when people look at this upcoming season, they point to Sam Levitt, they point to Jordan Tyson, which makes a lot of sense. Those guys have earned that. But if you look at the defense, and obviously you know this, but most of that defense is back, which is a rarity in today's college game. What do you like about this defense? Like, what do you think your guys' identity is going to be on that side of the ball?
I think our identity is going to be toughness. I think, we have a group of guys on defense that's tough, that have been through a lot, that, are really invested in this game, really love this game, and we really love each other. Playing defense is really different because, we're kind of the bad guys. We're kind of, we're stopping the offense, especially people from scoring. So, which is really hard to do. So, we pride ourselves on, being up for that challenge no matter rain, hail, sleet, snow, no matter what time. We feel like as long as we got each other, we going out there that, we'll be just fine. So, we've definitely been pushing each other this offseason. The D-line is all getting bigger, stronger, faster. Linebackers same, secondary the same. So, we're all, just pushing each other to our limits, really. So, come training camp and, come August 30th and on, that we ready to do what we need to do.
Xavier, God bless you, man. Thank you so much for joining us, brother. Appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you so much for having me on.
Absolutely. Thank you, Xavier. That's Xavier Alford joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, if you look at their defense, Prince Dorba, C.J. Fight, Jacob Rich Kongaika, Clayton Smith, Keyshawn Elliott, Jordan Crook, Keith Abney, Miles Rouser, Xavier Alford, Javen Robbins. All these guys are back.
Yeah. C.J. Fight.
I mean,
it's a great name.
It's
like a great football
Can you
name.
have a better football name than C.J. Fight? Have you subscribed? First of all, yeah, thanks to Xavier Alford for joining us right there. Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, Diamondbacks have one last chance to win a series here heading into the All-Star break. We'll try and get it done in L.A. against the Angels starting tonight. We'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 11 days from today. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Picture this. You find your dream home, and instead of waiting around, you just move in right away. None of that monotonous waiting around to sell your old place first. You don't have to do that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Find your new home that you want. Just buy it now. Sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on everyone else's schedule. You don't have time for that. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home. They're going to make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your old home, though, with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation, see what you have to work with throughout this entire process. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, 1 in Glendale, 1 in Scottsdale, and 1 in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Precision decision with Precision Air. In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
D-Bags at the Angels. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, thanks to Xavier and Alfred for joining us last segment. Get everybody just a little bit more ready for the upcoming football season. College
so cool,
man. We were talking.
Are you even more fired up, Wolf?
Yeah, I am. You know, we're getting so close, and especially when he's talking about Camp T, Camp Tonazona, and going up there for 4 days, and the way that a team will come together when things are difficult and they're hard. I love that. It's one of my fondest memories. Did it hurt in the moment? You better believe it. But it was brutal in the moment.
You could hear in his answers, though, that he's looking forward to it, even though obviously it's tough up there. But like you could hear, he was like, "This is my last year. It's going to be my last year doing that as a senior." And he's like, "I'm gonna embrace every second of it." So
you will miss those days when you're done.
I do think ASU is going to put some players in the NFL from this defense, and it's going to be probably some in this upcoming draft and the year after, but it's the most, underrated, overlooked, untalked about part of this team that's going to be good is their defense. We were talking NFL prior to that. We were talking about Travis Kelce, but the other story that we didn't get to was the Najee Harris story, Wolf, where he suffered a superficial eye injury during a 4th of July fireworks mishap.
Just wondering what is going through Najee Harris's brain at that point in time. You know, this was, from what I understand, this was not some little firework thing you're going to throw on the ground and
it wasn't like a sparkler.
It was like, boom, shot out of a cannon type deal. I don't understand why guys would do that. Remember Jason Pierre-Paul? Jason Pierre-Paul blew part of his finger off. Talking about a pass rusher, a guy that needs to grab the jersey from time to time. I don't understand why you would do that. There are basically two types of people in the world, Basinonians. Those that know how to do stuff and those that do not know how to do stuff. Can I just tell you, in my young crunks, you need to listen to this. Your life becomes much easier when you figure out which one you are and then live your life accordingly from that point forward. There are people who know how to do stuff, and there are people that don't know how to do stuff. I fall into the latter category. I don't know how to do stuff. Don't act like you do. Or suddenly a firework's going to go off and hit you in the eye.
Sounds
blow
like
your finger off.
At least based on his agent, that Najee should be fine and ready to play in the fall. That's what his agent said. So
thank you. That's good.
But still,
it's great news.
Your point is well taken. Like, it's not really a risk you need to necessarily be taking.
Leave it to the professionals. Every city, everywhere in America has a fireworks special. Go to that fireworks special. Go to, like, the D-backs shoot fireworks off. Just go to that.
I think a man's
display is amazing. The D-backs one, by the way. I was there on Friday, like doing the post-game show, and it's like, wow, this is crazy.
Yeah, a man's got to know his limitations. Write that down, my young crunks. You got to know your limitations. Two types of people in the world. Those that know how to do it and those that do not. Figure out which one you are and live accordingly.
Diamondbacks starting the series tonight, and it's crazy that we've gotten to this point, but these are the games where Diamondbacks fans, you can almost hear them breathe a collective sigh of relief, Wolf, because Ryan Nelson's pitching tonight. And we have gotten to a point where
we've gotten to that point.
We've gotten to a point.
Think about that.
His ERA as a starter this year is 2.79.
Yes.
If you take out the one game against the Reds, I know I keep saying that, and I know you can't just remove a game, but if you took one game out, his ERA as a starter this season is 1.58. That is, I know it's 9 starts.
Sure.
And he hasn't made 30 starts yet, but now he is a starter on this team. I got to think he's a starter on this team going forward beyond this year. Certainly he needs to take this opportunity and run with it, but he has been running with it. You could not ask any more than what they have asked of and gotten from Ryan Nelson up to this point.
I totally agree. And you know what? I've said this before about Ryan Nelson. I love his attitude. I love his mentality. I love his soul and what is in him. Because this is a guy that goes out and he does not nibble. He does not.
No, he's like, hit it, or if you can hit it, go ahead. And they haven't been able to.
And to me, that speaks of toughness. It does. It speaks of not being afraid. And then a certain amount of toughness to weather whatever might happen to you out there. I don't care. But the one thing I'm not going to do is nibble. I'm going to go ahead and attack the strike zone. I love that. And I believe it's one of the reasons why Ryan Nelson is successful.
He does pitch with attitude. It's funny you say that because it's become more evident, I would say, over the last couple starts, or at least maybe I just noticed it more over the last few starts because – last year he gets thrust into a starter's role, and we all know the story. He was one of their best starters.
Yeah.
He probably was their best starter for a good month plus of the season. And then you come into this spring training, and he ends up not, how much can you really show in spring training, stats-wise? So he's not in the rotation. He's doing good in relief, but he wants to be a starter. He gets called in to start, does good, gets put back in relief, comes back in to start, does good. They're going to put him back in relief, and then Corbin Burns gets hurt, and in his last 5 starts, he's allowed 0 earned against the Padres, 1 against the Blue Jays, 1 against the White Sox, 2 against the Giants, 1 against the Royals.
Oh,
and we're starting to see him stretched out more now where he can go deeper into games, too.
Yeah, we totally feel that whenever you say, Ryan Nelson, go. You feel, oh, yeah, Ryan Nelson's done great as a starter. But to hear you list those earned runs off,
yeah,
that's impressive.
That's over the last month. And even if you want to go back before that, he had the 7 earned runs against the Reds on June 7th. But then prior to that, you got 0 in a start against the Pirates, 1 in a start against the Dodgers. Like when he goes out there, it used to be like, hey, this is a cool story. I'm kind of rooting for this guy. Like he got pushed into this position. Let's see how he can do. Now it's like, all right, so what? 7 innings, 1 run? I mean, that's kind of what we're expecting now, right? Right? give us between 6 and 7 innings and 1 or 2 runs. You're expecting a quality start from the guy now, which is really helpful considering where they are.
Yeah, it'd be great too if somebody who takes the ball after Ryan Nelson is done doesn't go out and blow up.
Well, yeah,
and that really is difficult. My heart goes out to Torey Lovello in that regard because it's not like he has a ton of options down there right now.
No,
he doesn't.
What was it the Giants game? I think it was the Giants game. So it had been 2 starts ago where he pitched great. They went to the bullpen, and the bullpen immediately blew the lead. And they just showed Ryan Nelson in the dugout looking like we all looked watching it. Like, really? It took like 3 seconds to blow the lead. But no, they have won the last 5 games he has started. And he's one of those guys where you're like, is this guy going to give you something that maybe they weren't counting on when the season started that could help make up for some of the injuries they've had?
Yeah, Ryan Nelson is not my biggest concern. I'm sure it's not your biggest concern. For me, again, I think of the Diamondbacks and their ability to score runs and how prolific they are in terms of scoring runs. And then I think of the last 2 games that they lost, 1-0 and 4-3, where they had their opportunities and they could not get it done. The onus is on the lineup. The onus is on the offense of the Diamondbacks to get this done, as far as I'm concerned. It is the strength of their team. Now go prove it.
Yeah. Tyler Anderson's pitching for the Angels tonight. Zach Gallen tomorrow. Merrill Kelly on Sunday. For those that are scoreboard watching, it's San Francisco that you're trying to run down right now for that final wild card spot, and they are starting a 3-game series with the Dodgers. So they, in theory, should have their hands full. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to everybody who joined the show. Thanks to Rick behind the glass. We got Burns and Gambo coming up for Wolf. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. I want to be nice to people. I want to take care of people. And that's the big thing I look at. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. I never say no. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty.
You hire veterans specifically to make sure that they know that they're loved and that they have a job if they want one. Can you talk about your dedication first to hiring veterans and what your mindset is behind it?
At the end of the day, it's not about moving. It's not about anything else. It's about taking care of our military and our veterans and just giving back. And that's the biggest key.
What message do you send your teams when they go out into the field and they represent your company?
The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off for that one is at 6. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, filling in for Gambo today, Mitch Vareldas, co-host of Arizona Sports Tonight. Our producer here on the Burns and Gambo Show, along with Lauren. Hi, Mitch.
Hi, Burnsy.
How you doing? Burnsy, what's going on?
Burnsy, what's going on?
Here you go. You got if you're gonna sit in that chair, there's got to be a little bit of, I don't demand. There's got to
be a little straining of the voice.
I really don't demand anything really, but there's got to be a little, other than.
Do you want Suns info too? Because I don't have any, unfortunately.
No, but do you have vacation photos from Austria or Germany or Italy? Do you
no,
have those?
But I will say, just
you have a video tour of your hotel room.
I have none of those yet. But I was talking with one of our colleagues, Heidi Hommel, who's on the news side.
Hi, Heidi. She's right there. Hello,
Heidi.
Yeah,
she's
she can't see.
Busy working.
She's working right now. Yeah.
I was telling her because we apparently are going to be slightly overlapping for times when we are in Greece later in September.
Oh, really?
And I was telling her, because you had just brought up Italy, I'm going to Rome for the first time ever.
Oh, no.
Does
Gambo know this?
No. I don't think I've told him yet.
You haven't told him?
No.
Okay.
Because I was just figuring out the flights like last week.
Do you want him to plan out your trip to Rome or not? Yes or no?
See, it's funny because I feel like the correct answer is I should.
You should
rely on him.
You
right?
probably should.
You know?
You probably should. Like my wife and I are going to go to Italy. I think next year. We've never been. Our passports are embarrassingly, shockingly empty. There's nothing in them. And I am absolutely going to lean on Mr. Gambo for, okay, we're going to go in Italy. We're going for like 10 days. Who knows when we're going back? What do we do? What do we not do? This is what we like to do. This is what we not do. And that's kind of my advice to you when it comes to Rome.
I'm just worried about the extra additional things that come with me telling Gambo, hey, I'm going to be going to Italy for the first time. Oh, have you seen the look at this? This is beautiful.
Have you seen the Ponte Vecchio? Have you seen the Statue of David?
You'll love the food.
The Colosseum. I mean, you just walk around the corner, and before you know it, you're having but he's probably a good source of information to tap into.
I'll let him know when he gets back.
Think. Yeah. So, I couldn't help but seeing on social media his room in Austria is
gorgeous.
It's pretty sweet.
I'm jealous.
It's pretty. I'm like looking at it. I'm like, all right, ho hum. There's the bathroom. There's the bed. Whatever. And then he opens the doors. I'm like, oh my God, that's his view. That's where he's staying. So, bravo, Gambo. Bravo on the trip. In the meantime, we'll just slog along with Adam here on the Burns and Gambo Show while he's hanging out in Austria right now in the lake. We're stuck dealing with a series split against the San Diego Padres. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The pitch to him, swung on, grounded to first, and fielded cleanly by Cronenworth. He takes it to the bag himself. That's the ball game. That's the series. The D-backs could not finish the job here, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-3.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. The Arizona Diamondbacks with a chance to win a series, The Arizona Diamondbacks with a chance to complete a 3-game sweep. We've had many of those opportunities pass through our desks over the last couple of weeks, and once again, they're unable to do it. A series split against the San Diego Padres after last night's 4-3 loss to San Diego.
What stood out to you most?
The offense. I mean, it's just like we were talking about this pre-show, and it almost feels like, okay, the classic, when I think I've got this fixed, now I've got this problem.
I got a different
to deal
problem.
with. Now it's the new problem for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and maybe it's temporary, and maybe the old problem isn't fixed at all, and I'm just wishful thinking.
Right.
The pitching staff Eduardo Rodriguez wasn't great last night, but I don't think he was the reason they lost that game last
I agree.
night. Certainly the bullpen held its own and did okay in that game last night. The new problem for the D-backs is an offense that in these 2 losses against San Diego went, 1 for 18 with runners in scoring position? And the 2 losses left 19 men on base. I mean, they were – Mitch, I started to keep track of the number of opportunities they had in that game. It was like the whole game. The whole game was nothing but opportunity for the Arizona Diamondbacks to win it. And they could. That, to me, is the number one takeaway for it. It's not Eduardo. It's not the bullpen. It's not even the split so much. It's just – the offense at the worst possible time is going through this funk right now, and that's not doing anybody any good.
You know what's funny? Even if you look at the wins, because I'm looking back at all the boxes now, in the 2 losses, they lost by a combined 2 runs where they were 1 for 18 with runners in scoring position, and they stranded 19 total runners. But even in the wins, the 6-3 win on Monday, they were 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position and stranded 9. In the 8-2 win on Wednesday, 1 for 8, 6 left on base. Even in the wins, this is a problem. And this is, to put a qualifier on it, I guess, this feels like the new problem that the Diamondbacks are dealing with, where we're kind of removed from the bullpen being a major issue right now. They've actually been pretty solid these last 4 games.
It's crazy to say it. I mean, you're tempting.
I know.
If you're a superstitious type, you're not.
I'm sorry.
But you're not wrong. I mean, if you're to look at the numbers, you're actually not wrong, and it's like this symbiotic relationship between the starters and the pitchers. The starters are doing very well, so the relievers are doing very well.
Maybe we just have to fly everybody in to the 7th inning of a game, bust their ass over to the park, and then they just have to pitch an inning later. Maybe try the Murillo strategy. That's what we'll call it.
Torey Lovello talked, and we'll have Torey on the show coming up in about 25 minutes or so. It was a frustrating day on offense, but he still took the positives.
Yeah, it's fairly frustrating. I think we had the right guys in the right spot, ton of RBIs, ton of production. They just, they didn't get it done, and that's part of the game. That's what happens every once in a while. But we continue to build innings. We had a lot of opportunity, and we fought. We fought the entire time. There's a lot of positives to draw upon. But we did all we could to win the series. It just didn't happen.
I want so badly to tap into those positives and say, okay, they split a 4-game series on the road against a really good baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 games they lost each of them by a run. They had multiple opportunities. I'm like, you want to think this team is like right there. They're so close. They're just so close to being able to go on that run. But at the end of the day, results are results, and the schedule is not going to let up. They've got 15 games until the trade deadline, but really, in essence, they probably have about 12 games before they have to decide and declare. And it would the shame of it, and really going back to the offense now, the shame of it would be just when you think they figured out the one thing that you thought was going to hold them back from being a buyer.
Now it's something else.
To have a new problem surface a little bit makes you go, you thought you were right there, and now you've got to kind of reassess and figure out, are we too home run dependent? Is that finally biting us? It seemed like they were able to get by with an offense that was really home run dependent. Now it feels like their dependency on hitting the long ball has really, really reached like this critical point of, guys, you can't just rely on hitting the ball over the fence to score runs. That's just not going to work.
Well, the Padres proved that in this series by robbing not 1 but 2 opportunities in one game on Tuesday, where they lost 1-0. But additionally, as we had mentioned, they left a ton of opportunities on base, including, I think, twice the bases were loaded in that Tuesday game, and they couldn't get anybody home. They scored 0 runs to begin with. It's also frustrating, too, just to slightly macro this. This was the series where you really could have gained a lot of ground in the wild card race because the Brewers played the Dodgers and they swept the Dodgers. So the Brewers gained a ton of ground there. You had the Phillies playing the Giants. The Giants took 2 out of 3 in that series. You had the Cincinnati Reds, who are just barely ahead of the Diamondbacks, playing the Marlins. So it's like, yay, the Reds were able to push back the Marlins, but then coincidentally also get themselves ahead of Arizona. If you split the series, that's like, okay, that's fine. But the fact that they now have a new issue that they're dealing with, they couldn't gain any ground in the wild card race. It just feels like they're closer and closer to becoming a definitive seller. And I know that they don't want to do that, but sooner or later they might be forced to do that.
Well, the calendar's going to force it. I mean, it's going to be, like I was thinking when I was driving in today, they're 5 games out of the last wild card spot. I would bet a really nice lunch that going into the final week before the trade deadline, they're going to be about 5 games out of the wild card spot. It's going to be about the fact I even toyed with the idea of like over under 5 games out of the wild card spot on the Sunday going into the trade deadline week. Would you take the over or the under? Because I think 5 is the kind of the definitive. If you're less than 5, you can justify, okay, we're right there, we're close, just one more little push in the last 2 months of the season. Let's go get a couple of bullpen arms. And if you're greater than 5, you probably can't. But there is this kind of cruel irony to it all that the offense now is the thing that's the problem. And I tell you something else too. It's like in some ways it's specific guys too. Like the Suarez magic. He's at. It feels like it's. And I know I said this about Corbin Carroll, too, and he goes out and he hits a home run. But last night, they were picking on Eugenio Suarez, right? Like, it was obvious watching that game. They were more than comfortable. Sure, Eugenio, go ahead, beat us, And he wasn't able to do it, and that was kind of troubling, too.
I mean, that also is just who Eugenio Suarez is. Like, even with how strong of a start that he's had this year, even with how strong of a full calendar year that he's had going back to last July, he is as 3 true outcomes as it gets. And with those anomalies that you will occasionally get where his batting average is taking a sharp incline like it has over the past couple of months, there is still those moments where it's, okay, he got the big home run here, but how did he do in the other 3 at-bats?
I think the failures to not win the series against the Royals, to not win the series against the Giants, to not sweep the Rockies or not sweep the White Sox, I think they're kind of coming home to roost a little bit now. On the surface, there's nothing wrong with splitting a series against the San Diego Padres on the road. But because you've put yourself in this position now, suddenly there is a problem with splitting a series with the San Diego Padres on the road. And that's where the Diamondbacks find themselves right now. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, he is one of many, many returners for ASU's offense. And he's going to have a very vital role going forward for the Sun Devils. ASU offensive lineman Ben Coleman going to join us next here on the Burns and Gambo Show with Mitch Vareldis filling in for Gambo.
The D-backs, Ketel Marte.
Just a laser beam home run by Ketel Marte.
Will be starting for the National League at the MLB All-Star Game next week.
Now the 2 on that is smoked to second. Diving catch Ketel.
The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks and All-Star Ketel Marte is Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul. Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is Holly Robinson Pete for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diet, and there's only one egg with more delicious, farm-fresh taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties, classic, cage-free, and organic. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, this is Jared, and on Monday we'll be 1 week closer to Cardinals training camp. I remember when I used to go to camp as a kid, making s'mores around the campfires, playing games, scratching mosquito bites. Ooh, doggy, that felt good. Anyway, tune in to Bickley and Murata at 6 a.m. on Monday.
See, when we play the Jarrett Carlin look ahead, and it's just you and, Mitch Vareldis and me, Dave Burns, or John Gambadoro and me, Dave Burns, or Tim Ring, or whoever's filling in, or when Gambo's here, it's fine. We roll our eyes and we go, that's just Jarrett being Jarrett, right?
Yeah.
But when we have a guest, and they're listening to the show.
Can we just get the apology out right now?
You're just kind of like, man, we're really sorry. I promise we're actually serious-minded people over here, and we're going to have a serious conversation. And so just off the top of this conversation with Arizona State offensive lineman Ben Coleman, we're going to offer our apologies to you for having to hear that on the way in, because normally, Ben, we're a lot more buttoned up than that. So it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Good to have you on the show. And we apologize we had to subject you to that on the way in. Thanks for joining us.
Man, it's all good. It's all good. Pleasure for you guys to have me on.
So
if it's any consolation, he's also a Wildcat, so we don't really give him a lot of proper praise anyway. So
that's a terrible decision, but people make mistakes. It's okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I like to hear, Ben. Let's go.
I love it. How was Dallas? How was Big 12 Media Days? Was that like your first time experiencing that on that kind of a stage? I know you guys went through it all with the Peach Bowl, but to be a part of that, describe what that was like for me and how it was.
Man, it was super fun. I think just being with the guys, a lot of guys asked when we came back, man, like what was the most fun part about it? I think when we did the photo shoot part, what people don't understand about Media Day is that we're kind of separated as far as from everybody has different interviews and anybody can kind of grab you at any time. So we had the uniform portion, and then we had when we got our suits on, we had the suit portion. And so when we had the uniforms on, we were like, man, maybe you see a guy, I might pass JT, I might pass Sam, you might be in an interview together doing some content. But we went to the photo shoot part. We were all together the whole time, so we spent a whole entire hour together. Of course, gassing each other up, making sure everybody looks good, joking around. So that was fun.
Good.
How different is the excitement heading into this upcoming season, given what you guys just accomplished last year?
I think it's more excitement from outside media for sure. I think rightfully so after we put together a great season. But as far as for the guys, if you don't love football and you can't get excited for football, if you can't get excited to compete, and I think that's where we find the most fun. And I think comes from our head coach is that, man, if you don't have any desire to compete, it doesn't even matter. I mean, we don't worry about a game. Don't worry about life, period. Our desire to compete, that has to come from within. And so all the guys are super excited to compete. So I think we're just as excited. But as far as from the outside, I think there is generally a big difference from the excitement of last year, the Arizona State Sun Devils, and this year.
Kenny, your coach, has made it clear time and time again. Last year is done. Last year is over. Last year doesn't matter. This is this year. You're clearly one of the leaders on this team. You're in part responsible for kind of passing along that message too, I would imagine. Has the message been properly received by everybody that last year is no matter to you guys anymore?
300%. And I think really we wanted to get that to the guys that transferred in. We're super excited to have those guys, all the new additions, including the freshmen. I know it's super cool to be a freshman, and maybe you were a freshman like Sean Nile was when he was going to ASU. They're like, man, why are you going to ASU? An offensive lineman, St. John Bosco. Why are you going to Arizona State? And I think that's now shifted for all the freshman offensive linemen that came in after Arizona State. We had a great season, and they're like, oh man, you're going to Arizona State. That should be fun. I love the head coach. I love the O-line coach. Offense is super fun. So I think just to get those guys to understand, it's like, man, it's completely a new year. I believe that that's been understood just through the work ethic that everybody has shown throughout the summer. Whether it be sprints, whether it be weightlifting. I think everybody's just as hungry, but I think most importantly, I think guys are a lot hungrier than they were last year.
So I'm glad you brought up that anecdote about Sean, because I was looking back and I realized that you came in at the beginning of Kenny Dillingham's tenure, but it was also coming off a very fraught season under the previous regime. What was the sell to you to transfer within the conference at that time to go from Cal to Arizona State? And how great in hindsight does it look now, given how long you've lasted here?
It's the same reason when I went to Cal, I really wanted to be at a program that wasn't already built, and that was something that was dear to my heart. I did that in high school. Instead of going to the bigger high schools, I went to the smaller high school because I wanted to be around a coach that I found that was authentic to me. So Arizona State was a no-brainer. I took a chance, essentially on a guy that's never been a head coach, right? But when you talk to somebody, I feel like I have a pretty good gauge on how authentic a person is. And it wasn't just Coach Dillingham, it was the offensive line coach. He's a Southern California guy, San Bernardino. He used to come through and recruit me all the time and understood that he was at schools that he knew I wasn't going to choose. But he was at Fresno State, he was at Army, and he still came through and gave me all the respect. And so when he was actually, Coach T was at New Mexico when I first actually met him. So there was a whole tenure, and I know he's at New Mexico a couple of times, especially in Army as well. So I think just it's hard to find authentic people. I think that's more of a life lesson. And I guess we all took a gamble together. Coach Dillingham took a gamble at this spot. You could say that the university took a gamble on him, and everybody else that's been with him from that first year, they took a gamble on him as well, and I feel like that gamble paid off.
Preseason all-conference offensive lineman Ben Coleman from ASU is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show on the air link. If you're watching at arizonasports.com, we appreciate him doing that for sure. Obviously, you're a very accomplished offensive lineman with what you've been able to do so far. It's a position switch, and I know you've talked about this a few times in the past, but you're moving to center, which means great rapport with Sam Levitt. I don't know how far along you are in that process right now. I know you got some snaps at it last year, but if the season started right now, are you guys good in that regard, or would you still need more reps to make sure that everything's buttoned up on that one?
We would be great. I think I would go Sam Levitt, 350 passing yards, and we'll just throw all 4 touchdowns to JT. I think that would be ideal for me.
Right now, today, on July 11th, you can do that right now. Attaboy, Ben. Attaboy. Yeah, good.
Sam Levitt's at the pool right now. This house actually waiting for me. But if we started today, I think that would happen, and that can't happen without any bad snaps. So once again, I remind Sam and I remind JT. It's so funny. Sam is always a different cat with a quarterback to report, but JT, I feel like sometimes JT is hard about on the snaps because he knows, like, you getting that ball to me. But he's always the one that's like, you're promising me no more bad snaps, no bad snaps, no bad snaps. So he's been all the ones that if anybody didn't get the most grace, it's JT, and I love it because he's a full competitor and love him to death. But our between Sam and I last year was great, and we got super close last year when I was playing guard. So the transition to center, I think, just improved that because we had to have conversations that maybe we didn't have to have. It wasn't a necessity last year. But it's been great, man. I love Sam to death. I got his back, and I think it's something important, with the offensive line to have that relationship because we're not just blocking just to block, man. That's really our guy. So when you think about, am I going to get my guy hit or not? That's one of my best friends, so of course I'm not going to get my guy hit.
There's a lot of continuity with this offense, you in particular being one of the key members returning this year, but you also mentioned Sam, you mentioned Jordan. One notable absence, of course, on offense is Camp Scatterbo. Just how different do you think this offense is going to look with the new guys in the running back fold when you consider Kanye and Kyson and Jason now getting some opportunities behind the center?
I think it's more of a stable aspect now. I mean, guys can be able to rotate and go. Any running back that plays for Arizona State, no matter what play, no matter what part of the game, those guys are going to be fresh. So I'm super excited for those guys and the opportunity that they have. Everybody can – that's the only thing you can really ask for is an opportunity. So when you think about the big gap that he left, I'm super excited for those guys. They're tremendous hard workers, each and every one of them. Even from the freshmen, I'm super excited to see the freshmen. We have Grayson. We have Man Robinson. Man is his nickname, is what we call him. Super excited because they've worked so hard. A lot of those guys were early enrollees. And even when they came, they were early enrollees as well. So I'm super excited whether they've been transferred freshmen. I think it should be fun for Coach Iguana because he has a full stable, and I think it'll be a full battle come the fall, and I'm super excited to watch that.
All right, real quick, we saw the dates for Camp Tonazona. It being a Sun Devil who's been around for a couple of years. Is that when I say Camp Tonazona to you, what's the first thing that comes to your mind, Ben?
The first thing that comes to my mind is that for the first 2 years with Dillingham, I guess me and Scat somehow, I guess we had these beds, right? So the first year just happened to work out right there, right? I got the bottom, Scat on the top, cool. Laughing, joking all night long. And so I guess this next year, Scat was like, we have the same 2 beds. So I think that's the first thing I think of. I think of Scat, honestly, think about Camp T, because all the late nights, the joking, him being on the top bunk, making jokes, telling him to go to sleep, all those small details. But I really think about just the brotherhood. I think about being in such close proximities with each other and for breakfast, for lunch. I think about walking down the hill to get tape and walking back up. It's supposed to be tough. I think about campfires. So I really think about the brotherhood that we built and how far we've came. So I'm super excited to see the difference from the first year, the second year, and then now, I mean, we're super vets now at Camp T. Not too many guys get the opportunities to be super vets. So I think the preparation that we have from the older guys, from me and Prince Dorba, Clayton Smith, all those different guys, JT, we should be super prepared. So I think if anybody wants to room with anybody, I think you should pick some of the guys that's been with Dilly since his first year.
Ben, we appreciate the conversation. Thanks for coming on today on this Friday. Enjoy your weekend, and of course, the very best of luck to you guys this season. Okay.
No doubt. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Ben.
Ben Coleman, center for the ASU Sun Devils, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and we do appreciate him joining us via the air link. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the Diamondbacks won last series before the All-Star break. Starts tonight in Anaheim. What should we expect against the Angels? We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Cards Camp. 11 days from today. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin.
Terrific. Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Born in the birthplace of tequila, Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 6. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
It's our weekly visit every Friday with the manager of the Diamondbacks, Torey Lovello. Today he joins us live from sunny Anaheim, California, where tonight they will take on the L.A. Angels. Joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo Show, the manager of the D-backs, Torey Lovello, is Mitch Farrell. This is filling in for Gambo. Torey, welcome to the show. Gambo's on vacation, so you got Mitch filling in. How we doing today?
Let's go. I'll take that trade any day of the week, so he can go off on his Italian Riviera situation, and we'll take care of business. We're all good.
You hear that, Gambo?
Of course he doesn't. But.
Of course Gambo's not here. He's asleep right now in Austria, probably. But he's currently on the Austrian leg of his European vacation. So yes.
All right. Anyways, well, it's always good talking to you guys, for sure.
We appreciate it, Torey. Thanks for coming on, as always. Normally, like a series split against San Diego, you go, okay, I take that. They're good. You're on the road. You played them tough. but there's this extra layer of the trade deadline coming and the time is ticking and trying to figure out what you guys are and who you guys are. What was your view of this series split against San Diego as it relates to kind of all the bigger picture things that are going on with your club right now?
Yeah, I feel like we let one get away from us yesterday. I think we were a big hit. I mean, assuming we win the 2 games that we did, we're a big hit or 2 away from breaking open the 2-1 run games that we lost. And you look at a lot of little things inside of the game, those tiny little margins, and we live in that space. We got to execute at a high level to win every single ball game that we do, and that's our mentality. That's how we train these players. That's how they've accepted that training, and we just couldn't get that little extra nudge to help us win some games. So I feel like, yeah, we were a game away from winning the series 3-1. But overall, I'll tell you, I was super proud of the way we fought. We've taken on some really, really heavy news over the past month. But this team continues to fight. They still believe in themselves, and they want to go out there and make the best thing possible happen every single night, be buyers at the deadline, however you want to shape it, whatever it is. But they do a good job of believing that they can win baseball games, and that's the space we always live in.
Skip, I don't want to pretend that batting 500 is the expectation with runners in scoring position, but I'm looking at all 4 of these games against the Padres, and the situational hitting, it doesn't necessarily shine a positive light based on the opportunities that were there throughout the series. What are you noticing about the situational hitting in particular, and how does something like that get corrected moving forward?
Well, it's probably one of the hardest things to do in sports, right? It's when all the chips are out on the table and you're fighting to get that pitch, and the pitcher's fighting to make a pitch, and it's a game of give and take. So if you're feeling frosty at the plate and you can look to drive baseballs to the pull side and back leg a baseball, by all means go for it. But the best and simplest answer I can give you is toggling between left and right center field, pitch to pitch, exchanging a little bit of fire with the pitcher, and giving up a little bit in your swing so you can see the ball and not have some swing and miss. I'm looking for just good swings. If we get off a good swing and we hit a ball hard, I can live with that with men in scoring position. It's when we start to chase and there's a little bit of swing and miss and we go outside of the zone, that's where I start to get a little bit frustrated.
Right, kind of a two-parter here that's kind of off the back end of that. Do you believe that a team, not necessarily yours, but a team in Major League Baseball can be too dependent on the home run? And do you worry sometimes that you guys fall into that trap a little bit?
For me, no. You look at a lot of good teams. You go back to the early, like the 2010, 11, 12 Baltimore Orioles, right? I think 60% of their runs were coming via the home run. I think good teams can do that. They can build innings, and we're capable of doing that and hitting home runs to score a lot of our runs. But, on the other side of it, I do want us to be dynamic. I want us to be able to slice balls the other way, slash, bunt, do whatever we have to do, steal bases, and then construct an inning a little bit differently than relying on the home run. The home run is a major part of the game today, but we believe in fundamental baseball and building innings and just driving the pitcher out of the game in any way we possibly can by seeing pitches and being good hitters. So if we're relying on it, I think we're more. I think we can do more. But if it's going to help us win, of course I'm going to say I'll take it every single day of the week.
Skip, the last time that I personally got to talk to you in this type of forum, I was asking you about Zach Gallen and more so if he needs a personal catcher based on the way he had performed when Jose Herrera was behind the plate. But I want to expand it because it's not just Zach, but it's also Merrill and Brandon who's been benefiting from the addition of James McCann. What have you noticed from James since you guys have added him on? And just what kind of impact has he had on the pitching staff as a whole?
A very good one. He walked in the clubhouse with presence, right? He's 6'4". He's got the experience. He walks in, he's full of confidence. Then when he sits you down and you have a conversation, he says something. He knows how to say it, and it's full of good content. I think everybody's looking for that type of a leader, that type of a presence, especially when the pitchers had been struggling a little bit. And, Zach, it's well documented, wasn't throwing up his capabilities. I noticed that they started to branch off and have one-on-one conversations. I noticed that they were in their own little space, in their own little time, taking care of things in the 4 days that Zach wasn't pitching after I put them together that first time. So I like that. I think he challenges Zach a little bit differently. He can tell him a reason why from a different lens. It's something that is totally refreshing and different and new than what we're doing day by day. And then when he says it, he means it because he's lived it and walked it with some really good starting pitchers that he's caught over the course of his career. So it's worked out great. and I'm going to probably stay with it. I don't love the fact that we have this type of design. I want everybody to be flexible. But when it works and somebody like Zach is on a little bit of a roll, I'm not going to get in the way.
Troy Lavello is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show ahead of tonight's game between the D-backs and the Angels, the final 3 games before the All-Star break for the team. And along those lines with the break, I saw the lineup. I saw that Corbin Carroll's not in it tonight. I saw that Ketel Marte is a designated hitter. You had mentioned yesterday like you were going to give some guys a little bit of a blow going into the All-Star break, especially the guys who were going to play in the game. I assume that's going on with Corbin, or is there something else?
No, there's nothing else. There's nothing else to it. Our guys have been getting after it and going full throttle, and we're battling so many little nagging injuries, some more serious than others that have found guys on the IL. We just put Jalen Beeks on the IL today. I want to break that with you guys and called up Kendall Graveman, but things like that take place inside of our clubhouse every single day, and nobody really knows how hard it is on their body in these type of circumstances. Corbin Carroll came back from a broken bone in his hand probably 10 days, 2 weeks earlier than any of us imagined, and had been going full throttle on it and has been playing every day since that time. He doesn't get a break. He doesn't get a 4-day blow, a 4-day window. So I've got to be smart about taking him off of his feet with these nagging little moments and nagging injuries and saying, hey, look, rest up. If we need him later in the game today, he's perfectly fine. He'll be available, but rest up. And hopefully we can carry a little bit of the workload and you get a day off today.
All right, real quick follow-up on that. So Beeks on the IL, what's the injury with Beeks that has caused him to go on that list?
Yeah, it's low back inflammation. Okay. And, one more blow that we're just taking on. As frustrating as it is, we're taking it one day at a time. And we gotta find a way to keep our guys healthy. It's a long, grinding season. But we'll hopefully on the 16th day, he'll be back with us. That's the anticipation.
Okay, so another injury, and I feel like then that segues perfectly into something else that I'm curious about, which is just the real struggle that this staff, this whole team really has had to stay healthy this year. How much trust do you have in the guys that are responsible for keeping this team healthy right now?
A lot. This is a situation unlike any other that I've ever been a part of. I've been in this game for 30 years, and we aren't taking anything for granted. Trust me, we take on these injuries. We sit down and we talk about how can we be better. Me, myself, and everybody's making their own personal evaluation, and then we come together as a group, and then we say what can we do to make sure that we keep these guys healthy. We follow the same protocols we've been following year after year after year. But we just are getting clipped, and I can't explain it. It's been a lot for us to take on, and that's why I'm so proud of what the team is currently doing. Yesterday we knew of this injury. We've known about it for a couple days, actually, and we were trying to nurse him back to health. But the team didn't let that bother them. They went out there and loaded up, and, we were a hit or two away from possibly winning all 4 games in San Diego. So we got to live in that space. But it's been a little bit frustrating, but we're going to figure out exactly why this is happening, and we're all going to get better because of it.
Do you get to decompress a little bit over the next week, or is it right back to work for you?
Yeah, I am for sure. I'm going to go and visit my mom up in Southern California, up in the Westlake Village area. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But I'll be paying attention. I'll have probably more conversations with Mike Hazen and company. Watch the All-Star game, not let it get too far away from me.
All right. Well, best of luck this weekend against the Angels, Skip. We appreciate the time. Okay, we'll talk to you next week.
All right, boys. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
You got Thanks, Troy Lavello, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, with the news. Jalen Beeks is going on the 15-day IL with lower back inflammation. So you're shaking your head over there. It's just like,
well, they did just call up a fresh lefty, so I guess you've got that
yeah,
going
and Andrew
for you.
Saul Frank. I guess maybe that's part of the reason why he was called up too, because you kind of suggested that maybe they knew this was coming and they were trying to nurse him through it, but. Yet another arm going on the injured list, not because of the arm necessarily, but because of the back. And quite frankly, one of the few guys, although, and we'll have this conversation over the course of the day too. Ginkel's been pitching better as of late. Mm-hmm. I know Murillo allowed the inherited run to score, but if you look at his overall numbers, they're actually not that bad. I mean, there's some interesting developments in that bullpen that bear just a little bit of attention, and we'll kind of talk about that throughout the course of the show. In the meantime, when we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, the end of LeBron James in Los Angeles. It was foretold to us by John Gambadoro. Is he going to be right? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovullo, brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
Sunday morning, July 6th at 8:43 a.m. local Arizona time while on vacation in Sicily. Our own John Gambadoro posted this to over 100,000 followers. Quote, I expect a decision and resolution on Bradley Beal's situation in the next 24 to 48 hours. End quote. Since then, don't look at us. I mean, we're over here doing the I don't know emoji just like you.
I would be stunned if he's on the roster when training camp starts.
When breaking Bradley Beal news finally hits, you'll hear it on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, arizonasports.com, and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
I speak fluent Italian.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electrical. If you're not happy with a price quote you just got from an AC company for a new AC unit or a repair, thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you, hey, you need a new AC unit that's going to cost upwards of $10,000, $12,000, $15,000, more often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on the dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing, getting a free second opinion from Christian Brothers. It's quite possible that all you need is a repair that may cost a few $100 instead of a whole new unit. So make that one extra call to 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com. Don't forget, Christian Brothers can also help you with any and all of your electrical needs and your plumbing needs as well. So if you need a water heater flush or you've got a drain that's backed up and you need to get that taken care of, just call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online for more information at cbrothers.com.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right. Jamal has today's Twitter poll question. Did you come up with this one, Jamal?
I did not.
You did
No,
not.
I
No,
did
so
not.
you're the messenger on this one.
Just the messenger.
Do I look to my right?
You know what? That would be advised.
Who's over there?
I don't even know what the poll question is, so it's up to you to tell me, and then we'll vote on it.
And I will do exactly that.
And you're going to do a fantastic job, too.
Oh, well, thank you. Now
Cool
the pressure's
Devin
on.
Booker shirt, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Well, let me,
Yeah, it's the extension. I haven't worn it yet since the extension has happened, so.
It's nice.
Thank you.
The camera gets a nice look
Yeah,
at
the
it.
camera
too.
is pop it for the camera a little bit. There you go.
A little back up there. Yeah, look at that.
Nice. That's good. That's good, Jamal. That's good.
That's a
Solid.
bad shirt. That's a bad.
It's a bad man
shirt.
wearing a bad shirt. All right, Jamal. What's our poll question today? What do we ask?
So, we are asking, how many games against the Angels will the D-backs win this weekend? The options are 0, 1, 2, or all 3.
How many relievers is it going to take to get through this weekend? That's my new follow-up question.
Okay. Like, it's Ryan Nelson, Zach Gallen, and Merrill Kelly.
Can James McCann catch all 3 of those?
He's not starting tonight. He's not starting catcher.
Already
tonight.
off to a bad start.
and Corbin
Sorry,
Carroll,
Hosey.
And Corbin Carroll's not in the lineup tonight, which has a few people, their noses are out of tune on that. But you know what? I'm feeling magnanimous and optimistic, and my heart is full. So I'm saying they sweep this series against the LA Angels this weekend. Put me down for all 3.
I look at this 2 ways. I look at this as the Angels are literally very home run dependent and very bad on offense in a lot of other areas. And the 3 starters that you mentioned should hold them at bay. And then I remember it's the Arizona Diamondbacks in the year 2025, who have not been very lucky in series where they should just dominate their opponent with ease.
Mm-hmm.
So I will say, optimistically, 2 out of the 3.
Okay. Which would be a 4-3 road trip, by the way.
Which is pretty good.
Number 2 is leading our 2 wins, is leading with 39%.
Taking 2 of 3. Okay.
Right behind that at 30.5 is 1. Number 3, third place is all 3 at 22.9. And then 0 is in last place with 7.6%.
Okay, so we have an optimistic crew that there will be at least 1 win this weekend.
Yeah, well, there better be. We're here on Monday, and they don't win at least one of these games.
It's the Angels, man.
Yeah, there's no doubt. But it's their pitching staff is. What was that? Their run differential? It's like minus
I looked
89 or something.
negative 64
Negative
run
64.
differential.
Okay, for a team that has a lot of pop and hits a lot of home runs, they're minus 64 run differential. Thank you, Jamal. We do appreciate that. So this LeBron thing, a big expose. If I don't even know if that's the right word for it. It's probably
that's
not.
fair.
Is that fair to call it an expose? You always know when it's going to be one of those in-depth stories on ESPN because they just take this really deep dive and they've got a lot of background. And it was
so big they got 2 writers on it.
2 of their top writers, Ramona Shelburne and Brian Windhorst, who wrote the story of the transition currently going on both behind the scenes and in front of the public when it comes to making the Lakers more Luka's team than LeBron's team. And they start by telling this anecdote about how they had a big, dinner, an important dinner.
Business dinner.
One that LeBron was not invited to, that, everybody walked in through the front door except Luka. He came in through the back door like he was, I don't know, like Henry Hill from Goodfellas or whatever, right? He comes in through the back door. But at the end of the dinner, they all come out the front door. The paparazzi is there snapping pictures, and everybody's like, where's LeBron? Where's LeBron? Where's LeBron? And the whole story kind of paints this picture about how much has been done this offseason with so very little input from LeBron James. They did not give him significant notice they were trading Anthony Davis for Luka Doncic, according to the story. A transgression that James forgave, according to sources.
Oh, how nice of him.
How nice of him. Within days of acquiring Doncic, Pelinka attempted to pair him with Mark Williams, who now belongs to the Suns, an athletic young center. It was seen by some as, hey, LeBron's been asking for a young center for years. You didn't get him one. The minute Luka shows up, now you're bending over backwards to get one. When the Buss family agreed to sell the team to Mark Walter, Doncic was given a heads up. James was not. And then, of course, the coup de grace, the Lakers, by offering James an extension, indicated they were comfortable having him on the roster as an expiring contract, a rare position for a superstar player of his caliber. And it's all, and Gambo's been talking about this I give credit where credit's due. He's been bringing this up kind of, indirectly and directly over the last couple of months. Things would seem to have reached this point with the Lakers and LeBron James where you do really have to wonder if LeBron's going to be there when this season starts.
Do you want him?
Here?
Yeah.
Now?
I'm just going to ask straight up. Do you want him?
No. No, I do not.
Why?
Because it's time. It's time to stop. It's time to stop going for the sugar rush. And it's time to stop going for the quick hit. And it's time to stop. Ooh, bright, shiny thing. Let's go get it. Ooh, he's available. Let's go. It's time. It's time to do this no, I'm not interested in that. First of all, I don't even know how much better. He makes them better, of course. But like that much better? I don't think so.
He's a point guard. At least at this point in his career.
He is. And let me ask your question with a question.
Sure.
Is this how I'm getting rid of Bradley Beal?
Oh, this would have to be how you're getting rid of Bradley Beal.
If this is
the problem is he probably would prefer to go to the other Los Angeles team at this point, and other Los Angeles team has already made the necessary move to welcome a Bradley Beal.
But are the LA Lakers gonna want Bradley Beal? Is that? Are they going to want that? I know that sounds in theory that's, hey, just trade for him and okay, make it happen. Now, if you're going to tell me this is the Bradley Beal trade and you're getting LeBron, right, then I might take a step back and think about it for a minute. I just don't know why the hell the Lakers would want him.
I would bet that there's a 90% of our audience that would welcome a Bradley Beal for LeBron James trade.
Oh, I'm sure they would.
If I had to make that guess.
Okay, and to be fair, I wasn't thinking about it like that. I was just thinking about what you're adding and not what you're subtracting.
Sure. They're not going to buy him out.
That's what it's
going
to be. If it's going to be and we're guys, folks, if you're listening, ladies and gentlemen, we're just purely speculating here. I have heard no talk whatsoever of Bradley Beal going to the LA Lakers.
This is the Burns and Gambo speculation hour presented by
if
Gambo.
If Gambo were here, he'd probably be playing Don't Fear the Reaper by Blue Oyster Cult and he'd be shooting this thing down.
Surely.
We're just going to speculate here for a minute. If that's the path, okay, I'd consider it at least 1 year LeBron. And get off that Bradley Beal contract. Okay, I just don't know why the Lakers would want Bradley Beal on their team. Is that okay? But also the compliment to Luka that you're looking for?
I'm pretty sure the Lakers would want him, but not at the price that he's currently at. And I think you can make that same argument for all of these other teams that Gambo has spat out there that have interest in acquiring Bradley Beal services. They like Bradley Beal. They do not like $50+ million for the next 2 years each, Bradley Beal.
Yeah.
Right? There's a difference. I think everybody would agree if this was a trade, very, very hypothetical situation, you would much rather pay $50+ million to LeBron for 1 year and then be done with it.
Yes.
As opposed to
without
back-to-back years of 50+ of Bradley Beal.
Higher than 90%. It'd be 90% plus that would welcome something like that. It works on this end. I don't know why they would want to do it on theirs. But in theory, just forget what you're subtracting and just talk about what you're adding. I'm tired of. I'm kind of on a break from chasing the bright shiny object. It's that idea needs to go on a break a little bit. But I'm telling you, and I'm going to keep saying this. The New York Knicks, the New York Knicks, the New York Knicks. If they get Mikal Bridges? If I could, now that would be disgusting. Mikal Bridges in a Lakers uniform would make me do bodily function things that I would apologize for. It would be nastiness if Mikal Bridges ended up in a Lakers uniform. I would be so sad for everybody.
We all would.
Mostly me, but I'd be so sad for everybody. Have you subscribed to the Burns and Gambo Show podcast? Subscribe right now, on your iPhone or your Android. You will not miss any of our show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast. You can listen however, wherever, whenever you want. It's brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YRefi.com. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the Diamondbacks split the series with the Padres, which normally you'll take. Right now, it's not fine, and we'll explain why next on Burns and Gambo.
Empire of the Suns with Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Breaking down NBA draft picks and what the Suns got from the Rockets in the KD trade. Get it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel or your usual spot for podcasts. The Empire of the Suns podcast is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and my fiduciary, Stuart Willis. Are you worried about volatility in the market? We've seen a lot of it lately. Or how about tariffs and how it could affect your investment and your future income? Well, that's why I want you to know about a great local company that I have been using for many years in asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They've got 5 locations in the Valley: Gilbert, Goodyear, Peoria, Scottsdale, Tempe, and they can help you with all of your financial needs. Whether you're doing a retirement plan, a financial plan, an estate plan, they can even help you with tax services. So if you're looking for a financial advisor that you can have a real relationship with that can help you through this tough time, all you have to do is give them a call at 602-877-PLAN and set up a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go online for more information at assetpreservationwealth.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 6. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Wolf. Do we care about the home run derby, even though Eugenio Suarez is not participating? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
This team is hungry and they're fighting. We've been dealt some massive blows with some injuries over the past 3-4 weeks, and it's part of the game. And they're taking it right in stride. And they believe they can go out there and win every single baseball game. And when we do things the way we did this particular series against a really good Padre team, I'm proud of these guys. We just got to finish it off. To win series, there's small margins. There's very small things that we got to do to close up that gap and potentially win all 4 of these games. But we'll figure out that piece of the puzzle.
Just in the last month or so, the Arizona Diamondbacks, when presented with the opportunity, and this is since June 13th, the last time they played San Diego, when presented with an opportunity to either complete a 3-game sweep or to win a series, the Arizona Diamondbacks have lost their last 6 games in that environment. In that, yeah, I know when you frame it that way, right now. You can say kind of law of averages. If I had done a full sample size of the full season, it probably would be closer to a 500 record or maybe a little below 500.
Yeah.
But if you're just looking at their last, on June 15th, they had an opportunity to complete a 3-game sweep of the Padres. They lost 8-2. On June 22nd, they had a chance to complete a 3-game sweep of the Rockies. They lost 4-2. Same thing with the White Sox. They lost 7-3. On Thursday, July 3rd, they had a chance. On July 2nd and July 3rd, they had a chance to win 1 game to win a 4-game series against San Francisco.
Yep.
They lost both. On Sunday, July 6th, they had a chance to win a series against Kansas City. They lost 4-0. And then, of course, last night they had a chance to win the series against the San Diego Padres 3-1. They lost by a score of 4-3. And so it's, as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show, Mitch Farrell, this is filling in for Gambo. This is European. Say hi to the YouTube crowd out there. Hi, YouTube. Normally, under normal circumstances, at this moment in the season, you would look at a 4-game series against the Padres, a division rival who's playing very good, and splitting that 4-game series. And in the 2 games you lost each of them by a run. And you look at that and say, okay, it's good. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like any other circumstance, you'd look at it and say, that's fine. That's acceptable. That's doable. We're not in normal circumstances right now. We're toggling back and forth between this idea of, are they buyers? Are they sellers? Are they competitors? Are they not? The trade deadline is looming. And it just felt like, despite all the positives that you want to squeeze out of what might have happened in the last 4 days, 2-2 just ain't going to cut it right now for this baseball team. At least it feels that way from here.
And I mentioned it earlier. It was really that series against the Padres where they needed to find a way, the Diamondbacks needed to find a way to gain ground in the rest of the wild card race, because the Brewers were playing the Dodgers, and then the Brewers shocked everybody and swept the Dodgers. The Dodgers are lost 6 in a row. Now they're playing the Giants, so that series has increased value as well. The Giants that are aforementioned, they played against the Phillies and took 2 out of 3 against Philadelphia in San Francisco. You just played the Padres. The Cincinnati Reds were playing the Miami Marlins. The Reds got a little bit ahead of the Diamondbacks as a result of beating Miami, but then if you want the positive outlook, it's Miami goes a little bit further away from Arizona. But there was a lot happening in those last 4 days in total.
Head in that, right?
Where the Diamondbacks could have gotten themselves an extra game, and instead they split the series so they get literally 0 ground on any of the teams ahead of them.
No, and 4 more games off the schedule. I mean, at this point, it almost becomes less about where you are in the standings or where you are relative to everybody else. I think we could all almost agree that probably on the Monday morning of the trade deadline week, The Diamondbacks are going to wake up. They're going to be in Detroit, Michigan on the morning for a 3-game series against the really good Detroit Tigers. I bet we would all reasonably think that the Arizona Diamondbacks, when they wake up that morning, are going to be 4, 5, or 6 games out of the final wild card spot with very little variance, right? I think we'd be shocked if it's more than 6. I think we'd be shocked if it's less than 4. This is just who they are. This is what they've been.
They're mid.
But they're mid. Well, they're very mid. But
literally.
But when 4 games go off the schedule, 3 more go off this weekend, the longer you continue to be mid, it's not where you are in the standings. It's not even what's your record that's going to dictate. It's time. You're running it. You're gonna wake up on that Monday morning, and Mike Hazen's gonna have to decide who are we, what are we capable of, based off of the information I have in front of me. And if they're 4 games out, he might buy, and if they're 6 games out, he might sell. I mean, at this point, it comes down to a matter of time and almost nothing else.
So you mentioned the Tigers series. Here are the other series that happen right after the All-Star break is done. Cardinals at home. Astros at home. That's 6 straight. Then a day off to go to Pittsburgh, 3 games, which who knows what could happen there, but the Pirates are their own collective mess. And then right after that Tiger series, and the Tigers are the best team in baseball, have been the best team in baseball.
Fantastic.
And if you're lucky, you might run into the best pitcher in baseball. They might know who they are by the time they're done with that homestand after the break. 3 against the Cardinals, who swept them already this year, and 3 against the Astros, who, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't faced yet, so they don't have an idea of who they are.
No.
But the Astros, that's also Christian Walker's return, slight tangent, but the Astros have really played some damn good baseball as of late, to the point where, ho-hum, the Astros are leading the American League West again.
Sure.
Ho-hum, the Astros are finding ways to win baseball games again because it's just what they do. I'm thinking by the time we get to the 24th, there will have been a massive decision made by this organization.
By the time we get to the 24th, so by the time that homestand is done,
yes,
you think they'll know what they are and what they're going to do?
I think so. Because it's not just the record anymore. They're 2 games below 500, which normally, okay, you're still in it. But they're 2 games below 500, and 3 teams are ahead of them before even getting to the last wild card spot.
And yet, I swear I'm not saying this to be, hey, everything's going to be okay. There are certain elements of what Torey Lovullo is saying that are absolutely correct. They're playing hard. They've been dealt a lousy hand. They got dealt another lousy hand today. Jalen Beeks is on the IL with back inflammation, and Kendall Graveman, who, we still haven't quite figured out what to make of him yet.
It's not been great, but it's also not been terrible.
Right, so he's in the bullpen, so it's yet another blow for them to deal with. There's a part of me that wants to look at the record and look at what they've lost in terms of the personnel and kind of throw up my hands and say, what did you expect? What did you expect this season to be? What did you think they were going to be able to do with those losses? I mean, you think about where we were at the beginning of the week. Ketel Marte scratched from the lineup at the last minute. Shelby Miller goes on the IL. Now Jalen Beeks goes on the IL. Blow after blow, and yet they worked their butts off to split a 4-game series against the San Diego Padres. And the 2 games they lost, they lost each of them by a run. I mean, it's almost like Torey Lovullo and the team is making their case to Mike Hazen. We're right there. We're so close. I mean, we're just one little thing here, one little thing there. Don't do it, Mike. Don't do it. In fact, what did Torey say? How was he going to spend his All-Star break? He's like, I'm going to decompress. I'm going to go see my mom up in
tabs,
in
talk
LA.
with Mike,
keep tabs, talk with Mike, keep tabs, talk with Mike. And I wonder if behind the scenes is there this kind of, Mike, just hold off. Just give us a little bit longer, man. Just give us a little bit longer. Because I swear, there are times I watch this team and I think, Mitch, they're right there. They're so close, but they just can't win these series. They just, when it matters the most, they can't finish these moments. And that ultimately matters more than anything else.
I'm trying to compare this to, and I'm doing this on the fly, so apologies, but I'm trying to compare this to the last time I remember a significant team under 500 bought at the deadline. And the only one that comes to mind in recent memory is the 2021 world champion Atlanta Braves, who were a few games under 500 at that point. Looks like they were 3rd in their own division. They ended up getting the 6th wild card, and then the rest is history from there. They had lost Ronald Acuna Jr. earlier in the year. They basically had to revamp their entire outfield. I just wonder, does Mike Hazen have the same mentality that Alex Anthopoulos did at that point in the season Does Mike Hazen have that same mentality now, where he's watching the baseball we're all watching? He's seen them lose guy after guy after guy after guy after guy, and the baseball he's watching still has him believe enough that this team is worthy to buy for. I just wonder if the situation presents a much larger challenge than Atlanta was faced with a few years ago.
Immerse yourself in the worlds of PlayStation like never before at PlayStation The Concert. It's a revolutionary live experience, takes you on a journey through the most celebrated scores in gaming history. Head to the contest page now for your chance to win tickets to PlayStation Live The Concert in concert on January 31st at Arizona Financial Theater. Good news, bad news when it comes to the Arizona Cardinals, when it comes to their schedule. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Kenny Dillingham creating a lot of excitement in a sport now where Nick Saban is no longer the big dog, where there's a little bit of shifting going on. This guy might become the face of the entire sport. And expectations are going to be the albatross. They're going to be the shadow over this football team, and we all know it. He is smart enough to embrace it, to not run from it, to not try to mitigate it. You can't meet great expectations halfway. You got to go full on, right into them. And he's smart enough to know that.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union, a better way to bank at Global Credit Union when it comes to services like checking accounts and savings accounts and loans. Yeah, you could go with a bank, but banks are going to answer to Wall Street at the end of the day. Global Credit Union is going to answer to you. Their membership is their strength, and it allows them to pass so many benefits off to you. Global Credit Union members, they pay, low to no fees on their accounts. They get better interest rates than they can at a bank. Collectively, Global members saved about $195 million last year between the fees and the interest rates. And like I say, the benefits are amazing. Like today, payday maybe for you. You woke up this morning and you had a direct deposit paycheck in your account. If you've got direct deposit set up, you can access direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance with Global Credit Union. So many benefits. Find out about all of them and explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Wolf. You've been hearing me talk about Tim Hovig's Santan Ford for years now, and for good reason. The people are awesome and they don't leave. It's more than a great place to work. Santan Ford is where you can build a career, and they're hiring right now, looking for a few good salespeople. Maybe you. Experience or no experience, the requirement is to be a good person. If you're interested in joining the Santan Ford sales team, just give them a call and ask for a sales manager. That's why I say I am Santan Ford.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at State Farm Stadium. Friday, July 18th with Miranda Lambert. And Saturday, July 19th with Brooks and Dunn. Plus Ella Langley on both nights. Morgan Wallen. I'ma need some whiskey glasses. On sale now at livenation.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS
Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, this is Jared, and on Monday we'll be 1 week closer to Cardinals training camp. I remember when I used to go to camp as a kid, making s'mores around the campfires, playing games, scratching mosquito bites. Ooh, doggy, that felt good. Anyway, tune in to Bickley and Murata at 6 a.m. on Monday.
Jamal, tip jar, please. Thank you.
Wow. Does that mean when we cash in the tip jar, Jamal gets pizza too?
Oh,
probably, right?
He has to be around for it.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
You'll be around, won't you?
Oh, absolutely. I usually am.
So, Jamal, you're running the show now. You're in the big master control room by yourself with all those buttons.
Yeah.
Are you in control of the music? Is this Jamal's playlist that we're operating off of today?
No.
No?
No. It's a random rotation.
Do you have a playlist?
No, I actually don't.
You really don't? Oh, you haven't created like a Jamal's Rejoin Music playlist kind of thing? No?
I have not yet.
Oh, okay.
No.
I'd like to hear it if you did.
Oh, well, now I have to. Now.
Well, I mean, just everyone. I just, if you had one, I just didn't know, like, when you're hosting a show or when you're producing a show, if you plug in your music or not. I'd be curious to see what you got.
I will be more than happy to show you. When
I
do make that play, I would love to show you my playlist, Burns.
I'm sure you will. So, Mitch has tip jarred this song, which means Jamal is now in on the pizza too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's fine.
I approve of that.
Mitch, would you classify yourself as a good news or a bad news kind of guy?
I love good news, but getting the bad news out of the way makes me feel better about the good news.
Do the hard thing first. Is that what you're saying? Do the hard thing first.
Feels like the bad news is inevitable, so let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Let's go.
The bad news is that the Arizona Cardinals, according to DraftKings Sportsbook, are favored in only 2 of their final 11 games this year.
Ew.
Was that not what you wanted to hear?
Well,
is that what you were looking
okay,
for?
So there's different ways to interpret it. Number one is to say, oh, they're only favored in 2 out of their last 11, and a team that historically has been not good post-bye.
I wasn't
November,
even thinking
December.
about it that way. You've taken this bad news, you've made it even worse when you point out
Well,
the fact
let's
that
just compound it.
Let's just throw some dirt all over this thing. Why don't you?
So if you want me to take a slightly more positive turn with that, just how wide are said spreads in the ones where they're not projected to be favored?
I'm glad you asked. They're favored in 5 of the first 6 games this season.
Okay, that's good.
Which is good.
Well, it's an indicator. That doesn't necessarily mean much. But
but I think we all take the spreads out of the equation
you and I are
for a second.
the betting individuals of this program.
That's true,
we
are.
understand.
You're a little bit more degenerate than I am. But yes.
What a call out.
I know, but tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong. So take the point spreads out of the conversation for just. I think we'd all look at the schedule and go, the Cardinals need to get off to a good start. The soft part of the schedule is in the front, right? Which really does them no favors because of what you're talking about with their history of not closing well. To your point. Week 7 against the Packers, underdogs by 1.5. Week 9 after the bye at the Cowboys, underdogs by 1.5. At Seattle, underdogs, 1.5. Home against the 49ers, underdogs, 1.5. You sensing a trend here? Then it gets a little dicey. Then it gets a little more robust. When they're at the Bucs, they're 3.5-point dogs. When they're at the Texans, they're 2.5-point dogs. When they're at the Bengals, they're 3.5-point dogs. When they're at the Rams, they're 4.5-point dogs. The only 2 games of the 11 which they're favored. Home against the Jags in Week 12, home against the Falcons in Week 16 by 3 and 3.5 respectively. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those 9 games where they're underdogs are by 1.5 points. So that's not a lot.
You know what this tells me, though? Number one, it's way too early to be putting betting lines on football games when they haven't even pared down to 53 men. That's first and foremost. Number two, they have as little faith in the end of the season with the Cardinals as we do. And by that, I mean, think of all the 1.5s you listed off in the middle section of that 11-game stretch, and notice how much bigger those spreads got towards the end of the year, where the games really start to matter, and how much more favoritism they give the likes of the Falcons of all teams, first of all.
No, the Falcons, they're favored. The Cardinals are favored of the Falcons.
The Bengals, the Rams, the Texans, and the Bucks.
But I think that's also a reflection of the schedule, too, to a certain extent. I mean, who they're playing in the latter third of the schedule. The Bucks are good. The Rams, we think, are really good. The Texans are good. The Bengals are, you know what I mean? Like
they get their funky schedule games out of the way early, right? The Cowboys is a Monday night. The first Seattle game is a Thursday night. I'm pretty sure the rest of it is all Sunday.
Pretty much, unless they get flexed some way or another. Yeah, they get their funky games out of the way very early. But yeah, it are those point spreads. Look, Vegas, whoever's setting these spreads, all right, they've got billions of dollars of some of the most advanced tech backing them when it comes. They're factoring in all of it. They're factoring who they're playing. They're factoring the Cardinals' inability to finish these seasons very well. It's not Vinny in the back room chomping on a cigar and reeking of bourbon when he goes, yeah, you know what? I'm going to make it 3.5 points. The computer spits out a number based off of all of that stuff, right? All of that.
It's also to create money. And, every company loves to create money in some way, shape, or form. And you create spreads like this in order to entice people to bet one way or the other. You can't just put it at, let's say, for example, the Rams, it's actually a 3.5 point underdog. Well, then everybody would bet the Cardinals because they're like, okay, the Rams are going to obviously win by 3, but they won't bet by more.
I'm glad you, as a degenerate gambler, were able to explain that to me and the others listening. I don't know where we'd be without that.
I pay too much attention to trends, apparently.
But you are correct when it comes to it's just more anecdotal than anything else. It's like, hey, they're favored in 5 of their first 6, and they're underdogs in 9 of their last 11. We haven't even gotten to the good news yet. You ready for the good news on this? Okay.
Yeah, the good news.
So today on NFL.com, they ranked all 8 divisions going into the NFL season.
Okay.
And they had the NFC West as the 5th best division in the National Football League. NFC North 1, AFC North 2, AFC West 3, NFC East 4. 3.
They have 3 teams that won 10 games last year, and they're 3rd?
Oh, you think they should be higher? Is what you're saying.
I think they should be number 1.
Ooh.
I mean, that's a separate tangent.
Well, no, okay, I think so. The NFC North.
I think there's too much favoritism to the North right now. Everybody still thinks the Bears are going to be better than they are. They extended their GM today, who's lost more games than he's won.
Pretty good.
I don't know,
but okay, then
too much of a tangent. I apologize.
No, that's fine. AFC North, everybody's really good except for the Bengals. Anyway, the point is, NFC West is 5th. The NFC South is 7th. The AFC South is 8th. 14 of the Cardinals' 17 games are against 3 of the 4 worst divisions, according to this list. Now, it's a subjective list, so who knows what it means.
Okay, but
you
and
14 of their 17 games are coming against the bottom of this, or at least the bottom half of this.
But even you and I can subject that the South divisions are atrocious.
Oh, they're atrocious. They're terrible.
You have the Saints, the Buccaneers, the Panthers, the Falcons, the Colts, the Jaguars, the Texans, and the Titans.
Yeah.
All recently, outside of the Texans, bad teams or just really bogged down by the bad teams in their division.
I mean, the Bucs have been decent. I'll give the Bucs a little bit of a bone. They've maybe because Baker Mayfield's easy to root for, but I'll give them a little bit of a bone relative to everybody else in those 2 divisions. But that could be the thing that props up the whole division. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, Summer League action for the Suns begins tonight, and if we can pry him away from the blackjack tables, Kellen Olson is scheduled to join us next here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Always split the 8s, Kellen. Always split the 8s. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, and Sanderson Ford is America's most awarded Ford dealership. I've been shopping Sanderson Ford ever since I moved to the Valley. The late, great Al McCoy first told me about Sanderson Ford. I've been shopping there ever since. My good friend Luis Gonzalez, Gonzo, also shops at Sanderson Ford. So if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, they've got a great selection with about 700 vehicles on the lot right now. You'll always find what you're looking for at Sanderson Ford. Whether you want an Edge, a Bronco Sport, or how about the best-selling truck in America, the F-150, Sanderson Ford is going to have what you're looking for. You can go online at sandersonford.com and comb through the inventory and see what you like, or just head on down to Sanderson Ford. Again, they're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. For more info, go to sandersonford.com.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, faucets, vanities, doors, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Gary Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 6. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports.
On the waive and stretch standpoint, stretched money cannot exceed 15% of that year's salary cap. So you need to be able to give back money in order for you to waive and stretch and for it to be legal.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Holding up the show sheet to the camera right now to prove not one Bradley Beal segment on the show today. Not one. Until it happens.
And we did that just for Kellen, too, so that he doesn't have to talk about it either.
I don't even...
Double thumbs up, baby!
Thumbs up from Kellen, live from Vegas. Kellen Olson.
Nice Louis Hamilton shirt, mon frere.
Thank you. I'm trying to move my camera with a third so you can see the strip in the background. You know,
see
Arizona
little
Sports
bits
setting
and
out
pieces.
for me. I might as well show you the location a little bit.
Yeah, nice. You're looking good, Kel. That looks fantastic. You got the strip behind you. Kellen Olson, you're in Vegas for Summer League. You're going to be filling in with me starting on Monday. I know you well enough to presume, is this nirvana for you, being able to be there in Summer League? I know you love this. This is just wheelhouse stuff for you, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's a reason to be here, right? Like, I'm sure there are a ton of Suns fans that are going to be here compared to the last couple of years with the excitement around the team and how important these young players are. Like, Oso, Iguodaro, and Ryan Dunn come into the team last year and inject some youth, but we didn't expect either of them to really play a significant role on the team. Like Malawach, Fleming, Brea, all three of these guys could be important pieces for the team a couple of years down the line, and like that's what this whole year one is going to be about of this new era of basketball. So for me personally, yeah, 100%. I went here for 6 straight years. The first 2 years I went, I didn't even have a credential, but I brought my laptop, snuck it into the building, and then blogged from my seat for the first 2 years I was there. Worked my way up the ladder. Now I've got the, the strip in the background on Arizona Sports' dime. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
So you mentioned it a bit in passing, and I did think it was kind of a weird coinky-dink that there's upwards of like 5 guys currently on the Summer League roster that could see a relatively healthy amount of rotational minutes this year for the Suns. Is that a weird coinky-dink as I see it? Like, how obscure is it to send this many dudes that could see a healthy amount of time this year at the big league level?
It's common, but certainly with the Suns in the last couple of years, we haven't seen anything close to this in terms of like the relevance, right? Like there was the year where this is a crazy thing to think about. Dragan Bender played Summer League basketball with Mikal Bridges. Like that's a thing that actually happened. Like those were the years that we were back on, and we're hoping this one is a much better turnaround. But yeah, this is going to cause some. We're going to see some like weird lineups. Like I assume Oso is going to start the game at the 4. I assume that Rasheer Fleming is going to come in and share some court space with Ryan Dunn at the same time, even though both of them are kind of at a similar position. Right now, I'm just really excited to see how those guys adapt to where they are on the floor, who's running offense, who's going where. Like with Oso and Kaman, it's like you expect Kaman to then be the spacer, so we're probably going to see him taking threes right away. Not something he did at Duke last year at all. Oso as a forward doesn't have the jumper, but you hope maybe there's been some work on his dribbling ability a little bit. He can handle the ball for sure, but can he like attack the basket, make reads? Those are like the next couple of steps for him to like play that type of position. We know what he can do defensively already. I'm really excited to watch Oso and Kaman defensively tonight. That's definitely going to be the highlight of the night.
Sometimes when it comes to Summer League, and I'm not saying it happens like this all the time, but sometimes when it comes to Summer League and you get to the second year guys who are there at Summer League, guys like Ryan Dunn, guys like Oso Iguodaro, they almost play as if they're in elementary school and they're ready to advance to the next grade. You know, like it's okay, I've proven I can handle myself here. I don't need to be here any longer at Summer League. Do either of those guys, it doesn't feel like it, but do either of those guys fit that category as having the ability to show that I've advanced beyond Summer League now with my game?
I think that it's a prerequisite for me. Just again, like speaking on the amount of experience I have coming here, second year first round picks should look like they don't belong there. Okay. You should come away from a pick watching a second year guy who was selected in the first round and say, yeah, he shouldn't be playing anymore. Like when Devin Booker humiliated a guy named Luis Montero in his second game in his second year there, it was like, okay, shut him down. That's enough. Okay, don't just get him out of here. He did his duty. And that's what you're hoping to see from Ryan, just in terms of, I'm not saying he has to put up 26 points in each game, but look far more comfortable than everyone else. Look like you're in a certain flow that no one else is. Look more comfortable than everyone else. And I expect him to look like that. I expect Oso to look like that as well, and that's the type of stuff that they're going to need to bring in these next couple of games, because Kaman is very raw. Rasheer Fleming is going to be learning the dynamics of his position that he still was at St. Joe's. Kobe Bray is a more experienced player, but he's going to be having a head on a swivel out there too, so their experience is really big for them to have out here.
So do you hold Oso to that same standard, even though he doesn't technically fit the criteria of being a first-round pick? You hold him in that same regard?
No, and it might be unfair even to Ryan because he was selected in the late first round, but like you remember like seeing Dragan Bender year 2 summer league or Marquise Chris or Alex Len and then going, uh-oh, like he should look like the clear separated guy. And when they don't, that is a red flag. There's not too much to draw from summer league, but I don't agree with the consensus that it's like useless and impossible to discern from. You can learn things watching these games for sure.
Kellen, I want to ask you about, this is going to be essentially our first look at this new iteration of Phoenix Suns basketball and their identity. Like, how much of their new identity are we actually going to get a glimpse of in these next 4 games, do you think?
A bit. Damari Carroll will be out there, and Damari is the assistant coach under Jordan Knott. He's going to be coaching the Summer League team, so he's going to have the similar sort of game plan style and structure in mind, but the rapidness of coaching changes, staffing changes, and things like that, coming into Summer League, it's very quick. Like, Jordan Knott was just hired, I believe, like a month ago, 6 weeks ago. Everything blends together now. Like, it felt like Kevin got traded 14 months ago, and it was still like 3 weeks ago or whatever, so I'm not sure exactly on the timeline, but they'll have Jordan and his staff will have a much better idea of the way they want to play, not the way they want to play, but the structure of how they play, the real formulaic, like structural stuff. This is just more about like seeing the style of play. So they're going to run up and down. That's typically how most Summer League games are, but in terms of like specific things they're running, like defensive coverages, things like that, you're not really going to glean too much from this stuff, but you should see a style of play.
Kellen Olson is joining us live from Vegas. The Suns are making their Summer League debut tonight. The game starts at 6 o'clock against the Washington Wizards. Question for you about Fleming, and just kind of a general one in terms of what are you looking for? What are the flaws that you are looking to see if he's working on? What parts of his game do you expect to see highlighted tonight out of Fleming?
I think he's the most interesting guy to watch here, just because you want to get an early indication, and again, it's just Summer League basketball, but like, how do all of his ancillary skills sort of work? Because when you watched him at St. Joe's, a lot of the way that he was used offensively was actually like as a big, and part of the reason why I loved him so much for them to originally take him at 29 is because you could play him a little bit at the 4, you could play him a little bit at the 5, and then kind of figure out what he is exactly, like a better version of what they wanted to do with Jalen Smith. Essentially, he's not going to play much 5 this year. There are too many centers on the roster. So now it's about, okay, on the perimeter, how NBA ready is his 3-point shot? He was a good shooter last year, but he was a much improved shooter. And when you move back the line, some guys, it takes a while. I expect it for him that it's going to have to be a more patient approach with his jump shot coming together. And when Devin Booker's trapped in the corner and it's swing, and Rasheer's open in the corner as a guy closing out to him, that dribble, that next dribble, maybe the dribble after that, does he make the right decision there? Those are some of the things that got caught up to him a bit in college. And then defensively, just staying completely locked in and knowing where to be, because he's a high effort guy, but occasionally he got lost from time to time. But with the wingspan, with the athleticism, and what he showed when he was not fully engaged, but fully locked in on everything that was happening around him, he looked like a guy who could be a great defender, and I think we're going to see a lot of that flash for him this weekend. I think we're going to have a couple segments on him Monday, Birdsey.
Oh, yay.
Ooh, some Rasheer Fleming talk. I'm looking forward to it. All right, last thing for me at least. Devin Booker signs the contract extension. I believe it became official yesterday. You wrote specifically how it's all on him now. Like, he is once again the focal point of this team. Is he ready for that task to be the focal point of this basketball team again, knowing what could be a bad season ahead?
Yeah, I think he is, and he's always been the focal point, Mitch, but this is like his team now, definitively. Like, when Chris and Book were here, Burns and Gambo, you were the producer on those shows. Burnsy was a part of those shows. How many segments did you guys have talking about, like, is this Book's team? Is this Chris's team? Like, when it came to, like, MVP voting or other stuff like that, right?
Right.
When Kevin was here, obviously, there was that split as well. And when Book was getting older, it was, like, Eric Bledsoe and guys like Tyson Chandler and PJ Tucker in those first couple of years that were like the leaders of the team. But he is the unquestioned leader of the team. He's going to have other guys like Dylan Brooks and other veterans helping him out for sure. But that is like the part that I'm most curious to see, is what like a full Devin Booker team sort of looks like. Ott was hired in part because Book liked what he said. We know that reporting from Gambo in terms of like the film study that they did together, the style of play that Book wants to play is going to be the one that they're going to try and do. So I'm curious to see what that looks like. Again, I'm not focused on a win total per se, but I want to see Book really take that next step, because what makes guys superstars is how much better they make their teammates. It's not really how much better they are as players overall. You can look at like Jokic with the playmaking that he does and like just the absurd passing that he does, but how about like the gravity of the defense that Shea and Giannis kind of take in on a day-to-day basis, on a game-to-game basis as well, and how much they use that to make their teammates better. Book does make his teammates better, but there's another couple of levels for him to go, and I'm really excited to see if that happens this year.
Yeah, there was undeniable regression last year from Devin Booker, and I'm kind of curious to see how he evolves past that. That story on ArizonaSports.com, by the way, was phenomenal, Kellen. It was a really good read. We used it a lot in yesterday's show as kind of inspiration for ideas, so we appreciate that. Enjoy your time in Vegas. You're filling in for Gambo on Monday, so make sure you make it back from Vegas, okay? I mean, I know, don't pull like a hangover on me and go lost it, okay?
Jarrett put it correctly on the morning show yesterday. I'm one of the few people to come to Vegas in desire of catching up on sleep. That's what I'm doing after doing the morning show all week. So I got a little bit done last night, but tonight, oh my gosh, like I'm not waking up till noon, but like not in the way most people wake up at noon around Vegas.
You're in Vegas to sleep, to catch up on sleep. You know what? On second thought, you're going to be just fine, Kellen. You'll be here on Monday, ready to go. It's straight up 2 o'clock. Appreciate it, Kellen. Enjoy the time. Looking forward to your stuff, all right? Kellen Olson, Suns
Bye, guys.
co-host
Thanks,
of Arizona
Cal.
Sports at Night, joining us live from the Strip on Vegas, at Vegas. Summer League debut for the Phoenix Suns tonight coming up at 6 o'clock. You won't hear it here on Arizona Sports, but we'll be talking about it a bunch when we're all back in here on Monday. Have you subscribed to the Burns and Gambo Show podcast? You can listen to our show like every podcast you love to listen to. Subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android. You won't miss the show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, it is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. In spite of the outing we got last night, the Diamondbacks starters have been better. The Diamondbacks bullpen has been better. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Sunday morning, July 6th at 8:43 a.m. local Arizona time while on vacation in Sicily. Our own John Gambadoro posted this to over 100,000 followers. Quote, I expect a decision and resolution on Bradley Beal's situation in the next 24 to 48 hours. End quote. Since then, don't look at us. I mean, we're over here doing the I don't know emoji just like you.
I would be stunned if he's on the roster when training camp starts.
When breaking Bradley Beal news finally hits, you'll hear it on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
I speak fluent Italian.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
The St. Louis Cardinals return to Chase Field for a 3-game series starting July 18th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey now, it's the All-Star break and the D-backs play. It's almost the All-Star break. Angels in L.A. Will they be wins or be defeats before they're off for a week? Tune in on Monday to find out. 6 a.m.
No. No, I won't. Not if you're going to do that. The answer's no. I won't. I'm just teasing.
Jarrett presenting his songs to the sharks in the tank. Mark Cuban sits there. I'm out.
Yeah. It's Jared Carlin and Shark Tank would not get funded. No, he would not.
At least not for his music.
Of course, I'm
career.
kidding. I would never encourage you to not listen to the show. But
please listen to Big.
That rendition of "Hey Now You're an All-Star." That's no good. That's no good at all. Speaking of no good, and I'm gonna trust Vinny Marotta on this one because nobody knows stuff like this better than Vinny. With the news today that Troy Lavello had for us on our show about Jalen Beeks going on the IL and Kendall Graveman getting called up, Vince Marotta, and I don't think this is hyperbole, I think this is the number, never seen anything like this before, 31 pitchers used before the All-Star break. Sound about right to you? 31 different pitchers used
Off
before the
the
All-Star break?
cuff? Yeah, absolutely. That
sounds about right. Yeah.
And they've lost maybe a third of those for the season.
Yes, yeah. Well, the IL list it is ridiculous, and you know we'll react to Torrey and what he had to say about he kind of dropped it on us, and then we followed up with the questions. Lower back inflammation. It doesn't have anything to do with the elbow or the shoulder or anything like that.
Yeah,
but yet another injury.
Christian Montes de Oca was dealing with a back. They didn't think it was a big deal, and then that became a big deal. Like it's just one hit after another, and when you think it's not as bad as it is, it actually gets worse. That's what it's felt like.
Yeah, no doubt. And there's on the one hand, you look at it and say they can't overcome this. There's no way they're going to be able to overcome this. It's very easy to look at it and just be a realist and say it's just too much. They're not going to be able to do it. And on the other hand, you do want to say at some level, just like they did on that Monday game in San Diego when they found out mere minutes before they took the field Shelby Miller was going on the IL and Ketel Marte was a scratch. Man, they played their hearts out that night, right? Like there has been that element to this team of we keep taking on water and we keep fighting, and is it going to be enough? It's probably not going to be enough when it's all said and done for them to make the playoffs or for them to convince their general manager to not be a seller. But there is at its core, you gotta give them credit for hanging in there despite 31 pitchers that they've used this year and half their team being on the IL, it seems like. So that's the latest with them. Erod last night got the start again, and he wasn't great. He wasn't even good. I don't think if we're making a top list of why they lost that game last night, yeah, maybe he'd be in the top 3. He wasn't the reason they lost that game last night, but it was, the Erod situation has gotten to the point where, I hate to say this, but I think Diamondback fans expect more of what he gave you last night than what he gave you in June when he was rocking an ERA of 2. That's almost become the norm now, it feels like, for Erod.
Well, you had the splits, the great people at Diamondback Stats and Info, month by month for Eduardo Rodriguez. April, he didn't really get a ton. Well, he got a ton of run in April, but not a ton of run in May because of the injury. But April plus a start on the March 30th, it was a 6.06 ERA over 32 2/3 innings. In May, in the 12 innings he pitched, it was a 9.75 ERA. And then in June, we got a glimpse of the guy that went to Mike Hazen directly at those winter meetings a few years ago and sold himself to them. Mike Hazen trusting Erod to come in and do that. And we're thinking, okay, here it is. He's turned a corner. He's looked significantly better in the month of June. And he's just exploded in the month of July in just 2 starts. I don't know what I'm supposed to believe anymore. Am I supposed to believe that June Erod is there? Or am I starting to wonder and put a name in the back of my head that I thought I wouldn't be referencing in the year 2025?
Which is?
Madison Bumgarner.
Yeah, look, to me, I'm every time, and this is why, low-key, this is kind of why when they redid the rotation for this week, and I expressed this at the beginning of the week, and I'm not trying to do like the whole I told you so thing, but there was part of me that was like, no, I want Ryan Nelson pitching against the Padres.
Yeah.
I don't want Erod pitching against them. This is a very important series. I want you to give yourself the very best chance you have to win this series and take 3 or 4 against San Diego. I don't want Erod in the series finale. I want Ryan Nelson in the series finale. And I feel like last night kind of justified that to a certain extent. Like, that's like Mitch, I'm telling you, this is, for me, the bar is so low for Erod when it comes to what he can do in this rotation that I'm willing even to look at last night. He wasn't good last night.
No.
But the bar is so low, I go, well, okay, he was okay.
He didn't give up a ton of runs.
He didn't give up a ton of runs, and he didn't, that's where we've set the bar for him. And I don't know what his future is with the organization, and I don't know, given how much money they've got sitting on the IL. I know they've got a lot of money coming off the books, but what's the financial ability to do that with a guy like you? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I just know that every time he takes the mound, I'm expecting the guy with an ERA of 6 in April, the guy with an ERA of 9.75 in May, the guy with an ERA of 13 in July. That's kind of the norm now, it feels like, for Erod.
He's guaranteed 2 more seasons. And I'm looking at the page on Spot Track, and I guess I had forgotten about this, but there's a conditional mutual option in year 5, which at the pace things are going, it's either he's not going to meet the requirements to get to that option, or the Diamondbacks are not going to agree to the mutual.
But that's still 2 more years.
Still 2 more years away.
Yeah.
And I know there have been conversations that have been brought up in the past of like, okay, well, do you just move him to the bullpen? But then you worry about him being upset by the idea of being demoted, essentially. You've still got him for 2 more years. And, you need him in your rotation next year because right now, the way the starting rotation looks, it's Ryan Nelson and it's him as far as the top of the rotation.
Well, in terms of guys that you know are going to be there for
You don't
sure.
have Corbin Burns
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah.
You aren't guaranteed Zach Gallen. You aren't guaranteed Merrill Kelly. I would be shocked if they decided to bring back anybody else that's, just hiding away in the wings. And, even beyond that, they lost Tommy Henry for the year. They lost Blake Walston for the year. Those guys aren't going to be available next year.
Right. Here's the funny part on the other side of and I got this from SI.com and the great coverage they have of the Arizona Diamondbacks with Jack Summers and the crew over there. Since June, this is including, all right, Erod's shaky starts the last 2 times out.
Mm-hmm.
Since June 28th, the Diamondbacks rotation has posted a 3.89 ERA while averaging nearly 6 innings per start. And because of that, the bullpen has posted a 3.68 ERA during the same time span. So since June 28th, that's roughly 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago.
That was James McCann's second game with the team. If we want to put corollaries on it.
3.89 ERA out of your starters, 3.68 ERA out of your bullpen. I'm not saying it's fixed, but it hasn't been nearly as bad as we've become which again,
it's not the reason they're losing.
No, it's not. And that's the wasteful thing about all of this is that if you have turned a corner a little bit on your pitching staff and you're still not making up ground in this, you're wasting it. You're absolutely Erod or no Erod. If those are your ERAs, you're wasting it. And that's kind of the shame of it when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Just like that, it's 4 o'clock. So let's get you caught up on what's going on in sports. Jamal is here with the 4 o'clock reset next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Cards Camp. 11 days from today.
Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches.
Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage. If you're renting right now, this is a great time to buy. So many homes on the market. That means that buyers have more choices. Sellers are moving out because they're buying another home. What does that mean for you? Home prices are dropping. That's a good thing. You don't want to play the waiting game. You may miss out. Once it turns, there's a lot more competition. Right now, it's a buyer's market. Don't wait until it becomes a seller's market. Take advantage of seller concessions and don't worry about interest rates. You can always negotiate a better interest rate. But right now, a lot of houses on the market. That means it's a good time for you to make an offer and get your choice of house at the right price. Remember, this is a home, not a stock. All you have to do is contact the Lund Mortgage team to get pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it for free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130 or go to LundMortgage.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat? Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul. That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing. One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof. And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is. 12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned. More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi. Or you mention Gatos. Or Arizona Sports. Or KTAR. Get that free inspection. 602-960-ROOF. Or AmericaRoofingCo.com. America Roofing. They've got you covered.
ROC number 18643HCR42.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds, and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 6. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Midway points of this Friday edition of the Burns and Gambo show. We hit the reset button, get you caught up on things going on in sports. Everything, as much as we can cram into a 10-minute segment. Jamal is our tour guide. Lead us, Jamal.
What's going on, fellas?
Where are we going?
So, Bradley No, I'm just kidding. Arizona...
I did come in here and say, like...
Please have something. Anything.
It's just like 3:30, 3:15. Bradley Beal news. Let's go.
John was speaking into existence.
Let's go. I was trying to speak it into existence just so we can... I can't believe the whole week has gone by and it hasn't happened yet. It's crazy.
No, it's Friday. We deserve to be happy, fellas. So no Bradley Beal talk.
Yes, we do. We deserve happiness.
Thank you, Jamal.
The Arizona Diamondbacks lost to the Padres last night 4-3 and ended up splitting the series with them. So I want to ask you guys, after the series, has your confidence grown, fallen, or just kind of stayed the same?
Same.
It's for me, it's fallen a little bit just because they're running out of time. It's a matter of the number of games they have left before they have to make a decision. And anytime you start subtracting games off the list without any forward progress, I think your hope starts to do the inverse and you start to go back. So I would say my hope is actually, even though I'm low-key, maybe not that low-key, I keep talking about it, kind of encouraged with how they're playing overall. They're pitching better. Their bullpen has been better. They're not letting all of this crap get to them, and there's just been a lot of it lately with all the injuries. But they've got 12 games left before they have to decide. 15 games before the deadline, but 12 games left until they have to decide. They're out of time, man.
Just feels like they outscored the Padres by 7. They had 3 consecutive quality starts where Brandon Pfaadt, Zach Gallen, and Merrill Kelly were absolutely dominating. Their bullpen didn't do anything that caused for any sort of combustion or explosion in the later key innings. They got really good offense out of key members of the order and some surprise members out of the order, and they split the series. And that's been the whole season.
Yeah.
That's been the whole season.
Yeah.
The Phoenix Suns play their first Summer League game tonight against the Washington Wizards at 6 p.m. What are you guys looking for from this team as a whole? Or is there anything you guys are kind of watching for?
Well, as we referenced with Kellen, I'm looking at Ryan Dunn to see if as a second-year player he shows that he's graduated from Summer League and that he's advanced and doesn't need to be there anymore. Not as much with Oso, but certainly to Kellen's point, I'm looking to see how Oso and Maluach play on the court at the same time, if they go like double big like that. But Rasheer Fleming is the guy that I just got a feeling that he's going to be the guy that's going to pop early on because he's not as developmental as Maluach. And so I think early on, he's got my attention to see, is that curve a little bit shorter for him than other guys?
I just wonder, of the 5 main guys being Malawach, Fleming, Brea, Dunn, and Iguodaro, is there any sort of overreactionary conversation that's going to come from anybody else,
good or
of
bad,
us, like out of these 4 games, right?
Yeah.
Like, are we going to be all Malawach should be starting over Mark Williams? Are we going to be Iguodaro just looks completely lost out there? Like, how far on either end of the spectrum are we going to be watching these 5 guys in particular?
I will make a promise that I will not have any overreactions based off of. We'll react to what we see in Summer League. I'm not going to overreact to what we see in Summer League. I promise you that.
And if we do, just tell us, put us in our place. It's Summer League. There's still a whole training camp to go through as well.
Yeah, the offseason just started. That's the crazy part to think about.
The calendar is too blurred together.
Yeah.
The finals ends 3 days later. You have the draft, and only after a week of that can you start legally negotiating with free agents. But then you have to wait another week for them to actually become a fit. It's stupid. It's a mess.
Number 1 overall pick Cooper Flagg made his NBA Summer League debut last night against the phenom Bronny James and the Los Angeles Lakers.
Oh, please.
The Mavericks did end up winning.
Wait, are you like getting paid to call him a phenom? I'm just curious.
No.
Is there somebody on the side who's thinking you a few Benjamins to call him a phenom?
Snitches get stitches, Brinzy.
Okay, good. Good. I just make it. Don't rat out your source. Who the hell's calling him a phenom? But okay.
The Mavericks did end up winning that game 87-85. Here's the big story, though, the cheapest or the average price for the ticket to this game was $223. The most expensive ticket was over $3,000, according to Vivid Seats.
Stupid.
Wow.
Stupid. It's Summer League.
To counter that, I read a story this morning on The Athletic from David Aldridge, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, in which he called Cooper Flagg the most hyped American basketball player since Anthony Davis. And that was 10 years ago. And so he said because of that, it was star watching time in Vegas last night. I mean, they were all there. The money was crazy. I mean, there are those who believe that Cooper Flagg is going to be that transcendent guy. And people want to watch guys like that the minute they take the first step on an NBA court, even if it is a Summer League court.
Plus, they want to see Bronny James. Brick a 3 for
apparently the
game.
same person's paying you that's paying Jamal.
I'll say this as well. The standout from that game ended up being Ryan Nembhard, who I would have loved if the Suns were able to pick him up out of Gonzaga. He had, I think it was 24 points in his performance last night. He's one that I'm keeping an eye on because Dallas just also getting him in the undrafted market. It's not fair, man. It's not fair.
Now, it wouldn't be a 4 o'clock reset if I didn't bring up a Chicago team. So, the Bears extended...
Have we become that predictable?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Have we become that predictable?
The Chicago Bears extended their general manager, Ryan Poles, today. Now, he will be under contract with the Bears until 2029. My question is, should Lauren be happy? That's all I got.
All I can look, I'm not even looking at Mitch. I can just see his reflection in the glass, and I can just see his white hat just going, nope. Should Lauren be happy as the resident Bears fan on the...
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I bet she's not happy about this. But then...
how many year extension was it, by the way?
Honestly,
through 2029, so 4 years?
Let's call it
That's
like it
absurd.
is. If you're a Bears fan, you're kind of miserable to begin with because of how bad your team has been
It's a great
this
point.
whole time. So I don't know if there's anything really that makes Bears fans happy at this point. So I'm going to say no. This does not make her happy.
Let me put it this way.
Because she's unhappy to begin with.
His layup move was the fact that he was able to get the number 1 overall pick in a draft that had Caleb Williams by fleecing the Panthers, basically. And Caleb Williams wasn't even the best rookie quarterback last year. I don't even know if he was top 3 rookie quarterback last year. I don't know that that's credit to Poles. It's wild that they extended him. That's where I stand on this.
All right, I'm blanking. Who's 2?
Jaden Daniels.
Who is 1?
Well, Jaden Daniels
was 1. Yeah, who's 2?
I would argue Bo Nix and Drake May.
Oh, says the Broncos fan 5 feet to my right. Okay.
Oh,
is he better or worse than Caleb Williams, Bernsey?
System quarterback, Mitch. System.
Oh, my gosh.
System quarterback.
We've got a good system. They don't. I'll say that much.
All right, last one for you guys. The D-backs start a 3-game series tonight against the Los Angeles Angels with the first pitch tonight at 6:38. Well, that's kind of odd.
Just thought you throw that out there for its randomness.
We all hate it. Don't worry.
Right here on Arizona Sports. So I want to ask you guys, we discussed on the poll question how many games we think they're going to win. How many games do you believe they need to win this weekend?
Oh, they need to win 2.
They need to win all of them, actually, if you ask me.
You think they need a sweep?
Well, that gets them above 500, and it puts them in a much better position than they were 3 games ago if they were to only win 2.
Okay.
Because if you only win 2, you only are a game below, right? Because if you win 2, you get to 500, but then you lose again, so now you're back to a game below. So if you win all 3, you're now a game above.
They need to sweep the LA Angels going into this series. All right, you know what? I'll bite. You convinced me. You Jedi mind tricked me into that.
Closer to the Reds.
I'm kind of along with you guys. I think they need a sweep.
These aren't the droids you're looking for. Okay, I'll go with that. They need a sweep.
Yeah. That is your 4 o'clock reset.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jamal.
Well done.
Can I squeeze this in real quick, too?
Go ahead.
Looks like Ronald Acuna Jr. is not doing the home run derby anymore. Matt Olson's going to replace him, they just announced.
Oh, now that Eugenio. Well, they got to keep a local guy in there, right?
They have to have somebody at Atlanta do it.
Yeah, you would think. All right, that's and Eugenio Suarez not going to be in it, which that announcement was made yesterday. Thank you, Jamal, for that. We appreciate it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the trade deadline looms. It's the clock that's ticking on the wall for the Arizona Diamondbacks so they can figure out who they are and what they're going to be. If they decide they're sellers, whoa, do they have a lot to sell? We'll talk about it coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch to him, swung on, grounded to first, and fielded cleanly by Cronenworth. He takes it to the bag himself. That's the ball game. That's the series. The D-backs could not finish the job here, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-3.
A 2-2 split in San Diego. Now the D-backs face the Angels in Anaheim. Coverage of Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Dr. J. Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. It's where I went for my LASIK procedure about 15 years ago. I'm so glad that I did. Here I am 15 years later, 58 years old. No glasses, no contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. You can have that too. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures, including mine. And my good buddy Vince Marotta had his LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz is a team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call right now for a free thorough eye exam if you're interested in a vision correction procedure. I highly recommend LASIK surgery. You can call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or go online at teamidoc.com, and don't forget to ask about 2 years of interest-free financing.
Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from models like Camry, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, and Tacoma. Or check out the all-new 2025 4Runner. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Gate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Bear down for U of A night at Chase Field on July 22nd. This special event ticket pack includes a lower level ticket and a co-branded U of A cap. Visit dbacks.com/U of A.
Even though Eugenio Suarez is not participating. We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Oh, yeah, I guess I'll tip jar this.
Throw in a few shekels, if you could. Yeah, there we go.
Double tip.
Oh, that's a good
I like
song.
that it's got the words, too. I mean, not all of them. It's just the London calling part. It doesn't have the rest.
In case you were wondering what the song was called,
It's called
it's
London
the words
Calling
that
by
keep
the
getting
Clash.
repeated.
Welcome back, Burns and Gambo. Mitch is filling in for Gambo today. Kellen will be filling in next week. And rest assured, Gambo will be back 1 week from today from his European vacation. He'll be back for 1 day, and then I'm gone. I'm off to Maine after that. So, but we'll have the team back together again, if not for 1 day next week when he's back. In the meantime, this time next week, next Friday when Gambo is back, will be the Diamondbacks All-Star break will be over. They'll be getting ready to open up a homestand against the St. Louis Cardinals. We won't be that much closer to resolution when it comes to the All-Star break. There's still 3 games left before the break, and then after that, they don't play for a week. But obviously, we're all aware of what's coming. The deadline is on July 31st. I think it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's right in the middle of our show, I believe. I'm not sure about the time. You have to double-check me on that one.
It'll be a fun day,
It's got the potential to be a franchise-altering day for the Diamondbacks, potentially, depending on how this goes and where they are in the standings and what Mike Hazen decides to do. We all know, Mitch, you and I know full well, the 4 names, it would have been 5 if Shelby hadn't gotten hurt, but the 4 names that are in the conversation, it's Eugenio Suarez, it's Josh Naylor, it's Zach Gallen, it's Merrill Kelly. Let's start with the pitchers, and let's start with what Ken Rosenthal had to say today on the Foul Territory broadcast when he said, if the Diamondbacks decide they're sellers, only one of those starters are going to go.
If they end up trading one of the starters, and it would be one from what I understand, they would not trade both because then they'd have a difficult time getting through the season. Gallen, better in his last 2 starts, probably would get more attention than Kelly, who is older, 36. Granted, it's a rental, and he's a very consistent pitcher, but Gallen is the sexier name. In that case, yes, he'd be in high demand, and rightly so. He's Zach Gallen. He's been a Cy Young finalist. Merrill Kelly, though, is interesting, and I didn't know this until somebody pointed it out to me yesterday. He's 36, and in his last start against the Padres, he threw 4 of the 5 hardest pitches of his career. So his stuff is intact, maybe even ticking upward, even as he gets older.
I appreciate Ken doing a nice sell job for Merrill, but you can't have him. I wouldn't allow any team to take him from us.
You're not allowed.
But from an outer perspective,
go fish.
Ken's point is important. Not the part in specific about they would only sell 1, but I do think it is important to note that they would probably only sell 1 if they did, because quite frankly, they've lost all of the depth that they had at the beginning of the year to this point. What I'm getting at is Zach is the sexier name because he is younger and because there is the idea that, oh, he's looked a lot better in a while, and he's still a moldable asset at this point in his career. Whereas Merrill, he only started his major league career truly only a few years ago, but he had already started late. He had spent a lot of time in Korea.
Yeah.
I wonder if they would get more for Gallen than they would for Kelly. I just feel like the market would be bigger for Gallen than it would be for Kelly, but it's not a knock on one over the other.
It's fun. Okay, first of all, props to Rosenthal for pointing out what now kind of feels like the obvious thing, but I'll be honest with you, I wasn't thinking much about, whether they would only trade one of them, but it does make sense. They can't just completely, decapitate their pitching rotation in the name of the trade deadline. They have to keep somebody
We're out of ammo, sir.
Yeah, so no, they can't do that. So yes, that does make sense now that he frames it that way. I don't know, man. Like I don't. If the question is, pardon me, which one brings the better return? I think it is almost solely dependent on the next 2 starts Zach Gallen makes. I hate to make it so fine-tuned, but I really think it's not like if he's turned a corner, if the guy he was in the last 2 starts is the guy who's going to be, then yes, I would agree. He's the sexier name. He'll get you more in return. But I would bet there's still some kind of waiting around baseball to see, okay, is he that guy? Let's see how his start goes tomorrow against the Angels, right? Tomorrow against the Angels.
Yeah.
Let's see how I would imagine he'd be in line to start the opener or game 2 against the St. Louis Cardinals.
They'd probably reset him for St. Louis, and then he would also get Houston.
Well, let's see how. I mean, he would make at least 3 starts before the deadline, but I think you'd use the first 2 of those to go, let's make sure. Let's make sure this is actually who he's going to be. Because Merrill, just say what you want about his age or whatever. Man, he is steady, Eddie, consistent, reliable, bulldog guy. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Zach. I think you actually need a little more evidence to know that he's turned the corner before you say he's the sexier candidate who's going to get you more in a return.
And I just wonder, because Merrill Kelly doesn't hold the same weight that like a Max Scherzer or a Justin Verlander did when the Mets traded them a couple of years ago. The other part of that is those guys were around the same age that Merrill is now when they got traded a few years ago. But it's just Merrill doesn't have that mainstay ability to bring in a top prospect. And he doesn't have a hefty contract either that a team would be willing to eat in order to get a better prospect, right? Like they traded Max Scherzer to get Luis Angel Acuna out of Texas, and can't remember who they got back from Houston to send Verlander away, but they ate a majority of those contracts to get better prospects. I just don't know if Merrill has that same pull because he doesn't have the mainstay name that a lot of people across the league associate with, and he doesn't have like a hefty contract that the Diamondbacks would have to eat much of either.
Something else that Rosenthal said, and this is something I very much believe as well, just listening to Mike when he was on with Wolf and Luke on Wednesday. Mike Hazen doesn't want to do this.
They have a couple of potential free agents who are going to attract attention if the Diamondbacks want to move. And that's still an open question. They have all of these bullpen injuries, all of these rotation injuries. It seems like it's a star-crossed season for them, and it's not going to go the way they want it to go. But Mike Hazen, their general manager, has been pretty adamant about saying, I want to buy, I do not want to sell. They have never rebuilt under Hazen. It's just not something he is comfortable doing.
Now, at some point, the reality rubber meets the road, right? And you go, it doesn't matter. You are what you are. This is who your team is. But that's why I've believed all along that if Mike does get to that crossroads moment where he says, I don't have a choice, this is what we've got to do, I don't think any trade will be made on the idea of punting on next year. I really don't. I think every trade will be made with the idea of a quick turnaround, guys who are really, really close, if not already there in the majors, guys I can control, guys I've got, under the budget through arbitration or whatever. I do not see Mike Hazen willingly plunging into a deep rebuild of, I'm going to take these 4 guys, I'm going to move 3 of them, and I'm going to get a bunch of high A prospects with a lot of upside. I just don't think he would do. Not when you've come this close like they have the couple of years. He's just too competitive for that.
He's also not succeeded in any of the sells that he's done in his Diamondbacks tenure. Like, if we're being honest, the 7 guys that he got back for Zach Greinke and Paul Goldschmidt are no longer on this team. And Carson Kelly had a great first half of the season so far with the Cubs. Luke Weaver has become a mainstay in the Yankees bullpen. None of the guys that they got back from the Astros really did much. Josh Rojas, nice guy, but didn't really amount to anything. Seth Beer had one moment in his entire Diamondbacks career. And now I don't even know what team he's on or even if he's affiliated with baseball right now. Like, it's been a rough sled for Mike Hazen when it comes to trying to get good value back for some of these guys. Even the smaller trades. Like, Eduardo Escobar brought back Cooper Hummel, and he's already on his third team since. David Peralta got them a very young catcher who is, as far as I know, years away from even getting close to the major leagues. It's not in his nature, and it's not been a successful asset that Mike Hazen has utilized either.
Much better buying when it comes to trades. Much better when it comes to the buy, which is why I think even a sell will be almost a buy in disguise. You know, like it'll be a thinly camouflaged buy, even though it's going to look like a sell. I really think that's how he's going to play it.
I don't have intel, but given that the Yankees get talked about a lot as a team that could pursue Diamondbacks assets, I don't know how much or too much of a sell it would be to say, here, take Eugenio Suarez, one of Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen, and give us Spencer Jones, who's their number 2 prospect in their organization. Dude hits tanks. He is tall, mean, fighting machine, however you want to phrase it. He might be a worthy return, but I wonder if that price is a little too expensive to offer the Yankees for one guy.
Jeff Passan has suggested Suarez to the Yankees. He suggested Naylor to the Mariners. He suggested Zach Gallen to the Mets. He suggested Merrill Kelly to the San Francisco Giants. You throw a rock in the air, you'll hit 10 different potential trade ideas for what the Diamondbacks could do at the deadline. They are all very much out there. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, Mark Cuban said in an article that if the fans don't have hope, all is lost. Do the Suns fans have hope about the Phoenix Suns? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I think you could move Eugenio Suarez. I think you could, and actually get something back of value that might help you win this year. I think you could do that. I know Eugenio's had this outrageous season so far.
He's the only one you could move and still be going for it, or at least not waving the white flag on this.
I think, though, you have to look at Eugenio and say, is this what we can expect from him if we sign him to a 4-year contract?
Yeah, I don't know that you can sign him to a 4-year deal. I understand what you're saying.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, faucets, vanities, doors, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. The party must go on, and my brothers at Brooklyn Betting are celebrating with a flash sale just for you. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking 30% off everything in-store and online now through July 11th. So here's the deal. Go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the flash sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, faucets, vanities, doors, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 6. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
What were the biggest takeaways from the first two games of Suns Summer League action? We'll talk about it Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The Phoenix Suns are doomed to purgatory and one of the more rudderless franchises that we have in all of the NBA. And I don't think there's a franchise I would want to be less for the next few years than this Phoenix Suns team. A few years ago, they had what was the blueprint for the type of team that gets to championships and gets deep into playoff runs. They had a player in Devin Booker. They had a young core around them. They had a team that everybody is trying to emulate right now. They blew that up to bring in older players, to bring in the Kevin Durants of the world, to bring in Beal and those type of guys. And now they have a franchise where they do not really have picks for a long time, for many years, control their own picks. And they have, middling players around Devin Booker. Let's be honest, no disrespect to those players. Their hope is that one of these draft picks they have this year can turn into somebody.
God, happy Friday, everybody.
Thanks, Stephen A. Smith. Oh, wait. No, that's not him.
That's David Dennis Jr. from ESPN.
I feel like this is really happy music for the depressing.
I know, right?
Thank you, Passion.
The Suns are going to be terrible. Yeah,
Appreciate you.
It's that was David Dennis Jr. As I mentioned on ESPN, and I mean, it's so easy to say that now, and I'm the first to admit, like I'm the conductor of the hypocrite train on this one. Okay, I am choo-choo, get on board the hypocrite train, because in the moment I was all for Kevin Durant, in the moment I was all for Bradley Beal. I'd like to think I'm a wiser Suns fan now than I was back then, and I was like everybody else and just getting all excited about the bright, shiny objects that were being presented to me.
Well, they were bright and shiny.
And they were bright and shiny, and now I'm trying to be a little bit more cautious about all of this and how they're going to do it. But it's not good. It's not a good situation to be in. We knew all along. Look, Mitch is filling in for Gambo today. And we knew all along that if Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal didn't work out for the team, that it was going to be a spectacular mess for them to clean up. We all knew that.
Yes.
I think we just all assumed it would work better than it did, that it wouldn't be such an obvious, dramatic failure. So where we are now is where we expected to be. Like, no Kevin Durant, no Bradley Beal. Your roster is in turmoil, and it's going to be that way for a couple of years. We all knew that was going to be the end result of this. We just thought there'd be a little bit more of a treat, like a little bit more of an accomplishment getting to this point, rather than not making the playoffs at all last year, getting swept by the Timberwolves the year before. It's terrible. It's terrible. We're all working our way through it.
Yeah, the Bradley Beal era in Phoenix is 0-4 in playoff games in 2 seasons. It's also resulted in Bradley Beal still not reaching the 60-game threshold. Even like the last time that he got upwards of 80 games or a majority of
2019, I think.
It was a long time ago.
2019, it's been a while.
Look, I'm not going to play the hindsight game with myself. I can't remember how I felt about it at the time. I just know the facts were there. He had a no-trade clause in his contract. He was getting paid way too much money, and he's really struggled to stay on the floor. When healthy, it's cool. It's good. It's fun. But we've not gotten that version of Bradley Beal since that 2019 season.
The conversation here in this segment is going to center a little bit around a comment that Mark Cuban made from the Summer League. There was a story from David Aldridge. He was writing about Cooper Flagg. Flagg last night made his NBA Summer League debut. He was 5 of 21 from the floor. He was 0 of 5 from deep. It was rough. Called it maybe the worst game of his life.
He tried to posterize Christian Coloco, but no, sir.
Yeah,
he
had a breakaway dunk, too. It was, like all the stuff. And within the article, it's mostly about Cooper Flagg. And in David Aldridge's opinion, there hasn't been an American player with so much hype coming into the league since Anthony Davis. Now, I would counter with Zion, but whatever. That's neither here nor there. The quote from Cuban that I read, and I thought, oh, this is a Suns conversation. We got to have this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Cuban said, quote, I'm not going to, he's not the owner anymore. He's there.
He's just around.
He's around. Quote, I'm not going to say we didn't get lucky. I was talking with majority owner Patrick Dumont. One of the things I've learned over the years is that fans want hope. It's when they lose hope that organizations have problems. And whatever challenges we had prior to that, we now have hope. That changes everything, close quote. And I read it, and you talk about bringing you down on a Friday afternoon. I'm about to bring you down on a Friday afternoon. I read it, and I thought, is there hope here for the Phoenix Suns? Are we in that state that Cuban is describing of hopelessness when it comes to the Phoenix Suns?
Well, let's try and make a chart, right? So what would you categorize as gives you hope for the Phoenix Suns? I think number one would be Devin Booker, right? I think that's the easiest thing to latch onto in terms of hope.
Okay.
I think Kaman Malawach, that was a unexpected surprise when it happened, and I think there's a lot of hope and excitement behind him being a member of the Phoenix Suns.
Okay.
I think there's still a natural feeling of going to a Suns game and having a good experience. I think it easily gets overlooked in Matt Ishbia's tenure, but what he has done, at least for the fan experience, has been a massive improvement, right?
Okay.
Like beyond the $2 menu, beyond the renovations that were done while
Just
Sarver
what
was
it's
still
like
in charge.
going to a game.
Yeah, I think the idea of going to a Phoenix Suns game has been made better in Matt Ishbia's time. It's easy to get overlooked because the basketball product was not worth watching last year. Beyond that, I don't know what is supposed to give me hope, right? Like the holding on for a couple of years. I'm supposed to have hope that trading away Kevin Durant makes this team better. Like, I don't know what else there is beyond those three things.
I'll play along and I'll add one more to your list, even though I'm not sure I'm as hopeful as you are. I'll add one more to your list. I think Matt Ishbia's commitment to funding a winner I'll be honest with you, that might be the one thing that gives me the most hope over all the things that you just mentioned.
His commitment to monetary investment.
His commitment to monetary investment. It is unquestioned. His desire to be a champion. It is unquestioned. I mean, there's that part of the Matt Ishbia era has not changed since the minute he purchased the team in February of 2023, whenever it was. He was a baller. He came in. He's a baller. He's got the money. He's got the checkbook. He's got the willingness. He wants to win. It burns in his belly. And so for me, if there's one thing that I'm going to say gives me hope as a Suns fan, as crazy as it is to say it because of a lot of the decisions and how they were made kind of has me doubting the regime and their ability to put this thing together. The mere fact they've got an owner who's got the deep pockets that he does, and he's got the willingness to empty them on this basketball team is I think. But beyond that, like Devin Booker, I love Devin Booker. Devin Booker's my favorite Phoenix Sun of all time. Okay, he had some major regression last year, and we got to figure out how and why that happened and how we're going to fix that.
Yep.
Malawach is a 18-year-old kid. I just, maybe I'm just old and I've been around too long. Man, I've seen him come, I've seen him go. I've seen 18-year-olds come into the league with all the promise in the world and amount to nothing. So I don't know if that yet gives me a ton of hope. So it's Matt Ishbia's checkbook and the fact that Devin Booker, our favorite son, is back for 5 years. Though that's all I've got. Beyond that, I have no track record of Brian Gregory's history of success. There's none there. Matt Ishbia's ownership of the Phoenix Suns over 2 years, nothing really good has come of it from a basketball standpoint. Hardly anything has worked at all. Yeah. So there's not a lot. There's just that cupboard is getting a little bare for me right now if we're talking about the hope cupboard.
I do contest the checkbook just a hair. Only because this entire offseason seems to be spent getting out of being a big spender, right?
Well, but you have to.
Okay, they have to.
Not because you're unwilling to be a big spender, because of the penalties that come with being a big spender, and you're just not. You just can't justify that right now.
They can't justify it right now, no. But what happens if they find themselves back in a contentious spot? Are they willing to go that deep into the luxury tax again? That's more so what I'm wondering, is because
really?
It was such a bad experience the first time. I wonder if he's balking at the idea of ever going back there again.
Okay, you and I will agree to disagree on that one.
We finally disagree on something.
I think if they're in a position to do it again, I don't think Matt Ishbia will hesitate for a New York minute to write a big fat check and to pay a big, if he feels like, now he's got to be more responsible about it. He's got to be more sure than he was the last time. He's got to have some evidence and proof before he starts going that deep into the luxury tax. But his willingness to do it, I don't doubt it for a second. Not for a second.
I'm just curious about it just because of how this offseason is being handled. I get it. The season last year was terrible.
Yeah, I can
terrible.
I can see how it might spook you from doing it again. But, I don't worry about that. I don't worry about that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports with Mitch filling in, who is the one guy Cardinals fans should be watching the most this season? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo show.
Cards Camp. 11 days from today. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Back here for V's Barbershop. It's funny, my daughter-in-law's parents are coming back into town from out of state to visit next week. And when they usually come, and when her brother comes, and when her brother-in-law comes, they're all from Nebraska. When they come into town, one of the first things they want to do is they want to go back to V's Barbershop, right? Because like 3 days before the wedding, we all the guys went to V's Barbershop, and we all got haircuts, and we all got the hot lather shaves, and we all got, really nice for the wedding, right? And on at least 2 occasions when there have been some of her family in town visiting, one of the first things hey, can we go back to V's? That was fun. Can we do that again? That was great. We really enjoyed that. Yeah, it's a great experience. It's the best barbers in town. The hot lather shave is fantastic. It's an experience that really is hard to duplicate. That just not everybody does what V's does so well. It's the reason why they're the best of Phoenix, and they've been named best of Phoenix something like 19 or 20 times since they've been around in 25 years. It's a great, timeless V's experience. Get it today. Walk in today or book online by going to vbarbershop.com for your next haircut at V's.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins? I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Celebrate Faith and Family Night at Chase Field on Friday, August 8th. Stick around for a free post-game concert with Torrin Wells, presented by Chick-fil-A. Visit dbacks.com/faith.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Jamal with an update on our Twitter poll question of the day. You can find it on, I keep calling it Twitter. It's X. I know that. You know that. We all know that. But
I call it Twitter.
Still Twitter to me. An update on the poll? What you got?
So, the question we're asking once again, how many games against the Angels will the D-backs win this weekend? Your options, 0, 1, 2, or all 3.
Maybe it's because it's 4:47 on a Friday and I'm just in a good mood. Put me down for 3. I'm calling a sweep and a 5-2 road trip.
I want sweep, but my prediction still stands 2 out of 3 is how they should perform against this team.
All right, so still leading the way is 2 wins with 37%. Next is 1 win at 30%. Next is all 3 at 24%. And then last place is 0 with 8.4% of the vote.
So 8.4% of the people responding say they're going to get swept.
8.4.
Positive company.
I guess. The news today out of the Diamondbacks is that Jalen Beeks went on the IL. Back inflammation, lower back inflammation. Torrey mentioned that when he was on with us earlier today. And Kendall Graveman has been recalled from AAA to take a spot in the bullpen. Also, kind of out of sight, out of mind. And we'll have more about this on D-backs on deck. But Shelby Miller apparently is on his way to a second opinion now when it comes to the forearm strain. So,
yep.
I hate to be there. I just got done saying I'm in a good mood because it's 4:47 on now it's 4:49 on a Friday. I'm in an even better mood now.
Just keep counting the minutes. Come on, let's keep it going.
But I got to admit, when Shelby Miller walked off that field at Petco Park in San Diego, there was like a real rational part of my brain that thought we might have just seen the last of Shelby Miller in a Diamondbacks uniform. Maybe just because of the history of the Diamondbacks this year. Just because I know forearm strains can sometimes be precursors to other things.
I mean, that could be here. That could be here.
Sure, yeah,
it's just right around the elbow.
It was just a hunch. And now we're finding out he's getting a second opinion, which kind of feels red flag too.
Pretty sure this is the same doctor that operated on Justin Martinez. By the
Meister
way,
was,
for what it's worth.
Was
yep.
he? Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So good times, good times at the Hotel D-backs.
You know
right
who can
now.
cheer us up? I think.
Who's that?
Calais Campbell.
You think?
Just throwing it out.
You think Calais Campbell you know what? Let's put it on. Let's put it on. Calais, cheer me up.
So far, so good. Obviously, for this level, minicamp is, it's very light. There's not a lot of emotion with minicamp, but I'm sure that first week, especially that first home game coming out of the tunnel, it's gonna be a lot more emotional. I can feel it already. It's a lot of emotion. I never really wanted to leave, although I feel like everything happens for a reason, and I had a lot of great experiences, a lot of other places, and so it was definitely, the right choice, I guess, and everything happened the way it's supposed to. But coming back is definitely gonna be it's gonna be very emotional.
Yeah, you're right. I'm in a better mood already. That's from June 12th. I feel better already.
I love when he talks, the sound of his voice. He just seems so happy.
He does. He's happy. He's good. He's a good guy, that Calais Campbell, and he is, according to NFL.com. I didn't know what to make of this initially, and I'm just kind of running through names in my head right now. As part of their off-season preview of training camp and the upcoming season, one player to root for from every NFL team.
Okay.
And I was intrigued. I clicked on the link to see who they chose for the Cardinals, not sure who they would pick, and they chose Calais. And they said he seems sincerely happy to be back where he began his NFL career. That's genuinely sweet, but he's not some washed veteran taking a symbolic victory lap in his old uniform. He can still ball. He's the league's active leader in tackles for a loss. He has a chance to make an actual difference. Calais, and that's what they wrote about Calais Campbell. He's a good answer to the question. It's hard when I'm an unabashed fan, right? I'm a fan of all the local teams. I'm a fan of the Arizona Cardinals. To pick a player that you're rooting for from the team you root for, I mean, Calais is as good as anybody I would pick. Does somebody come to mind for you when you say, who are you rooting for on the 2025 Arizona Cardinals? Does anybody come to mind for you?
Well, I guess in a very expanded version of the response, I would say Kyler.
Okay.
Only because I
thought about him.
I'd want him to succeed much more than I would want him to, not succeed, obviously.
Well, okay.
As far as relating it to a Calais-related answer, I'm rooting for Will Johnson because that was the one guy that I wanted the Cardinals to draft, and they basically got him without having to try as hard as they did.
I like that.
Rooting for Buddha because he's such a likable personality. If we're thinking about those types of guys, those are probably the first two that come to mind.
Honestly, I'm thinking of it I'm not thinking of who am I rooting for because it would be good for the team if that guy had a good season. If that's the case, then it's a pretty easy list to make. You can just talk about all the guys who need to have good seasons, and you go from there. Who are you rooting for? I guess I look at it who am I rooting for because they've put in the time, they've done the work, and they deserve the rewards of that.
James Conner is another one, for example.
I'd put Kyler on my list. I'm genuinely impressed with the transformation that he's undergone over the last couple of years. I would like to see him be rewarded for that. Now, that's in his own hands. It's not like it's up to the gods or anything or fate to decide how he does. It's in his hands how he does. But I would like to see him be rewarded for that. Connor, I think, is a good one. That dude just works so hard. And he has been such an unbelievable find by a general manager who's not even here anymore running the team. And the fact that he's on his third contract now as a running back with the Cardinals is incredible.
Yeah.
I root for Trey McBride. There was a thing on ESPN.com today, and they're doing this position by position where they're ranking. Yesterday, it was the best safeties in the NFL. Buddha was on the list. Today, it was tight ends, and he was the fourth best tight end. In calling him the fourth best tight end in the NFL, the one thing they dinged him on was the lack of touchdown catches. I root for Trey McBride to put that narrative to bed.
Just get a touchdown.
And have 8 touchdown catches this year, just because it's this weird fluky thing that he doesn't have that many touchdown catches, but he's so great otherwise. So I would root for that.
Also, good personal story, Trey McBride.
Okay,
his family history too.
Yeah, I came up with another one.
Okay,
Darius Robinson. I would root for Darius Robinson. That dude had a rough year last year. Had a rough first year last year between his mom and between the injury and all of that stuff. And every time you talk to him, he's He is a well put together young man.
Keeps his head high.
That really does. And so he's another one that anybody else coming to mind that you would root for?
Well, now I'm trying to think of it from the perspective of if I were to go to a Cardinals game and outside of, a bunch of Kyler Murray jerseys because he's the quarterback, like what's the second most popular jersey?
Right now?
Because that would give me an idea of like who are people rooting for the most. You know what I mean?
I would bet it's Kyler 1, Buddha 2.
Like, are we going to see the resurfacing of a bunch of 93s this year? I
don't
think,
know.
like, to the point of this story, I think that 93 will return as another popular choice at Cardinals games this year.
If I were buying a Cardinals jersey right now with a current player, I'd get a Trey McBride jersey. I think he's such.
What about 18 now that they're finally available?
I'm rooting for him, but that's where the line gets kind of fuzzy because I'm rooting for him because it's so essential that he has a good year for them.
Yeah.
But I'm also rooting for him because I'm sure last year was very frustrating for him to come in with all those expectations and he was fine, but it wasn't everything that he thought it was going to be. But that's where the line almost kind of it crosses into. I'm rooting for him because they need him to be good, and
it's
I don't
the
think
Kyler
that's
line.
A little
quite
bit.
frankly,
A little
it's like
bit.
you can easily get behind your quarterback because drafted by the organization and because he's done such a good job transforming his like persona, at least locally here, and all the other stuff that he's doing nationally. But at the same time, it's also I'm rooting for you because I need you to play better because we can't go anywhere without you playing better.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Diamondbacks, one last series before the All-Star break, more injury news that they've got to deal with, and yet they do seem to be playing somewhat better as of late. Optimism, pessimism, where do we fall? Next on the Burns and Gambo show with Mitch filling in.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch to him, swung on, grounded to first, and fielded cleanly by Cronenworth. He takes it to the back himself. That's the ball game. That's the series. The D-backs could not finish the job here, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-3.
A 2-2 split in San Diego. Now the D-backs face the Angels in Anaheim. Coverage of Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for Berg Simpson and the attorneys at Berg Simpson, and the mistake that I've talked about many, many times. My wife and I involved in a car accident many years ago, and the classic mistake we made was because the accident wasn't our fault. We just assumed that everything was going to happen easily, that we weren't going to have any problems, and that there weren't going to be any fights. And everything was a problem, and everything was a battle, and everything was a fight. I mean, even just to get the most basic stuff out of an accident that was clearly not our fault. We made a mistake in not hiring Berg Simpson, in not taking better care of taking care of us and making sure somebody was absolutely going to go fight that battle. Now, had we done the research back in the day, we would have found out that Berg Simpson is just different than all the rest, and they've got some of the best lawyers in America. They've got some of the super lawyers in America. They're one of the most trustworthy law firms in America. They are just cut from a different cloth than the rest. Hopefully you don't need it, but if you do, you're going to want to call Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them online at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. No waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It is the best possible way to do this. It's so much less stressful than the other way. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on the schedule of a bunch of strangers. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, and they're going to make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. Figure out what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 6. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey now, it's the All-Star break and the D-backs play. It's almost the All-Star break. Angels in L.A. Will they be wins or be defeat before they're off for a week? Tune in on Monday to find out. 6 a.m.
Speaking of being off.
Key?
Or just Rocker. One of the two.
He did go to U of A, for what it's worth.
Well, so did I.
Yeah, but you
I went to
also
all three.
went. You and everybody. You and Tyler Drake at least get like a generous pass from me for also getting yourself involved with other Arizona institutions.
Did he go to all three too?
No, he went. He did ASU for grad, but he did U of A for undergrad.
Okay.
Yeah,
I did. Little known fact. My place in lore is that I went to all three in-state universities. Year and a half at U of A.
It's a pretty impressive thing to do, I will say.
Summer school at ASU, and then 2.5 years at NAU. I went to all three. So I just need GCU on the resume. Maybe I've joked before, maybe I'll get my master's from GCU in what I don't know. But maybe I'll get my master's from GCU so I can complete the square and having been in all of them. 5 o'clock hour here on Burns and Gambo. That's the voice of Mitch. He's filling in for Gambo today. Mitch Varelda's co-host of Arizona Sports at Night, who's filling in for Gambo today. We'll have Kellen filling in next week. Gambo will be back next Friday. And off we go with that. The Diamondbacks Meanwhile, I've got 3 games left in the pre-All-Star break part of the schedule. They've got 3 against the Angels starting tonight. They're in L.A. Starts at 6:38 tonight. We'll have full coverage coming up at 6 o'clock. And then after that, they go into a break. We're running at it like we're running out of time when it comes to the Diamondbacks. We're sifting through everything we can look for, looking for positives, looking for reasons to believe, looking for reasons why they should sell. If you're of the pessimistic mindset, you're probably looking at this team and you're looking at the injuries. You're looking at this team and you're looking at the competition around them. You're looking at this team and you're thinking that they just can't make any progress in terms of establishing themselves as a legitimate buyer.
Yeah.
And if you're an optimist, you're probably looking at this team and you're thinking, and I tend to think I'm more of an optimist than I am a pessimist. So I think this is probably more me. I'm looking at this team and I'm going, 2 years ago, nobody thought they were capable of going to the World Series. A year ago, nobody thought they were capable of winning 89 games. Both of those teams went on these runs to get them where they needed to go. I look at a pitching staff that feels like they're better, or at least they're getting better. Crazy as it is to say it, the numbers kind of back that up. I look at an offense that I think is just in a mini slump and they'll be able to get themselves out of it. I look at a team that has every reason in the world to stop playing hard because of everything that they've been dealt this year injury-wise, and they haven't. They're not getting results, but they haven't stopped playing hard. And I want to believe, Mitch, that team still has something left in them that's waiting to be explored. But the pessimist would say they're running out of time.
So we're at what, 94 games already touched on this season, or is it 84 games? Either way.
94.
We do a lot of comparing to last year because it seems like we're deja vu, right? Where it's high expectations. For whatever reason, the record's not where it should be, but then they surge just enough to get themselves back in the buyer, et cetera, et cetera. You mentioned 2023, and I'm trying to remember how things went, and I'm looking at it right now. Just before the All-Star break, they were 52-39. So clearly better than the last 2 years combined going into the break. But then before they hit the trade deadline on July 31st, they end up at 57-50. So something went drastically wrong after the break where they only won 5 more games before the deadline.
Yeah.
And lost a bunch. And still bought.
And immediately after the deadline, check it out too. They took on water until the 3rd week of August, if I remember right. They were in a free fall for about a month and a half.
They fell all the way to 57-59 before they got back in the win column.
So they were 2 games below 500 after 116 games, right?
August 11th.
And still went to the World Series.
Still went to the World Series. Yeah, still backed their way into the playoffs and then miraculously made it all the way to the World Series.
And we're not expected to beat any of the teams that they beat on the way to the World Series. Now, was that a miracle? Yeah, of course, no one's going to sit here and say that it wasn't kind of like classic baseball playoff, small sample size. Hey, in a best of 3 series, anything can happen. In a best of 5 series, anything can happen. In a best of 7 series, it can.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. But if you look at the roster of that team back in 2023, it's not that different. Now, I'm not trying to sit here and say they're a World Series team. I guess I'm grasping at straws, trying to rationalize in my mind why I don't want them to sell. I don't want them to pawn off pieces. I don't want them to do something that would short circuit the run before the run happens. But then Mike Hazen's also got to do the responsible thing when it's all said and done.
I just wonder how responsible he's going to be. Like, I
wonder that too.
I don't think Mike is necessarily quote unquote off of his rocker thinking that this team still has a chance. I think Mike has been very realistic every time that he's made an appearance on this station. He's been very forthright. He's been very honest about how he feels about the team. I mean, how many times has he come on and says, but we have to play better, but we have to play better, but we have to play better. He's not posturing in any sort of way of like,
he's putting it on
we're doing
them.
great,
Right.
but
he always puts it on the players. Hey, I want to buy. I want to compete. I want to go for it. It's up to this team to give me a reason why I should. He says that just about every time he comes on the station.
How about this? Let's pretend to be Mike Hazen for like 30 seconds.
Okay.
What is one reason that would propel you to buy right now? Knowing everything that we know about this year's Diamondbacks, give me a reason, just one, that would propel you to be a buyer at this deadline.
It would. Okay. The one reason would be
just one. Doesn't have to be tiered in any way. Just give me one reason.
I'm 2 bullpen arms away from being a significantly better baseball team than I am right now.
My one, just off the cuff, would be look at how far they've gotten, even with all the injuries that we've dealt with this year.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, what do we say?
Problem is, I could probably create a larger case as to why they should sell.
Of course. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, yes. But is he willing to do it? And I think in some ways that's actually the question, right? Like, is he like Mike Hazen's a really competitive. Mike Hazen has worked his butt off to get past what's happened in 2020 and 21, and he's here now. He's arrived. I'm like, even as disappointing as this year has been, it's not like they're the Pittsburgh Pirates. You know, it's not like they're the Colorado Rockies. You know, they're not so far out of it that they're one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball. And I just don't know if Mike, having worked so hard to get to this part of the mountain, is going to be willing to go down that mountain again. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it makes me wonder if maybe he'll trade one guy and that's it. I'll just keep everybody else and see what we can do. I'll trade Suarez. If Lawler's healthy, I'll call him up. I'll have him play at third, and let's just see what we can do.
Yeah, that's part of the problem is even if they only end up trading one guy to just basically free up a spot for somebody else that could slot in and the team would be just okay, everybody that would be the fill-in is either injured or dealing with some long-term injury. Like, even going back to the beginning of the year, who would have thought that Jordan Montgomery being out for the season would have caused this much problem for the Diamondbacks rotation?
Nobody would have thought that.
Because they also lose Corbin Burns. They lose Tommy Henry.
Yeah.
They lose Blake Walston. They have not gotten strong outings from some of their key bullpen arms. They've lost their key end of the bullpen guys. Excuse me. It's just I never would have thought that it would go this far to the point where we have to wonder what they're going to do. Do they have enough?
Here's another optimistic way of looking at this too. Even if he does decide to sell a piece or two, you look at how much money comes off their books this offseason. Now, there's no guarantee they're going to reinvest every single dollar that comes off the books back into the team. But if Mike Hazen's goal is going to be to keep the team competitive going into 2026, financially, he's got some players. He's got a roster he needs to fill.
Yeah,
but he might have the money to be able to do it if he handles this trade deadline right in terms of kind of being a camouflaged buyer in all of it in terms of what kind of deals he makes. Then maybe they can still be competitive next year. Again, I'm an optimist. I'm trying to look at it as best I can. Sweeping the LA Angels would just be a nice thing to do.
Snakes are better than halos anyway.
Exactly. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Summer League action for the Suns begins in about 50 minutes or so. What are we going to be watching? Who are we looking at? What are our expectations? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show with Mitch filling in.
The D-backs Ketel Marte.
Marte swings, sends a high, deep drive down the left field line towards the corner. That is gone!
Will be starting for the National League at the MLB All-Star Game next week.
My third time in my career. What you guys doing for me, the support, it was incredible. And you're all my family, and I just want to thank you guys.
The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks and All-Star Ketel Marte is Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com, where nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can get at Liberty GMC. So whether you're looking at Terrains or Acadias, whether you're looking at Canyons or Sierras, whether you're looking at Yukons or Hummer EVs, you will not find a better deal on an SUV or on an GMC in this valley than you'll find at Liberty GMC. They got great deals right now on SUVs. They got great deals right now on trucks. The Hummer EV, it's a game changer, unmatched in the world of electric vehicles. And if you've decided it's the time to make the leap to EV, 0% financing for 60 months or save up to $15,750 on an all-new Hummer EV right now. Game-changing type stuff, and it's all happening at Liberty GMC. Again, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This summer, beat the heat and hit the greens at Verado Golf Club. Enjoy special summer rates on both the Founders and Victory courses. And stay cool with ice-cold mango-scented towels served daily. And here's the best part. Kids play free. June 2nd through August 28th. One junior 17 and under plays free with a paying adult. Monday through Thursday anytime and Friday through Sunday after 9 a.m. Book your tee time today at VeradoGolfClub.com or call 623-388-3000. Verado Golf Club, where summer golf just got cooler.
Hey, it's Luke. What were the biggest takeaways from the first two games of Suns Summer League action? We'll talk about it Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
That's funny. That's what we're talking about right now, too. We'll find out on Monday what our big takeaways are. I think the thing you got to be careful about, and Mitch and I were talking about this earlier, you want to react to what's going on in the Summer League? Fine. React. Don't overreact to what's going on in the Summer League either.
Even just underreact.
Or don't just react appropriately.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm talking to my kids back when they were teenagers. Make good decisions. Hey, when you're out there tonight, make good decisions tonight, right? When it comes to reacting to the Summer League and how these young Suns players look, make good decisions, Suns fans. Make good decisions. Don't leap to any conclusion. The one I will tell you though, the one thing of all the infinite things that could happen with the Suns in the Summer League that I might overreact to a little bit is if Ryan Dunn doesn't look like he's ready to advance from Summer League. That might be the one thing where I go, because I agree 100% with Kellen when he was on earlier. Second-year players playing in the Summer League, especially if they're first-round picks, need to show they don't belong in the Summer League anymore. You should be able to dominate at that level.
You're better than these other people that are here trying to get better.
You've got, a season's worth of NBA. Unless you missed your entire rookie season because you were hurt, which Ryan Dunn didn't. You've got a vast wealth of experience that all of these kids don't. Apply it. Apply yourself. You should be able to show. I kind of hope the Phoenix Suns are able to send Ryan Dunn home after about 3 games. Hey, you know what? On second thought, yes, we're gonna shut you down. You're good. You're
Seen
fine.
What we needed.
We saw it. Yeah,
it's all good. Well, I do think we can think positively, at least in Ryan Dunn's case, because we already knew he wasn't necessarily the greatest shooter. So perhaps they want him there just to, one, understand the system, and two, help develop that shot profile a little bit more, because that was still, he started off great, but it was still a struggle last year. Like, don't get us wrong.
Shot 31% from three, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, which better than anything he did in college. Tony Bennett, sir, what are you doing? But at the same time, his defense was still really good. And there were some moments where he was played off of the floor. But the reason that he was brought in by the Suns was because he was going to be a defensive first guy. He was supposed to be somebody that could stretch defend anybody at a moment's notice. I don't think he'll have any struggles with that aspect of the Summer League. I'm more so curious, how's his shot profile going to look, and how much shot volume is he going to get on a team that, quite frankly, has a lot of different options that he could go to be the primary scorer.
Yeah, and Oso, I mean, he's a second-round pick, so, you know, but he also played a lot last year, so do I have the same standards for him? Mostly, you know, I
just wonder if he's going to make the active roster.
I do, too. Like, I think he's – I think there's
a case, but I just wonder.
There's a little bit of a battle for that with him making the – I mean, they've got all of these centers – Nick Richards, now maybe they trade Nick Richards and it changes the equation, but they went out and got Mark Williams. Certainly there's an expectation that he's going to start. Malawach obviously changes the equation a little bit. And unless they're going to go double bigs a bunch out there with Oso kind of playing, I mean, he does not shoot well enough to justify being on the floor as a power forward, which is going to make it really, really tough to make those lineups work if you do. So I think Oso's up against it a little bit. You know, like okay, it's a new regime that basically didn't draft him a year ago, and I think he has to show his value to that new regime, and it probably starts with him putting up some good numbers in the Summer League. I would think it starts there.
I just, you know, that we've seen it. That shot method, that it's ugly. It's very ugly. And when it works, it's great, but I do think that is one aspect that would detract from his ability to be back on this roster this year. That doesn't mean that the organization's necessarily giving up on Oso. I mean, they sent him down to the G League last year. He fixed some things up, got better, came back, and then was a big part of their down the stretch play that didn't get them into the play-in tournament.
He plays hard. He plays smart.
Yeah.
I mean, he plays.
He's
with
a very
lot of
smart
effort.
basketball player.
He's got a very high basketball IQ. You can certainly see it. There's just some limitations there. What has he done this offseason to fix those limitations? Now, it's funny. We're having a conversation about the Summer League. We're 5 minutes into the conversation, and we really haven't brought up what the whole purpose of the Summer League is about, and that's Malawach, and that's Rasheer Fleming, and that's Kobe Brea, and I mean, really, this should be more about them, but that's where I'm going to caution everybody not to jump to a ton of conclusions about them yet. You know, we'll get a first look at them. We'll get a first look at some of the skills that maybe they have to offer and bring to the table. But it's, you know, and I think we're all very interested in Malawach because there are some serious burdens on him. Maybe not right away, but there is an expectation level for him as in terms of, you were talking earlier about what gives us hope about the Phoenix Suns. I think he was the second thing you named when you were talking about what makes you hopeful about the Suns.
Second thing I named, just as importantly, the fact that he quote unquote fell into their laps, and Gambo had said ad nauseum that this was the guy they liked. They don't think he's going to be there, but this is the guy that they liked. If he throws up a dud in game one, there's going to be somebody overreacting on internet platform here saying, oh my gosh, we just drafted a bust. Oh my gosh, he's not even going to get past Oso on the roster. What are we doing? You know, all that soliloquy, this, soliloquy, that.
That's why I'm being the responsible dad here and saying, hey, you know, make good choices out there, Suns fans on social media. Make good choices.
Well, you know what'll help with our two individual responsibilities is to just go back and watch this one later and not stress about it tonight. You know, because we'll have two games, I believe, that will have passed for the Suns by the time we come back on Monday. I, quite frankly, don't want to stress about making sure that they look good tonight when I can just decompress, put everything together like on Sunday leading into Monday.
Yeah, and
I'm not saying that you shouldn't. If you want to watch the Summer Suns tonight, by all means, watch the Summer Suns.
I'm certainly gonna, you know, I will record it. I have no doubt I'll watch it tomorrow morning over coffee to see how these look, because I'm Malawach in particular. I'm excited about to see. I guess what I want to start to see, without reaching any conclusions, what I want to start to see is Bobby Marks was on the station earlier in the week, and he said, this guy's not a project. Malawach is not a project. He's further along than that. I want to see if Bobby was right, and not that we're going to learn that off of 2 Summer League games, but I want to see if Bobby is closer to right or if he's closer to wrong. Does he look like a project? Does he look like it might take a little more work than we thought, or is there a little bit more polish and shine to his game than we were expecting? I think that we won't come to any conclusions, but I think we can at least start to get some breadcrumbs on that a little bit over the weekend.
He's also the one that is carrying a lot of the savior torch of the Kevin Durant trade as well, right?
I think most of the torch, really.
If you consider how the rest of the trade played out, they got all those future seconds, but in reality, they turned those future seconds into Kobe Bryant and Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah.
They got the 10th overall pick, and Kamon Malawach fell in their lap. They didn't get Kamon Malawach. He fell into their lap. And without that, I quite frankly think we would be behaving differently about how this trade went down. So there is a lot of pressure on him to perform early.
Yeah, it is crazy to think that the acquisition of Jalen Green it feels just like so far and away the secondary element of this trade. Like it
was going to be the one, but now it's not.
Now it's not. And it's just my expectations of the Suns and their ability to extract value out of this deal has very little to do with Jalen Green. Maybe that's wrong, but it just doesn't have that much to do with him, and it's almost all on Malawach in that regard. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, more bad news from the Arizona Diamondbacks on the injury front. Torey Lovello shared it with us earlier today. Can they keep grinding their way through it? That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo show with Mitch Varell, who's filling in.
Sunday morning, July 6th at 8:43 a.m. local Arizona time while on vacation in Sicily. Our own John Gambadoro posted this to over 100,000 followers. Quote, I expect a decision and resolution on Bradley Beal's situation in the next 24 to 48 hours. End quote. Since then, don't look at us. I mean, we're over here doing the I don't know emoji just like you.
I would be stunned if he's on the roster when training camp starts.
When breaking Bradley Beal news finally hits, you'll hear it on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com, and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
I speak fluent Italian.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, and with my guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to capture a series win last night, losing 4-3 to the Padres in San Diego. The Snakes start another series in Southern California tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns start Summer League play tonight in Las Vegas against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 6. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? And it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball, that's on tonight. They're taking on the Angels at the unusual start time of 6:38 p.m. tonight.
Artie.
Why?
Come on, Artie.
It's just 6:38.
I don't know why I'm blaming you right now.
You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Pre-game coverage coming up in about a half hour. We'll have D-backs on deck coming up in about 15 minutes. And then also tonight, starting at 6-ish, depending on what happens with the game in front of them, the Phoenix Suns opening up Summer League play, taking on the Washington Wizards. That game starts at 6 o'clock, and it's the Suns' debut of Kaman Maluach and Rasheer Fleming and
it's a lot of guys to remember, though, isn't it?
It is. You pause for a second. Okay, remember, tick it off again. Who's
this
it
guy?
Gonna be?
It's this guy.
That's what's on tonight. The games that we're going to watch, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. No Mercury basketball tonight. Lots of Major League Baseball going on tonight as well.
If you want to some scoreboard watching for the sake of standings, the Reds are hosting the Rockies, currently trailing, but they've got a couple runners on, a couple out. Bottom 5. Milwaukee is taking on the Washington Nationals at home. That one's scoreless so far. Cardinals trailing early against the Braves at home. That one's into the bottom of the first. Mets and Royals, they're in a delay, so who knows if that one will play through. Phillies are in San Diego to face the Padres, and then the Dodgers and the Giants in San Francisco to close out the All-Star break.
Some games that could impact things, potentially, if you're scoreboard watching when it comes to that. That's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Mitch is filling in for Gambo today. Troy Lavello, when he was on with us earlier, he let the cat out of the bag. Jalen Beeks going to the injured list. Kendall Graveman has been recalled from AAA Reno.
Yeah, it's low back inflammation, and one more blow that we're just taking on. And
as frustrating as it is, we're taking it one day at a time, and we got to find a way to keep our guys healthy. It's a long, grinding season, but we'll hopefully on the 16th day he'll be back with us. That's the anticipation.
We haven't done the math to back this up, but with a guy like Vince Marotta, chances are we don't have to do the math to back it up. He's done it for us, and he's probably triple-checked his work. 31 pitchers the Diamondbacks have used in advance of the All-Star break.
Wow.
Unless he was tweeting hyperbole, I don't think so. I bet if I went back and looked it up, he would be. That's starters and bullpen. But that'd be 31 different pitchers used by the Diamondbacks this year.
Well, let's see if I can confirm his numbers. But like we said, Vinny is usually like remember when we did those Arizona sports promos where we made Vinny like the human answer machine? Like, hey, you know this about all this, right? Like, we imagine that Vinny is going to be correct on this matter. Let's see if we've got one page that has 22 names on it from the 30. Yeah, tied for third. Well, Jose Herrera, does he count? I don't know. Either way,
30 or 31. If
Jose Herrera
we're not counting
counts,
position players, okay.
Right, 31. If you count Jose Herrera, if you don't, I would say 30.
I mean, look at the. Okay, so here's everybody who's pitched in a Diamondbacks game so far. Maybe not everybody, but J.P. Fireeisen, Christian Montez de Oca, Yilbert Diaz, Dre Jamieson, Jeff Brigham, John Curtis, Jake Woodford, Jose Castillo, Christian Mena, Tommy Henry, Scott McGuff, A.J. Puck, Kendall Graveman, Taylor Scott, Joe Mansupply, Kyle Backus, Anthony DeSclafani, Bryce Jarvis, Justin Martinez, Ryan Nelson, Kevin Ginkel, Juan Murillo, Ryan Thompson, Jalen Peaks, Shelby Miller, Corbin Burns, Eduardo Rodriguez, Brandon Pfaadt, Zach Kellen.
I'm like waiting for the last
Kelly.
name to be read.
I know, it just goes on and on and on and on. Oh, my God. So not only that, but then Torrey pregame today on Shelby Miller, who's getting a second opinion on his forearm strain.
He's going to get the second opinion from Meister. I think that's still in the process of happening. They're going to give him the information and then let him figure out what the next course of action is. What those decisions are and what information they're going to feed to him, I don't know. But it's probably, in my guess, it's probably anywhere from coming back and pitching to being shut down and having a procedure. So I think they're going to try and figure out exactly what's going on and have not figured that out yet.
Thank you, sir. May I have another? That's what it feels like.
Well, yeah, it does. And I'm glad, we had Torrey on earlier, and I'm glad you asked him this question. I didn't expect him to answer it any differently than he did.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you asked him the question about the training staff. And okay,
or at least alluding to it.
At least alluding to the training staff in the sense that, you've suffered an abnormal amount of injuries this year. Is it bad luck? Does there need to be some sort of, I used the word audit earlier in the week when Ringer was filling in. Does the organization need to conduct like an audit of its training staff and its medical staff during the offseason just to make sure, right? Like I know they hire and employ an unusually high number of people in their training and medical staff. They've got a deep, deep staff there. Mm-hmm. Do you need to look at best practices and make sure you're doing things right? Because it has been just crippling and debilitating, the injuries that you've suffered. Here's what Torrey said when you asked him about that earlier today.
A lot. This is a situation unlike any other that I've ever been a part of. I've been in this game for 30 years, and we aren't taking anything for granted. Trust me, we take on these injuries. We sit down and we talk about how can we be better. Me, myself. And everybody's making their own personal evaluation, and then we come together as a group, and then we say, what can we do to make sure that we keep these guys healthy? We follow the same protocols we've been following year after year after year, but we just are getting clipped, and I can't explain it. It's been a lot for us to take on, and that's why I'm so proud of what the team is currently doing. Yesterday we knew of this injury. We've known about it for a couple days, actually. And we were trying to nurse him back to health, but the team didn't let that bother them. They went out there and loaded up, and we were a hit or two away from possibly winning all 4 games in San Diego. So we got to live in that space. But it's been a little bit frustrating, but we're going to figure out exactly why this is happening, and we're all going to get better because of it.
The question was, how much does he trust the training staff? And again, just to replay the beginning of that answer,
a lot. And
that was his response to it. So I wouldn't expect him to say anything else, but it has been a lot. And to his point. And I know not everyone's going to buy this, or everyone's going to think that this is just happy horse bleep, but they have still played hard through all of it. You know, I mean, they really, has it all gone well? No, the bullpen's been tough to watch for most of the year, and the starting rotation's been tough to watch for most of the year. Lately now it seems like the new problem facing the Diamondbacks is their offense, and that's been tough to watch for the last week or so. Mm-hmm. But the effort and the want to, it's been, I mean, really the only game I can think about where it looked like they just didn't care that much was Sunday against the Royals, where they just looked really flat. For the most part, I feel like they've been playing really hard despite all this bad luck that they've been handed so far.
The issue that I have is we have history of, and I'm trying not to put this in a way where I'm pointing blame at one particular group of individuals, but remember last year when Zach Gallen had that hamstring scare that pulled him out of the game, and they didn't put him on the IL, but they pushed his start back a few extra days, and then he comes in and he makes the hamstring injury worse, and then he has to go on the IL and he misses several months. You remember Ketel Marte comes back, the ankle injury, doesn't go on the IL. My point being is that this is an anomaly season. I can accept that, but there's a history of inconsistency when it comes to properly handling this training staff. Like even Nick Ahmed, if you go back that far, and the way that they tried to handle his rehab and it not going well. Sooner or later, somebody needs to pay the price. Or sooner or later, something needs to change. Sooner or later, something needs to happen so that stuff like this stops happening. Because right now, it's happening like every single week. Sometimes you can't even make it through 1 week before it's two guys of significance going down.
And if I'm not going to sit here and tell trainers what to do, I'm not going to sit here and tell doctors what to do. They know 100 times more about it than I do, but I certainly do think, I do wonder when they get to the end of the season, just review everything that's going on, because it has been that kind of year when it comes to the injuries that I think kind of dictates that you need to at least look at it and make sure you're doing everything you can be doing. We've got the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. You can subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android. You'll never miss any of the show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt, ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Diamondbacks getting ready for their final series before the All-Star break. We preview Game 1 next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you did not have a conversation with Devin Booker about him becoming the leader of this team, especially as young as we're getting, what are you doing?
$145 million. I have to think that question comes up.
Thank you.
It's like if you're buying a car and you're handing over thousands of dollars, don't you ask, wait, the engine works, right? Like this car runs, right? As many billions of dollars as Matt Ishbia has, $145 million is still substantial. If you're giving that to somebody, you're asking some questions.
And here's the best thing about this book. You just have to be yourself and hold others to the standard you hold yourself to.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one.
As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket, tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Dill Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and I hear you have 4th of July savings all month long.
What's up, Dave? For a limited time, you can lock in 0% financing for 60 months or save up to $15,750 off on the all-new Hummer EV. That's serious long-term savings on an unmatched electric vehicle, making it the perfect time to take the leap.
Ben Franklin would go electric on the 4th of July. Shop and buy online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Diamondbacks baseball coming up next. They're taking on the Angels. Tonight's the final 3 games before the All-Star break for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're in L.A. and Anaheim taking on the Angels. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Angels, the lefty Tyler Anderson gets the start. He is 2-6 with a 4.19 ERA for the 35-year-old. Meanwhile, Ryan Nelson getting the start for the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight. The righty is 5-2, 3.39 ERA, coming off some special work he did last weekend against the Kansas City Royals, Mitch.
Yeah, Rhino's been cooking ever since he got back into the starting rotation, in particular that one start against the Royals. 7 innings, 4 hits allowed, 1 run allowed, and 5 strikeouts on just 86 pitches. 63 of them for strikes, so a rather efficient outing where he had even mentioned that there could have been opportunity for more, but I understand they're being very careful, and given the ranting that I just went on earlier, I guess careful isn't the worst thing in the world when it comes to maybe their best pitcher in the rotation right now.
But you do wonder, okay, so I'm looking at like his pitch count, right? And I'm looking at his last several starts where it was 86 against the Royals, it was 88 against San Francisco. That was his high of the season. 87 against the White Sox. He sort of hit that, mid to late 80s kind of when it comes to the pitch count. And I everyone has said that, yeah, eventually it's going to start to bump up a little bit. I don't know if that starts tonight. I don't know if that's ever going to start, or if they're just going to keep it in the 80s for most of the year, given how he's kind of ping-ponged back and forth between the 2 roles. But I would think that if it's going to start to go up, now or maybe the next start would be the time to start increasing it maybe a little bit into the 90s, just giving him a little bit more room to negotiate on that one, because he's been so good. I mean, if you look back at the last calendar year, all right, just beginning of the season, the end of last year. No Diamondback starter has the ERA that Ryan Nelson does. I think it's like 3.21 since July 1st of a year ago. He's been stellar for them for a year.
Well, even if you want to shrink it down to just the last 5 outings, he's allowed a total in his last 5 outings of 6 runs, 5 of which were earned. That's over a span of a 7-inning outing, 6 2/3, 5 innings, 5 2/3, and 5 innings. Like, he has had control of these outings every time he's been out there. And to your point, I think if it was not for his role in the rotation last year, the Diamondbacks wouldn't have been anywhere close to the position that they were at the end of the year, because they needed his starts with how bad it was with Jordan Montgomery in the rotation, with how Eduardo Rodriguez being out for most of the year, not even coming in until August. They needed the outings that Ryan Nelson gave them, and I'm glad that he's getting that opportunity again, because he, quite frankly, has pitched as consistently as the likes of Merrill Kelly with how good he is.
No doubt. The injury report for today is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. We just got done talking in the last segment, in case you missed it. The news today, Jalen Beeks has been put on the injured list with lower back inflammation. He's been put on the IL. Kendall Graveman has been recalled from AAA to take his spot in the bullpen. We also heard Torey Lovello talking about Shelby Miller getting a second opinion, which is certainly never a good sign when it comes to something like that. Corbin Carroll is not in the lineup tonight. It is just a rest day. It is not an injury. Torey had said yesterday that he was going to give his All-Stars a little bit of a blow this weekend, like maybe one of them DHs instead of plays in the field. Maybe one of them gets the day off. Today, Corbin Carroll against the lefty. He is getting the day off. Ketel Marte is just the designated hitter. I just think since he knows that Marte and Suarez and Carroll aren't going to get much rest next week because of the All-Star game, he wants to give those guys a little bit of a blow going into that busy week.
It's also a tough balance because they definitely need the wins right now, and this is a series where they could easily find themselves back in conversation per se. But I do think at this current point and in this current month, it's okay to make sure that you give your guys rest before they take 5 days off. Most of them take 5 days off.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a tough balance to walk, right? Like because you want to have that urgency of, hey, man, every single one of these games are going to determine whether you're a buyer or a seller.
Mm-hmm.
But again, there's that cautiousness and there's that carefulness that not everybody likes, and not everybody respects that they're cautious like this.
Yeah.
But you can certainly see from Torey's standpoint why he's doing that. So Marte's the designated hitter. Corbin Carroll is getting the night off. The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Diamondbacks, 2 games under 500, 46-48, puts them 5 games back of the Giants for the last wild card spot in the National League. The Reds are ahead of them. The Cardinals are ahead of them. The Padres are ahead of them. And then you get to the Giants in the number 3 spot in that regard. The Angels, on the other hand, 45-48. They're 4 games back of the wild card spot in the American League, with even more teams in front of them. The Twins, the Rangers, the Royals, the Mariners, and the Red Sox are all teams that they'd have to clear. The Angels are an interesting kind of team to look at. They hit a lot of home runs. Their pitching staff is not very good. Their offense, quite frankly, doesn't profile very well beyond the home runs as well. But they can hit the long ball very, very well.
They had a good positive stretch in there recently, too, where they were winning more games that they had lost. They found themselves all of a sudden 3rd place in the division behind the Mariners and the Astros. But now they've started to teeter off just a hair. The Angels are always a curious case. They're like the Clippers of Major League Baseball, almost like secondary Los Angeles team, always seemingly cursed for some reason. At least they still have that title from 2002. But it's another example of the Angels just going out there trying to get key guys to make their team better, and it not paying off for them so far this year.
Playing the role of the key master tonight is Mitch Vareldis, and he's got your key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
Well, you mentioned it, Bernsey. This is a team that hits home runs. As a matter of fact, 5th most in the majors, second most in the American League, 136 home runs in the 93 games that they have played so far. And there's 3 guys in the middle of the order that are primarily responsible for that. Mike Trout hitting third with 16 home runs. Taylor Ward leading their team with 21. And the guy I want to focus on is Joe Adell, who since May 31st is batting .290, 13 home runs, 31 driven in, and a .995 OPS, which is 5th in the American League in that span. Cool that part of the order down, and the Diamondbacks will find themselves in good company tonight.
Long-time top prospect for the Angels.
Long time. Finally coming through.
Finally coming through. That's going to do it for us. Diamondbacks baseball is coming up next, so stay tuned for that. We'll see you Monday, straight up 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.